And we're back.
Oh boy, here it
Oh,
is.
wow.
If only
The
there was a
next
theme
EFAP.
tune.
I mean, we could get one.
Oh
right?
yeah.
That's something that we could do.
Maybe
We could
that's
hire
our theme
someone
tune
or
is not having
buy a
one.
tune.
What about that?
Wow, that sounds really creative and really thrifty.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
Or it could just
That
be a
was-
really quick one, like the Smiling Friends one, just and then it's just
Yeah,
get
like
started.
Constructed during
like,
a fucking coke dream.
What's that called? Is it like a jingle or is a jingle longer?
I guess you could.
What's
You
like
could
a-
call it a jingle, I
a
suppose.
bit like something that's like under 10 seconds?
I actually have never thought about what the definition of a jingle is. Honestly, that's I'm curious.
These
now.
kinds of thoughts here on EFAP, they just come up, and time to answer that question, I guess.
Speaking of thrifty,
Well, so definition 2, which is the relevant one, is a short slogan, verse, or tune designed to be easily remembered, especially as used in advertising. So,
I've only
So,
understood jingle to be musical.
well, it's because jingle also describes like jingling keys, the sound that makes as a definition.
Like, if someone was to, like, I guess that's the difference between a slogan and a jingle. If you sing it, it's a jingle. If it's just like
Mhm.
a phrase or words, it's a slogan.
You know, funnily enough, by that definition, there are a lot of things that I don't know that would often be called jingles that are jingles, like short themes for like movies or video games that are like, you know, the Terminator dun 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 dun, that could be called a jingle technically,
I guess if
because
you
it's
cut it off the
recognized and as part
song,
of advertising. Well, like the Battlefield one, they just use that over and over and over, which funnily enough, they sound very similar.
yeah, they do.
they-
Yeah, they just have the same.
They use that
beat,
one
yeah.
over and over and over again. At that point, that could be a jingle potentially, like the fact that it's often used in advertising and it's recognized. This is giving me a lot to think about.
Like if the McDonald's.
Oh yeah,
I'm loving it. Like that's a jingle.
That's a
'Cause it's
quintessential
musical.
jingle. Oh yeah.
Jingly.
What is
Well, so here's a question. What about like, would you consider like the Universal or 20th Century Fox or, you know, like the intros for movies? Would that constitute a jingle? Do you reckon? Like ba 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 ba. Is that a jingle?
Bum bum.
What about? Are you talking about like
I'm talking about like the Universal or Warner, because you know how Warner Brothers uses it's as time goes by, right? From Casablanca. Yeah, that's the Fox one. I'm talking about ones like that though. Yeah. Is that what it's called? The Warner Brothers one? It's from Casablanca. Can't remember. But yeah, I guess do you think those are jingles, Rags? Considering that they're pretty short.
I don't know. I think a jingle is like self-contained. Like it's designed to be short and small. It's not just what if we stopped the song at like the first, 6 seconds or whatever.
Well, I guess this is kind of because, like I said, I'm pretty sure the Warner Brothers one is As Time Goes By, which is a full song, but then when you condense it down into a jingle that's associated with Warner Brothers, doesn't that just make it?
Which is
a
applicable
jingle?
to what you were saying about Terminator. The dun dun dun
That's what
dun
I'm
is
saying.
like, that's what
That's-
a lot of people
yeah.
will sing, even though it's a part of a full song.
Yeah, I don't
exactly.
know how I feel.
Well, let's put it this way: the Avengers theme is part of a broader composition, but like the Avengers theme is a specific section of that broader composition. I would happily call that a jingle, if we're going by these definitions.
I feel like but are we, what are we saying is the difference between like a motif and a jingle?
Well, maybe there isn't a difference. Maybe the difference between a motif and a jingle is just how much people recognize it as like being associated with some kind of brand or story.
Maybe
Because
the
there's
jingle.
there's a lot of, you know, like because the dun 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 dun, you're in Lord of the Rings. I mean, that's a pretty recurring motif, but like, I don't know that would be called a jingle, because I don't know that that's what people think of straight away when they think of Lord of the Rings music. They're probably thinking of dun-dun-dun-dun-dun-dun-dun-dun, you know what I mean?
Do you
I
think
feel like
that
there's-
something being a jingle is necessarily like it needs to be to some degree corporate or commercial? Like there needs to be a commercial element to it to make it a jingle? Is that what the difference is?
I don't think it's necessary, because that definition said like especially especially is used in marketing, but the fact that it says especially rather than necessarily, you know?
What if, like, a motif is generally something that is used and reapplied in multiple ways?
Yes.
Maybe that doesn't really happen with jingles. Jingles are usually just one and done for the most part.
I get what you mean.
Maybe that's the difference. Is it they're like
Yeah, like
being
the McDonald's.
incorporated over and over?
Yeah, because like a lot of like motifs in music will not be like a carbon copy one for one of the exact same, you know, the exact same chords with the same instruments necessarily. It will be with like different instruments or different speeds or whereas like the McDonald's jingle is what it is always. It's like consistent with very, 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 very minor variation.
Yeah, but like for October for Spooky Ween, if they did like a kind of spookier version of that, I don't know if I'd feel okay saying, well, now it's a motif, it's not a jingle. I'd be like, it's the jingle, just a little different now for Halloween.
I wonder if this is just a case of the definition, like it's a very blurry line. There's no clear line delineating a jingle from just a regular song.
Well,
or
when you hear jingle, when you hear that, what does your mind kind of go to? What do you think of? Because for me, I think about almost exclusively like corporate advertising.
I think of advertisements, yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I think that's kind of. I think it would be like, even if I thought that there was a jingle that was derived from like a film or a TV show that had some scenes that it was attached to, that I guess you would say is like more fundamentally artistic. I feel like a jingle that would be associated with like a franchise would be something that kind of goes beyond specific beats to like reminding me of a brand or a series of some kind of like the Battlefield theme. I don't know that I think of any specific moment in any of the games when I hear it. It's like, oh, that's the Battlefield theme.
Yeah, it's like we're thinking of it from like like that brand perspective. The more I think about it, the more strongly I kind of feel about there needing to be that that element.
Especially in advertising as part of the definition. It's not that it's necessarily, but that is like what typically means. That's what it's typically for. It's for advertising and marketing.
Wow.
These are the kinds of discussions that you don't get most places.
No, you don't really.
That's the equivalent. People get to enjoy something while other people are still being like, "Oh, EFAP's live! Oh my god, I got to put everything aside. My family are in a car teetering on the edge of a cliff, but I got to see the EFAP episode first. I will sort them out right after." You know, you got to give everyone a chance to come in.
I mean, I still don't know that 4 balls on the edge of the cliff. That was tough for me to understand.
That was pretty straightforward compared to the secret of Mario's jump, though.
I'm glad we learned the secret of Mario's jump.
Did we? Did we, Ranks? Did we?
Yeah.
Did we?
But did we ever
it was in the video. He definitely told us. Well, yeah, of course he told us.
If that's true, then what was it?
I mean, we all know, because it said so in the video.
Well, if that's true, then why did he say he hasn't?
Well, that's madness. That couldn't possibly be the case.
Rags, I'm so sorry. The
the
reality
video.
Where he explained the secret never happened.
Isn't that wild?
I think you've had like a...
aside, isn't that fucking nuts?
You had a psychosis because you couldn't deal with the idea that he hadn't explained it. So you create a world where he had, where the secret was clear.
I'm creating a false reality, a different universe, and we'll get into multiverses during the CFAP, I'm sure.
Oh, probably.
But an alternate universe where what's his name, Mark Brown, answers the questions.
We haven't watched him in a while. I wonder if he still makes the same videos or not. I don't know.
I'm not itching to watch another Mark Brown video.
Of course.
Because what little he says, I'll already know. What little he says, we all already know. And then I don't think I've learned anything from that video. And it could have been the secret of Mario's jump.
Well, that's like your opinion, man. So,
correct.
Anyway, there's a couple of sources of information, a couple of revelations, and a signaling, I think, of a new era. We've crossed over some kind of line culturally when it comes to Disney, specifically. Obviously, there are 2 big pillars being Marvel and MCU. And so...
Marvel and MCU, huh? The 2 big pillars?
Yeah, the 2 big pillars.
Marvel and the MCU, yeah. What else is there after that?
Yeah, name one other thing.
Yeah.
Star Wars.
What? That's part of the
part of the MCU.
Yeah, part of the MCU.
Me. I don't appreciate it.
And then, of course, I'm looking forward to Indiana Jones when apparently there's going to be a payoff, and I think it's a pretty cool one. Iron Man's going to run out of energon, and then Indiana Jones is going to whip like his wheels, and it's going to spin the gears, and then it'll come back up. And I was like, yeah.
Oh, Energon's from Transformers, isn't it?
That's right.
So,
Crossing
well,
worlds,
obviously
blending
Transformers is in the
reality.
MCU, so it makes sense.
Yeah, it's true. Yeah.
Anyway, as many may have heard, an article came out, and I'm interested in reading it. Not like with you guys and chat. Not necessarily because it's all true. I'll skip to that part where it's been contested in many ways, shapes, and forms. But just more so to speculate on what it means and the fact that it came out. Wasn't it like a day or the same day or a few days after the South Park episode?
I think so. Yeah.
People consider that quite the coincidence. I'm not sure what to think of that.
I don't know.
Well,
I actually don't know
I
the
think
article that you're referring to.
It's
so.
the cover story for the month, so I presume that it was like that would be a coincidence, probably. But I guess it would be more so, maybe it's not a coincidence because, again, the fact that the article even exists is indicative of a change in the state of affairs.
This article was, where was it posted? Because I'm not familiar with this article.
Oh, I'll link you in a second, but
that's a big one.
To give a trajectory, an itinerary, we're going to go through that, and then we're going to look at statements
More
made
like trajectory.
on distant forums about a lot of behind-the-scenes stuff that happened, and we're going to talk about that. Then we got 3 videos to see. They're short one, or shortish, at least.
Okay.
You know how it works at EFAP. And some images that are of amusing, and we're just going to be it could be a long one tonight. Don't know. We'll find out. Yes, I'm still wearing my Halloween outfit. I'm pretty sure I put it on before.
Both of you
October
are.
anyway.
Unless Fringy, that's just. I guess I don't know about it. That Fringy could just be. Is that what lurks under the mask?
I left it on because we still had Halloween stuff to record, but I guess I mean it's
actually
over,
that's
right?
true.
So probably, yeah.
That's
we
what
still
I
do.
did, and then I.
Do we?
Oh, do we?
Yeah, we do.
Yes.
Well, yeah.
Technically, I mean, you know what I mean.
I think I know what you mean.
It's complicated. Chad, it'll all make sense one day. Don't you worry.
I went back to regular mode.
That's all right.
No, I figured that I was going to leave it on, and but I'm okay. Yeah, I'll just leave it then.
You got to get a Thanksgiving themed one or just like general fall themed, right?
I guess Thanksgiving doesn't seem very applicable because we don't celebrate Thanksgiving. It's not a holiday here.
Oh.
Well, you can celebrate it if you'd like.
Yeah,
and you could because the universal nature of being thankful for what you have.
So
is really
what?
amazing.
I just draw myself as a turkey or something.
You could draw yourself as a turkey, or you could just be surrounded by pumpkins, maybe pumpkin pie. You could have leaves. Leaves are great. All those, the yellow and red and all that sort of thing.
And I find it funny because now it's starting to get into summer, so really the appropriate one would be me very upset.
When are you moving to the northern hemisphere?
I don't know.
Because boy, it's so great up here, man. I'm telling you.
I mean, you know,
upstairs, we call it. When are you going upstairs? To the northern hemisphere.
Yeah, get out of the basement, Free.
It's all there is no up and down in the universe, all right? It's all a matter of
okay, Free works for the vital order, apparently.
Here's where you're wrong, because one of them is called the northern hemisphere, and one of them is called the southern hemisphere.
That's true, but that's a matter of
so obviously we're above you.
Morally?
I mean, where is up? Where is up in the universe?
Towards the northern hemisphere.
Okay, yeah, all right, well, whatever
the
you
arc
say.
of justice is long, but it bends towards the northern hemisphere.
Look, alright, it's unique. The southern hemisphere is mostly ocean, which makes it a real interesting kind of place. There's not many big old land masses down here.
I think like 70-something% of all humans live in the northern hemisphere.
I think it's actually sorry, no, I got it wrong. It's that 30% of the land is in the southern hemisphere. 10% of the population is here. 90% of the world lives in the northern hemisphere.
Really, that much? Damn.
Well, yeah, because remember the equator's drawn at like Indonesia. Like a good portion of South America is actually above the northern hemisphere. Like the most of the southern hemisphere is ocean. The only land masses are Australia, the majority of South America, and Antarctica, where nobody lives except for a few scientists.
Penguins, right? Or is that the northern hemisphere or the North Pole? Which one is the penguins?
Only penguins in the southern hemisphere. There are no penguins in the North Pole. So
penguins. Where are the polar bears?
Polar bears are in the northern hemisphere.
Okay, so they never like meet.
Most of no.
Oh,
They
well, that's no fun.
penguins
It's
are
probably good for the
solely
penguins though that they don't
yeah.
meet.
Yeah, it's pretty chill for them.
Just
They only got to worry about seals.
letting
That's
people know,
about
you
it.
may hear fireworks randomly. I
Oh,
know.
is that like some special occasion over
Well,
in Britain land?
almost. Sort of, but like
Okay,
it's, I don't know, just you just hear blah, 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 blah,
almost.
blah,
What is
blah
it?
in the background.
What's the occasion?
Well, I mean, I want to get going. Okay, we keep going off on tangents, which is something we never
Yeah,
ever do. But we got a lot to get through today,
Okay,
All
yeah,
right,
all
yeah,
right.
let's do it. Let's
And
talk about
can table them
and I
all
got to do
and
reading.
stuff.
How disgusting is that? Then again, we could just go in paragraphs between each other, right? Haha,
I
offloading.
suppose we could. Yeah, cool.
what
Thanks.
what would you say that the topic for this EFAP is?
The dead reckoning of Disney, I think, is what I've called it.
Oh my god.
And it's
Dead
half
reckoning.
to do with like tangible statistical results stuff that we'll talk about, and also just to do with cultural changes, which you're probably more than aware of, but we can sort of
I've seen them
put them together a little bit.
allegedly.
I mean, one of the things that's worth mentioning is we have been watching Loki. Not planning to do an episode for it. We'll be having EFAP TV
Yeah.
episodes. It's
On
terrible.
their way. Absolutely awful.
As of episode 5, that's the recent one. It's just it's right there with season 1. They're shoulder to shoulder, just like, yeah, we're awful.
The giants of being the absolute worst stories in the MCU.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's I think Frangy, you had mentioned that viewership was down 40%
That is
for
true.
Loki season 2.
As I understand it, the premiere was down 40% from season 1, so yeah.
I remember Loki was there like, okay, we got
That was
this
them-
working at least.
That was them
And then
most
it's like, oh
successful
no.
one. But it's
And
you know,
it's weird thinking about it, considering it was one of the earliest ones. It was their like second show or something like
their
that.
third show.
What were the ones before Loki? What truly
WandaVision
were the first?
and Falcon and Winter Soldier
Mhm.
were the first.
Oh
two.
yeah, well
Yeah.
yeah, okay.
Yeah.
That's where all the goodwill started to drain hardcore with all of
Yes.
that.
Well, even we were kind of like the first couple episodes of WandaVision. We were like, hey, all right, this is something.
Mm.
Then
Yeah.
it went to shit.
Oh yeah.
At least
Alright.
it took a couple episodes.
Oh yeah. And that's where I mean everything's falling apart kind of. So we're going to talk about all those different ways that it's happening and then look at how it may have happened, and you know, it's kind of stuff we've talked about over the years, but now it's like an episode focusing on it. So we'll get started with this article. The context is it's what did you say it was described as? Like their monthly cover
I think it's
article?
a cover story. Yeah.
Right.
Variety's
It was a big
monthly
deal.
cover story. All right. Yeah, I mean everyone knows Variety. Variety's a big deal.
And so, well, I guess we'll just read it. Like I said, we'll go paragraph by paragraph, I suppose. This past September, a group of Marvel creatives, including studio chief Kevin Feige, assembled in Palm Springs for the studio's annual retreat. Most years, the vibe would have been confident, even cocky, given how the premier superhero brand, owned by Disney since 2009, has remade the entertainment business in its image. That's all fair and true. They would be pretty damn cocky, especially when they were fledgling when they started on with Iron Man, right? It's like you're in danger of all of it collapsing. But they built it all up, only to now be at a different position, relatively speaking. It's, I guess, to make it easier to remember, if Rags goes next, we're just going left to right, repeat.
All right, let's see. Let me. Sorry, I was wrapping something up. But this occasion, I'm starting there, right?
Yeah, that's correct.
All right, I'll just make sure. You know, want to make sure all my ducks are in a row. But this occasion was angst-ridden. I like that, angst-ridden. Everyone at Marvel was reeling from a series of disappointments on screen, a legal scandal involving one of its biggest stars, and questions about the viability of the studio's ambitious strategy to extend the brand beyond movies into streaming.
Out of curiosity, legal scandal involving one of its biggest stars. Are they talking about Jonathan Majors? I thought for a second they might have been talking about the scandal with Scarlett Johansson back with Black Widow.
Possibly, but I feel like because she wasn't poised to be like the new big villain of the next arc, and they were kind of done with her.
Oh, you know, yeah, I
sort of?
that's true. It's just that because they said reeling from a series of disappointments on screen, which is like, yeah, that's probably going all the way past Endgame, right? Anything past then, really. Not including stuff like No Way Home, I guess Guardians 3,
No, what? Well, the thing you got to remember is No Way Home, like Spider-Man, is Sony. It is like a Marvel Studios thing, kind of, but it is majority Sony.
Well, it's worth
Columbia
mentioning every
picks up
time almost,
Phase
because when I
Bills.
say Phase 4 and 5, people will be like, well, No Way Home's in there. And it's like, no, yeah, I know, but...
It's like, yeah, but No Way Home's not part of the... Because it's not No Way Home. Obviously, Across the Spider-Verse isn't part of the conversation because that was actually successful. Yeah.
So when we talk about like money, profit regarding that movie, who makes the most?
Columbia pays most of the bills and gets most of the money. That's kind of like the nature of the agreement. Remember, there was a time when it was kind of like on ice and they weren't sure what to do because I think Marvel wanted to negotiate to spend more money but obviously make more money. But Sony didn't want to. The thing you got to remember is Sony owns the rights to like Spider-Man films. And that anything that happens between them and Marvel is like cooperation, but ultimately it's still theirs. They still have it.
Okay.
So yeah.
You may continue, Rags.
All right. Where did that tab go? Oh, here it is. Sorry, sometimes I forget. The most pressing issue to be discussed at the retreat was what to do about Jonathan Majors, the actor who had been poised to carry the next phase of the Marvel Cinematic Universe, but instead is headed to a high-profile trial in New York later this month on domestic violence charges. The actor insists he is the victim, but the damage to his reputation and the chance he could lose the case has forced Marvel to reconsider its plans to center the next phase of its interlocking slate of sequels, spin-offs, and series around Major's villainous character, Kang the Conqueror.
One of the things I was thinking about this is if you split it all up into individual characters, events, locations, and maybe even, let's say, movies, what is like the hardest thing to change in terms of a single element or item of the MCU? And it might actually have been Jonathan Majors as Kang. Because take anyone else. If it was like, let's say Brie Larson killed a bunch of people, they'd be like, well, she's written out. Bye. You know what I mean? Like, as much as it's difficult to square away the movie she's just done.
But yeah, it's all the other heroes. They can pick up the slack.
It gets a little bit awkward when your film is called The Kang Dynasty, you know?
That's what I mean, like, he did it, well, rather, this event happened right when they had, like, been like, here he is! And then they were like, oh, yeah, pretty much. I
mean, that was, like, the main thrust for Quantumania was Kang. Yeah, look at Kang, look at Kang. Look at Jonathan Majors as Kang, specifically. Yeah, isn't he a great actor as Kang? And then this happens. And it's like they're right in the middle, right? If it happened a couple of years earlier, they could have changed their mind. If it happened a couple of years later, it'd be over. It's like the worst possible timing.
And yeah, to make what I'm saying a little bit more understandable, right? The idea of they wouldn't just drop in anyone is not easy. Like, and there's levels of difficulty, but it just feels like he's one of the hardest ones to detach from the MCU. They just injected him everywhere.
Yeah, they played him up really big, and he's supposed to be this overarching kind of thread between multiple films as the villain. He's the new Thanos.
I suppose the thing is that because of the multiverse, if they played it more like Spider-Man had it, where the Spider-Man were played by different people, you could just easily be like, yeah, it's a different Kang, and that's why he's played by a different person.
So,
but like for whatever reason, all of the Kangs that have been presented on screen have been played by him.
I hear a lot of people say this is fine and easy because you can easily recast Kang, and I'm always sitting there thinking, like, I mean, to an extent you can recast anybody and do anything you want at all times because the writing's so fucking bad, but I mean, it's not, I feel like it's in stone that there's not multiple versions of Kang that look completely different. They all look like Jonathan Majors.
And then, of course, there's the fact that everybody would know the real reason. It's like everybody's kind of aware of the reason why that's happening.
And so, in a sense, it's easy to do for anything because they can just do it. Like in a corporate sense, they can just be like, "Well, we're switching you out. Bye." But I don't know. To me, I'm thinking of all the different elements and compare it. Like if Tom Holland, I don't know, went nuts and killed everybody, it'd just be like, well. New cast, new Spider-Man, and especially now is probably not too difficult. I mean, it's not good to lose Tom Holland as a draw, but at the same time, they can cast someone else for the college years of Spider-Man in the MCU, right? Or if they move it wherever.
They could. Oh
man, I mean,
it would be tough, but maybe
I don't know about that.
I don't know. I'm more confident about it. I feel like there's plenty of good actors, and I think people would be able to. People fucking love Spider-Man.
Oh, yeah.
like
I
adore
think it's
Spider-Man.
I think it's the connection that people have with really liking Tom Holland as that particular
That's
Spider-Man.
kind of what I'm getting at. Yeah.
It would be like replacing Tobey Maguire after Spider-Man 2.
And then
I think
calling
there's
it
a lot
Spider-Man
of
3.
yeah. I think
No, yeah,
there's a
that's the thing
big-
though. There's difficulty with all of them. I just don't know that any of them represent any kind of impossibility. But this one was incredibly awkward.
Yeah,
The
you're
reason
right
I
about it being a
chose
spectrum of
Captain Marvel and
difficulty.
Spider-Man as counterexamples is because they're like probably the equivalents if there were. Maybe not Captain Marvel compared to Spider-Man, but it's like, what about Chris Hemsworth as Thor? It's like, is that easily replaceable? It's like nobody fucking cares about like Thor. I don't know, like what the hell's even going on there? It's like, I wonder how difficult that would be. I don't know. I think we'd all be.
I feel like that would be one of the more difficult ones.
Well,
myself.
it would suck to get rid of him because he's probably the only draw left for a Thor
I think a lot of
storyline
people
now.
feel sorry for him right now.
He's
There's a
one of
lot
the
of people who
few-
are very sympathetic towards him.
I would say so. I mean, he's a likable guy, and he's one of the few legacy actors who's still left.
And
He's
a
one of the
legitimately
old-
talented actor too.
He's quite
so.
talented. Oh yeah.
But then we, past that, Benedict Cumberbatch as Doctor Strange is one of the ones, I guess, that would be
Yeah, he's one
like
of the
they
few
wouldn't want
left
to
as well.
lose him. But then we're into characters that, like, imagine they recast Cassie Lang. You'd be like, oh no,
No one gives a shit.
oh geez, how could you do that? So of their like 50 million new superheroes they've introduced, we could probably recast all of them, but the one that they've introduced recently-ish, at least Phase 4 and 5, being Jonathan Majors, it was awkward because he's like a fully integrated right when they now don't even know if they want him fully integrated, which is just, unfortunate for them. Alrighty, Fringy.
At the gathering in Palm Springs, executives discuss backup plans, including pivoting to another comic book adversary like Doctor Doom, but making any shift would carry its own headaches. Majors was already a big presence in the MCU, including as the scene-stealing antagonist in February that was Quantumania.
Are you he stole all those scenes, Fringy. He stole them. That's why they didn't make any money, because Kang stole the scenes.
And he has been positioned as the franchise's next big thing in this season of Loki, particularly in the finale, which airs on October 9th, and sets up Kang as the star of the 5th Avengers film in 2026. Well, that's interesting because it means we've got a week to see if at least that portion of the article is just like ironclad.
Yeah.
I will say, again, bearing in mind, it's like, well, this could not be true, but like, if they actually were sitting there like, oh, but we could pivot to Doctor Doom, it's like, this just speaks to how I feel like Marvel's doomed. I don't think they know. It's like, I don't think that I really don't know that Marvel actually knows what's wrong with their films.
I don't think they do either. No,
Yeah,
I don't think that Marvel has the capability of like, okay, let's get our checklist of things that we need to do to make a good movie. That checklist doesn't exist. That's a checklist for something else.
It's gone. I think it never just comes down to maybe like the writing sucks. It's always like a variety of other things. Like there are too many of these films. Oh yeah, the visual effects are pretty bad. Or
they've got to connect better.
CGI. It's the references. It's the
like
diversity.
It seems like the shtick because the trailer for Echo came out yesterday, or the day before that, and it seems like the shtick for that seems to be, see, it's mature, it's violent, and it's just, to me, that feels like, yeah, right, but like that doesn't mean anything to me.
The world's full of violent media. Like I don't you're not special.
I would actually, as part of our journey today, we might be watching that trailer on EFAP.
Okay. I haven't seen it. So.
I haven't seen it either.
I guess what I'm getting at is that because it felt like it was the same thing that happened with Secret Invasion, where they tried to pretend it was serious. And now you can see with the Marvels that the attitude, and I imagine it's partly because of the response to Captain Marvel being dull and boring, is this is a fun movie. It's a fun, wacky movie. It's a fun movie. It's fun, guys. Like, there's always these kinds of strategies that seem to be employed with each of the films that speak to some, like, meta-criticisms, but all of it is, like, none of it addresses the fundamental, which is that the writing is just piss. It's bad. It's really bad.
When was Marvel's last fun movie? What would you say their last fun movie was?
Like, that was actually fun?
Yeah.
This is complicated, though, because I think a lot of people would say Guardians 3, and I'd be like...
And Guardians 3 was fun at times, but...
but it was pretty...
but there wasn't enough strong writing in there to make me walk out with a smile.
I see a few people in chat saying Ragnarok, which I think is a fair choice. But Infinity War was
Which
a
is
really
like 6
funny
years old
movie
at
at
this point?
times.
Infinity War was
Yes.
really funny, but it was also one of the darkest, if not the darkest
Yes, it
entry in the
was.
whole MCU.
So,
Yeah, I wouldn't call Infinity War fun.
so it probably is
Mm.
Ragnarok, Guardians
Might
2,
be.
that kind of like, which again, yeah, 6 years ago. Um, I guess
You know-
to tie it all back, when I see in the article, oh yeah, what if we pivot to Doctor Doom? That'll fix things. It's just like you
know-
fucked.
You know what they
You know?
need to understand that wouldn't solve anything is a multiverse, but an actual one where we could show them, like, here's the inflection point. You chose Galactus in Universe 1, you chose Doctor Doom in Universe 2, Mephisto in Universe 3, Kang in 4, and you show them all of them and they all fail, and it's like, wait a minute. How did that
But they're
happen?
like,
How was that
"Because villains
possible?
we have left, right? That should have worked."
And then they're like,
that's what people
were we supposed to bring back Obadiah Stane? You're like, no. Like, what you need
Yeah.
to do
Obadiah Stane!
is
It's,
fucking write better. It's so simple.
and of course, you know, the problem of the writing can be tied into other criticisms that I imagine that they're aware of, which is that the production, the way that these things are made, is insane. They're made very quickly with incomplete scripts, with the writers having no idea how their stories connect to other things, and seemingly just not being very good at their jobs anyway. Like, I don't know. So, like, I imagine that if they made less stuff, that would probably just invariably help, but it wouldn't, like, fix the problem necessarily if there's no
They need to
recognition
hire
of the flaws
people
in the writing.
based on like them having real talent and having produced really
Yeah, but,
like real movies. But I guess
we've
that's not
talked
how it
about this.
works.
Well, we've talked about it before, but there's no world where like Steven Spielberg would make a Marvel movie because he'd want to make it his way. And like you kind of can't do that. Like when you make Marvel movies, at the end of the day, it's got to slot into their universe.
Which seems like a
execs want
small. It legitimately seems like a small thing to ask,
Uh,
considering how broad it is and how much stuff you can do with that. Just be like, hey, it's part of a cinematic universe. It needs to slot in with the rest of the films in the series, but other than that, you can do whatever you want as long as
Which,
it doesn't contradict anything else. Especially
I
if you gave
think-
him like the first entry of a new introduced hero that they're doing.
Yeah, no, that's I think it might be what ends up helping DC is that it seems like they might try to be more director oriented, but again, you still need them good scripts, you know?
Like have good scripts, yeah. Because at this point, the MCU feels like an anchor that every movie is going to have to either drag around with it or just forget about.
And well, they usually opt to forget, don't they?
Normally, they just forget. It's definitely the buffet where they just pick out the sort of things that they want, and the rest they just ignore, which ultimately doesn't create, a plausible cinematic universe.
So, quote, Marvel is truly fucked with the whole Kang angle, says one top
Jeez.
deal maker who's seen the final Loki episode. And they haven't, quote, and they haven't had an opportunity to rewrite until very recently because of the WGA strike, which, but I don't see a path to how they move forward with him. Yeah, that's very, I mean, they want to know, it's funny because we talk about all these potential decisions, but like the big thing is just they need to know the conclusion of the case itself, right? The event itself, whatever the fuck is going on with him. Before we can make any decisions, and that's hard enough, we have to wait, which is also very difficult when they're possibly in their most tumultuous era ever, and every decision now matters incredibly.
And especially when you got to remember the broader consequences of the writers and actors strike is it's not just like Marvel stuff, it's a bunch of productions for all of the studios. They like that's delays, that's money that you're not making this year but making next year, which is important. Like that shit matters to investors. It's a tumultuous time for the industry in general.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, all the COVID stuff that happened, obviously the strikes, there's all kinds of, let's call them third-party events and elements that are crushing down on this thing that was already destroying itself.
Yep.
Well, Rags, you're up.
Alrighty. Beyond the bad press for Majors, the brain trust at Marvel is also grappling with the November release of The Marvels, a sequel to 2019's blockbuster Captain Marvel that it has been plagued with lengthy reshoots and now appears likely to underwhelm at the box office.
Yeah.
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 You could say that. You could say that it looks like it's going to underwhelm at the
I
box
was
office.
about to say
You could
that's a nice way to put it. I was like, no, actually wait, because underwhelm is probably what it will do because it's not. We don't expect it to whelm at all. Nobody's expecting any whelming, so it will under that
nobody,
probably.
well, so if the projections are accurate, long
Yeah.
term, this might actually end up being the first. Because like there doesn't seem to be like a full acknowledgement of Ant-Man being like a flat out failure. It's definitely a disappointment, but like whether or not it is a failure is kind of like wishy-washy for whatever reason. Even though
Which is already bad news.
that's already bad. When we say failure, we don't mean in terms of meeting the expectations, which is really important, but just flat. Did it make
Being
its
in the
money
red.
back?
Yeah.
Yeah. Whereas the Marvels might actually be like the first true like bomb. It might
Bomb.
actually
What you could call a
lose money.
clean like bomb instead of oh well when you consider this, it's like no, this seems to be obvious.
Yeah, like we
matter
spent a lot of money to lose a lot of money.
That it could lose money, and that there's really you can't point to big like COVID. That's not that you can't use that
Stop
anymore.
blaming
Like,
COVID. It's not been an
Barbie-
excuse for like a year plus now. You need to
Barbie
stop.
made
No, you
what,
can't.
one
Yeah,
point-
no. There's so many movies that have made so much money.
Oppenheimer
nearly
chugged
made $8
along.
billion.
Well, surely the
Yeah.
comparison would be No Way Home. That's the easiest one to be like in your
Yeah,
own
that made $2 billion.
franchise with a superheroes. Like
Exactly.
it's, and as much as it's like, yeah, but it's Spider-Man. It's like, okay, it's
Yeah.
still.
but
Oppenheimer was 947.
There was no
million.
Spider-Man
It
in
just
Oppenheimer,
kept
was
going.
there?
The reason why it's relevant though, the Spider-Man one, is because Captain Marvel nearly made as much money as Far From Home, because that was back when Marvel movies were guaranteed to make
Right,
like
yeah.
$1 billion. To go from, and it's interesting because Aquaman's probably in the same position. I still can't fathom how that made $1 billion, but like it's probably in the same position where it's going to come out and it may well make less than half of the money that it made first time around.
Also,
Less than
Dev's in
half.
chat.
I wouldn't be
Hello.
surprised at all. Hi, Dev. Hello.
We're talking about the destruction of Disney.
Yep.
Wait, who's next?
Do you think so? How are we sitting on our because we've kind of had a very soft running prediction for the Marvel's box office. I think fairly early on, I was a bit more pessimistic than most, and I was floating around as an estimate about a $350 million number,
Which
is low. I admit. I
Yeah.
think I think that at the time I was like the lowest in terms of the guesses amongst who we were with, but as months drag on, there was that element of like, oh shit, like that's not unreasonable.
I think I was at like 500 million. That
Yeah, I
seems
think
like
so.
that seems like it was too high. It's almost certainly going to make less money than that at this point.
Yeah,
So
it has.
That might actually be.
I know it sounds hyperbolic, but I'm pretty sure it has basically everything working against it. This is going to be so interesting because it's fucked. Like,
and this is after Dune moved out of the way. Dune was meant to come out.
True, it's supposed to come out like last week.
And that was going to have all the IMAX screens, but the problem is that it's still competitive because it's November. Movies are coming out right now. Like it's only going to have. I think that new Hunger Games movie's coming out the week after, but I don't think that film's going to do.
No, I don't think people care about it. We'll see though.
But
all the kids who watched Hunger Games, they're grown up now. They don't care.
I feel like we're well past the era of the young
adult action movies,
science fiction. Yeah. Let me actually double check the numbers for this is the projection from the Hollywood Reporter for the Marvels was that it would earn 70 to 80 million in its opening weekend in North America.
Wait, because Thunder just said at least you have the dude skins in Call of Duty. Did they release that as part of a promotion? They couldn't stop it, or
maybe they couldn't. Yeah.
Oh,
some of these things, like the promotions for games are really they baffle me. I guess Dune makes a lot more sense because of the movie, and it was pretty big, made a lot of money. There's one going on because I play Apex Legends sometimes. They have a Post Malone like skin sale that they're going to be doing, and I'm like, what the fuck? What does Post Malone have to do with whatever? I don't know. This is fucking shit. Whatever. Get your Supreme skins.
Might be worthwhile to just for reference because I guess this is tangential to the article. So Hollywood Reporter. The tracking for the Marvels was basically around about 75 to 80 million dollars domestic debut, which I believe is half of what Captain Marvel made. in its opening weekend. Let me
And
see.
80 million is still a lot.
It's a lot of money, but the problem is when you're spending over $200 million on production alone, like, and you know, and you make most of your money in that opening weekend, especially for these types of like superhero movies. They make a
The
lot of
ones
their
that
money
are
in
not
their
going to get a
opening
lot
weekend.
of.
Did,
There's not going to be a lot of people out there saying, "Yeah, you really got to go see the Marvels." That keeps it like again, Oppenheimer started
Oh.
kind of slow, but it got to 947 million because it just kept going.
Oppenheimer was definitely like Oppenheimer had a really good opening, but it was definitely long term. Like that was what carried it through was that
It's like
people
Top
kept going
Gun.
back. I guess this is the relevant information in terms of the last Marvel movie that didn't open a 70 million or more was Ant-Man 1 in 2015. The majority opened to 100 million or more domestically. 8 movies made 150 million dollars domestically in their opening weekend. And compared to Guardians 3, which you saw where that ended up, opened to 106 million domestic. So it's below that, obviously, which
do you guys see
considering
the
that Captain Marvel was above that is interesting.
Someone just
Marvels?
messaged me and said the Final Fantasy 14 had a Fall Guys crossover and have had multiple KFC crossovers.
He plays the Colonel.
I don't know. I hope so. Maybe he fries chocobos or something.
Oh my god.
Yeah, either of you aware of what Marvel Entertainment, the YouTube channel, did as promotion for the Marvels, like, I think 2 days ago?
I saw the tweet.
No.
So I'm not talking just about cats in general. This was a stream where there was clearly like 3-ish people maybe that were probably given a lot of money to set up a room and to paint or to put up things that made all of the windows and open doors green screens so that they could put a space graphic in background that looked awful. And there was cats running around the room, and they had a camera that just either auto-followed or they had someone just looking at cats just doing cat things. And then every like half an hour they would have an unboxing where a person who comes on screen, you can't see their face, it's like cut to their neck.
And I wouldn't want my face in that either, to be.
They like fiddle with the boxes. They're like doing really weird hand gestures on all of the boxes, but to delay opening them as like long as possible, and then eventually reveal like Captain Marvel Funko Pop, and then they just put cats on the table and make the cats walk around the Funko Pop, and they played like space music. And it was so fucking creepy. Yeah, just like, for lack of a better description, it's like ethereal, almost like space-ish music. It was kind of just, it was just fucking weird.
Okay, I think I know what you mean.
And I caught like, I want to say 20 minutes of it, and I was just like, this is fucking pathetic. And they went down to 300 viewers at one point. And I was just like, and there were people in chat. There was one message I sent to Gary, because it was so fucking cringy. It was some account that just said, hooray, can't wait for the release of the Marvels. We're all very excited. Hooray. And I was like, is that a human?
Someone's check cleared.
It just doesn't sound at all real. And I was like, fuck me, man. Like, what is going on? And I was like, is that part of the marketing budget? You paid for this? Like, how much did you pay for this?
The really concerning part is that it probably wasn't even cheap.
That's what I was thinking.
Because you have
I was like,
to
imagine
pay
it costs
for
like 500,000 or something fucking absurd. Like,
you gotta pay people to do it, to actually be the ones to do it. Then you have to pay all the people to set it up. Then you have to get the set. Then you have to handle all the cats. And then you have to arrange the Funko this and that, and all the deals with Funko Pop to do that. So I don't know. It's strange. But it probably costs more than you think, because there's always going to be a legal this, and there's always going to be a advisory board and a supervision team.
It often only comes up here and there, but like it's not just whether you have marketing; it's how good the marketing is.
Exactly.
You can have really bad marketing. We talked before in the past. There've been trailers for movies that have sold movies the complete wrong way. I think one of the more recent ones is the Dungeons and Dragons trailer. Made everyone think the movie was going to be absolutely terrible, but the movie itself is still getting praised to this day.
Yeah, I've heard the movie's alright, but the trailer was trash.
Because it misrepresented it. And it's like, fuck me. And you usually get that in the opposite, where the trailer's really good, and then the movie's like really shit. You're like, oh.
I'm next, aren't I?
Sure.
This is all an unprecedented turn of fortune for a company that has enjoyed a nearly uninterrupted string of hits ever since it started independently producing movies. With 2008's Iron Man, That wildly profitable run culminated in the $2.8 billion success of 2019 Avengers Endgame, a high watermark for the studio that has earned nearly $30 billion over 32 films.
I just like that there's multiple ways that we can analyze it, that it goes from Iron Man to Endgame, and then something else happens. Because like that, even though it's not true, like that loads of people would say that's where the story ends. It's like, no, it ends at Infinity War, right? That's what everybody should probably choose.
Yeah.
And it's like, okay, but that's the last time they had like a huge profit, and it's like, I don't know, No Way Home is still kind of not like it doesn't go to them, but it's still in terms of a movie making loads of money and having a cultural impact. It's like it's not just stops at Endgame.
And also, you know, Multiverse of Madness was successful.
Yeah, it was
quite successful. Maybe not as successful as maybe they were hoping it was going to be just over $1 billion, but it was certainly successful. I mean, Thor: Love and Thunder was technically successful. Technically, Black Panther: Wakanda Forever was technically successful, though. Again, that one also made considerably less than the first one.
Yeah, and no one talks about it. No one talks about any of these movies. They are
you know,
smoke in the wind. They just pass away.
What would be really cool is to take your average sort of huge Marvel fan and just be like, name me all the projects of Phase 4 and see. There's going to be the types that could name it all instantly, but there's also going to be people who are like, wow, it was.
Because Wakanda Forever might be one that I forget to say, just because it's so unmemorable.
Well, I think some people would say Quantumania, and you'd be like, nope.
That's Phase 5.
And you'd be like, oh, all right.
Oh.
And
that's right. Wait, Wakanda Forever was the last of Phase 4?
Yes.
Okay.
That was the last
one. Obviously, because the line between Black Panther 2 and Quantumania was so clear. It was such a great sort of handoff between phases.
Yeah, it's like, I don't know, something happened at the end of that. I don't know. I don't know. There's no sense that we've moved from one phase to another.
I've seen a bunch of people in chat be like, hooray, I'm watching EFAP today. Hooray. Like, yeah.
They should say that. Good on you.
You know those are genuine.
Yeah.
Feed our egos.
Yeah, okay. So replicating that kind of phenomenon is never easy. However, the source of Marvel's current troubles can be traced back to 2020. Arguably, you could trace it back way further, but that's okay. That's when COVID pandemic ushered in a mandate to help boost Disney's stock price with an endless torrent of interconnected Marvel content for the studio's fledgling streaming platform, Disney+. According to the plan, there would never be a lapse in superhero fare. With either a film in theaters or a new television series streaming at any given moment. You can tell that. There's loads of these weird handoffs, like Loki to the Marvels is the newest one, obviously. And it's just like, what are you doing? Like the one, was it the same day that the penultimate episode of Mando came out with Rise of Skywalker? They were going to do this with Star Wars as well.
Because the penultimate episode of Mando introduced force healing.
Which helps justify it in Rise of Skywalker, according to the insane braids. That's totally how that works.
It is interesting because the talk of lots and lots of, because I remember I read another article, I can't remember what it was from, it was one of these trades, that was talking about how following the writer's strike, there is absolutely going to be less scripted television shows, that like the era of the last 5-6 years where there's been an absolute like torrent of scripted high budget television shows for like streaming platforms and cable, that is definitely going to be winding down. Partially because I guess the broader thing is that not all of these streaming services are going to survive.
They're
lot
not.
of them lose money.
Disney's already looking to buy Hulu, right?
Well, they
and Disney Plus itself isn't doing hot at all.
Disney had partial ownership of Hulu, but now they're going to get full ownership. I guess it's like, is there space for Paramount Plus or Peacock or?
I think Peacock's in huge trouble. I think they've lost a shit ton of money.
I don't know. I mean, was there a single fucking high-level executive that instead of looking at the pandemic years as an all-time high that was obviously going to shrink, like seemingly all of them looked at it as like year one of an exponentially growing force?
Well, that's like the people with like DoorDash and all of that. It's the same thing. They got a huge boost from that entire sector of the market from the people not going out and ordering in, and now here we are, and it's like, good luck turning a profit out, if it's even possible to turn a profit with that kind of a business now.
Because we're seeing as well that the tech sector is starting to contract. Lots of layoffs are happening as well because there was a tremendous amount of growth in the tech sector, and
people are going back outside.
Also, and as some people are saying in chat, it's like, I'm aware that that's what you want for a company, but you have to recognize that Like the
Well, you have to
streaming
earn it.
numbers didn't. There's no like, oh, we earned X in this year, the pandemic year. Next year it's gonna be X times 2 and times 3, and it's like, no, you need to account for the fact that this is going down.
Should have treated it like a
Well, yeah,
gift.
because something that I've been thinking about a lot, which I guess we could talk about more later on, is the when I wonder if Marvel is doomed. What I wonder is if they're at like a point where they can't really fix these problems. It's kind of like they feed into each other, so it's like a negative feedback loop. So, like for instance, one of the criticisms is that Marvel productions look cheap and bad. The
When
only
they are
way
not
that
cheap.
they're not cheap. The only way you can fix that problem is, well, you got to spend more money. Surely you either got to spend more money or cut back on the scope. But like, where are you gonna get that money from? Are you gonna pay the actors less? Because if you pay the actors less, I would imagine that some of them would be like, well, I'm not very interested in being part of this series. I'm not gonna get paid a lot of money. Like, what is the kind of thing that would motivate someone to be part of Marvel rather than essentially do something that they would consider like more valid, I guess, as a means of artistic expression? You know what I mean? Like it I imagine that a big incentive to do Marvel films is you get paid a lot of money, but that there would be other things a lot of these actors would rather be doing in terms of creativity. And so it's like, you're going to pay them less? That's probably not like viable. But you're making less money, so where are you going to get the money from anyway? Do you know what I mean? Like, I wonder if it's even like the kind of thing that you can actually reverse.
Well, then factor
easily.
in strikes as well, and the
That's right.
unions.
I mean,
All of
you've
the
got
yeah.
I mean, like Hemsworth is saying, like he'll only do another Thor movie if they fucking treat his character seriously, or else he's just out. He's doing his own thing. It's like, I'm gonna go make Extraction 3 or any other movie that I'm gonna do. So
Extraction 4,
which,
Extraction
by the way,
5.
it's like unironically, I was like, hey, Extraction 3, I'm all for it.
Yeah.
You keep doing them, man.
Something that I wonder in terms of exacerbating, because I'm seeing people say, well, more time. It's like, yeah, but part of the problem is, I'm pretty sure that Disney wants Deadpool 3 to come out in May. That film is half
That's
finished.
nuts. Absolutely nuts.
They haven't finished shooting that film, and they still want it in May. And it's like, do you know why the reason for that is? The reason why is because they want to make some fucking money. But I don't know if they're going to actually want to take time when they've just spent 3 months not making anything. Like, you know what I mean? I wonder if that's going to further exacerbate the problems as well.
I have to use the loo. I'll be right back. So just let you know.
No
okay,
problem.
well,
Though he was next, so I guess it goes to you again, Frankie.
Okay, we'll just loop back around. Deadpool 3 got delayed. Is it delayed? Am I going to look it up on Wikipedia right now?
I assume part of your point, Frankie, was that it's inevitably going to be delayed. Like it's
inevitably going to be delayed, but the fact that they don't want to delay it, and they'll probably only delay it by a few months because they want it out. They want to get it out. Yeah, it's still scheduled for the 3rd of May. So, yeah, I don't know. Anyway, but the ensuing tsunami of spandex proved to be too much of a good thing. See, we can talk about it. And the demands of churning out so much programming taxed the Marvel apparatus. Well, that's true. Moreover, the need to tease out an interwoven storyline over so many disparate shows, movies, and platforms created a muddled narrative that baffled viewers. Yeah, so this is like the kind of point that I would point to as, so if this is what they actually believe, then I don't know that they'll properly fix the problem, because it's not the fact that they're trying to tease out an interwoven story over many disparate shows. It's actually that none of them are even talking to each other.
Yeah, none of the shows are aware of each other.
They contradict each other. Like, it's not overly complicated because it's so intricate and so well formed, and you need to be paying attention to you pay attention to every detail, it breaks. It just keeps breaking.
The way you build something like this, they've made it seem almost impossible. And a lot of people talk about it that way. It's like, oh, there's an inevitability that it would fall apart. It's so big. And it's like, you control for the big and scary variables, but the rest is mostly straightforward. When you have like, you just need to keep creating scenarios where in a bubble, your character can do and say anything and it wouldn't affect anything anywhere else. It all lines up in continuity. When it's like, I don't want to say Loki because it's too difficult to fix. It just shouldn't exist. But WandaVision, that was probably going to be fine. That doesn't need to affect any. When you have a big magical event happening in this small town, it's like, okay, so you have, I don't know how much time before the police should be notified, but it's probably going to be, anywhere between days and 2 weeks or something. That's like the timeline we'd be allowing for, because there's people in that town that will now not be able to contact loved ones, and then the police will be made aware. So, like I said, probably days. And then when the police are there, that means that more and more people around the world will get to know it. And that's when Doctor Strange has to be called in. He's the magic supreme man, and it's a magic event. This is kind of what I'm trying to get at, is like, what by being in the MCU will be needed to be taken care of by having a story of a witch or whatever the fuck going mad and creating an illusory state in a small town in the middle of America. It's like, well, probably those things. That's the thing you have to stick to, and then you're fine. You can make anything happen in that dome. Anything, really, as long as it's not like, breaks the universe. And that's kind of what I'm getting at. They treat it as though if they collect all of the discontinuity that would exist at this point and lay it out on a sheet, they'd be like, look at this, impossible. And it's like, yeah, but all of these things were done one by one by idiot writers who didn't remember they needed to take care of it. That's all.
Mm-hmm. Well, yeah, because I would say that, again, I still don't think that this speaks to the core of the problem, but I think a more apt argument would be that there is actually a lack of forward momentum, that it's unclear where things are heading. Not that it's getting too complicated to follow, but rather that very little has been achieved over the course of several films, because they have their story that contradicts other stories but doesn't really connect to them either. Like, it doesn't build anything for them. It only builds its own stuff while breaking other things. And now, a dozen projects later, is anything really any closer to culminating in big relevant crossover stories? I don't know about that. I don't like the idea that it's confusing because there's a lot of it. It's confusing because it doesn't make any sense. It's fucked. It's bad. It's just badly written. But I mean, the idea that having to make this much stuff tax the Marvel apparatus, I mean, obviously, yeah, like, it's stretched thin.
And it holds true, always will. Even the current state of either Star Wars or Doctor Who or the MCU, you could still repair it back. You always can.
Yep, you can, but I don't think they will.
No, I don't think they. You might be able to say I don't think they can. Like,
it's possible, but for Marvel too. But again, for as long as they think, oh, it's the bad CGI that's a problem. Oh, it's that there's too many. There's too many. Not how they're made, but that there's too many of them, and it's confusing people. As long as this is like the attitude that they have, I don't think that they're going to fix the problem.
There's a lot of crushing forces that will prevent them from doing so, but if there was like a 0.01% chance of them doing it, it would just be like knuckling down and making a really solid movie and then slapping it into the MCU, and it doesn't even might even contradict some stuff, but as long as it's really good, people will be like, wow, that was good. And then you're like, all right, we've got a spark there. There's some people who are like, that one was good, that one. And then if you make another one, be like, okay, I like, and then if it's a character that was in both of those movies that's new, be like, I like that character. Like, getting there. Gotta keep chipping at it. I was thinking as well, like, enough with the goof. We gotta start going serious again.
Yes, but not what they did with Secret Invasion, where they pretend it's serious, but it's still a clown show. Like, closer to something like Iron Man 1, where it takes itself serious. It's still got, the comedy, and it's still got the laughs, and it's still got, like, just the cool factor, but it is trying to tell a story about a character going on an arc.
Because, like, if it was really well written, but also a comedic romp, I'd be like, okay, that's fine, but, like, we should probably start making it have some serious entries again, so that people can maybe think about this on a more significant level than lol, it's just a clown show, even if it is well-written comedy. Because I was thinking, like, who would you bring, Fringy? Who would you be bringing in to fix this villain-wise? Because I assume we'd be getting rid of Kang anyway. Because he's so sad.
So, like, if the wizard told me, you got to get rid of Kang, you need to find someone else as a
But he gets to be. I say she. I guess if so was preferred. I can't think of any. Yeah, but who would you want to bring in yourself?
Who would I personally want? And I guess baked into it is that they're actually going to be like a great villain, well written and everything.
Yeah,
it's a good question.
I'd want Doom, or I think I'd want Magneto. I'd want to go in one of those two directions.
Beginning the X-Men.
I would almost want to earn the X-Men, and what I mean by that is, like, I'm going to try and repair everything. I'll cut a few things out, but yes, I'd want to go with Doom as well. And I'd want the first time we meet him, he's going to have to kill one of the main Avengers.
Yes. You got to do the same thing that they did with Thanos before they undid everything. His first scene is him killing Loki, and then he killed Heimdall, and then he killed.
Yeah. Well, you already picture like a good old fight with maybe Avengers style music happening, but slowly, like, they're all losing, and then the soundtrack cuts out, and then he kills one of them.
I think that's you got to make him threatening. You got to have him, because it's as been pointed out, the fact that Kang got defeated by Ant-Man pretty easily, honestly. Is not great in terms of making him intimidating, but, like, imagine if he just showed up and he killed, like, one of the Avengers, and then he killed and it was easy. It wasn't even that difficult for him.
Or he has a really, really effective and scary army that can do that sort of thing. That he commands and controls. Like it's like the whole like, what if stormtroopers were actually like lore accurate, shall we say? You know, if they were like really scary, and when a stormtrooper shows up, when a Star Destroyer shows up, you're like, oh fuck, we have to go now. Like this is actually a terrible thing to happen.
I'm chill with armies, but I'd always prefer it when they have like lieutenants. And they kind of did that with Infinity War and then waste them in Endgame, right? Like the.
I agree. Yeah, I forget their names, but I remember them. Like as you know.
Yeah, mini bosses. You know.
Love mini bosses.
This was kind of this was one of the reasons why Worf in Star Trek kind of gets an unfair shake with a lot of people who think that he's kind of a pushover, because so often in episodes Worf would be the one who gets tossed around by the big evil villain of the episode, but it was to establish that, well, if this bad guy, this force can take on Worf and beat him up, then you know he means business. Worf was just the unfortunate recipient of that kind of an establishment of stakes. Did you know that Worf is the most he has the most occurrences in all Star Trek?
What does that mean?
He's in more Star Trek episodes and shows. I think there's more Worf than anyone else in Star Trek.
I thought you were going to say like occurrences is some kind of Star Trek thing, like incursions or something.
Something that I would add on the villain side is it's one of Marvel's biggest problems is they keep killing off their villains. I think if I got to do it over again, there'd be a lot of villains I would keep around. But moreover, if we were going with the angle of Doom, I'd want the lieutenants, you know, enforcers or whatever, to be like other villains, so that it all kind of like that you can keep them and have them as elements that he's kind of manipulating behind the scenes that all lead up to him.
And it shows progress towards working towards the main villain, where killing one of his lieutenants is like we've beat a mini boss. We have made progress, you know, forwards. You know, like that's a big deal.
Like, could you imagine it would just be like, I don't know, like Doom hires Taskmaster, but actual Taskmaster to get something for him, and then he encounters one of the heroes. And then that's like how you set up a bit of a thread of, is there something that's being worked towards here? But keep Taskmaster around, you know, so that he can show up again later.
You know what I'm thinking about with the lieutenants thing building up to the main boss, is Arby and the Chief. I forget which specifically the season
Chaos
is.
Theosis,
season
6.
Oh, I love that sense of progression, taking them all out one by one, and then going for the king sort of thing.
Yeah, no, it's great. And I mean, one of the cool things that he did was that when they actually go for the big bad, they take him out like pretty easily.
Yeah,
it's nice,
subversive.
The point being that it's like it's just a good narrative structure to employ of working up towards something grander, but getting all of those other people to be characters themselves that represent different different angles that you can go with. But
it's like beating Saruman. Like it's a big deal to win at Helm's Deep, to defeat Saruman and his army, and everyone's like, "Oh, we get a bit of a break here. We get a little bit of breath. We did a good job. We've made progress, but there's still the big evil guy to go. But like we've made some progress here.
That's why I'm chill with armies as well. Because you remember Resident Evil Village? I like the lieutenant's aspect in that. It's just we also felt they were wasted in a lot of ways, but. You know, if you have one that's like a big brawler, and then another one that's not really powerful, kind of really intelligent, and has a bunch of puppeted like creatures that it'll send at you, and it's like, oh, that's a way to implement armies in some ways.
Yeah, because remember we got that in Infinity War. We had Squidward, we had he wasn't really martial, but he had the telekinesis powers that he used very effectively. Then we had the others who were like, they were fighters. You know, they had weapons. They could leap around and jump up and down, and they'd fuck you up. You know.
And they had epic edge names like Corvus Glaive and Proxima Midnight. Gosh.
That's right. They got edgy names.
those are pretty. I wouldn't want to fight anyone named Proxima Glaive.
Squidward was the best one though, name-wise. Even though that's not his name, but it is now.
What about what's Darth Maul's brother? Savage Opress?
We always come back to him. he's always waiting there.
He's Chef's Kiss. What a beautiful name. I think his parents set him up to be a villain. I don't even blame him.
Yep.
Somehow, out of the four, I think I do like Ebony more the most.
Yeah, I think I like that one the most.
All right, anyway, I guess it's back to me.
You're next. Yeah.
Quote, the Marvel machine was pumping out a lot of content. Did it get to the point where there was just too much and they were burning people out on superheroes? It's possible, says Wall Street analyst Eric Handler, who covers Disney. Quote, the more you do, the tougher it is to maintain quality. They tried experimenting with breaking in some new characters like Shang-Chi and the Eternals with mixed results. With budgets as big as these, you need home runs.
Kind of
We've certainly discussed the superhero fatigue. That's popped up more than a few times over the years. And I think it really does come down to the fact that if they were good, there would be no fatigue.
Nope, I don't think so.
Well, like the more you do, the tougher it is to maintain. I was like, I do agree, but like I feel like they fumbled hard. Like this was ridiculous.
I don't know that I've seen a streak this bad in terms of quality ever of just releasing like 12 projects that with one outlier, like were like 2s, 3s, and some of them 1s out of 10. That's unbelievable by our standard, obviously.
It's their entire process of picking who makes these things that's just totally fucked. I mean, when we talk about let's see, what was it? Back in the kind of 50s to 70s, all the shows like Gunsmoke, Bonanza, Little House on the Prairie. It was super, at least in the United States. Westerns were everywhere. Always Westerns. Western movies, Western shows. It was the age of the Westerns. And slowly but surely, they started to kind of die out. They turned into like cop procedurals and things of that nature. But I don't think that shift happened because people started getting... I don't think that all the Westerns were just like shit all of a sudden and people started hating them. I think it's just, this is a thing that's also happening, and then it's just more of a more organic kind of healthy shift to a different sort of thing.
Yeah, compared to an utter collapse in 3 years. Like
that's, it's not like you didn't just get 3 years of horrifically bad, uninteresting characters and stories that make people just yearn for anything else.
Marvel's reign could have been longer. I think it would have ended no matter what, but like they killed it themselves so much sooner than it had to die.
I totally think so. Absolutely. If they would have, like I said, if it was just banger after banger, if like half of their movies were good, not even great, good. If we're talking 6, 7 out of 10s, and that was half their movies, they could keep trucking along, and we'd keep watching them and probably enjoying them.
Yep.
Yeah, like me, the 6 and 7s, they're fun.
Yep.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, what was our like Underwater, right? Like the quintessential like 6 out of 10 or whatever. So. We're just like, this is neat. I really enjoyed that. I'm glad I watched it. Not to be the I hate rags guy, but the dog is annoying and has 0 insight. True.
Oh my god.
True. Luckily, I got these two guys to carry me through to victory.
Unfortunately, I have to say that it is now your turn to talk, true. Rags.
Your turn, Rags.
All right. Let me see. The Marvels, which opened in theaters on November the 10th, will struggle to get the ball past the infield, at least by Marvel's outsized standards. For those of you in the chat, that is a baseball analogy. Have you guys heard about baseball? Baseball's wonderful.
Wait, what's an analogy?
An analogy is like a thing that's like a thing, but not quite that thing. Ooh, it's great. That means they didn't hit the ball very far. They didn't even get the ball to the outfield, which is further away from the batter than the infield. All right. Just want to make sure everyone's up to speed on the baseball
There's some
analogy.
insight for you.
There you go. The movie, which cost $250 million and sees Brie Larson reprising her role as Captain Marvel, is tracking to open to $75 to $80 million. Far below the $185 million Doctor Strange in the Multiverse of Madness took in domestically in its debut weekend last year.
Yeah, like, I mean, there's no anything to deal with that is cope. There's no getting around that. That's also dramatically less.
There's got to be some kind of profound, depressing experience to be an actor or actress that's going through all of these different films in your career. There's some are indie, some of this, some of that. And then you're like, someone says like, we made like, we got $1 million on this like thing that, maybe would cost like 100,000 or something. It's like, oh wow. And then like you're Brie Larson, you complete this film several times because of reshoots. You don't know what the fuck's going on. You don't even know if you have a career with Marvel after this. And then someone says like, you're on track to make $80 million on the first day. That's terrible. Like, okay.
It is a little surreal, all right, to where making $75 to $80 million isn't good enough. Like, That's still a good amount of money, but yeah, when you're spending $250 million on production alone, not including marketing, that's not good
That
enough.
it's yeah, just the super mega bloat of a lot of this stuff is Well, let's take a move. What was the we saw X recently, allegedly. What was the
Mhm.
budget of Saw X? Was that
Probably like
like
$10 million bucks. Pretty
Yeah.
and
low.
that just and it never
Oh,
felt cheap.
I mean, remember, right? Like, it's because it's interesting to think about because Saw cost $1 million to make and made over 100 million. I mean, you go further back than that. Rocky, like, didn't Rocky make like 10,000 times his budget?
I could double check.
I
10,000.
I think so. Like, Rocky was really, yeah, because Rocky had a production budget of $960,000 and it made $225 million.
It did. Jeez.
Yeah.
Rocky 2 made 200 million. Rocky 3 made 270 million. Rocky 4 made 300 million. Rocky 5 made 120 million. Rocky Balboa 156 million. And then Creed 2, and Creed 3 made 174 million to 14 million. Oh, Creed 3 made 275 million.
Is
And
Creed 3 the one
again,
where he
the reason
fights Jonathan Majors? It is,
I
right?
think so.
Yeah.
Yeah. But I guess
That's
again,
appropriate.
it's interesting to look at the kind of money that these projects make because it's not about how high the box office number is. The return on the investment is the most important metric.
And
Um,
and on the other side, it's not about being expensive, it's about not looking cheap.
Oh
not
yeah,
looking
dude.
cheap.
I watched the movies that made us for Halloween, and apparently, like, of their very limited budget, they spent. I think they spent something like 40% of it on a camera, and they said like this camera, I forget the name of it, is going to make the movie not look cheap. That's like the whole point. Which
100%.
Halloween
yes.
doesn't look cheap.
Because all of us know, children of the 90s that we are, and in the 2000s it kind of holds true, that cheapy, like there's just that camera
Yeah.
that you're like, oh, this looks like a 90s, I don't even say like a 90s sitcom, but like this looks like a cheap movie. It opens up, you get your first scene, and you're like, oh, this is a movie that's gonna look like this the whole time. It has this cheap
I
look
guess
to it.
that's kind of the funny thing, though, isn't it? Because like cheapness or lack thereof, Joker had a budget of we keep it in the realm of comic book movies.
There you
Joker had a
go.
budget of $50 million. That film doesn't look. It looks better than Ant-Man and the Wasp: Quantumania, which costs 4 times as much money.
The
Well, we can keep it to R-rated superhero movies, right? Oppenheimer,
Yeah.
that movie is $100 million budget.
Yeah, and it looked
and
fantastic.
and think about how good it looks, and the fact that it's
Mhm.
all period appropriate 30s to like 50s stuff, all the sets, all of the costumes, outfits, it looks totally, you totally buy
Oh,
into it
you know what,
100%,
though?
and it's $1
I'm
million.
so glad,
100 million.
Rags, I'm so glad you brought up Oppenheimer because I think it's
Anytime.
a relatively well-known factoid that a lot of the cast took less money than they would typically take for a film because of the desire to, have a certain budget for Oppenheimer and because they were really passionate about making the film. How many Marvel actors would happily take a dramatic pay cut in order to be a part of these films? That's kind of like what I was talking about
That's
before in terms of them being doomed. I don't know how many actors would be willing to be like, you know what, I believe in this story so much that I'm willing to take less than half of what I would typically ask for because I like this movie. I don't think that would ever happen.
I mean, the ones that might. I mean, for instance, let me ask you this: do you think that, because we've mentioned him before, do you think Chris Hemsworth would take half the money if he was assured and confident that the next Thor movie would be very respectful to Thor as a character and treat him well?
Oh, if he got assured of that, probably, but
Because I
he'd
think he
have no
would.
guarantees. That's the
Yeah,
thing.
but if he believed it to be the case, I feel like he would. But maybe it's just because we just live in a world where actors get paid these just insane sums of money. And I'm not saying they do or don't deserve it, or that's a good or bad thing. It's just the way that it often is.
on the sort of lower budget scrappy stuff, another thing about Halloween, the shot in the sort of iconic, I guess you'd call it iconic, when the kid is moving through the house, gets the mask, and then does the stuff, that was done with a camera that had I believe something like, for each take they had a maximum of 3 minutes, because it was like camera. I forget I don't want to get the name wrong of it, but like you walk with it, and it's one of it was a lower budget one. It was the best they could get, and so basically they wanted a one take where they were following the kid.
Like a cord?
Cordless, I think. Point is that like they were limited to the point of having a Steadicam would be it. Yeah.
Maybe it could only hold so much like actual like
film. Yeah, like it was limited to that point.
It was just out of film.
Okay, and they had to come up with a way to have a cut, and they did it with the kids, so to speak, in that scene, picking up a mask and putting it on, and so the swipe down with the mask was they were able to chop together the two full takes of the one, and then I was just like, fucking stuff like that's so cool when they're so hyper limited, extreme ways by technology, and then they come through and make something that like people remember forever. And to read a super chat ahead of time, it just said, you just accidentally revealed the next Halloween arc, which is the Halloween films. I've revealed nothing. Nothing at all.
You know
You
what?
can speculate all you want.
Definitely. That's totally our next arc is how you got us. You sure did get us. Good job. You figured it out. All right. Yep. You did it. Yeah.
The funny thing is, like, we keep it secret, but there's no real reason we do.
We've mentioned plenty of Halloween movies.
Yeah, we've talked about.
We've seen spooky movies before. Like we see them.
Yeah.
You know?
Anyway, who's next? What's happening?
I am.
I think Pringy's up.
Yeah. Directed by Nia DaCosta, The Marvels unites Larson's heroine with two superpowered allies. Tayona Paris, Monica Rambeau, introduced in 2021 Disney Plus series WandaVision, and Iman Vellani's Kamala Khan, first seen in the 2022 series Miss Marvel. But instead of seamlessly building on the success of Captain Marvel, this movie resulted in 4 weeks of reshoots to bring coherence to a tangled storyline.
It's kind of weird now that I think about it. Of the three heroines, one is Captain Marvel, the other is Miss Marvel, and the other is Monica Rambeau, and it's called The Marvels.
Is she going to be called Photon in this?
Well, because it's I have no idea.
No idea.
But that's the name of the character right there. But yeah, like I don't. Again, that's kind of part of the problem, right? Is people don't really know who these characters are. This one really doesn't.
Well, this is part of the list of things working against them. It's just like, this is not good, guys. We don't know what the fuck's going on.
Mm-hmm. Well, I mean, I find the premise bizarre. When
it is
you
a
use
very
your
strange
power,
one.
you switch places. That's a weird premise for a movie, but
like, if no heroes had died and we were really healthily going along in the middle of the MCU's Phase 3. We had a movie where Doctor Strange, Iron Man, and Daredevil were going to team up. You could easily come up with a name that sort of recognizes that trinity of, street level, low tech combat with super high tech billionaire man and then Magic Man. It's like, oh, that's interesting, and they all have their hero names, and it's like that would generate shit tons of hype, and the combination's so cool. None of that is working for this. People don't even know who these people are.
Mean, especially if the idea is that they're meant to be essentially, it's kind of interesting that you point that out. Having characters who have very disparate sort of power sets and putting them together is kind of interesting compared to putting together characters with similar power sets.
And the quintessential Fantastic Four. They're all totally different.
Oh, yeah, of course. Yeah. And X-Men, they've all got...
X-Men,
but then again, X-Men has, because it's something that I really like, I think it's one of the things that X-Men's always had working in favor of it, is that it's not like strictly beneficial necessarily. A lot of these powers, there's usually, unless you Storm basically has like the best powers.
You can just control the weather.
It's kind of incredible, yes.
But like
the
vast majority of them have some kind of like trade-off that's, like Cyclops can shoot lasers out of his eyes, but he also can never not shoot lasers out of his eyes.
Wolverine has like adamantium claws, super fast regeneration, but he's Canadian.
Yeah, you have to have drawbacks.
It hurts, but there's that. But also that he outlives and outlasts everybody that he cares about.
I forget where I read this now, and that's why I want to be like careful saying it, because it's very mean if not true. But I'm pretty sure it's true, and I wonder if you've ever heard of it, Frankie. But Halle Berry getting convinced to
I heard about this.
Be a part. Was it just be a part of X-Men 3, or was it something else?
I think I think it was that there was stipulations that she wanted in the story to be a part of X-Men 3, and they said, yeah, we'll do that, and then didn't, but I don't know if that's true. I've heard about this, though.
Yeah, well, so the story that I heard, don't know if true, was that there was going to be a scene where she provided a shit ton of rain to like certain African countries or whatever. So, like, which sounds awkward and clunky as a scene in terms of trying to. That might be kind of something you don't want to go near with Storm, because it'll make you ask a lot of questions about her, right? Like, should she be heading to every bad weather event and like just undoing it and then moving things to other things over? But as far as I'm aware, that something like that was promised and then it wasn't at all done.
Yeah, but I
That
like I
seems
said,
like the
I
kind
heard
of
about
thing that
that.
could get them in legal trouble if they had signed off on it and she didn't get it.
That's
or
what
something like that.
loopholes are for.
I think the idea would
Maybe.
be that you could always say, yeah, but I mean, there's changes in the script. That's always a part of the process of filmmaking. So, you know. But like I said, I don't know how true that is, but I did hear about that.
Yeah.
But yeah.
But she did get to be Catwoman, so, you know.
This really is like a weird team-up movie, isn't it, compared to like other team-ups that would be more interesting to see.
Three people,
we
two people I don't
didn't
know
get to
anything
do it.
about, and one person that I just like actually hate.
It's a crazy thing to think about, that this is kind of the first movie of this kind. The others will have guest stars. This feels like a team. You know how there's loads of teams across Marvel Comics history, right? Where different characters got together. Yeah, and it was a cool thing in the in Ultimate Alliance and probably other games where if you made your squad comprised of a particular team from the comic books, you get a bonus. It would be like a plus something toward, and it's whatever that team did, and it's just like, oh, sweet. Reference and tangible benefit. And yeah, this is just like, this is the first one. It's like, this is the team, the Marvels. It's like, what do you...
Oh, and then of course, bearing in mind that the second one is the Thunderbolts, comprised primarily of just people who are like super soldiers or normal people.
Does it not feel like the Thunderbolts in the MCU listings are basically comprised of what's the word for this? When you are creating a product, and, like byproducts?
Yeah, the byproducts of other films, and they're like, oh,
it's
fuck
like,
it.
they should be called the byproducts. Like, that's a team name.
It's all they have left, because they killed off a lot of the other villains that they could have had as a team.
They should have called them the Expendables.
The thing is, like, why aren't there just more... Like, if it's really hard and expensive to get team-up movies for whatever reason, why not just do what Deadpool... Even though, you know, we'll see how I feel about that movie when it comes out.
The Leftovers would be a great team name.
The Leftovers.
But, like, you know, why isn't there just, like, your buddy team-up movies like Deadpool and Wolverine going on an adventure, but, you know, like you do it with other characters? I mean, an obvious pairing is Daredevil and Punisher, which, I mean, they did... The problem is I don't even know how much of that's going to be canon, whatever they bring forward, whatever the hell they're going to do with that show anyway. But, like, why aren't there more of those sort of pairings?
When you want... MCU? I know it's so much to ask, because we had a lot of Iron Man.
Gandhi.
Anyway, the nature of having Iron Man and Doctor Strange having... We got a little bit of it, but like a whole movie with them fucking hating each other and by the end working together to defeat maybe the Mandarin or something.
Yeah, one's technology, one's magic. They both have clashing personalities, but they're both good people at heart, and so we get to see them, you know, that develop. That's like something interesting.
And the actual Mandarin, not whatever the fuck.
No, not Goober Mandarin from Iron Man 3.
Okay.
Anyway.
Then eyebrows were raised again when DaCosta began working on another film while the Marvels were still in post-production. The filmmaker moved to London earlier this year to begin prepping for her Tessa Thompson drama Heather, or Heather, maybe. A representative for DaCosta declined to comment.
I've seen a few people say this is normal. I don't know if I buy that. Maybe it is. Maybe it is.
It's
normal.
Complicated, right?
If it is normal, is that part of the problem?
Something we know. It's I'm not gonna say fun fact. It's complicated. While working on Schindler's List, Spielberg was editing Jurassic Park, right?
That's true. Yes, because it came out a year apart.
But that might work if you're fucking
Steven Spielberg. Well, that's the thing.
I guess the thing would be, do you... Because you could think about it. Was Quentin Tarantino in any way, shape, or form in active pre-production of one of his films while he was like editing one of his other films? You know, is that something that he's ever done?
I guess all I want to say is just that, like, we don't know the context exactly of this, but it's not... I don't think it could ever be seen as a plus, you know?
Yeah.
Well, I mean, Steven Spielberg would have been working like 18, 20 hours a day, probably, like, with all of that. And he's Steven Spielberg.
He is Steven Spielberg. He's kind of the person most associated with film.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I don't know. There's just a certain vibe there where it's like, just doesn't seem like that's the way to do it, but, you know.
Let's see. I was finished because this first one's short. If you're directing a $250 million movie, it's kind of weird for the director to leave with a few months to go, says a source familiar with the production.
And that there's a lot of weight on the word leave. It depends on what that means exactly. Because, like, how involved is she? Or is she just gone?
I mean, I got to imagine that she's still somewhat involved, right? But I
Also,
guess not.
I was actually
Sure,
going to
but
go
if
both
that's
directions
just-
with that. On that on one hand. On the other hand, it's Marvel. Maybe she is just out, you know? Like, because they don't need her. They're like, you're done. Your casting
Yeah,
job is
we're
complete.
good. You've shot the movie, sort of. We'll take it from here.
We'll take it from here.
Yeah,
Exactly.
which is weird, but
Whoa, and
I don't
didn't
know.
she recently say in an interview that is... Oh, damn, I'm pretty sure that I saw something where she basically said, even as the director, you're not, like, fully in charge on a Marvel production.
Yeah.
Ah, damn, let me see if I can...
Well, and some people saying she left before shooting was completed as well.
Really?
Uh-oh.
If that's
You're the
true, of course,
director.
yeah, there's more. But again, this to be fair, this is probably not any different than how they've made most of their Phase 4 and 5 stuff.
Probably, yeah. This might just be the first time we hear about it.
Well, it's not even
maybe.
really, is
I'm
it?
not
Like, the
sure.
directors have not felt very directory with a lot of their films, from what we get of the few pieces of information.
Well, yeah, that's okay, so damn. Let me see if I can find it. Oh, so the quote was, "It's a Kevin Feige production. It's his movie." So I think you live in that reality, but I tried to go in with the knowledge that some of you was going to take a back seat. It's just an interesting
I mean,
statement.
Not a great
isn't it?
attitude to have if you're the director.
There was,
you want to be the one to decide whose creative, elements, come in.
there was a comment of like viral tweets about how we need to start letting the artists, take full control and all that stuff. And it's just like, I'm pretty sure, if not full control, close to it, got us Love and Thunder, and it got us Ahsoka, right? These are projects created by creators that basically got everything they wanted. Maybe they didn't care, or maybe they have something that we don't tend to agree with in terms of what they want. It's just like, are we ever gonna... is it almost impossible, I guess, to get to the point of just simply saying, we need to hire people who know how to write? It's like, because that seems like a we need good stuff to make things good. You know what I mean? Like, it's too almost ethereal as a solution. Like, you can't really do anything with that. It's like, well, yeah, we're hiring people who we do think can write. You're like, oh, well.
You have to be able to, you have to be able to recognize what the quality is before you can, it's like if you don't know what a chair looks like, how are you supposed to like construct a chair? Like someone like sort of describes to you, like through voice, like what a chair kind of is supposed to be, and you just sort of hope for the best. Anyway, the Marvels has, yeah.
Oh, okay, yeah, go for it.
The Marvels has seen its release date move back twice, too. Once to swap places with Quantumania, which was deemed further along, and again when its debut shifted from July to November to give the filmmakers more time to tinker. We're the alternate world where the Marvels is already out, and by many, many months' time. But that extra time didn't necessarily help. In June, Marvel, which traditionally only solicits feedback from Disney employees and their friends and family, took the uncharacteristic step of holding a public test screening in Texas. The audience gave the film middling reviews.
It doesn't surprise me. I don't think it was ever going to get more than middling, and it's not due to the fact that I despise Captain Marvel so much that it couldn't possibly be good. It's like, no, it's just the way that they create films. We've seen it. In Phase 4 and 5. That formula, you'll be lucky to ever produce a great film out of that.
Yeah, that awful, awful pattern that we see just keeps on going. They haven't made anything good, and I mean, Andor was the one shining example of that, and it's definitely it's like its own thing. It doesn't even belong.
Well, we also have the information on why Andor was so different. Tony Gilroy was like sent off to make it with money, and then
he's talented and gave a shit.
And then they had a break, and he redrafted the scripts. I still can't get over that. It blows my mind that he's like, I have free time. I shall redraft.
I will work on my movie like I care.
That's crazy, isn't it?
It is indeed.
But Marvel has never been in the business of being average. Kevin's real
true.
quote,
they're not that good.
Quote, Kevin's real superpower, his genius, has always been in post-production and getting his hands on movies and making sure they finish strongly. The source adds. These days, he's spread thin. Feige declined to comment for this story. So, I think that's the difference. In the mainstream circles, it's, yeah, Marvel was pretty consistently okay. Whereas our perspective is not really. Like, I mean, it's just that they used to occasionally make good films.
Well, when a lot of the times when their films were bad, they didn't make anyone angry or bored.
Well, Iron Man 3 made a lot of people angry, to be fair.
Yeah, I
Right?
guess so.
Age
But
of
I mean,
Ultron
I would say
was
that's
controversial, of course.
Ultron, yeah.
But like when I watch Age of Ultron, I'm like, oh, there's like things in here to like, and there's some neat stuff, and so it's not like you don't like walk away from it going like, wow, what a massive pile of shit.
No, yeah,
You know, like,
we
there's
would definitely
something in
concede
there.
it's a different kind of bad at this point
Yeah.
compared to what it was.
Yes. And I guess the more relevant part would be that Marvel used to have the capacity to make good films and even great films. Now it's like, that seems like an impossibility.
I find it interesting, too, about the whole formula that we get running with Kevin and everything else. It's like, Phase 4 was also just happened to be the first in-universe recognition and celebration of said formula. Look at it.
Yeah.
It's like when it was fully refined, understood, and sort of kind of made fun of, is when we're like, yeah, the formula, and then it's just like crashing down around you as well. It's like, you know, I don't think there's ever a formula that keeps you going forever. We're not, unless you want Marvel to be like a soap opera, but they don't make Marvel money, okay? Like that's because they're not supposed to. Feige isn't the only person showing signs of strain. Marvel's entire VFX battalion, including staffers and vendors, is struggling to keep pace with a never-ending stream of productions. Yeah, that's one of the things that would have been like highlighted for criticism almost immediately by the public, or at least by us, right? Like being like, fucking hell, they're making shit tons of things. And then it wasn't even just that they're making shit tons of things, it was making stuff on characters and storylines that no one gives a fuck about, which is unusual. Not like a guarantee of bad, of course, just unusual. This past February, when the credits rolled at the world premiere of Quantumania, shock rippled through the Regency Village Theatre in Westwood as over some shoddy CGI. There were at least 10 scenes where the visual effects had been added at the last minute and were out of focus, says one veteran power broker who was there. Quote, it was insane. I've never seen something like that in my entire career. Everyone was talking about it. Even the kids of executives were talking about it. We know exactly what they're talking about, too.
Yeah, yeah. Let's be honest, that movie had great CGI. Like it wouldn't have, people wouldn't have been like, oh, I care now.
What a great movie.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly.
We talked about this before. Yeah. The great things with bad CG, people usually go, yeah, I know. Yeah, whatever. Whatever. It's fine. And they released Cassie's Run as a separate thing on YouTube. Well, like, look at that. It's great, isn't it?
Yeah, they thought that was good enough. But I mean, really, it is incredible the idea that you're handing in shots like that close to the film. To the fact that there are now like post-launch patches for films to like fix them up. That's wild.
Yeah, nowadays it used to be like, oh, there's a car in the Shire. We'd better fix that up really quick. And now it's just like, oh god, our CGI is horrific.
We have to fucking deliver our shots and then do a post-launch patch to fix it up.
Yeah, the day one patch thing is so funny.
Yeah, don't go see a movie on day one. Wait for the patch.
No, wait for the patch. Yeah.
Dude, the crazy thing of so I still feel like I haven't had a good explanation of what the fuck happened with Across the Spider-Verse having different scenes depending on where you saw it or when. That one's crazy. And the fact that on the Blu-ray apparently some scenes aren't on there that were in theaters, they're just gone.
That baffles me, but then when you combine it with the story of intense crunch and everything like that and all the behind-the-scenes production troubles there, and the fact that the next one, I think, is now indefinitely delayed because it's like not anywhere near done, that some lines were finished like a couple of weeks before it came out. Like, that seems like that one was raced to the finish line as well.
Yeah.
Riggs.
All right, let me see. Is it schedule or schedule?
Oh, I said schedule.
I say schedule.
I say sketch, but you're allowed to say both. We're open-minded people here.
That's all right. The schedule swap with The Marvels had left the Ant-Man sequel in a squeeze, pushing up its post-production schedule by 4.5 months.
Oh.
That's why it turned out so great.
Yeah.
Being told, you've got 4.5 months less to work on.
Which they're already screwed for time, so yeah.
Marvel films are known for coming down to the wire, given Feige's ability to foam the runaway and land a plane that way, says one executive familiar with how the company operates. But this level of unfinished was unprecedented and would be noted in scathing reviews when the tentpole with the $200 million budget opened 11 days after the premiere. Critics weren't the only ones dismayed. Fed up with 14-hour days and no overtime, which seems literally illegal to me, Marvel VFX workers voted unanimously to unionize in September, sparking an industry-wide trend.
Yeah, they're not the only ones.
Isn't it crazy
it's
that
getting around.
if the higher-ups were, like, terrified of the idea of them unionizing, and it's just like, maybe you shouldn't have treated them like shit, then they probably wouldn't have, at least not for as fast.
If you make them work 14 hours a day and you fucking pay them gold bars, that would be one thing.
Right.
But, like, man, the 14-hour days and no overtime pay, which is, I don't know how they got away with that.
And 6 days a week for, like, months at a time.
And then it's like,
the same as,
the product turns out to be shit, like, at the end. So it's not even like, well, we worked our asses off to make something amazing. It's like, no, it's just... I don't know how you could be in that industry and be like, yeah, it's just another job.
I mean, isn't it just like a documented, established, accepted fact that, like, when human beings start working like a certain amount, their productivity decreases to the point that if they actually just work normal hours, they'd be more productive?
Yeah, I think so.
Like,
I think there's only so much you could, put someone to work before they get bored or they want to do something else or they get tired or fed up with it. And
it's just that it becomes harder for them to work because they're tired. Like, they're just really, really, really tired. But like, I mean, people working 14 hours a day, like 6-7 days a week for several months on end is insane. It's absurd. It's ridiculous.
It's doubly weird when you spend this kind of money on a movie and it doesn't look good. Like, that should be like, isn't that what the money pays for it to look good?
Yeah,
you would think that there's a direct correlation between spending money and how it looks.
The problem is that there are only so many VFX workers, there's only so much time in the day, and there are many, 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 many projects. It's like a matter of just being, like, stretched completely thin. Because, I mean, at this point, like, the majority of productions have, like, some kind of post-production visual effects. Even things that you wouldn't expect, like, I guess, contemporary, non-superhero, non-like action movies will just have visual effects for, like, backgrounds or even the sky.
It's practically exponential, isn't it, with movie making? Because it can solve basically any problem visually.
Yeah, like, if you're shooting on a day and it's cloudy, you can just make it look sunny. Like, that's something you can do. But I mean, that's all work, and it's not easy work. It's time-consuming work. Even simple things like that. It's not, like. The problem is that there is too much work and there's not enough people and time in the day. And it seems like basically it gradually got to the point where it got this insane and it's kind of like the dam is bursting. It's now gotten to the point where it's like, all right, this is like absurd and unacceptable. And yeah, now that, because it's not just the Marvel guys, isn't it? Like Disney in-house's VFX is voted to unionize. Like it's starting to, it's things are changing. Things be changing in the in that world.
Yeah,
seemingly,
we
yes.
won't. Yeah, we'll see what happens with it. Who knows? I mean,
and the other thing that was talked about as well is constantly changing their minds. Like, it's one thing if you keep telling them, nah, change it, nah, you don't like that, do it again. There's a difference between very deliberate, planned, considered. I mean, Avatar 2, not a very good movie at all. It looks incredible. And it's like, why, with the VFX artists, some of whom would have ended up working on some of these projects that don't look very good at all. It's like, it's not a lack of talent on their part, is it? It's a matter of an understanding and consideration and respect for the tools and the time needed to get the results that they got for that movie. But yeah. Okay, so the year 2023 was the straw that broke the camel's back, says former Marvel Studios VFX assistant coordinator Anna George, who appeared before the Congressional Labor Caucus on October 19th to testify about the studio's untenable deadlines and working conditions. Quote, the pay and long hours at Marvel were the reason we had to start our unionization process there. The conditions were completely unsustainable. I mean, yeah, probably. I mean, by the sounds of it, almost certainly.
Yeah, I don't know what you'd have to do to get me to want to work in that industry. There's just there's no way.
What amount of money could you pay me that's like within the realm of even like normalcy that would get me to work 14 hours a day, 7 days a week on
Yeah.
these types of projects, you know?
You're essentially saying, what number do I have to write on this check for you to hate yourself? And
Yeah,
I'm
for you
like,
to
I
completely
just don't know if there's a
sacrifice,
number. Like,
or just to completely sacrifice your life for these projects.
Which is also kind of nuts because there's such an enormous amount of people who are looking to start up, working in places like that. They're like, let's go,
Yeah.
let's do it, and it's like,
Well,
oh,
it's been spoken about in the gaming industry, right? That the industry is kind of running on plucky
yeah, it's a meat
newbies coming
grinder.
into the industry, excited about video games, and a lot of them get destroyed by it.
yeah, there's so many examples of like people joining big companies that make games, finding out, oh, this is miserable and I hate myself, and then they find or make little groups, that kind of thing.
Well, yeah,
Hopefully that ends
it's
up working.
interesting. It's interesting how many people who were like creative directors who presumably get what you would imagine is the dream job of being the person in charge of the creative aspects of a massive video game, who then decide, nah, you know what, I wanna make it with a team of like 20 or 30
Yeah,
people.
me and
That's
six of my
happened.
blokes, we're gonna go make an indie game.
That's happened a surprising number of times.
It happens all the time.
Um,
You hear about it all
yeah.
the time.
And it's talked about, right, is aside from the fact that destroying people in this way to fucking make these projects is absurd anyway. Even from like a purely ruthless business standpoint, you're losing the future leaders of the industry. You're
Yeah.
losing a lot of potential in these people. So even if you put to one side that these are human beings, and you're just thinking
put that to
strictly
one
about
side.
what's gonna, if you think about what's gonna make you money in the future, this is a completely unsustainable and stupid way of doing things.
And not to sound callous, but like it's not even like worth it in terms of it's not even producing good stuff.
No, I mean yeah, exactly. Like
Yeah, like
Ant-Man
throwing
looks
their
crap,
souls
but
into a machine that
yeah.
produces movies that are kind of crap. It's like, well then,
Yeah, we didn't even like make something amazing and legendary that will stand the test of time that we can be proud of.
exactly. It's not one of those uplifting stories where you can at least look back and go, we created something great though. Like what, because working on
Yeah.
Star Wars, right,
That's a
down
thought,
to the wire,
though.
the OG Star Wars.
I was telling you about the Friday the 13th filming story where a guy almost went blind for like 6 months. I wonder if Friday the 13th hadn't turned out to be so profitable and instead was considered like a really shit movie that was just crap and everyone hated it, and the production it's like a tone description of that experience. On one hand, it's like the sacrifices I made to really get this film going and how plucky our attempts and scrappy the whole thing was, and we got there, versus being like it was miserable, horrible, I was taken advantage of, I would never work with those people again. They were, you know what I mean? Like I wonder if the line
Yeah,
between
there's
those
no-
two is down to almost how successful the film is sometimes.
Yeah, or something that you can be like proud of even. There's never that, well, at least at the end. It's like, well, at least we can say that we made something incredible and amazing. And like, I mean, I'm sure Vigo is totally fine. He broke his toe for, the two towers. I'm sure like that's something is, that's one thing instead of I lost my arm for Batwoman.
Right. Well, yeah, and so some people are asking me what I'm talking about. There was a character who gets stabbed in the eye in the first Friday the 13th movie, and the prosthetic they had for him poured liquid that had Kodak fluid in it to make the right viscosity that went into his eye, and he went blind in that eye for a while. He said it took 6 months for his full vision to come back in that eye. So it was like, shit, man.
Well, I think one of the more famous examples is Jack Haley, who some of you might know as the actor for Tin Man in The Wizard of Oz. And I think he died from complications of no, it was someone else. I think it was the original. They had there was something about the Tin Man's makeup, the silvery makeup on him that was like toxic and like got through his skin and stuff, and something like that. So, actually, now that I think about it, The Wizard of Oz is an incredible example because the working conditions while making that film were fucking atrocious.
Well, that's
Judy Garland was like on crack, and the sets were insanely hot.
yeah, that's famous.
There was famously miserable production to make, but at least it made The Wizard of Oz the most famous movie of all time. So
Where are we? Am I on? Is it me on Disney's Top Brass?
Yes.
Disney's Top Brass, including newly returned CEO Bob Iger. I think it's funny that it would even be worth mentioning as if that wasn't all a part of some plan, like him to pop out and pop back in. It was so brief, and like I imagine there were several legal things that happened as a result of it that were useful, but yeah, I just find it funny.
Behind the scenes, all the
Newly returned CEO Bob Iger was said to be apoplectic, right? I've heard that word before. I feel like Simpsons used that before. Or maybe
Probably.
Blackadder. About Marvel's VFX troubles. 1 month after the Quantumania premiere debacle, the guillotine fell on Victoria Alonso, who oversaw... It's funny you say that. Who oversaw the studio's physical production, post-production, VFX, and animation. While the reason cited for her abrupt firing was her unauthorized role as an executive producer on the Oscar-nominated film Argentina, 1985, insiders say Disney was incensed that quality control in its Marvel productions was plummeting. I find that so funny. Yes, obviously. Like
we can tell. Insiders have given us this knowledge. Thank you, insiders, for letting us know that their films are shit.
Particularly on the ever-expanding TV front. That's also funny. I don't know that I think the TV shows were like significantly worse than the movies.
No, I don't think so. I found it annoying when there was that stuff that was coming out of like, oh yeah, Marvel realizes they've screwed up on the TV front. It's like, see, you're doomed. You don't know. You don't understand.
If a doctor can't diagnose the condition, how do you expect to treat it?
Exactly. And when you're there, like, yes, it's the TV side where we screwed up, not the movies.
Yeah, the movies are great. It's like, guys, you're fucked.
What's funny to me too is that you can get away with shittiest VFX, I think, on TV shows compared to movies.
I think so too.
People will be like, "Oh, it's a TV show. Come on."
I mean, ain't no one going to a theater to see like the TV shows, and that all automatically helps. Like,
definitely an aspect.
There's just this attitude that's sort of different, I mean, you still expect a certain amount of quality, but yeah, I think you're right. I think TV shows can sort of get away with it a bit more.
Unless it's She-Hulk, and it's not even that. It's just that it was.
You were gonna say unless it was Ahsoka.
The problem with She-Hulk is that if she's the main character and she's just weird to look at.
Yeah, like, that was...
I said it before and I hold to it. They should have found a big lady and painted her green.
That was almost certainly never even entertained.
I don't even think they would ever have done that, no.
No.
But I suppose the funny thing is, can you imagine the budget comparison of the cost of those two things?
Well, yeah, I mean, that'd shave off a good $100 million.
And imagine,
probably, right?
Wouldn't it have been fun if the transformation was a shot of Tatiana Maslany going, "Urgh," and then a quick like zoom, and she's just her with green going, "Urgh," and then the clothes start to rip, and then it just cuts to a poof of smoke, and it's that other actress who's really big.
Basically, what they did in the '70s show.
But like, I feel like there would be a sense from a lot of audience members being like, I kind of like it.
It's throwback and it's funny and
it's an homage.
And I think people will be okay with that to some extent. I mean, obviously,
something to it, yeah.
It would probably be scrutinized and made fun of if it were a part of a show that's just plain awful. But if it was part of a show that was well written and fourth wall breaky and fun, like, yeah.
What? But not that. Not like the fourth wall breaky, but terrible show that we got.
The VFX log jam had been evident for some time, with some final effects for such Disney Plus series as WandaVision and She-Hulk Attorney at Law inserted after their streaming debuts. That Alonso was busy promoting her art house project while Rome Burns certainly didn't sit well with Disney leadership. Alonso attorney says her client is unable to comment.
Oh my god, nobody can comment on this story.
Because they wouldn't want to. I guess it's just not worth it, is it?
Probably not a good idea.
She-Hulk will be dispatched to their house and she will step on them. All right, moving on. Let's see. Scroll down. But some internal sources suggest Alonso was a scapegoat and point to the She-Hulk VFX issues as a symptom of a deeper rot, namely a lack of oversight on script development.
Oh my god.
Oh, good Lord. Man. Could it be?
Could it be? Could it be?
Is it possible?
In the original arc of She-Hulk, a flashback of star Tatiana Maslany's transformation into her Hulk character didn't take place until episode 8, the penultimate episode.
That makes a lot more sense when you think about it, because that adheres way more to the general structure of these Marvel TV shows.
I remember talking
Instead
about
of
it
them,
at the time, and
smoothing
yeah,
it so quick.
if you look back on the episode, the clunkiness of almost the pacing of it is like interesting to see the cuts and pastes where they likely were.
But after Marvel's Brain Trust watched footage, it realized the
Brain
scene needed
trust.
to happen. But after Marvel's Brain Trust watched footage, it realized the scene needed to happen in the pilot episode so that audiences could see more of the character's backstory early.
Could you
Well, no,
could
you
you
could have the
imagine?
backstory without the
Necessary,
transformation.
yeah.
Could you imagine being among, let's just say it's 20 people in a special viewing of, you have to watch, let's say, episodes 1 through 4 or so. Fuck it. The whole thing. You just do. It's your job, whatever. And it's like, what do you think? And you're sitting there going like, Jesus fucking Christ. Like, you've got a list of just all the most horrible writing choices, all this other. And then most of the people in the room just agree, I don't understand how She-Hulk was She-Hulk, though. Don't you think you should put her origin first? I would just be sitting there like, that is not the problem. That's not even close to the problem.
But you guys,
If you endear me to the character, and then later we learn the backstory, some might say that there's a lot more merit to that concept. Because I don't really care necessarily about the backstory to some random stranger, more than I do the backstory about someone I kind of have been, enamored with, or that I care about, or I'm interested in.
Well, it's interesting that this theory didn't apply. We didn't see how Moon Knight got his powers until like the penultimate episode, and nobody cared. That didn't really matter. Remember, we didn't see how he got the Moon Knight.
That's kind of what I'm getting at. Like, it just feels like sometimes their brain trust just give them random shit advice.
Yeah.
Like,
no, it's like I said. I think they're doomed. The fact that they were watching that and they were like, the problem with the script, the problem with the writing here is we didn't see how she got her powers, and we need to move that forward. The fact that that's like the mode of their thinking means, oh yeah, you guys have no idea.
You know why
doomed.
it's taken well too? Is probably like an actually changes that it's actionable. Like, oh, that is a problem I can solve. You guys have highlighted as a problem. I can solve it. Great. It's like,
this is like it's like hiring a painter to look at a house that's about to fall down, and they're like, "Well, you see the shutters, the color of the shutters kind of clashes with the paneling on the side,
The wall just falls off on the side,
falling down, and then they're like, "Now, oh God, the living room. Oh my God, you can't have a rug that color with a beige wall.
That's the rug.
Unbelievable." Mm-hmm. And the house has just collapsed. That meant that the VX team was tasked with fixing the mess in post-production.
I'm sure they were.
Yeah, that's why it looks so great.
Yeah. You know what's funny too is the catching up of it being like, oh, let's keep fixing it. We'll keep day 2 patch, day 3 patch. Eventually, it's like, just leave it. You got to fix the next thing. We can't.
Exactly.
The new fucker is coming out. We got to get on that. Like, oh, okay.
Okay. The so-called bad VFX we see was because of half-baked scripts. I mean, that was probably part of it, but there was also just the fact that trying to achieve Hulk on a television show budget as well as television show timescale was probably just a bad idea from the start.
Well, didn't She-Hulk have a massive budget though?
Yeah, but again, it's comparable to the budget of a film stretched across more than 2 hours of story. You know what I mean? Like, even though it's still a big budget for a television show, it's still a greater quantity of screen time that you need to create content for.
As much as I agree with you, I still think what you said in addition is the main problem. It's just the time frame.
Yes, that absolutely. Like, more time, you could probably get a better result than that.
Because there are films that are half the length of She-Hulk that likely wouldn't have anywhere near its budget. That look way, you know what I mean? Like, it's just.
Well, I mean, I don't think it's a very good film, but the creator was on a budget of like $80 million. And that film looks way better than anything Marvel's put out in the last few years. And it's just knowing how to use the tools for sure.
Someone gave a super chat. I just wanted to read. They mentioned, I don't think we have seen how Tom Holland Spider-Man got his powers.
That's true.
Which is true. We never saw.
As far as I remember, was gonna happen, or at least closer to it with a prequel animated TV show or something, right? But that got scrapped.
I don't know if that's happening. Yeah, that's right.
They had a little like graphic for it, and I'm pretty,
probably not happening.
Probably
not happening. The so-called bad VFX we see was because of half-baked scripts, says one person involved with She-Hulk. Quote, that is not Victoria, that's Kevin. And even above Kevin, those issues should be addressed in pre-production. The timeline is not allowing the Marvel executives to sit with the material. Yeah, I mean, sure.
It's kind of crazy, isn't it? Because they're just permanently behind schedule. And what's funny, I guess, is if you knocked out a couple of projects and took that time and added it to the rest, you might be able to at least level out. And because we talk about the VFX being awful as a big indicator of things going wrong, and it's just like, well, ultimately, as we've said, wouldn't matter at all if the scripts were top notch. Nobody would really care that much. We would be talking about it. We'd be like, how come their CG is so fucking bad in these great films? It's like, I don't know. I guess they're rushed, but it just wouldn't have as much of an impact.
But when there's nothing, when it's just really bad, then what do you have left other than wow, and it looks awful too.
Well, and especially the key jangling and spectacleness of the films, a lot of it is dependent on the quality of the CG at that point. You can't blow people away when it's like a fucking MODOK face is heading into the screen. It's like, what is that? Like,
are you surprised to see me? Yes.
Yes.
I'm surprised to see whatever this is and I'm looking at. Yes.
All the while, Marvel was bleeding money with a single episode of She-Hulk costing some $25 million, dwarfing the budget of the final season episode of HBO's Game of Thrones, which is absolutely fucking nuts.
And recall that the entire budget for the first season of House of the Dragon, 10 episodes, that was $200 million. So that was $20 million an episode for
and they spent that money.
Yeah,
those dragons look fucking great.
Incredible.
Those
are incredible episodes, except for one of them.
The Last of Us season 1, I think, had $100 million for the budget for the whole season. That was 9 episodes.
Damn good.
The sets were so wonderful to look at, because you're like, oh my god, it's real.
Look great.
It's
they looked amazing. A lot of it was like good makeup and shit, and a lot of the sets. Yeah, like it all just looks so real, so good.
$25 million you could make one Five Nights at Freddy and make way more.
Oh, they must be so fucking annoyed when they see stuff like that. They're like, well, that could have been us. Damn it.
Five Nights at Freddy was $25 million.
20 million.
Yeah.
Well, it's going to make shit tons, right? It already has.
Well, it's again, I'll keep pointing it out, like fucking Bloom. He's the guy who figured out how to make money off of like everything.
Well, and Five Nights at Freddy's just waiting, wasn't it? It's like, I'm perfect for you, you're perfect for me, let's go. Like we'll make a millions.
And bear in mind that this film was simultaneously released on streaming as well, and it made $160 million. It's only been out for what, a week?
I'm telling you, man, we get those video game movies. I mean, get ready.
Mario,
I hope they're good.
Remember, Mario movie cost $100 million, and it made what, 1.3 billion. You know, meanwhile, fucking the Marvels cost like what, 150% that.
Like 2.5 that, yeah.
What was it? They'll lose it all on the sequel. I would assume this will stay pretty profitable for at least 3 films.
Oh, Five Nights at Freddy, they're not going to lose all that money on the sequel.
Yeah, no it'll be like there'll be 10 of them, and they'll all make money.
And they'll come out every year. It'll be the new Saw.
Yep,
it'll be the new Saw.
While Saw is desperately trying to crawl its way back into being the Saw films, it's like, look, we're here too. But without a similar zeitgeist bang, the August 2022 series premiere at the El Capitan Theater foreshadowed what was to come 6 months later at the Quantumania Bow. The She-Hulk special effects were out of focus in multiple scenes.
Imagine that. Yeah, we're going to the premiere for our new show, and then you're sitting there watching incomplete. Like,
it's
okay.
What are you supposed to make of that? I guess you'd be told, like, there'd be some announcement being like, some things are not completely fit. And it's just like, but that's okay.
But that's your job.
It's the premiere. Like, it should be done, right?
Yeah, like this is it.
Coming out.
This is what we're here. We're here to see the movie. Where's the movie? Let's see. There are signs that the flood of market. Why did I say market? I don't know. There are signs that the flood of product is leading people to tune out. I'm not prepared to call it a permanent fall, but based on the numbers that go with Marvel podcasts, Marvel-based articles, friends who do Marvel-based video coverage, all of these numbers are significantly down, says Joanna Robinson, co-author of the New York Times bestseller, MCU, The Reign of Marvel Studios.
And you know what numbers are up? The ones for coverage that's not positive.
Oh my god.
Why? Why is that
Oh,
happening?
no.
Well, typically you point to a fundamental sense of what you are endeared by, connected to, engaged with. And it's like, yeah, there was a time where it would have been hyper profitable to just be like, every Marvel thing is amazing. Woo! Do you remember I was telling you about it? I can't remember if we watched it on EFAP at all, but there was React streamers who were saying after their first reaction to, or one of them from Ahsoka or Loki or whatever was like, hey, can you guys, not as many people watching our stuff as we're like, what's going on? It's like, well, yeah.
Okay. Alright.
You have done that yourself.
Yeah, make something better. Like, instead of just going, woo, every time anything happens.
Joanna Robinson's a writer and podcaster at The Ringer. The quality is suffering. In 2019, at the peak, if you put Marvel Studios in front of something, people were like, oh, that brand means quality. That association is no longer the case because there have been so many projects that felt half-baked and undercooked. Half-baked is undercooked, right?
Yeah, it's
Half-baked and
redundant.
undercooked. Yeah, and they're both food related. They're both
Exactly.
Yeah,
why? Yeah, you're right, Rags. What the hell?
It's redundant
Wait,
and they're
could-
food related.
Because I think you're correct, but you could look at, they could be two different things that they don't necessarily. There's like a Venn diagram between those two, right? Because what if I had perfectly baked half of a thing and the other half wasn't, versus undercooked the whole thing?
It doesn't. Well, it's the same thing both ways. If something is undercooked, then the middle will be raw, and same thing if you half bake something, the middle will be raw, with the dough and everything. So it's pretty much the same thing, almost exactly. Just one is typically with different thing. I guess you could undercook like a soup.
Yeah,
But that's not really what people think about undercooking a soup.
No, when you think about undercook, you think it's fucking
Meat.
raw.
Yeah, you think about raw meat
yeah,
or
but
raw
since it's
dough.
metaphorical, right? Like it's like if a line of dialogue was half baked, maybe you'd be arguing that half of it was pretty strong, the other half wasn't. While undercooked, the whole thing is sort of lackluster.
Maybe because like if you half bake something, the outside will probably be fine, and if you undercook something, well, the outside will probably be fine.
And
But that'll be the outside and the outside inside difference. And the process would be kind of the same for both, where they heat from the outside and maybe it does strike me as odd though. Then we have our pictures of Jonathan Majors here. And then we have our Marvels squad.
I gotta say,
Captain Marvel's suit looks like shit. Is that what you're gonna say?
I think that suit looks awful.
It's
I
so
think the
dull
other one,
and
the
flat.
other one looks way better. The other one that she's wearing in part of the film, evidently, like that one looks way better.
The
It's
original
way
does look
Yeah.
better. This
one-
looks like Zack Snyder made it.
And then, of course, there is the big problem of why is the logo on Captain Marvel's suit that of like the Empire that took her in and then manipulated her? And
they're
like,
never going to
does she
address
not
that. Leave her alone.
But yeah, I don't know why. In fact, all of these costumes look pretty bad. Yeah, they all look pretty rough.
not a fan of any of them. They just don't look good. They just look like something
look
you'd buy at a
cheap.
Halloween store for $30.
Monica's look super generic to me.
Yeah,
And the
that
black
one-
and white is not. I don't know if I'm feeling that black and white. It's I don't know. It just doesn't look good. None of them look good.
They look pretty bad.
Yeah, they look pretty bad. And you gotta nail the costumes, guys. Come on. I mean, Kang's looks all right, but
I just
jeez.
don't understand why Captain Marvel's is so desaturated. I don't.
That's the big problem
I
with it.
don't
Yeah.
get-
Yeah, it's so dull.
Why isn't it more
Like I said, it's
colorful?
like
Why
Zack
isn't it like a
Snyder.
bright and bold blue and red?
Well, I mean, it's what
But
she'd be
not-
wearing
but
to a
not like
fucking
the-
funeral. Like, you could imagine that if she had to have a super outfit to a funeral.
Mm-hmm. And then there's She-Hulk.
And then there's Jonathan Majors, where the creators of it said it's the best suit in the MCU.
Let's
Okay,
calm
it
down.
looks fine. It looks fine.
Well, the problem is, like, I'm sorry, but Spider-Man's like design is pretty top tier. Like,
It
just
does look really
fundamentally,
good.
like Spider-Man in general, that's like
You don't
a
even
really
need to name the
great
top
suit.
hitters. I feel like he doesn't beat out even Doctor Strange. I really like his outfit.
I don't think he beats out. Yeah, Doctor Strange is cool. I'd say he doesn't beat out Cap's suit in the first Captain America movie.
Probably not, no.
I think that one's better. And obviously,
I don't hate it.
like,
It's just...
close. Yeah.
Someone showed me this, and I'm like, I think that there's this minimal kind of quality to a lot of them. Like, I don't think that's great or anything, but it looks fine. You know?
Yeah, but the problem is like it's for whatever reason like Marvel doesn't like to do them like that. They always have a certain like it's what you see in this picture, right? That's like generic workable Marvel suit, I guess. But
They
yeah,
try to
I
make
don't
them
know.
overly complex and detailed
They
some of the
will
times, and the material and the way that it fits on the body just doesn't.
lines. There's always just lines going in different directions,
Yeah,
going all over the
I think
place.
the front of Monica's suit there, it's like you have there's so many lines and so much stuff going on. It's like, just stop. Don't do it. Don't do it.
Well,
Just don't
it's
do
like
that.
they're trying to make it look like faux armor, but it doesn't look like armor. It
No.
But
doesn't look
yeah,
like armor.
but you
So
can
why
make it
even pretend?
armor. You're Disney. Just
Well, you
if you
could.
want to make it armor, just do it where she's got little bits, or it's like an actual suit, or it has something related to her power. There's something coming out of her back, like a machine, or something on her belt that she uses, or some kind of a visor. Something. Oh yeah, we don't do head stuff. No, we don't do that. Never mind.
Yeah, that's well. The thing is that at this point, I just prefer it if you just don't even have the I saw someone in chat say, "Oh yeah, but Doctor Doom will be taking his helmet off all the time," and the answer
Ugh.
is, in my ideal world, he never takes that thing off. It's on
No, he's got a
forever.
metal
It's
face.
it's there forever, but it'll be nanotech when he shows up. He'll have a nanotech helmet as well, just like it. So you know what? I prefer that they're not even pretending that these guys are going to wear helmets. That
It was
it's
funny. I
just no
saw
helmet.
when we were talking about the nature of bringing in Doctor Doom. Some people were like, "No, don't bring it. They'll ruin him." And I was like, "That was under the
No,
specific
in our
pretense of
ideal
them not
world
ruining it."
of it being amazing. Yeah, that's right. Wait, it's Rags is up next. Oh wait, you just read the last one, didn't you?
Let's see.
You
I
you
think
well
I did something happened.
you mentioned
I
the half
was
baked and undercooked.
Yes,
Yeah.
I think that I think it was me that just did it.
Okay. Well, as public criticism mounts, Feige is pulling the plug on scripts and projects that aren't working. Case in point, the Blade reboot.
Here we go.
With Mahershala Ali
Whatever's going on with that.
signed on for the eponymous role of a vampire. Things look promising for a 2023 release, but the project has gone through at least 5 writers, 2 directors, and 1 shutdown 6 weeks before production. one one person familiar with the script permutation says the story at one point morphed into a narrative led by women and filled with life lessons. Blade was relegated to the 4th lead, a bizarre idea considering considering that
Blade,
the
a narrative
studio
led by
had
women and filled with life
a
lessons.
2-time Oscar winner Ali on board.
Now, this is one of the things that's been contested
This is
publicly,
the
right?
most contentious one. Yes, this is the most contentious claim. I think it was somebody who worked on the script saying that this was outright false.
Hmm. Well,
So
we already
I have
know
no
that
idea.
Mahershala Ali specifically hated the script to the point where he nearly left the project, right? Whatever it was.
I think that's well. I mean, the thing that cannot be denied is that the project is clearly not in a good way. That they've lost 2
Yeah.
directors.
Let's put it this way: like, it's not important whether or not
Or
the
one
script itself had him a 4th lead with a bunch of women talking about life lessons. The more important thing is that Blade isn't being taken seriously whatsoever. That they've had like several different versions that are all horrible. That they have no idea what they're doing. When how do I put this? Having Mahershala Ali and Blade, it's like
I know.
you've got it. That's it.
Like,
And
come on,
how do you screw that
nailed
up?
it.
Like, just make him kill vampires. That's
Well,
all you gotta do.
how-
gay.
How you screw it up is the same way they screw a lot of them up, where it's like there's really no problem with the casting. The vast majority, it's part of the reason why like Cassie and Ant-Man stands out. It's like, wow, that's like distinctly bad casting. Marvel ain't
Right.
like DC, where they've like repeatedly made mistakes in terms of casting people. Like Marvel tends to get the right people for the job, but then you pair them with some like shitty writer, then like, well, I
But
mean,
yeah,
this
the specifics,
in a bad place.
the specifics being contested. It's like, well, I'm sure. Obviously, Blade being a 4th lead is insane. The women telling you life lessons thing sounds embarrassing, but it's just that these are symptoms of the fact that they're not taking this seriously, not doing this properly whatsoever. And I'm sure none of the suggested scripts have been very good so far.
I bet you that they were sitting there for a long time, like, well, is it even going to be R-rated? And it's like, well, of course, right?
Ugh,
Right?
I can even ask.
Yes. And then they're just like, yeah. I mean, they've had to repeatedly assure people, right, of Deadpool 3, and I still wonder if they might be, while they're cutting that film together, going like, You know, Ryan, can you redub some of these lines to not swear, please and thank you? Like, I can easily see them having that conversation. But yeah.
Right. Amid reports that Ali was ready to exit over script issues, Feige went back to the drawing board and hired Michael Green, the Oscar-nominated writer of Logan, to start anew. Speculation around town is that the studio is looking to make the film, now slated for 2025, on a budget of less than $100 million, a deviation from Marvel's big spending strategy.
Wow.
I wouldn't expect Blade to need that high of a budget. It's probably going to be contemporary. A lot of the stuff will be practical.
Why the fuck would any of the projects they've been making need the kind of budgets that, like She-Hulk, Eternia Law needs a gajillion dollars? Like, why? So this is surprising, because it's like, well, they usually overspend. But the thing is, $100 million can have more of an effect than $200 million if it's given to the right people and they're given the right time, right?
Well, yeah,
That's right.
it happened, yeah.
Plenty. I mean, remember, Deadpool 1 and 2, I think Deadpool 1 had a budget of like 50 million and Deadpool 2 was something like 100 million. So, you know, it can be, and those aren't like, those have a lot of big, like, explosive action set pieces, so, you know, it can be done.
And as for hiring Michael Green as the writer of Logan, it's like, yeah, whatever creative team creates something like Logan, I can understand why that creative team could give you something strong with a Blade. But at the same time, you just wonder, like, are you casting them, as Gary's always put it, or are you hiring them? Like, are they there because of who they are and what they've done, or are they there because you're actually going to let them create something?
All right, who is next? Actually, let's see.
Mola's next.
That would be weird because I just read that.
Oh wait, I just read the. Didn't I just read the Blade part?
Yeah.
Oh, sorry.
There's two Blade parts.
No, you're next, Rags. My bad. Yeah.
But with Iger publicly acknowledging the downside of a Marvel TV glut that diluted focus and attention, the keepers of the comic book empire are considering some dramatic moves. Sources say there have been talks to bring back the original gang for an Avengers movie. Because of course.
It's so over. It is so fucking over.
We gotta go back to Avenger. All of our new characters suck balls and no one likes them. We have to revive Robert Downey Jr.
Dude, you know that they're like, 2012. That was a good time. Like, that was when we were going up instead of crashing down.
Jeez, this would include reviving Robert Downey Jr.'s Iron Man and Scarlett Johansson's Black Widow, both of whom were killed off in Endgame. That shouldn't be a stumbling block. In comic books, beloved characters are often killed off, only to be resurrected thanks to the power of thing like the multiverse.
Yeah.
It's not a big deal. But the studio shouldn't be a shock. I mean, come on, guys. But the studio hasn't yet committed to the idea. If it were able to bring these actors back, by the way, that's a big fucking if.
And they would cost a shit ton to get either of them or both.
Oh, Robert Downey Jr. Jeez, what do you have to pay him to come back? He just seems he's done. He's moving on. Well, I mean, he was an Oppenheimer.
So you got Downey Jr., who has publicly stated that he thought his time in the MCU may have killed his ability to act, and that he has no intention of coming back or putting the jersey back on, as he said on Joe Rogan. And then you got Scarlett Johansson that went through a fucking legal battle with Disney.
That's right.
These are the two people that you want to bring back. Can you imagine how much they'll cost and what their contracts would say?
Sources say Downey Jr.'s upfront salary for Iron Man 3 was around $25 million.
That's
so
not including
that.
That's not including because he cut a really good deal in terms of getting a percentage of the box office gross that ran throughout the whole thing.
Yeah, man. Sometimes you got to play that. What was that thing we were talking about once? That it was Batman. Who was it? It was Michael Keaton, wasn't it? Who went for a percentage of the take instead of just.
No. It was Jack Nicholson went for a percentage.
Jack Nicholson,
the,
that's it. Yeah,
and the merchandise. He made so much money. It's unbelievable.
He made so much money. That was a smart move.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. So there you go. That's that paragraph done. I'll be right back though.
Okay. But yeah, I could believe that they actually had that conversation. I could totally believe it.
Oh, yeah, easily.
Back the original gang. Will that solve Marvel's Major's problem with when the Quantumania actor was arrested in March? Disney executives insisted that they could afford to play a wait-and-see game, given that Avengers: The Kang Dynasty wasn't expected to begin shooting until early 2024. But that Majors was dropped in quick succession by his publicists and managers. He remains a client at WME, the agency where he landed after CAA parted ways with him pre-arrest for his brutal conduct towards staff, says one source. CAA declined to comment. In April, other alleged domestic violence victims of Majors began cooperating with the Manhattan District Attorney's Office. Then, ahead of a key hearing in October, media outlets including Variety obtained a court filing that referenced a police incident in London involving Majors that led his ex-girlfriend to seek medical attention.
Oh shit!
Making matters even stickier. The ex-girlfriend also worked on Quantumania as a movement coach, and the London incident took place while Majors was shooting season 2 of Loki. On October 25th, a New York judge denied Majors' motion to dismiss the case, which ensures that the actor will stand trial in late November. His legal team is attempting to keep some material of the case sealed.
Yeah, so, you know, to be, we always got to put to one side the incredibly serious nature of everything that's happening with those people involved in that thing. There's a real thing, and it's you know, potentially horrible for what different things have happened to people, but we're strictly talking about Marvel's vampiric corporate POV. This is fucking disastrous for them. The fact that it's going to take this long before they can even make decisions on whether or not they want to keep him. They can't even be sure about it, because to drop him too early is to make it look like you're you don't have much faith, and you're sort of you're looking to just get things done and move things on and get things in place. But to drop him to wait until after the trials, like who knows even how much more damage that's going to do to trying to create storylines to make the movies to push them out, because that's like the whole thing of trying to remain relevant culturally. So,
and I imagine that again, the vampiric like suit sense that they've looked at stuff, you know, DC's similar. Like Warner Brothers, similar situations with other actors in legal trouble.
They might be thinking, just cut them out earlier. It's better than later,
or just. I mean, I guess the thing is that they're in a place of they haven't made up their mind yet. But I mean, every day that they don't make up their mind, they still have made up their mind, which is that he's still a part of it.
And yet he's not. Yeah, he's still a part of it, but they're not shooting new scenes with him. So
isn't it crazy? It says Avengers: Kang Dynasty wasn't expected to begin shooting until early 2024. It's like fucking. Kang Dynasty is going to get pushed so far.
Oh yeah,
like it was pushed so far.
I don't think that's coming out until 2027 at this point.
And that's the thing, man. If you look to like, you know, if you made Endgame, it's like, when should the next Avengers be? It's like, probably don't want to go longer than 4 years, maybe 5. That's already kind of pushing it. Because you know, it's the big old like, let's collect back up, everyone join us. And that's, by the way, that's why I consider like the next Avengers to be a big old death knell for the MCU, along with the Marvels is one because of how badly it's going to do. That would be one because it shows how much money they can't make anymore. Like there's all these little like sort of flags to the world of how bad this is going, and hence
because
this article.
Unlike you've got Wakanda Forever. Yeah, that was the end of a phase, but it didn't feel like it.
No,
Avengers movies will feel like the end.
They feel like the cap off.
You know, yeah, those will like the public perception of those will be that. So, I mean, who knows what they're going to do? I mean, will they get just postponed until they can get their shit together with characters that people care about? I mean, who knows? If I was them, I'd be like, guys, we got to restructure from the ground up before we even think about another Avengers movie.
It can get so robotic that I imagine they're like, what can we reliably create? And it's like, Ant-Man is like, it's not pulling enough money. Another Doctor Strange? It's like, maybe, yeah. Maybe we do another Doctor Strange. Like, can we do that?
Maybe that'll fix our problems.
Because they already talked about, there's like rumors of how it's going to be very Doctor Strange centric, the Avengers films. That you got Evil Strange and the multiverse and incursions, and Kang is going to be like poised against him. And there's no accident. It's because Strange was probably the most profitable, and they've got a really big actor attached to it, and they've got Sam Raimi is like that we can, because isn't it rumored that Sam Raimi's been offered to do the Avengers films?
Yes, it has been rumored, which is interesting.
Don't do it, Sam. Stay away.
No, he shouldn't do it. That would be a bad idea. He should
make your own shit, man. Get away from him.
Make your own shit.
That would be me then, right? A studio sources notes that regardless of the actor's legal issues, Marvel already had considered moving away from a Majors-led phase because of the box office performance of Quantumania. Bullshit. I don't believe that for a second.
No way. Don't buy that.
Yeah.
That
I
sounds
don't
like
buy
Cope,
it.
where they're like,
You'd
"Oh,
have to
we were
have-
thinking of recasting him anyway. We're
Well,
moving
I
away
mean,
from
to me that sounds like the same Cope of no. Aquaman 2 was always going to be a buddy comedy. Like it wasn't going to have that much of Amber Heard as Mera in it. No, that was I always pitched it that way. It's like, yeah, all right, yeah.
You'd
sure.
have to have like
Whatever you
Quantum
say.
Mania would have to do bad. You'd have to get a lot of specific like polling and stuff from people who said they didn't like him and didn't care about the character. And then maybe Loki would have to do really bad too, and you'd have to get the same messages. But I think that just when they get their minds to something, they're just full steam ahead on it.
The results of Quantumania not pulling the money means that we can't do solo Ant-Man films anymore.
Oh,
That doesn't mean
and
we
also-
drop all of the Ant-Man characters.
Also,
No.
as someone's already pointed out in chat, the timeline doesn't make sense because Jonathan Majors' legal stuff started in March and Quantumania came out in February. So I don't know about that. You know what I mean? What? Unless they decided literally days before, all of his legal stuff started happening. You know what? That film didn't make enough money. Let's not do the Kang thing.
That it doesn't make sense from that perspective, but I also just don't buy the idea that when Quantumania does badly, we can't possibly use Kang again. Then it's like that's not. You wouldn't have concluded that. You wouldn't. It's not like we'll never.
Reflection on Ant-Man.
Yeah, like I think so, but also we're gonna see Scott Lang again. Of course we are.
Yeah, exactly.
It's not like we go, Quantumania didn't perform, so we're not gonna ever have Ant-Man now.
Yeah,
it's like,
you'd have to get a lot of groups, like test groups and things like that, screening audiences very specifically and overwhelmingly saying that, yeah, Kang sucks.
I think they were fully hyper invested in Majors, and then the legal stuff happened, and then they were like,
Absolutely,
distance now.
I mean, it's pretty. I mean, we could see that. I mean, the whole reason we're having this conversation and reading these articles, and everyone's knows about it now, is because Disney is just like, they're full steam ahead on this stuff. Like they don't do course correction, they do course misdirection.
Oh.
Box office performance of Quantumania, which will struggle to make a profit. It gave people pause given that Quantumania didn't exactly land, the source says. On October 27th, Disney removed another Majors film, Searchlight's Magazine Dreams, from the release calendar. Yeah, there's so much. Like I said, it's so interesting to see where this dribbles out to. Like I really wanted to see the Assembled, but it was delayed significantly because they were likely recutting
and then when it comes out, it's so obvious that they had a section where they were probably talking about how great Jonathan Majors is as an actor, and instead it was just stock music and as the cast, excluding him, was kind of sitting around and laughing. It was surreal.
He who must not be named.
Yeah.
He's being stricken for the records, like Stalin style.
I wouldn't be surprised, and that's the thing. They have to just swallow the bullet of, all right, we just gotta fucking recast him and go along with it.
To make a decision.
Rhodey style. The idea that they won't be able to sort this out, for however long, I feel like someone's got to get it done, move it forward eventually.
Well,
Absolutely.
Unless there was actually a reason why but presumably they could just drop him whenever they want. Like presumably it's not like he's tied in.
Oh, absolutely.
I assume that in the contracts and whatnot, they say like if you do something bad legally, we can remove you.
Well, because that's what happened with wasn't it that Johnny Depp got dropped after the defamation trial in the UK where he lost?
Right.
It was like that day was the day that he got dropped because presumably it's like, okay, well now there's like a legal pretext.
Yeah, probably. Yeah, I think yeah.
All right.
Let's see. So I had scrolled. What's this?
You're on recasting Majors.
Recasting
Majors is also an option, as Feige did when he replaced Terrence Howard in Iron Man 2 with Don Cheadle.
Just want to say quick, you can reference that, but that's nowhere near the same situation.
Nope, not even remotely comparable.
When I said recast Cassie earlier, people were like, they already did that. It's like,
yeah, but
no, you don't understand.
Recasting someone who popped up briefly versus recasting someone who was full on, and then versus someone who is in many things and is said to be the villain for a whole phase. It's like these are all very different.
Yeah. Yep.
Let's see. In fact, Marvel isn't afraid to change direction, even after making splashy announcements. Armor Wars was first unveiled in a. I don't know. I don't like that name, Armor Wars.
Yeah, it's not great.
Yeah. Was first unveiled as a series and is now being developed as a feature, while the studio's push to adapt the comic book Inhumans into a feature film generated
Wait,
headlines, but is now dormant.
Oh yeah, that's right. They that was the plan, and then it became that show that nobody liked.
Yeah.
Yep, the now defunct Marvel Television mounted an Inhumans TV series in 2017 that ran for one season on ABC.
Yeah, I guess some relevant information is that Marvel Television was there was Marvel Studios and then there was Marvel Television. They were not the same. They didn't have the same leadership. They existed in different sort of realms, whereas now all of the shows are Marvel Studios productions. So like Daredevil, all the Netflix shows was Marvel Television. Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D., Marvel Television. But
someone has linked a tweet from today.
Oh my god.
Actually, 10 minutes ago. Pre-sales for The Marvels are reportedly now pacing behind that of Black Adam and The Flash.
Really? Really? Oh my god.
This is sources from Deadline.
But that only makes sense.
That's
to me anyway.
It makes perfect sense, but at the same time,
It's
god.
like, do you want to go? I mean, unironically, if we were told, do you want to go see the Marvels? Do you want to go see the Flash? I'd be like, probably the Flash, I guess. Yeah. Like, if I, out of like, which one did you think? Nothing to do with your work, nothing to do with cultural conversations, just entertainment.
Probably
the Flash.
I
mean, knowing Batman's in it, right?
Yeah, that's that. And plus, Black Adam, not a good movie at all, but I don't know, I found it entertaining.
It's been a wild ride for Black Adam because it was, everything coming up to it coming out and being like lackluster in terms of box office, but now in retrospect, it's like, well, I guess it was.
It did better than everything else that
yeah,
came out this year.
It's like, I mean,
it wasn't an abject failure, it was just a relative failure.
And, fucking Dr. Fate was cool.
Yep. But hey, maybe the Marvels is going to change the hierarchy of the DC forever.
Could you imagine it makes $5 billion? We're all like, what the fuck?
Yeah.
It'd be so funny.
Still, there was one bright spot in 2023, Guardians of the Galaxy Volume 3, which became Marvel's biggest draw of the year with $845 million worldwide. The fact that it was directed by James Gunn, the guy now running rival DC studios, was lost on no one. I mean, yeah.
What everyone should mention. If they don't mention it, it's incredibly important to mention. It's why it felt different to the rest, and it's why it's kind of useless information in terms of like
an outlier.
Yeah.
It's an outlier. It succeeded despite the franchise it belonged to.
Yeah, but sorry, by useless information, what I meant is in favor of Marvel's uprising or rebirth or anything. It's like, no, there's nothing to do with that.
No. Nope, absolutely.
No, this is always going to be a James Gunn thing. Yeah.
What's else you know, Phoebe?
Quote, with Marvel, it used to be as close to a guarantee as you could get, says Paul Degarabedian, a box office analyst at Comscore. So, quote, so going all in on budgets made sense. Guardians 3 was a bit overlooked in how successful it was, but that had James Gunn and Chris Pratt, and I think star power is becoming more important. Then there was Quantumania with $476 million. Anything under $500 million is viewed as a disappointment, and these overreaching expectations are a result of so much success over the years.
That is so true and so important for people to remember. And it's not, because I mean, you can see with some other Disney stuff this year, it's like, oh yeah, 500 million. It's like, yeah, but when you spend $250 million,
they have
it's not
got
good enough
to rein in the costs of these movies. There is some rot at the core of their financials. There's just, these movies should not be costing this kind of money. And if they are, then you need to seriously reevaluate what you're spending it on and just what you're doing. There's too many examples of movies that are 100 million and less in terms of their budgets, and they're great. And they make a lot. So it's something. I don't know.
Yep.
Sure, a bunch of stuff they talk about at Marvel, but who knows what'll actually get done.
Well then.
Let's see. The key to reinvigorating Marvel may lie with the superhero arsenal that Disney acquired during its 2019 purchase of 21st Century Fox.
Or whatever you say.
Yeah. That deal brought several blue-chip heroes, such as the X-Men and the Fantastic Four, back under the studio's control. Already, fans are geeking out about next year's Deadpool 3, which unites Ryan Reynolds' Merc with a mouth. Oh, Merc with a mouth with Hugh Jackman's Wolverine, and a reboot of Fantastic Four slated for 2025. Yeah, I'll believe it's out when it's in the theaters.
Mm-hmm.
I mean,
As a
well, we'll
bonus,
get it,
yeah.
but who knows what it'll fucking look like by
Who
the time it comes
knows
out.
what it'll look like and when
And
it'll
it's so
be.
funny too, right? The because of the story for X-Men Origins Wolverine, and these two are teaming back up for a movie that has the exact same fucking plagued problems. Like
Yep.
It's kind of, I don't know. It's a bit poetic. I get
I think
very
it's a bit
curious.
poetic. It rhymes, like George Lucas said.
Yeah, it does rhyme.
Thanks, George.
As a bonus, the Fox editions give Feige an opportunity to reimagine the X-Men franchise. The more I hear about him talk about Feige like this, I think he's Thrawn.
That's actually kind of
There are-
perfect, because I imagine that he has spent many studio meetings being like, let me explain how we're winning, actually.
Yes, this is actually really
I don't feel like
good.
we're winning. And he's like, no.
Nope. We got him on the ropes now. We're gonna lure him into that theater. Yeah. The very property he cut his teeth on as a young executive at Lauren Schuler Donner's production company. Now that the WGA strike, what is it, Writers Guild of America?
Yeah.
Is that what it is? Writers Guild of America.
Canada on
WGA.
strike, no matter where you are.
Now that the WGA strike is in the rearview mirror, Marvel has started talking to writers about bringing the X-Men into the MCU fold.
That's going to fix it.
Yeah,
Yep, that'll fix all the problems.
All it'll be is you'll just ruin them too.
How many?
That's all I hear when I read that.
How many new heroes have we had in Phase 4 and 5? Does anyone know? Like an estimated guess?
Oh, damn. Oh, it's been a lot.
Obviously, my point's going to be bringing in a bunch of new heroes that you're going to fuck up is not, like, you've already done that.
The issue, yeah, you're just burning fuel. You're not making anything. You're not doing anything. It's just, our issue isn't that we don't have enough. It's that the ones we have suck.
Yeah, and I guess it's almost worse because at least some of the ones that suck right now are all new, like your crazy nonsense inventions that no one cares about anyway.
Yeah, you've ruined your own stuff, not our stuff.
But when it's like, Wolverine, you're like, no.
No.
I like him. You're like, hey,
like
it's your
Wolverine,
favorite.
but
It's Hugh Jackman.
Yeah.
You're like, no.
Stop ruining him. Let him go. You bastard. All right, next up.
My God, I'll just finish it off then.
Yeah, go for it.
While Feige recalibrates, the rest of the industry is anxiously... This is kind of funny. While Feige recalibrates, the rest of the industry is anxiously hoping that Marvel's best days are not behind it. I don't know about that. I feel like just whatever at this point. I don't care.
It's weird. You could have a lot of responses to that. One of the ones that I really felt was just like, well, but it is. We all know it.
It's over.
We all know. Like,
the fact that you're even writing this article is indicative of how over it is.
Do you know how fucking unlikely it would be to claw your way back to anywhere near as successful, both culturally and financially, that you were? It's just not going to happen.
You had it and you blew it.
The likelihood is fucking staggeringly low that they could ever do it again.
Yep.
And they, and this is no like, oh shit, we made one bad movie. It's like, no, you guys killed it hardcore. It took ages.
Yeah, like it was crazy, but in a couple of years, you made like a dozen awful projects in rapid succession. It's remarkable. Writing the Marvel obituary would be ill-advised, says Jason Squire, professor emeritus at the USC School of Cinematic Art and host of the Movie Business podcast. Kevin Feige is the Babe Ruth of movie executives, and Marvel has the most profitable track record in movie history, no question. Man, it's kind of weird, like the Feige worship in here.
Mm-hmm.
It's kind of like, what the hell? What is that?
I don't know as well. It's just also just like, what are you holding on to there? It's not gonna happen. Yeah, it's over.
Exactly. It's done. It's Biden. It's Jover.
Obviously, we're just waiting for a bit of the Marvel's information to confirm what we know to be true. But exactly. we are actual days away from being able to confirm that. It's so over.
Mm-hmm.
And it's funny because you'd be like, well, hey, what about a Marvel's Avengers movie coming out? And you'd be like, what do you think's going to happen with that?
Why
No,
is there anything
I think
that
they
would mean
actually have to save the Avengers movie for when they're legitimately actually confident that it's gonna do well. Because a bad Avengers movie, in terms of box office, it's not just gonna be like that's gonna actually be like that. That'll be the Titanic sinking,
Yeah,
and everyone's gonna see it.
that's a good point. Because if an Avengers movie makes less than $1 billion, then it is absolutely and utterly, completely finished and done.
Yep, they have to make sure that, and even if it means delaying it for years, or if this or if this like roundabout, whatever you want to call it, doesn't even have them, it'll probably be worth it to just you got to save it.
Yeah, because then you can leave it in the realm of we'll never know. That's speculation. You don't know that it would fail or underperform. You know.
Wow, somebody, John Walker, Lady Loki, Shuri, She-Hulk, Echo, Kate Bishop, Monica Rambeau, Miss Marvel, Moon Knight, Elsa Bloodstone, Werewolf by Midnight, Man Thing, America Chavez, Black Widow's sister, Red Guardian, Taskmaster, Daredevil, Lady Thor, Cassie Lang, Captain America, Falcon, Marvel's Katie, Shang-Chi, The Five Eternals, Blade, uh, like basically someone just started typing them out. And they're like, yeah, all these people, and who gives a shit about like any of them? There's maybe like 4 on that list that might get people's attention, but even then.
So yeah,
then.
what a crazy. I guess to cap it off, the fact that this article exists is indicative of how much trouble Marvel's in.
Yes, they felt bold enough, and the information they have in there, not all of it is like hyper confirmable, but a lot of it is. A lot of it's stuff we already knew.
A lot of it's just true, which is it's not doing well. It lost money,
and our sort of coverage has been on lots of different media, but we've definitely traced closely the MCU, especially. It's kind of funny, right? In the timelines, like we were definitely hardcore tracing it as of Endgame. And we've basically seen in slow motion the entire fall and talked about the trajectory forever. And it's only now that like it seems to be everybody's sort of realizing what's going on. All the people who like really love the MCU, all the people who are working on the MCU, which is we know that publicly, but they would have known as well a lot earlier than we would imagine because they get all the numbers directly.
Yeah, there's always that element of at the company, like regardless of what they say publicly, they know the numbers. They know the truth.
Well, it's kind of like how every single DC film that's been coming out, there's been an amount of, I guess, outward cope that needs to be displayed.
Yeah, you have to put on a strong face. Yeah.
The reality is, Aquaman, it's the end, and it's going to be unceremonious, and it's probably not going to do very well, and we're done, and we're moving on. But we need to pretend.
We're excited for the next chapter and Aquaman's thing, and he's such a great actor, and this magical world
movie, and
it's
going to lead into. It's going to lead nicely into our reboot.
Yeah, they'll say all the stuff that that you expect them to say. They're not going to be like, yeah, this one's going to be a shitter, guys. Sorry, better luck.
Yeah,
next
like
time.
they're not going to say don't even bother. It's not relevant, and it's pretty bad if I'm being honest.
Yeah, and it's if you imagine where we were at, let's say post at the end of Infinity War, you have like a room filled with it's the end credits from Age of Ultron, all those statuesque imagery of like all of the assets they have within the MCU. And they took a fucking hammer to them with each project. We've been smashing. It's just like there's nothing in the room left now. It's all gone. So no wonder you're at this position. Like we can. I think a lot of people could be like, "Oh, is it truly down to like, oh, that they didn't do better world building in Falcon the Winter Soldier?" And it's like, kind of like every individual piece of bad writing throughout all of those projects is added up. Is kind of the point.
It's a snowball, kind of. You can imagine it like a snowball rolling down a hill.
It's just like that little line about Iron Man not taking care of the Avengers, like in retrospect, is like that's tiny, and it's like it's just another bit on top of everything.
An avalanche is a lot of snowflakes.
Yep. So next, there was a forum post. I don't know exactly what site it was. I think it might have been 4chan, but it's basically someone who's got relative insider knowledge on each of the productions of all the movies in the MCU. And I was looking through all of the random tidbits of information. Some of it I didn't know about and don't know if it's true. Some of it I know to definitely be true thanks to insider stuff. And then some of it is just interesting factoids about the production. So, instead of me posting all the images, I can just go the direction of having, if you can pull up the stream, I guess, for Ian Rise. If you, well, you don't have to. You can just listen to me saying them anyway. But we're gonna. It starts with good old.
Wait. So
if you want to, you don't have to. The way this is going to work is I'm going to say the name of the film and then read out the factoids that from this this forum post. Was kind of interesting.
Okay,
right,
but I guess
give
the
it a
thing
listen.
that again is, so you said this is from 4chan, right?
Potentially, yes. I'm not exactly sure what the forum is, but I mean, this is 4chan is not a place where you don't get crazy leaks from. People dump them.
No, I'm sure, but I mean, I'm sure there's plenty of stuff that's just memes or just bullshit, right?
Well, we'll see. I mean, I'll be curious what your thoughts will be once we get through all of these. I wonder what you'll think.
Yeah. Okay.
Iron Man.
Right.
We got alternate post-credits scene that was going to feature Nick Fury directly referencing radioactive spiders and assorted mutants as other cases that S.H.I.E.L.D. was invested in or investigating, which I thought was interesting in terms of just the rights issues, and they can still kind of, because do you remember there was a scene where Tony Stark was going to reference the arms he gave a doctor in New York or whatever? That was originally going to be that there was an implication that there was going to be an implication that Tony Stark built the arms that Doc Ock has in Spider-Man 2.
That would have been interesting, I suppose. I could like buy that as a premise.
So, just it's going to be a mix of things from this, but Tom Cruise was the original choice for Tony Stark, with Timothy Olyphant, Sam Rockwell, and Clive Owen being considered before Robert Downey Jr. was cast. I didn't actually know that. I knew
I've heard that
Tom
before.
Cruise
I've heard
one.
the Tom Cruise one.
I was thinking about, like, it's so crazy because in retrospect, Robert Downey Jr. is just it just seems like the easy best choice, but apparently he was a fifth choice.
Interesting.
The movie was filmed mostly without a script, with actors improvising most of their dialogue, which is stuff everyone knows. Production was so chaotic that the cast and producers expected the movie to be a disaster until test screenings were overwhelmingly positive. Again, it's kind of the thing we were talking about earlier, this sort of you could have like a damaged and difficult production, but it leads to something everyone loves, and then it's in retrospect looked like a scrappy and sort of big attempt to get a thing going and moving with lots of creative energy. But when the thing produces something bad, it's like seen as soulless, which I'm not saying is not true, because I'm pretty sure it is, right? Like the production behind She-Hulk, I'm sure people were like happy when filming it.
Probably.
I mean, maybe they were all miserable. What with the VFX and
the VFX people are always going to be miserable from what we can gather.
VFX is other people's problem, not the people who are showing up on set. Is the point that he's making?
Yeah, maybe.
Yeah, the actors probably had a good time because
but the actors would be
yeah.
So all right, over to Hulk. Norton demanded to rewrite the script, but most of his contributions were rejected, and he frequently clashed with director Luis Leterrier and the producers, which is pretty commonly known. He was a fan of The Wire and added a subplot about a man played by Michael K. Williams who reaches out to the Hulk during the Battle of Harlem. The subplot was almost entirely cut and Williams' role reduced to a cameo. And this made me think about like Edward Norton's power when he was creating Incredible Hulk. I wonder if he did have a pretty big amount of power, but he still overstepped. You know what I mean?
Yeah, maybe.
Because this is all sort of DNA of the issues in the MCU. There's loads of controversial and difficult things. Like it's all in, or a lot of it is mentioned in the Reign of the MCU book.
Right?
Yeah. Because they never had like it's almost sold as though the Phase 1 and 2 times were like super smooth, peaceful, and wonderful, and that they nailed it because they planned it all. And it's like, no.
No, absolutely not.
Norton also added an extended comedic sequence where Banner interacts with a computer geek at his old laboratory. Seth Rogen, Jonah Hill, and Jason Segel were considered before Martin Starr was cast, and the scene was heavily trimmed. I don't even remember this.
I don't remember this either.
And I've seen that movie, I believe, twice, maybe 3 times. Early drafts feature Rick Jones as Banner's companion, but Norton disliked the character and wrote him out. Again, I didn't realize he had that kind of power.
Maybe that was back in the I guess.
Well, because he was removed eventually, controversially as well, as far as I'm aware. So it might have been that he managed to negotiate power in, but then I guess too much, which because you won't get that kind of power these days, and it's part of what how they're falling apart. The movie originally featured Banner attempting suicide in the Arctic, but transforming into the Hulk, and ended with S.H.I.E.L.D. finding a frozen Captain America after the Hulk had accidentally unearthed him. Doesn't that sound shit?
That does sound shit. The question is, do I believe that is an
Do I
actual
even believe
thing?
this? Yeah.
Well, that's the thing. There's a couple of combos in here of things that actually are definitely true. But this would be, if it were true, it would be very shit. And maybe that's why it was cut, theoretically, or at least changed.
Maybe. It could have been an idea that they were tossing around. I mean, it's kind of... that seems like in the same vein as the Iron Man Doc Ock thing, but I see, like, that one
Oh,
working,
wait. People in chat saying
this
it did
one-
happen. It's real. It's even online. You can find it. I didn't even know this was a thing.
Oh,
Okay.
interesting. Okay.
Yeah, there's apparently a deleted scene that was released. That sucks.
Oh, wow.
I wouldn't want that.
No.
I guess it's good it's deleted. There you go. Early cuts feature Hulk decapitating Abomination, which changed due to negative reception at test screenings.
Say that one more time?
Early cuts featured Hulk decapitating Abomination, which was changed due to negative reception at test screenings.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I could see that being, especially with its depiction, it might be, but...
That's to me, that's like super dependent on what selection of people you have, because I could totally see an audience like...
Imagine a lot of people saying like, wait, you get to see Hulk rip off like Abomination's head?
Yeah, I can see people saying that's fucking badass, you know?
They might not want to... They might... Because this is still pretty early on, so maybe they don't want to set up expectations for that kind of violence and imagery.
Also, yes, that would be Tim Roth dead at that point. We wouldn't get to see him in
Well,
She-Hulk.
and then
Oh,
we
no.
would see him in She-Hulk, exactly. So, you know, really.
Ray Stevenson was considered for Emil Blonsky before Tim Roth was cast. Well, Ray Stevenson Abomination could have been kind of cool. But the thing is, I don't know, that character's not exactly been treated well in the MCU at all anyway.
Nope.
Yeah, you could join the club.
Tobey Maguire would originally cameo as Peter Parker bumping into Banner at Empire State University, but Sony rejected the idea. Oh well.
Okay.
It's just sort of funny things that probably happen all the time. Hulk would originally be the main villain of the Avengers, hence the ending where Banner flashes a sinister smile as he begins to transform again.
Oh. Okay.
That ending, that is something that has always been in the back of my mind with that film, because it does end with him, like, the heartbeat's going up, he's about to turn into Hulk, and he smiles, and it's like, what am I supposed to get from that? That he's in control? Or not? So, yeah, apparently that was going to lead into him being the Avengers bad guy, or at least, I think it was controlled by Loki, or something like that, which is kind of, some of that bleeds into the actual Avengers script. Iron Man 2, the movie would originally launch Phase 2, but it was rushed into production to capitalize on the success of the first film. Jon Favreau planned to adapt Demon in a Bottle, but the studio felt it was too dark and replaced Stark's alcoholism with the palladium poisoning. That's hard to know whether or not that would have been a good decision. Iron Man 2 is known as one of the worst films of the of, let's say, Phase 1 and 2, I guess, but you know, at this point, it's not exactly that bad compared to how bad it gets.
Not anymore compared to where we're at now.
Early cuts featured Stark striking Pepper in a drunken rage, which was cut as it made him too unsympathetic.
Yeah, that would have...
That's difficult.
That's a bit... Yeah, that's...
You'd have to...
I don't know. I don't want to see that.
The only way you could get that to work is making him very drunk and her saying something, like, really, really rough. But even then, yeah, that's not going to work for audiences too well.
Well, I mean, like, think about at the beginning of Doctor Strange 1, him and his relationship with what was his name?
Rachel.
Like, that was... Yeah, sure.
Rachel.
But like
Rachel.
they... Like, you know, he was pretty mean to her. He was a real jerk, but he was going through, you know, a really rough time. So, like, I think that was a decent job at...
Yeah, he didn't punch her, which is, if he did, he would have been like, holy shit.
I'll punch you with my fucked up hands.
Like, slaps at her, sort of.
like a shitty little kind of slap. I can only hit you so hard.
And then even
what
more
if he
surgeries.
said that? I can only hit you so hard. First thing I do when I get my hands fixed is punch your lights out.
Early cuts featured sexual tension between Stark and Black Widow, which was cut because it undermined Stark's relationship with Pepper, which is interesting, because I guess they mean more than is there, because there is a few references to that, but it's basically stopped as soon as she's Black Widow, or at least revealed, sort of thing. Terrence Howard dropped out due to salary disputes, which was replaced by Don Cheadle. Producer Ike Perlmutter claimed audiences wouldn't notice because all blacks look alike.
What?
Which is, this is one of those ones that's gonna need citations for that one.
I don't believe that one. I don't believe that one. There's no way. I don't believe that unless there's like a recording or something. Because I just don't believe that.
Yeah, I don't know if there's any corroboration for this from anyone else, but like that's crazy. Like, doesn't make any sense at all. Because There's so many like famous black creators or artists at this point. Like, what do you mean?
Yeah, Jonathan Majors, Lawrence Fishburne, whatever. Yeah, it's all the same. Yeah.
But people in chat saying there are other sources that say this was true, not just like there's other places this is from. Mickey Rourke created an elaborate backstory for Vanko, but most of these scenes were cut. Rourke was displeased and swore never to work with Marvel again. That's one of the ones that's more commonly known. He and several other actors have sworn off Marvel permanently after working with them. The cast improvised most of the dialogue again. Favreau was unhappy with the movie due to the rush production and declined to direct Iron Man 3. And yet you came back for Star Wars.
Yeah, you came back for Star Wars and The Lion King. Thanks, bro.
Well, isn't the picture painted so clearly that it's like, I can't work with you guys, don't let people create. And then eventually was like, well, I know what it means to work with you, and I guess I'll do it. It's like, ooh.
Do it, yeah.
Thor. The movie was almost scrapped and Thor introduced in the Avengers as producers feared audiences wouldn't understand the character.
I mean, what's to understand? It's not that complicated.
I'm gonna be honest with you, out of Iron Man, Cap, Hulk, and Thor, who is the easiest to understand? It's like, it's gonna be between Hulk and Thor, I would have thought.
Probably.
They're pretty straightforward, even, I mean, yeah, he's an Asgardian god or whatever, but I don't know if that's much of a stumbling block for people.
I don't think so.
The movie was originally a dark epic set in the Viking Age, but this was scrapped due to budget. Sounds like it could be cool.
Could be cool, yeah.
Early drafts feature Thor's human alter ego, Dr. Donald Blake, Thor's brother Balder, Loki's lover Amora, and Sif and Heimdall being siblings. I actually, in retrospect, think they really should have had Balder. Super
Seems
big.
Like a possibility and opportunity that's foregone, you know?
For those in chat who don't know, they actually reference him in the Loki show, season 2. Pretty cringe. Loki says nobody even remembers him. It's like, okay.
Yeah, whatever. Whatever you say, Loki.
Brian Blessed and Mel Gibson were considered for Odin before Anthony Hopkins was cast. Okay. Mel Gibson Odin.
Mel Gibson.
Mel Gibson Odin.
Maybe.
Maybe.
I don't know.
Brian Blessed, I can just see.
Yeah, that's easy.
Brian Blessed, yeah. Mel Gibson, maybe. Okay, all right.
I'm not gonna say no, but I mean Anthony Hopkins. If I'm picking between these three, I know who I'm picking. Alexander Townsend was originally cast as Fandral, but was fired after showing up drunk on the first day of filming. Chris Pratt and Zachary Levi were considered to replace him before Josh Dallas was cast. Oh, showing up drunk on a set.
Yeah, those I'm skeptical of like those kinds of claims because you never know, but maybe.
Yeah, all of these are contextless claims, but a lot of them come from sources that apparently people in chat are vaguely aware of anyway. Captain America. Channing Tatum, Alexander Skarsgård, Garrett Hedlund, Scott Eastwood, Scott Porter, Mike Vogel, Michael Cassidy, Chase Crowford, Chad Michael Murray, Patrick John Fluger, Robert Buckley, Derek Thiela, Ryan McPartland, Teddy Sears, Ryan... Is that Philippi? That is his name, isn't it?
Philippi? I think so. Or is it Philippe?
I think it's Philippi. Wilson Bethel, Jensen Ackles, John Krasinski, Wyatt Russell, Chris Pratt, and Sebastian Stan were all considered for Steve Rogers before Chris Evans was cast. That must have been fucking insane to figure out who was supposed to get that role. You have that.
I feel like a lot of people could be like Captain America. Though I'm glad Chris Pratt is the one we got.
Oh yeah, I really like him as character.
Yeah, I'm glad Chris Pratt. Yeah, I'm really glad he's Captain America.
Evans declined the role twice due to a 9-picture contract offered by the studio before agreeing once it was reduced to 6.
I think that one is basically like definitely true. I think I remember seeing something about that recently.
The Avengers. The original script featured S.H.I.E.L.D. assembling the Avengers to fight Hulk, who'd been brainwashed by Loki before they joined forces to defend Earth from Loki and Frost Giants. Very different.
Seems like it could be real because it's like a retooling of stuff that we
I could buy that.
Yeah.
Early cuts feature Thor reviving Iron Man with lightning after Iron Man falls from the wormhole. Robert Downey Jr. and Mark Ruffalo ad-libbed the Hulk roaring to awaken Iron Man. I think if Thor revived Tony Stark with a lightning bolt, we would be like, what the fuck? Like, it's not healthy. Joaquin Phoenix was approached for Bruce Banner before Mark Ruffalo was cast. Man. Joaquin
What a
Phoenix
different
Hulk.
timeline that would have been if that's true.
He's another actor that I imagine if they actually signed him on, he wouldn't let them.
No, he would have fought harder for the role.
Iron Man 3. Maya Hansen would originally be the villain, but Ike Perlmutter didn't believe a female villain would sell toys and changed it to Aldrich Killian.
Yeah, I
suppose
that.
Maybe.
Well,
Maybe.
the irony with that is just that Aldrich Killian sucks, and I don't think anybody bought his toys. Or maybe one or two people, I don't know.
Yeah, how many people were eager for those toys?
Early drafts feature Killian using extremis-enhanced pheromones to seduce Pepper, record this sexual encounter, and broadcast it nationwide to taunt Stark.
What the hell?
Oof. I don't like Iron Man 3, but I think it's better that it doesn't have this in it. Jeez. Iron Man 3 was the last movie in Robert Downey Jr.'s original four-picture contract and was written as a definitive end for Stark should he not renegotiate to return in further installments. I suppose that makes the ending a little more, like, it makes it make more sense.
Makes more sense, because I was so confused when I saw that in the theater. I'm like, wait, is it over? Is that it for Iron Man?
I still, even as a, I guess if you have to create an ending that's open-ended, but also an ending is like, that's why it looks that way, but like, I didn't like that even knowing that. It's so fucking strange.
No, I don't like it either.
Thor: The Dark World. Patty Jenkins was originally directing the movie on Natalie Portman's recommendation. She later dropped out due to creative differences, and Alan Taylor was hired, leading Portman to almost drop out in protest. Production was troubled with multiple script rewrites and frequent conflicts between Taylor and the producers. Which is, yeah, that's pretty well known.
Well known. Patty Jenkins would have made it, and I'm sure it would have been great.
Yeah. Ella would originally...
Man, isn't it crazy how quickly she went from, like, being able to do whatever she wanted to... She's, like, got nothing going on anymore.
Yeah.
She almost got the Rogue Squadron stuff.
Yep.
Hela would originally be the villain, but Ike Perlmutter didn't believe a female villain would sell toys and changed it to Malekith.
Wait, okay, so is this stuff from that book? Because I'm definitely seeing, like, summaries of that book, the new one that came out, that included this sort of stuff.
Some of this stuff I'm aware of before the book even came out, so...
Okay, right.
But some of it could very much be from the book.
I just remember I read a summary of some important, like, factoids from the book, and I definitely remember seeing a couple of these sorts of things.
The thing I find funny, again, is that Malekith, he sucks. Nobody likes Malekith. Nobody remembers Malekith. Nobody bought Malekith.
He was the
toys.
villain from Thor 2?
Thor 2,
yeah.
Yes. The fact that you even know that means that you know better than the majority of people.
Yeah, I'm almost proud of you.
And even
saying
then,
that.
I was kind of so-so on it. I've seen that film once when it came out. But I guess I just remember it for some reason.
In early drafts, Loki sacrificed himself for Thor, but due to character's newfound popularity after the Avengers, the ending was reshot to have Loki fake his death and usurp the throne of Asgard.
Of course, yeah.
Loki was almost out of the MCU from Thor 2.
Wow, we wouldn't have had... Yeah, that is wild.
Look at him go now. Motherfucker is the most important character in the whole universe.
Yeah.
Early drafts feature Malekith seeking revenge for a murder of his family at the hands of Thor's grandfather, Bor, but the concept was scrapped. Christopher Eccleston was displeased and swore to never work with Marvel again.
Thor's grandfather's name is Bor?
Apparently.
Okay.
I'm not as familiar with Norse stuff. Early cuts feature Thor's rivalry with his warmongering cousin Tyr, the commander of the Asgardian Royal Guard, played by Clive Standen. Most of his scenes were cut. Yeah, I mean, there's so much they could have obviously explored on the Norse side of shit, but the MCU was only ever playing with it slightly. It was never...
Yeah. It was never terrible, but it's like...
Benedict Cumberbatch and Mads Mikkelsen were considered for Malekith before Eccleston was cast. Ugh, imagine Cumberbatch being Malekith.
And then that's it for him.
That's it, yeah.
What if they still brought him back as Doctor Strange?
Well, I mean, they brought...
no one remembers him. No one remembers Malekith.
I think they did that right. Gemma Chan played someone in Captain Marvel, but then they decided, wait, that's stupid. Let's get her for something else. And then she got Eternals, which, you know, I don't know if that's up or down in terms of moving up the totem pole.
Winter Soldier. Early drafts feature Phil Coulson as the Hydra Mole before he was killed in Avengers.
Wow.
Yeah. Imagine Phil Coulson turning out to be evil after all this. It's like, fucking hell. And it's so
That's
funny
crazy.
because they would have written that while Avengers was going on. They've been like, oh, never mind. He's dead. Like,
Yep.
early drafts feature...
I wonder how often that actually happens in the writer's room now. Why don't we get, what is that, Malekith? Why don't we bring him in? He's like, he's dead, sir.
Did you watch the movie? He's like, no.
The what?
I don't watch these movies.
Nobody does. Early drafts feature Arnim Zola escaping from the bunker in a robotic body before it explodes.
Okay.
I'm picturing him like going like a Terminator body. Just he has that like epic jump as the bunker explodes.
Yeah, and then he's like, technically not a super soldier.
God, they were desperate to keep bringing back Zola. He was in the Agent Carter show as well.
Oh.
Guardians of the Galaxy. Nicole Perlman wrote the first draft of the script, which featured Richard Rider becoming Nova and joining forces with Star-Lord to form the Guardians of the Galaxy and defend Xandar from Ronan the Accuser. Gunn rewrote Perlman's script and attempted to get solo credit despite keeping many of Perlman's ideas, such as Star-Lord's love for 80s music, leading to a lengthy WGA arbitration that saw them both credited for story and solely Gunn for the script. Interesting.
That's interesting. I did not know about that, if that's true. Well, I guess if there was litigation that was reported on.
Presumably it's true if it's got that, yeah. Perlmutter believed that the movie would flop, and its failure would allow them to better control Kevin Feige. He was also against having a soundtrack of 70s, 80s classics.
It is really funny because I remember, I think I watched like a video that was like, yeah, so Phase 2 is going to have Guardians of the Galaxy, and I was like, what is that? Guardians of the Galaxy?
I almost want to be fair to Perlmutter with this and be like, listen, this was an actual, like, what the hell? Not the soundtrack part. I feel like you're safe on that one.
Just the fact that it even exists. Because I remember Amanda Seyfried said that she got offered Gamora, but she turned it down because she didn't want to be part of what she thought could be Marvel's first failure, like the MCU's first failure.
Mm-hmm.
Which is interesting. What a different timeline.
What's, I think, the most interesting thing is if it's true that if Guardians had failed, it's Perlmutter versus Feige, which I've heard before.
That seems to be... I've heard about that, yeah. That they were fighting for control of Marvel Studios, basically.
Civil War is where Perlmutter is ousted, essentially, right?
Yeah, as I understand it, anyway.
Early cuts feature Gamora reluctantly killing Nebula during the Battle of Xandar.
Wow, that's a...
Another interesting. No Nebula, which she's super important with a bunch of future stuff.
Oh well, she was one of the better characters for a while there.
Yeah. Age of Ultron. Production was troubled with multiple script rewrites and frequent conflicts between Joss Whedon and the producers, which again is pretty well known.
Yep, just well known. Obviously.
The original script features the government creating Ultron and disbanding the Avengers, who have assembled once again when Ultron goes rogue and decides to destroy humanity. Government create Ultron, and then disband the Avengers, and they have to assemble to defeat Ultron. It's interesting, because that changes fucking everything. Like...
yes, that changes everything that comes afterward.
I wonder if fans would have hated... Unless they had Hank Pym creating it with the government?
Maybe people would have liked that more.
Maybe, yeah, that's a very different story. Early drafts feature Ultron modeled after Tony Stark's neural patterns, Abomination as Ultron's enforcer, Ultron invading Wakanda to steal vibranium, Ultron drones combining to form a mecha Ultron for the final battle.
Do you remember that gag in Family Guy where Joe created like a mecha out of disabled people?
Yeah. With the wheelchairs, yeah.
And then he shot them with wheelchair like cannons and Peter.
And Captain Marvel and Spider-Man were among the recruits for the new Avengers. As early as Age of Ultron, eh? Wow. Which makes some sense, because Spider-Man is up next anyway, right, with Civil War. The subplot about Thor investigating the Infinity Stones was added on executive demand, but later mostly cut as test audience disliked it. No surprise there. Nobody wants to watch the main plot, and then suddenly Thor is looking out for stones. It's like, okay.
Yeah.
The Avengers' visions and Hawkeye's farmhouse were nearly cut to streamline the plot and tighten the pacing, which, again, yeah.
Man. But I mean, you cut that, you do lose, like, a lot of stuff.
I wouldn't be willing to cut the Avengers Visions. The Hawkeye farmhouse stuff, there's probably a better way to have... It does last a bit, especially Hawkeye's scenes.
Yes, that's, well, because, I mean, he needed to... I mean, what the angle was, Hawkeye is the heart of the team, and it's like, come on, man.
Yeah, that was cringe, that scene. Because it was so overcompensating for the first one, which it was... His role in the first one was fine. It didn't need to be bigger. It was fine. You had a movie to make. You had a lot of characters. I get it. In early cuts, Banner would ultimately reject Black Widow, and she would trigger his transformation into Hulk by lying about having never truly loved him.
What?
That feels like something that you'd have to work long and hard to get me to buy.
I'm glad they changed it, because that sucks, I think.
Whose idea was that?
Don't know. In early cuts, Loki appeared in Thor's vision to warn him about Ragnarok, but this was cut as test audiences mistakenly assumed it meant Loki was controlling Ultron.
What? Okay.
I don't even know how you'd make that mistake.
Yeah.
But okay. Oh, wait. Let's... alright. So now, we're up to Civil War. Getting through this timeline quick. Early drafts feature a larger role for Spider-Man and a smaller role for Black Panther. When the deal between Marvel Studios and Sony Pictures initially fell through, Black Panther's role was expanded. Marvel and Sony later reached an agreement, and Spider-Man was reinserted in a smaller role. I find that super interesting because Black Panther is super important to Civil War. Like,
yes,
the story in there is
it's
really
quite a good character too.
Yeah, and I like the amount that was used for both of them. Ike Perlmutter initially refused to pay Robert Downey Jr. for more than a cameo before Feige managed to overturn his decision. During the period where Iron Man was unavailable, the Russos created an alternate third act centered on Baron Zemo searching for a biological weapon, the Mad Bomb, which compels people into murderous rampages. The Civil War was going to be very different at certain stages.
Yeah, I mean, we've heard the comic book version,
Yep.
so...
Perlmutter initially refused to have Captain America and Iron Man fight and demanded that they join forces against Zemo and the Hydra super soldiers in the end, leading to a conflict with Feige that ended with Marvel Studios splitting off from Marvel Entertainment and Perlmutter being reassigned to the television department while Feige gained complete control over the movies. There it is. It's the big split, which is interesting because the fight between Cap and Iron Man in Civil War is fucking great, and it's coming in... Because of, it's a reaction to Batman vs. Superman, right?
A little bit.
A little bit. They need something that can compete with it, and it's like, yeah, the Civil War storyline is getting pulled and pushed all over the place by different people, and I guess something snapped and they had to make a decision. Perlmutter also demanded that Giant Man be removed from the script for being too silly. The Russos created an alternate version of the airport scene where Scarlet Witch telekinetically blows up the underground pipeline to create a diversion for Captain America and Winter Soldier to escape before Feige overturned Perlmutter's decision. I don't know why you think Giant Man's too silly.
Yeah, I'm not sure why you think that at all.
Yeah, never came across to me as silly.
I'm pretty sure fans
like
love
reasonable
that part.
use of his powers or his abilities, you know?
It's one of the favorite moments of that film for a lot of people.
Early cuts featured an alternative opening where Zemo obtains the notebook with Bucky's trigger phrases by killing attendants of an underground auction for Hydra assets with poison gas. Which sounds fine. It's probably good work. Doctor Strange. Early cuts feature a darker tone that was poorly received by test audiences, leading to reshoots to add more humor.
Oh, cool. Thanks.
How many times have we heard that?
It's such a common thing of it was cool and then test audiences didn't like it.
Yeah.
So they made it lamer.
Have we ever heard that a movie was too funny and they had, or like too goofy?
I don't know. I'm not sure if I've ever seen a thing.
Maybe tonally is the closest you can get to that. Like people felt like it was poorly, like the tone was off.
Well, yeah, that's why I said goofy, right? Like, as a test audience ever said, like, nah, you need to make this more serious.
I don't know.
Because I always hear about them saying you need to make it more funny.
Yeah, exactly. It's only ever it's too dark, it's too serious, and it's be more funny.
Early cuts feature a subplot about Strange's sister, Donna, who falls into a frozen lake while they're playing together and drowns despite his attempts to save her, motivating Strange to study medicine. Lulu Wilson played Donna, but all of her scenes were cut. Would have benefited.
Believe it.
It would have benefited MOM to have that stay in the film.
Yeah,
felt like he pulled it out of his ass. He's like, "There's a story about my daughter that motivated me to want to save people." Like, oh,
his sister, you mean?
Oh, sorry, yeah, his sister. Benedict Cumberbatch initially declined the role of Stephen Strange due to scheduling conflicts. Mads Mikkelsen, Joaquin Phoenix, Jared Leto, Jake Gyllenhaal, Tom Hardy, Colin Farrell, Ethan Hawke, Jack Huston, Oscar Isaac, Keanu Reeves, Matthew McConaughey, Ewan McGregor, Justin Theroux, and Ryan Gosling were all considered.
Wow, all right.
What a
Jeez.
selection. I'm curious about a
yeah,
Mads
that is
Mikkelsen
quite a
Doctor
selection.
Strange, man. That would have been...
Man, the multiverses of all the different actors we could have gotten for these characters, that would have been wild.
Tony Todd was considered to voice Dormammu before Cumberbatch himself was cast. I didn't actually know
Tony
Cumberbatch did
Todd.
voice Dormammu.
Oh yeah, he did. He did.
Cool. Tony Todd would have been a good choice too, though.
Oh yeah, he's got a cool voice. But hey, I guess he's Venom. In
Guardians of the Galaxy 2. Jason of Spartax would originally be Star-Lord's father, but Joss Whedon argued that being the heir to an intergalactic empire would make Star-Lord less relatable. I'm not sure where I'd sit on that.
I got nothing for that, really.
Because I don't think it changes anything about how we relate to Star-Lord, because it would obviously... He wouldn't, it wouldn't have affected him.
Well, it doesn't change his history or his character. He is who he is.
Yeah. Director James Gunn added Ego as Star-Lord's father before learning that the character's rights belonged to 20th Century Fox. The studio eventually traded Ego to Marvel Studios in exchange for changing Negasonic Teenage Warhead's powers in Deadpool. What an interesting deal.
That's an interesting deal.
We will give you Ego if you give us a change to...
Specifically different powers for one of the characters in Deadpool.
Yeah. Ike Perlmutter was against Ego being the villain as he believed audiences wouldn't accept Kurt Russell in such a role.
Why are there so many of these?
Really?
Like, Ike Perlmutter had some bizarre perspective.
Maybe we're only hearing about the bizarre ones and he made lots of normal ones too.
Maybe.
Yeah.
Because that is, like, isn't that part of why it works? That
People would
he's
be
charming?
prepared to see Kurt Russell as, like, the villain. I mean, yeah,
Well,
exactly.
what I'm saying is, like, you can believe that Ego got to where he was because he's good at manipulating people and that Kurt Russell's charming. That's, like, why it works.
Exactly.
Early cuts feature a 6th post-credit scene. I don't know, sixth.
Sixth?
In which Gamora and Mantis hear the screams of one of the Ravagers who are pierced by Yondu's arrow and has presumably been forgotten and is screaming in agony since then.
What?
Okay, but why? Like, early cuts feature Star-Lord pointing out that Ego looks like one of his favorite actors, Kurt Russell, indicating that Ego deliberately adopted Russell's appearance to earn Star-Lord's trust.
No.
I don't think so. I don't want that. What do you guys argue is why you shouldn't do that?
Oof.
There's something about it that just seems like strange.
Yeah, it's like my gut instinct is like no way, and then there's an element where I'm like, the specific reason. It's just I feel like it's starting to acknowledge that now. What about all the other people who play these roles now? But now they're real people too in this world.
Yeah,
but I mean,
I would say it's just one little notch on the level of reminding me about the real world or connecting us to it. It's like, don't stop. We've got plenty. We don't need that. Matthew McConaughey was approached to play Ego, but ultimately declined, and Kurt Russell was cast at Chris Pratt's suggestion. Liam Neeson and Gary Oldman were also considered. Yeah, I feel like Kurt Russell's the best out of the lot for that role, I would say.
I think so, for that role.
He did a great job.
Spider-Man Homecoming. Peter would originally accept Stark's offer and reveal his secret identity to the world, which would be in line with the comics, right? Civil War comics?
In the comics
for Civil War,
he
right?
reveals his identity, but yeah.
But obviously,
I prefer.
Yeah,
I way prefer the decision and the arc that he goes on.
Early drafts featured Toomes.
Very happy with that.
Adrian Toomes is going to be Peter's teacher, not Liz's father, which I think could work. You'd have to retool a hell of a lot, though.
Yeah.
Early drafts feature Happy Hogan telling Peter that Stark told him to tell Peter something about how with great power comes ... but wouldn't be able to remember the rest of the phrase.
God.
Don't fucking do that. Don't make a joke out of that, please.
No.
God, no.
Thank God they didn't go with that.
Yeah. Michael Keaton initially declined the role of Adrian Toomes due to scheduling conflicts, but Marvel Studios was able to accommodate his schedule. Michael Shannon and John Leguizamo were also considered.
I mean,
Really?
I don't know. I really like Michael Keaton as Vulture.
Michael Keaton did a great job.
I've just found
just him in that car.
watching
is
more of
just,
him. I really like Michael Keaton as an actor anyway. Like he's
a good actor. He's a really good actor.
just nails it every time. So
He's
like
great in
Michael
Birdman.
Shannon and John Leguizamo maybe, but I'm sorry guys, I don't know if you can. I don't know if you can do.
I only
Michael
think
Keaton.
of John Leguizamo as Sid the Sloth.
That's fair. Thor Ragnarok. The original script had a darker tone, but Waititi decided to write a new draft when he signed on. Not a surprise. Early cuts feature Thor and Loki finding Odin living as a deranged hobo in the streets of New York after his retirement home was demolished and he'd die in a seedy alleyway, whereupon Hela would arrive to confront Thor and Loki. Test audiences responded negatively to Odin's death, and the scene was scrapped in favor of Odin sharing a tender moment with his sons and meeting a dignified end in the fjords of Norway.
I think that one's true.
That's wild that they were going to have Odin fucking die as a hobo in an alleyway.
Wow, I can't believe they didn't have that.
Yeah, because someone's mentioned it. I think it was in one of the trailers where Hela first appears. She's in like an alleyway, but obviously in the movie it's in Norway.
Good God, man.
Damn. Taika,
what are you doing? Do you think it was that they'd stopped this, but then they gave him full control with Love and Thunder, so all the bad ideas
and then you get Infinity Codes. That's what you get.
This is true to mythology. Sorry, he died in an alleyway in New York.
An alleyway.
Yeah, the Vikings are all about it.
If you mean that Hela shows up,
or do they mean in the comics?
Yeah. Oh well, I don't care. That sounds awful.
That would be incredibly difficult to do well. It's really hard to move everyone away from thinking that Odin just fucking like had a heart attack in an alleyway.
I like the idea, in the Norse myths and the Poetic Edda, it's just like, and Thor died drunk in an alley. Odin died drunk in an alleyway.
It would be funny if this was Norse mythology, though.
They were very predictive. You know, if they were predicting shit like that, I'd be like, damn, maybe there's something to it.
So this is the interesting part. Anthony Hopkins originally declined to return due to poor experiences filming Thor the Dark World, but was won over by Waititi's unconventional approach for the project.
Oh, I guess he probably liked the idea of playing goofy Odin.
Maybe. Yeah. Because I will say, obviously, that's one of my favorite jokes in all of the MCU is Anthony Hopkins playing Loki playing Odin.
Shit.
Yeah,
it's so fucking funny. I could buy that he was tempted by that, and they were like, "That's essentially like half the role already. Like the other half is saying goodbye."
You don't have to show up much.
Black Panther. Coogler wanted to use Kraven in the movie, but couldn't because the character's rights belong to Sony.
Yeah, well, yeah. I mean, yeah.
Some of these are short because the factoids were rather like meh in terms of just stuff we know. Infinity War. Valkyrie would lead half the Asgardians to safety during Thanos' attack.
I mean, it is an odd thing, right? Of like, because it was kind of something that was looming. It's like, wait, where are the other? Where is she? Where's
it's kind of awful to think about the Asgardians because their world has just been ravaged over and over again. Their population just, scattered and destroyed over and over again. And then their fate is to just be made fun of in Love and Thunder.
Yeah. Yeah. I hate it.
Yeah. Iron Man would wear Doctor Strange's cloak of levitation, and Doctor Strange would wear Iron Man's armor to fight Ebony Maw aboard the Q ship.
Yeah, I don't know about that.
I'm not sure. It depends on the context for how that would have worked, because obviously the nanotech can form around anybody. There's a way this could function, but I don't know. It seems a little too slapdash.
Yeah, you'd have to. The idea
take for example,
the Iron Man's
Doctor Strange is in a position where he's about to die. Those like spikes are all going into him. He's about to die, and Iron Man thinks the only way I can save him is to throw the nanotech to him to protect him, like as a suit of armor. And then Iron Man's fucked, and Ebony Maw's about to kill him, and then the cloak goes over to Iron Man and saves him. Like there's something. I was like, you can maybe make it work temporarily, but it's gonna be pretty forced.
Maybe they do something where he puts the Iron Man suit on someone else so that they think it's him.
That's another kind of way you could do something, yeah.
Yeah, and it's like because they can do the voice changing thing. He could do that no problem. And then the suit opens up, and oh shit, it's Doctor Strange.
Or,
and the real Tony Stark is doing something else.
You know how they blow the hole, and then like maybe it's that I don't know, like he gets blasted out into space, so he's got to send the suit out to save him.
Yeah, something like that.
There are ways. It's just that we would all be like, okay, he wanted them to switch their. Yeah, I get it. Sorry. Banner and Hulk would merge into Professor Hulk and burst out of the Hulkbuster during the Battle of Wakanda.
That's just absolutely true. That's just
And
known.
there's the deleted scenes people have seen with the unfinished CG that it's just like, why the fuck wasn't this in the movie?
Why did you? I mean, it's already not good enough, honestly. But
No.
like, you know, it's
Way better than nothing, though.
It's better than him just showing up and then dabbing.
Oh.
Wow, Fringy, are you not a fan of the dab?
I'm not a fan of it when he does it.
Oh. Thanos would tear Drax and Mantis' souls from their bodies, and Doctor Strange would have to retrieve them while Spider-Man protects their bodies.
Because he had the souls. That's kind of cool.
There's something there. Like, Doctor Strange has to go to, like, some kind of spiritual realm. Obviously,
maybe to the astral
plane,
thing.
And there's a lot of visuals you can do there, and like, creatures trying to get a hold of Drax and Mantis, he has to save them, and then at the same time in a similar environment, kind of like how Lords of the Fallen does it, you have Spider-Man protecting the bodies from just Thanos' attacks in general. That could be something that's pretty cool.
Yeah.
Captain Marvel would join the Battle of Titan after following Thanos' trail of destruction across the galaxy and survive alongside Iron Man, Nebula, and Nova. But they delayed her appearances, which this was mentioned as a thing, that there was cuts that she had more of a role, but they reduced it.
Well, I mean, I'd be reducing it as much as possible.
We'd be removing her.
Make things way harder. Well, yeah, but if they told me I had to put her in, it'd just be probably what they did in Endgame: get her out of the way. And then, she shows up. Or maybe it would just be the thing where she just shows up late. Remember when Professor Frigg showed up late for the short stories of Springfield?
Yeah.
Just have that be the thing. Yeah, so I'm like, wait, as the credits start rolling, I guess Captain Marvel, make you laugh, make you think, and that monkey is gonna pay. Wait, what was it? Was it a monkey or a
I can't remember, but I know the credits play over him talking. Yeah, it's funny as shit. Ant-Man and the Wasp. Early drafts feature an alternate third act where monsters from the quantum realm escape into the world and begin wreaking havoc. One would damage the Golden Gate Bridge, forcing Ant-Man in his giant form to use his arms as a ramp for cars to drive over and reach safety.
You know what? Why the fuck not?
Yeah,
whatever.
Just throw it in.
Just do whatever. I mean, at least he can be a hero and use his powers and stuff.
Captain Marvel. Keanu Reeves was originally cast as Yon-Rogg, but dropped out due to scheduling conflicts and was replaced by Jude Law. I don't know if that... What would that even... Would that give the film more, like... Would people be like, ooh, Keanu Reeves... Like, does he have enough star power to, like, flip it at all in terms of...
I don't know.
I don't know.
Nah.
Keanu Reeves... Probably not.
But yeah, that's a bullet dodge from Keanu Reeves there.
Yeah.
Because
Instead, he got to be John Wick.
Well... That's obviously been better for his career than being Yon-Rogg.
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
Avengers Endgame. The Avengers would spare old Thanos. I've heard this from a couple of other places as well. I'm not sure how it works. They just leave him on his little planet, I guess. It's just, I don't know. It's just, you feel like that feels unfinished a little, but sure, maybe. Thor would become a bloodthirsty intergalactic warrior hunting down what's left of Thanos' army.
Yes! Why didn't they do
Punish
this?
Thor. No,
Punish
fat
Thor.
Fortnite player.
Fat Fortnite.
Thor Fat Knight.
Yeah,
That's what
so
they call him, Fat Thor Knight.
This is just sad, the idea, because like I can believe this was totally the initial idea, because it just matches the end of Infinity War. It makes total sense, and I guess maybe someone said, "Man, that's a bit dark, isn't it?"
God damn it! It's one of the things I hate so much about that fucking movie. It was perfect. It was perfect.
Man, I cannot believe that got approved.
Yeah.
What, Fat Thor playing Fortnite?
War Machine and Nebula would retrieve the Power Stone from an underwater temple filled with sea monsters in Morag, 2014.
Okay, it doesn't really mean anything to me at all.
Underwater monsters. It just sounds kind of funny. Like,
yeah.
Okay. Black Widow and Hawkeye would fight Thanos' army in 2014 Vormir, and Hawkeye sacrifices himself to grant Black Widow the Soul Stone. I remember there was talks about whether or not it was going to be... It was tough to figure out which one of those two would die.
That's a tough choice, because both of them work. It's like the only thing in that film that I would consider just categorically, unequivocally, like, excellent.
Sometimes I wonder with stuff like that, if it really does come down to like, well, do we just flip a coin, guys?
Kind of. I mean,
I
that's
guess,
not even that
yeah.
bad if you really do feel 50-50 on it, you know, for payoffs. Hank Pym and Janet Van Dyne would join the final battle in their original suits and an army of giant ants. I wonder if they were like, there's just too
Okay.
much stuff going on.
Yeah, maybe.
I would have liked to have seen him in his Ant-Man suit at least one more time, though. But I don't even know if we'll get to see him at all anymore.
I don't know if there's going to be an Ant-Man 4 at this rate.
No.
Oh, I thought you meant like they don't make suits anymore.
Oh, that's
Falcon and Winter Soldier would fight Corvus Glaive in the final battle. Doctor Strange and Scarlet Witch would fight Ebony Maw. And Hulk would fight Thanos in the final battle.
Oh my god, rematch round 2.
They fucking didn't do it, though, did they?
No, they didn't, so it's not worth anything.
No. And it was just...
Potential.
It's just the kind of stuff where sometimes you wonder, like, how do you miss out on a payoff like that? And it's like they didn't. They knew it, and then they cut it, or they just moved on from it because, I don't know, time, CG, whatever. The original 6 Avengers would sacrifice themselves to defeat Thanos together.
Oh, what, like a sort of
All of
Guardians of
them?
the
I don't know
Galaxy
about that.
payoff? Like, all
But they all die? I don't know, that sounds crazy.
I don't think I'd do that.
Well,
That's a
I
bit
figure
much.
that if it's 6 people, then they shouldn't die. It just feels like if it was all 6 of them, then they would have been fine. You know?
Yeah, I'm trying to, like, how would that work? I guess Iron Man has the glove on, then they all hold him, sort of thing, or something.
But I guess that's what I'm saying. It feels like it should be like Guardians, right? Where that's, unless, well, someone in chat said a stone for each.
Maybe, yeah.
I don't know if this is true, though. Like, is this...
Well, that can't even work if you've had Hulk. Or I guess you could argue Hulk was at, like, half health or something, and so it killed him.
But again, I don't know about this. I figured that it was always the plan for Tony to die.
Well, my point of view on this would just be that I don't know if that's too much of a waste. In a perfect world where the MCU didn't fucking fall apart, killing all 6 of those characters, I'd be like, I don't know.
Just cutting off potential future
the
stories
business
for Thor
standpoint is like, oof. I don't know.
Well, creative standpoint, there's so many
that.
stories to tell. I don't even necessarily think it's time for Tony Stark to die, you know? But, like, that one works. It's just that, you know, we're in a world where we can't get all of his stories. Far From Home. Early drafts feature the real Nick Fury and Maria Hill, but they were later changed into Talos and Soren, masquerading as Fury and Hill to justify how Mysterio was able to deceive them. Which is kind of funny, because that was, I think when we saw it, I legit was like, oh, that makes more sense. Like, because Fury isn't stupid, but then... with Secret Invasion, it was Talos that was the smart one, and Fury that's stupid.
Right. Talos did everything. All of his accomplishments were Talos's.
So it just goes to show the mindset has changed. WandaVision. The series would originally follow the Falcon and Winter Soldier, but was moved up as filming was further along when COVID started, which, yeah, we know that. The series would originally have 10 episodes. The final 2 episodes could not be finished due to the release change and were re-edited into 1 for release.
Yeah, that's scans.
Well, the further the show goes on, the more weird it gets in terms of just, like, clearly rushing whatever the hell's going on. The writers considered bringing back Aaron Taylor Johnson as Quicksilver before deciding to use Evan Peters as a gag.
Well, yeah, and that was a stupid idea.
That was one of the bigger hits to the overall reputation of the MCU, because people were like, you used him as a gag? And it's like, uh-oh. People thought it would be meaningful. It wasn't. Doctor Strange would originally be trying to contact Wanda through the WandaVision commercials. Oh, such a shame, because that would have been cool.
Yeah.
Oh, well. Can't be having him in there. The finale originally featured Doctor Strange meeting Wanda to set up Doctor Strange in the Multiverse of Madness, but this was cut when the movie was delayed to 2022. I mean, that's just sort of like a logistics problem for the fucking narrative at that point. It's all screwed up. Black Widow. Early drafts featured appearances by Captain America, Iron Man, Hawkeye, and Nick Fury.
Oh, wow.
Probably would have helped the film. Like, you know, people would be like, ooh! Taskmaster was originally Tony Masters, a mercenary employed by the Red Room to train the Black Widows. He was changed into Antonia Dreykov to give Taskmaster an emotional connection to Natasha Romanoff.
You know that's
a very emotional connection.
Like,
what a dumb fucking decision.
Like, why wouldn't it be? Why?
As if you need to have a direct relationship between her and Taskmaster.
No, but I could believe that, where they'd be like, "Yeah, that's good writing, is what that is. He can't just be a person who comes into conflict with her.
He can't just be well, we talked about it. He should have been, if not, you know, in Phase 4 as a whole, in the whole thing. Yeah, it's just cool. He's a mercenary. He works for money. That's as strict as that.
Yeah.
Dreykov would originally be executed by the Black Widows, but this was considered too violent and changed to Yelena blowing up his plane.
Oh, okay.
I don't know about that. I mean, like, it feels like it's how you do it.
Yeah, you could probably if they all surrounded him and then you just hear screaming, you know, that's not violent.
Closed.
Or at least
yeah. If they got cleaned and he was in the room, then they all came to their senses, and then it's like it's all in the depiction.
There's such a crazy
Be right back.
thematic connection though of the whole like it's too dark. Like maybe you guys could
Which is
fucking
kind of funny
afford to be a little darker.
I mean, The Lion King, which is an animated film that was knowingly made with many of the people watching it being children, ends with Scar getting fucking killed by a bunch of hyenas as he's engulfed in flames.
Yeah.
You know? And like that wasn't considered too violent. And that's, I don't know. What happened to you?
This is a great question. What happened? Falcon the Winter Soldier. The series would originally have 8 episodes and precede WandaVision, which changed due to COVID pandemic. A storyline.
8 episodes? Jeez.
Yeah. A storyline scrapped due to pandemic reportedly featured the Flag Smashers attempting to use a bioweapon to wipe out half of Earth's population.
Oh god, because they liked the Thanos world, so that was their plan, was it?
Could you fucking imagine?
Man, I mean, unfortunately, I could imagine that wasn't it said that because of like COVID pandemic that things did change and that there was certain,
Yeah. Because
like the subject matter changed because of that.
I guess what I'm getting at is just like, what is happening in your head where you think you can make the Flag Smashers want to wipe out half of Earth's population, and you get people to be.
And you still want the audience to be somewhat sympathetic to them. Like, what?
Remember, he was like, you can't call Carly a terrorist. It's like, okay.
Should have just called him Hamas, and people would have liked him.
Fucking nuts. Early drafts featured John Walker as an ambitious and belligerent soldier who believes himself to be better than Steve Rogers and antagonizes Sam Wilson and Bucky Barnes. I find this funny because the implication is that he's not those things in the show, even though everyone treats him as though he is those things. Like he is obsessed with himself, ego-driven, and antagonizes everybody when... That's the thing. Our guy, Mr. Walker over there, he's probably going to get ruined further on, but... it's just nice, it's nice that he made it out of that show, that's all. There were plans to give Sam the power to talk... There were plans to give Sam the power to talk to birds and the ability to throw the shield with his wings.
Plans to have given the power to talk to birds.
There's a bad guy, summon the birds!
This is one where it's like, no.
No way.
Talk to birds.
No way. I don't buy that one for a second.
Where the fuck did that even come from? Like, what? What? There were plans to feature New York City heroes such as Spider-Man during the final battle against the Smag Flashes.
Does this Smag Flashes?
Yeah, we talked about that. Where the fuck was Spider-Man? But oh well.
He was talking to birds!
No, he's talking to spiders.
Spider-Birds!
The new title was originally Captain America and the White Wolf, but producers felt it could confuse audiences. That one's true. I remember people talking about it.
No one fucking thinks of him as the White Wolf.
Yeah, but I don't care. I would have committed if it were me. It's too narratively relevant. This whole point, he's not the Winter Soldier anymore. He doesn't want to be the Winter Soldier. The Winter Soldier's a horrible mercenary.
Why would it confuse audiences?
Well, like Rax just said, everyone knows him as Winter Soldier, not as the White Wolf. But the whole point of that show is to move him from X to Y, exactly. So...
Why would...
Okay. Yeah, Loki. The series would originally have only one season and follow Loki as he manipulates Earth's history to his benefit. Early drafts feature Loki escaping shortly after the TVA captures him, because of course he would, exploring the timeline, assembling the Infinity Gauntlet, and conquering the universe, but he cannot enjoy it due to knowing there's no free will and ultimately surrenders to the TVA once again. The only edit I would need to make to that to buy it is that he surrenders himself, quote-unquote, because he wants to take over the TVA.
Yeah.
That seems like it's way more in line with his actual character.
Well, yeah, I would have
watched that 100% more, yeah.
Early drafts feature all Loki variants trapped in the void, joining forces to defeat Alioth, the big fart cloud, because they all refuse to let one of them be better than the others.
Hmm.
Okay. Giancarlo Esposito was considered for classic Loti before Richard E. Grant was cast.
Oh, okay.
I don't know if
I mean, I thought Richard E. Grant was pretty he was a pretty great part of that terrible show.
I'm trying to pick, like, I don't know. I guess I'm a little bit biased against him at this point because he gets wasted in fucking everything they ever hire him for.
Yeah.
But maybe he would have been good, but I don't know. Richard E. Grant was kind of perfect, so. But it doesn't surprise me at all that I'm sure he's considered for every fucking villain or partial villain role they ever have. Shang-Chi.
He's eternally Gus.
Yeah. Ant-Man would originally appear as both he and Shang-Chi live in San Francisco. I love these like statements that are just obviously they should happen, but then they just don't. Like, oh, yeah. Okay. Early drafts feature Shang-Chi and Katie becoming a couple.
Okay.
Yeah. Early cuts feature Razor Fist sacrificing himself to save Katie during the Battle of Ta Lo, giving her the necessary strength to injure the Dweller in Darkness with her enchanted arrow. How
did you know the Dweller is the name of one of the mage people in Rings of Power? One of the white people. One of them was.
Wow.
Yeah, that's really...
So, just so everyone knows, obviously not the YouTuber Razor Fist, but the...
no, it is.
The character with the blade on his arm that's super cool. He sacrifices himself for Katie. Don't know why that would happen. And then that gives her the necessary strength to injure the big dragon thing. That movie wasn't fantastic. I'll just leave that there. Eternals. Early drafts featured a love triangle between Icarus, Circe, and Druig that led to Druig's departure. The actors improvised the romance between Druig and Makari. Unfortunately, Fringy literally just left. He's the only one that could actually acknowledge this, because me and Rags haven't seen Eternals. We've only heard his summary of it, so, alright. Earlier cuts featured a bleaker alternative ending where Arashem recaptures the Eternals, erases their minds as punishment for their rebellion, and sends them to a distant planet to prepare for another emergence. But it was poorly received by test audiences. That one doesn't surprise me. If you had the entire journey all the characters went on in a film erased from their memory at the end and then they're sent to a different planet, that does feel a little bit anticlimactic, I guess.
Yeah, I'd be like, what? Okay.
Yeah, right. It's like, what the
It's like the anti-No Way Home.
Alternative versions of the mid-credit scene featured Circe, Kingo, and Phastos being recruited for the Avengers or confronted by Kang. How interesting. Hawkeye. The project would originally be a movie before becoming a television series. This has happened in both directions many, many times.
Yeah, I'm sure those kinds of things they discuss all the time. All the Marvel people are like, movie, TV show, how are we going to blow our money this time?
Early cuts feature an alternative mid-credit scene where Kingpin, blinded but alive after being shot by Maya, receives Ronin's sword as a warning from Barton not to threaten his family. Good God, I don't even know if this would make it better or worse. It's the whole like Kingpin from the Daredevil show because it's played by fuck. Why am I blanking on the actor's name? That's unfortunate. Funnily enough, we saw him recently, Rags, in Rings. He was the bad guy in Rings. He was the D'Onofrio. That's it. Vincent D'Onofrio.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. We watched Rings, everybody. It sucked.
Yes. But so he's brought in as Kingpin and killed, as far as people know, in the original version. But this version, he is blinded but alive after being shot in the face. I guess. This is obviously what people want for Kingpin. Spider-Man: No Way Home. The original script featured Kirsten Dunst, Mary Jane Watson, Emma Stone's Gwen Stacy, both versions of Aunt May played by Rosemary Harris and Sally Field, and the original J. Jonah Jameson played by J.K. Simmons. Yep, I think this was all stuff people are aware of. They would have been playing with all kinds of keys with that film. Yep. You couldn't get them all in. The original script featured 6 villains before Sony decided to save the Sinister Six for later. Dane DeHaan's Green Goblin, Paul Giamatti's Rhino, Michael Keaton's Vulture, Jake Gyllenhaal's Mysterio, and Kraven were considered for the 6th villain.
Kraven, the Hunter.
I mean, well, he's getting his own movie now. Everyone's very hyped for that.
Who's going to be in the movie with him? Is he paired with a hero, or is he supposed to be like our
actually,
protagonist?
Wait.
Or?
I feel like Free would be able to answer that question, because now I'm wondering, it's like, who's in the Kraven film, everybody? Is it any? It's not like Spider-Man or Venom, right? Is nobody?
Unfortunately, due to... No, I can't say it. Never mind.
Fringy, who's in the Craven film? Anybody we know, or is it just Craven?
Russell Crowe. Oh,
No, like
Russell Crowe's-
characters.
Russell
there's
Craven.
and Calypso, I think, and
Wow.
I think Chameleon.
Well, all right. The original
Son of
script
Craven.
for No Way Home was set after Doctor Strange in the Multiverse of Madness and featured America Chavez casting the spell and Spider-Man needing Doctor Strange's Book of Spells to send the villains home.
This is basically all but confirmed.
This is
yes,
a
it was meant to
strict
come out afterward.
improvement.
There was concept art. Yeah, this is better.
Instead of please, I want people to
America-
not know about this, so change the whole world's mind.
This kind of does a couple things. America accidentally casting a dumbass spell that can do serious damage is good for her character almost, because she's boringly like lame. So you can have that weighing on her. And then you take it away from Doctor Strange having been responsible for the fucking spell, and then you have Spider-Man is tangentially related and he needs Strange's help to get the villains home, while Strange's goal will be to just get rid of them. Like, you know, that creates the conflict between us. Like, this sounds like it makes a lot more sense that this was the foundation of the film compared to what we got.
Yep.
Maguire asked for minimal reveals about his Peter Parker's life after Spider-Man 3, while Garfield suggested his Spider-Man went down a darker path after the death of Gwen Stacy in Amazing Spider-Man 2. Well, you fool. Darker is worse, as we've known across this.
That's right, as has been indicated by test screenings and that Perlmutter guy.
More jokes.
In early drafts, Strange would recruit the Spider-Men to help Tom Holland's Peter Parker. They would visit classic moments from Maguire and Garfield's films during their fight.
Yeah, I don't need that.
No, I don't need
it. I remember the movies, thanks.
In early drafts, Holland's Peter would ask Adrian Toomes for help procuring the necessary technology to cure the villains. That was always a tough problem to solve because they got the what was it called, the Fabricator or whatever, that machine that just can solve any problem by creating anything. It was like
the magical cure-all machine, which is not great.
Not great. In early drafts, the Green Goblin would mind control the other villains, and the final battle would revolve around freeing them from his influence.
How would Green Goblin control their minds?
Well, it's sci-fi magic, whatever.
Yeah, he makes a serum, he stabs him with a thingy, and it's
Maybe.
mind control juice.
Yeah.
Doesn't seem like his wheelhouse.
Early drafts featured post-credit scenes of the Spider-Men returning to their own universes. Probably don't need that. No. Moon Knight. Early cuts feature Spectre confronting his mother Wendy Spectre in a field of reeds and alternating between himself and Grant as he overcomes his trauma and manages to forgive her. This is tough for us because you have to try and remember
who like all these names are.
Whether or not that would, because it was his mother's abuse that traumatized him, right?
Yes, yeah, he adopted a alternate personality. Yeah,
and so
as a
would
defense mechanism against his mother's abuse. And I think there's something about like the mother dying or them being estranged in some way and not having catharsis on that relationship that maybe seems appropriate for the kind of tragedy of his familial situation.
Yeah, and it would depend on whether or not, are we supposed to assume that would actually be her, or is that something that he's projecting or something?
No idea.
Yeah, I'm not sure. Early drafts feature Harrow and Amit invading London, with a pyramid emerging in Trafalgar Square with lightning and sandstorms ravaging the city.
Well, you know. Okay, yeah.
God, I can totally believe that's true.
Like, well, look at what they put in the actual show.
Yeah. Look, a pyramid right in Trafalgar Square. Isn't that incredible? Wow.
They had a kaiju fight at Giza.
In the pyramids. Yeah.
MOM time. Scott Derrickson would direct, but dropped out due to scheduling conflicts. Mike Flanagan and Jennifer Kent were considered to replace him before Sam Raimi was hired.
Oh, wow.
See, the fact that Mike Flanagan would have replaced, it's like, yeah, but you would have been... It would have been Marvel, though.
Yeah, I don't know what that looks like, because I wonder
I want to know what it looks like.
Yeah, because it depends on what port. Yeah, I would have loved to have seen the difference, because we could even see by like looking at Mike Flanagan and Sam Raimi's differences, which things were set in stone, like the things they both have.
Also, this is interesting because Scott Derrickson left because he couldn't make the movie he wanted, right? Isn't that basically what it was?
I feel like Flanagan's the kind of person to be like, let me make what I want to fucking make or I'm leaving.
He does come across that way, yeah. Derrickson's version would feature Doctor Strange and Scarlet Witch joining forces to protect America Chavez from Nightmare and end with Wanda going evil. Raimi later decided to focus on Wanda as the villain.
I have heard that.
Well, we've got that. We've also got Waldron claiming that he wanted Wanda as the villain.
Thanks, guys.
Yeah, like good job.
He was already in trouble after WandaVision, but
Was
having
so,
to double down again on being a villain after apparently overcoming a villain arc.
You have Derrickson basically say, like, we need a whole movie to get it to that point, and they were like, nah, it's fine.
No, we don't.
Fine. Early drafts feature Ironmonger and Boulder the Brave as members of the Illuminati. They were later replaced by Mr. Fantastic and Black Bolt. The Wasp, Killmonger, Namor, and Ghost Rider were also considered.
I've definitely heard about the Boulder, the Brave one. Definitely heard about that.
Early drafts feature more variants of Strange, including Street Magician Melvin Strange.
Melvin Strange?
It'll be funny and goofy. Whoa.
Why isn't it Melvin? Melvin just seems like a
Melvin's not a great name.
It's a goober name, isn't it?
He's the brother of the Joker.
Melvin.
Do you guys know about that? Melvin, brother of the
No.
Joker. How many
I
people...
remember a gag in that Scooby-Doo movie where there was a guy called Melvin Doo. I remember that.
Melvin, brother of the Joker, is possibly one of the cringiest jokes in the history of humanity. And it... I mean, so you're not going to be surprised where I start this story, but you know Nostalgia Critic?
I've heard of him, yeah. Once or twice.
Yeah. He dressed up as Joker, but it was like really shit, and then he made a video that he thought was very funny, where he sort of sang a tune in a theoretical universe, I think, where a guy called Melvin, who was the Joker's retarded brother, made a little TV show, and it's just him going, Melvin, Melvin, brother of the Joker. And it's like,
what the fuck?
oh, and the whole you can find it on YouTube with ease. The whole internet was just like, stop it, stop.
No, it's
no, that's really funny, Mahler.
Nostalgia Critic Melvin.
Whenever the name Melvin comes up, I think of Brother of the Joker immediately. It was like, yup, it's a joke so bad Nostalgia Critic doesn't talk about it. He's a creative at heart, okay? He's an artist, and it doesn't always work out. Or I guess I should say it doesn't ever work out, but that's fine. It was a fun character.
What do you think his ratio is, like, of funny jokes to videos?
I don't know.
Do you think first off, do you think it's a positive number?
Are we looking at 1 to 10, or?
But, I mean, God, I remember that, the funniest thing in the, when we were watching that Lord of the Rings one was Dankula getting fucking mad every time we did this.
That was funny as shit, yeah. Okay, so, early cuts of MOM were poorly received, leading to extensive reshoots that reworked Strange's character arc, which was originally about his obsession with control and his relationship with Chavez, which was originally much more adversarial.
I mean, I don't know what to make of any of this. I don't know which would have been better or worse, but the movie we got was so awful.
It was so awful that I would take a chance on whatever this is.
Yeah,
yeah.
Well, I mean,
whatever you want to do it.
Why not take a chance on these early cuts?
Yeah, do it. Fuck it. Why not?
Early cuts feature Supreme Strange's sacrifice being genuine.
Excuse me?
It is genuine, isn't it?
It is genuine.
And Sinister Strange's corruption being due to power. Reshoots added the concept of incursions, the Illuminati executing Supreme Strange, and Sinister Strange's obsession with Christine.
Wow. So what a good
they made
idea
him an incel.
was.
He wasn't always an incel.
Well,
he wasn't always an incel.
And is the implication that Supreme Strange would have died doing something, but in the new version he was killed by his friends?
Yes.
For no stupid reason, because they all don't understand how incursions work.
And the fact that it said reshoots added the concept of incursions, it's like, well, that was a waste of time and money.
You've destroyed everything. Yep.
Shouldn't have reshot that.
Early cuts begin with Earth 616 Baron Mordo confronting Wanda, who decapitates him and later presents the head to Strange.
That one is,
we know
that
that's
one's
true.
Definitely true. Yeah.
And that, not to say that I don't
What
like...
a terrible idea.
Yeah, the whole like, don't make it too dark. It's like, this isn't even about dark. It's just fucking wild.
It's just, why would you get rid of Mordo? Why would you set him up as a villain and then kill him off like that?
Yeah. Early cuts end with
and
Strange...
Also, I mean, in terms of having Wanda present a decapitated head to Doctor Strange and then try to, like, spin it in some way later on in the film that she could become a hero, like, okay.
She's very sympathetic.
Yeah, I don't know.
Early cuts end with Strange trapped in the ruined Earth and Sinister Strange assuming his place on Earth 616. Like, I mean, whatever.
I mean,
at this
that
point.
could be
That could be what's happening. Yeah,
that could be interesting, but I mean, that
I
could be what's happening.
I think you say that could be what we saw anyway, for all we fucking know.
I mean, who knows? Yeah.
Early cuts feature a post-credit scene where Deadpool teleports into the Illuminati's headquarters and happens upon Wanda's massacre.
Oh, geez, that probably would have been really tone deaf.
Yeah. I think people would have hated that, because it's like, why are you making fun of all of them being dead again? Jeff Bridges and Daniel Craig were in talks to play Ironmonger and Boulder, but dropped out due to COVID.
Definitely heard about the Daniel Craig Boulder thing.
Yeah. Ian Grufford and Nicolas Cage were approached to return as Mr. Fantastic and Ghost Rider.
Okay.
Yeah, this is just the cringy. Like, it would have been bad. It would have been nice to see him, but it would have been bad anyway, because they all get fucking killed. Miss Marvel. Early drafts feature Captain Marvel visiting Miss Marvel after she defeats some clandestines?
Clandestines, yeah.
And offering to train her. Okay. There's not much on that one. Civil War? Wait, this is not the right... Oh, right. Last section, sorry. One sec. Alright, yeah. Thor Love and Thunder.
Oh boy.
Early cuts feature numerous characters, settings, and storylines that were ultimately deleted. It's so funny, you could put that as a fact for all of them and I'd believe you.
Whatever.
Yeah, they bat around all kinds of crazy fucking ideas. That's what I've
then someone would say, yeah, but that's how movies are made. And it's like, yeah, but like every time you have like all of these crazy, fucking insane, wacky ideas that end up getting
I don't know. Yeah, like I don't feel like Ridley Scott toyed around with the idea of Maximus being like like a gay transvestite or something. You know, but it feels like there's crazy ideas that they just are like, yeah, maybe we just do something batshit insane, and they actually ponder it.
Maybe you need that guy so that you have something to shoot down, so you can feel like, hey, okay, I'm not doing that idea.
Maybe that's his job, to make all the bad suggestions.
Early drafts feature Thor meeting Jesus and Satan in Omnipotent City, and Russell Crowe would have originally played Satan.
I mean, I heard about
sure, do it, go for it.
But I mean, the idea of actually having Jesus.
Yeah, I just like, if I were on the team, I'd be like, let's not. we're not fucking South Park.
What would call a really, really, really,
but we
really,
could be.
really bad idea.
Early drafts feature Thor and Gore conversing with Eternity, and Morgan Freeman was going to be the voice.
What?
That just sounds funny. Fuck it, keep it in. Early drafts feature a romance between Valkyrie and Lady Sif, even though Valkyrie was originally going to be supposed to be hooking up with Thor in Ragnarok, and you can see the remnants of that in the film.
Why?
Yeah.
I don't understand why they brought Sif back only to have her be there, get her arm cut off, and then just show up at the end. What the hell?
Well, don't forget, they brought her back to kick Loki in the nuts. There's that.
Oh, true. That's true. It's kind of funny. It's like, oh yeah, the awaited return of Sif, and then it's just nothing.
Early drafts feature the Guardians of the Galaxy arriving to help Thor in the final battle. Early cuts feature Thor uniting Mjolnir, Stormbreaker, and Zeus's lightning bolt into a super weapon to destroy the Necrosword, attempting to super glue Korg back together after Zeus shatters him, and dancing to ABBA's Waterloo.
Okay.
I believe all of this. It's not hard to believe.
MCU, I couldn't escape if I wanted to.
Early cuts feature Gore using the purity of the captive Asgardian children to open the portal to eternity. Their purity. Sure. Okay. Peeling the religious tattoos off his body with the Necrosword and dancing to Kate Bush's Running Up That Hill.
That's gotta
be a meme.
Christ.
That's gotta be a meme.
If people in chat would be remiss not to mention Stranger Things, of course. They use that song and it's hyper popular. It might be like the most popular thing that happened in the show now, outside of the metal part as well. Oh my god.
Oh, that's good. It's always good to get some Kate Bush appreciation.
Yeah, but maybe not in Thor Love and Thunder, I don't know. Sometimes... early cuts feature Zeus realizing his mistakes, visiting Thor on Earth, encouraging him to stand against Gore and willingly give him the Thunderbolt. I know that's true. I've seen... there's deleted scenes that have him talking to him. It's fucking bizarre considering the after-credit scene.
Well, yeah.
I guess they went in a different direction. Early cuts feature a post-credit scene where Thor's goats, Tooth Grinder and Tooth Gnasher, reveal themselves to be evil and have attempted to kill him numerous times.
They were evil. They were
Okay.
villains.
That just sounds like a Taika joke that's really bad. Like,
Yeah.
turns out they were trying to kill him, lol. You're like, okay. She-Hulk. The series would originally begin with Jennifer Walters already active as She-Hulk and only reveal her origin in episode 8, but this confused general audiences, so her origin was reworked into episode 1. We know that's true.
I don't see how it's even confusing at all, but
we were talking about it, it's not something I remotely consider a problem compared to all the stuff that's fucked in that show. The trial of Abomination would originally be the series' overarching storyline, but the writers felt it was not engaging enough and condensed it into episode 3.
You know about that one.
You can't have this. You can't have the courtroom in this show about lawyers.
Yeah, don't worry. We got plenty of great episodes to fill in. It was a wonderful show. Edward Norton would.
in theory, a procedural-ish, like lawyer courtroom show that's just a comedy would be. It's fine on paper as long as it's actually funny.
Yeah. Edward Norton would originally appear during Jennifer's encounter with Kevin and complain about being recast, but this was scrapped before Nolan was even approached. Norton, sorry. And I don't believe for a second he would have fucking agreed to that.
Why would he agree to this?
Like, agree to come into this and make fun of yourself. It's like, nah. Like, I'm alright. Early drafts featured the leader as the leader of the intelligentsia, waiting to use She-Hulk's blood to cure his deteriorating body. Is he showing up in...
That would have made him interesting, sympathetic.
I think, isn't he meant to be showing up in the new Captain America?
Yeah.
What?
So I guess they changed their mind. Oh, for Rags, the leader is a character from the comics, and he's kind of foreshadowed, or at least shown...
I thought you were talking about, like, the bro character who injected himself with...
No, he would have replaced him. He's sort of set up in Incredible Hulk, right? It's the guy who has... Yeah.
That's right.
So we'll be seeing him again. Black Panther 2. Shuri was always the principal choice to become Black Panther, but Nakia, Okoye, and M'Baku were also considered. Man, if they'd made Okoye the new Black Panther, people would be like, what the fuck? His bodyguard is the new Black Panther? Okay. Early drafts did not feature the death of Queen Ramonda and Riri Williams becoming Ironheart.
Because the Queen's death was weird and confusing.
It was weird, and
she drowned inside of like a tower
after saving someone from drowning.
That's weird.
It's weird.
That movie was weird, and it was long and boring, and it sucked balls.
And as for Riri Williams becoming Ironheart, it's like, yeah, to me they were just rushing it. They were like, get her into the suit, get it going. We can then make, because isn't her show finished? Like, it's ready to go.
It's finished, but it's not coming out anytime soon. I don't think.
Makes you think. Early drafts feature Namor addressing the ecological impact of the celestial Tiamat emerging from the ocean.
No, we don't reference that. We don't reference that.
No, yeah.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, why would we do that?
Who's he going to be complaining to? It's not like it's Earth's fault.
The EPA.
I mean, it's just... it's the Celestials' fault, and that has nothing to do with Earth.
He's specifically mad at, like, the fucking president. He's like, you gotta do something about that. It's like, Early drafts.
I like how it says addressing the ecological impact. What, you mean him gonna blow up Earth? That was what was gonna happen if he didn't get stopped.
Yeah. Do you remember in Aquaman where his response was putting trash onto like the beaches of countries and stuff?
Yeah, that's right. Ocean Master made giant tidal waves that
trash.
went all across and almost certainly killed many, many, many people.
Oh, yeah.
Remember when Aquaman killed all of the crab people who were on his
Yeah,
side?
he killed John Rice Davies' crab.
He killed all the crabs that were on his side. They were
no
his
one
bros.
gave a fuck. No one gave a shit.
And I wonder how much collateral damage he's going to be causing in this new one.
Also, Reese, not Rise. You'll get there one day. Early drafts feature
John
Dr.
Rice Davies.
Reese.
John Reese Davies.
Early drafts feature Doctor Doom manipulating the conflict between Wakanda and Talokan to his benefit.
I remember hearing tons of rumors about Doctor Doom, but was that ever substantiated?
I remember being told by somebody that the plan was an after-credit scene to reveal Doctor Doom in Black Panther 2. So I'm guessing
that's what I'd heard. But
could you fucking imagine?
It just shows they're itching. They're just itching to introduce Doctor Doom.
Yeah, because he's like one of the last big sort of characters that they got left, other than I guess X-Men characters.
Ugh. Early drafts feature a romantic connection between Shuri and Namor. Why? would you want to do that? He kills so
He
many
is a
people
horrific,
in Wakanda.
terrible, disgusting person.
He killed her mum. Oh wait, is that her mum or is that
Yeah.
her auntie? I can't remember.
No, that's his. No, that's her mom. Yeah, remember she's T'Challa's brother.
Well, not
That's
to
it,
not to
sister.
diminish caring about the death
Yeah.
of an aunt anyway, but you know.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah.
Quantumania, an alternative pitch features Ant-Man and the Young Avengers fighting MODOK and AIM.
The Young Avengers
Probably would have been shit anyway.
The Young Avengers is like all of the like teenagers, kids of Avengers,
And you know
so, like,
that
Kate Bishop and stuff
they're
like
coming.
that.
They're the end of the
Oh
Marvels.
yeah, they probably want to set. Isn't that basically all but confirmed, right? Kate Bishop meeting like Miss Marvel to set up.
As
that
far
team,
as I'm aware, it's in stone. It's not even like.
which I imagine that they're not even gonna. I get the impression that they're so protective of like Avengers as a name that they're not even gonna call it Young Avengers. Like that would be like brand dilution. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Like they'd call it something else, Young Crusaders or something. I don't know, but not Young Avengers.
There were talks about killing either Hank Pym or Janet Van Dyne. I could buy that instantly. They should have killed
Yeah,
Hank Pym. It makes the most
obviously.
sense.
Yep, should have been Hank.
Early drafts feature flashbacks of Hank and Janet doing sexy science in the 1980s, modeled after Michael Douglas's erotic thrillers of the time.
What?
That's a great
You know
point,
what?
Friggy.
Fuck it. Why not?
Let's do it. Sexy science. Why not?
It's literally just like, this movie is so shit. Just to do it. Fuck it. Go for it.
Early
Just
drafts
whatever.
feature Gentora resenting Janet for abandoning the rebels and Janet trying to earn back their trust. This is something
don't
I
care.
forgot to
Don't
even
care.
mention in the video.
Yeah.
They're all like happily ever after at the end. It's like, oh, all these people hate Janet. I completely forgot about that. They should all have a bone to pick with her. She abandoned them all, but it's like, whatever.
Yep. But I don't care. I don't care about that. I don't care about Gentora.
She's my favorite. What do you mean?
Who's that?
She was the
Oh, is she edgy
barbarian
one?
lady leader of the rebels. Yes, the edgy, the edgy.
Oh, gotcha.
Early cuts feature Cassie bonding with Gentora and the rebels and becoming determined to help them.
Who
And,
cares?
Wow,
I
we
don't
need a
care.
scene where she becomes more determined to do the right thing.
yes.
They really know how to write these characters.
This one we know is true. Early cuts feature Kryla surviving the bar brawl and rejoining the rebels against Kang. Plenty of footage of him was not used. Early cuts feature Kang recognizing Hank as Ant-Man that he once fought in another universe.
Okay.
It's just like, I don't know why they would have or would not cut that out. It doesn't really make much difference. The original ending features Scott and Hope trapped in the quantum realm and Cassie, Janet, and Hank searching for them. Which you can tell from watching it that was what was going to be the ending. Because the reshoots are not very smooth.
No, they are not.
Jennifer Coolidge was considered for Linda, the woman Hank went on a date with while Janet was in the quantum realm.
Okay.
Such a stupid factoid. Like, why would they even show Linda?
I like how they clarify who Linda was, but for the rest of these names, like Malekith, you know who that is. You know how that.
Everyone
know
knows
who that is.
Malekith.
We don't even have to say.
Guardians of the Galaxy 3. Prior to his firing, Gunn would oversee all projects in the cosmic corner of the Marvel Cinematic Universe, with Volume 3 setting up numerous new characters and storylines.
Yeah.
Gunn disliked Thor joining the team in Avengers Endgame and did not plan to include him even when the movie was to release before Thor Love and Thunder.
Well, I mean, we know that he didn't because he didn't like that. What's his name got his helmet back for some reason either.
Yeah, he was bitter about a lot of the things that happened when they were out of his control, I guess. So it's unfortunate. Even though, as we said at the time, there's plenty you can work with. You don't have to work against it.
I gotta say, by the way, on the subject of the cosmic side, I find it incredibly lame. Like, the cosmic side of Marvel is so lame to me. Like, at least in terms of the movies. Everywhere is just like Earth, there's humans everywhere. There's not really many crazy, wacky-looking aliens. And I don't really expect anything to improve. I don't know. It looks like
you don't even get like enough Star Trek aliens, which are like people with like
it's just
interesting
people
faces.
who are blue or green. It's just people, but they're blue or green, not like, you know,
yeah,
humanoid.
they don't even have like makeup on, you know,
yeah,
to be like,
well,
oh,
they
you're
got
clearly
makeup,
not human.
but not like what you said in Star Trek, where it's a little bit more different. I don't know. I just find it super lame. I wish. I don't know. It's like the one thing that I always want is more aliens. Please, just more aliens. It's one of the things I want from Star Wars all the time. It's just more aliens and robots, less people, more aliens and robots.
Oh yeah, all right. The extended ending features the Guardians of the Galaxy rescuing the High Evolutionary, imprisoning him in nowhere. Although this was cut for pacing, Gunn has confirmed it's canon.
Well, that doesn't. Okay, if it's not in anything, then it doesn't.
I don't even.
I got
You
nothing.
can say what the fuck you want. I just don't care if it's in a movie. And these days, if it's in a movie, I don't care anyway.
How did it not? Like, how can you say it's canon? There's no recognition of his body being moved.
Exactly.
There's no. I don't even think if you were to pause when we have the big sections of seeing all of the crowd, it's like, would you see him in there? I don't think so.
I don't think he would. So no, he got blown up.
So weird. Secret Invasion. Production was troubled with frequent conflicts between writers and producers, and several script rewrites that caused the majority of the series to be entirely reshot.
This is basically
No
just
shock at
definitely
all.
True. Obviously true.
Amelia Clark's character was originally Veranke or Verank, and she would usurp Gravik and depart for space with her loyalists, vowing revenge if Fury pursued her or them.
Which I believe, because that's in Secret Invasion in the comics, that's like the Queen of the Skrulls, which Secret Invasion is not very much like the comic at all. So yeah, I totally could believe that this was true.
I'll take that over her becoming the most powerful Avenger ever for some reason.
Absolutely, absolutely, yeah.
And finally, Carmen Ejogo was originally cast as Priscilla Fury, but dropped out due to scheduling conflicts caused by the mass reshoots and was replaced by Charlene Woodard. I just find that fascinating that all of it is, all of the factoids about basically all of these projects is that they all just get dramatically reshot, which we know, but that's not normal. Like, why?
Well, and it's incredibly expensive. That's money. If you shot it right the first time, that's money that you save.
Reshoots is one thing. Reshooting a lot of it is one thing. It was like reshooting the fucking whole project to the point where we practically have a new TV show.
Well, I'm doing it all the time. Like, basically every project has significant reshoots. The only one that didn't have any was Guardians 3, right? Guardians 3 was the only one in, like, the last several years that didn't have any reshoots.
Absolutely nuts. Alright, I need to go and pee, but I'll be back because we have a few more things.
Oh, yeah, you bet.
Like, yeah, I guess I guess that's all, like, the context for the lead up to where everything is at, which is fascinating, isn't it? I got to imagine at this point, especially now that we're at the point where you've got like these major sort of outlets that typically didn't really say anything particularly negative about Marvel at all, now starting to do that. If that means that we're going to start getting more of these types of stories emerging, you know what I mean? Like once it gets to
like it's out now. Everyone's talking about it. It's an open thing. It's not just YouTubers. It's actually like these magazines and everything
that are typically pretty positive. That they're willing. It's like there's blood in the water. There's like blood in the water. For the first time in a long
This
time.
is the story that we can all jump on. This is what people are reading about.
Mm-hmm. Which I don't know. I really don't know that they can even reverse these problems because I don't know. That they
it's
know
like.
wrong.
I don't know what you do. I mean, I know what you do. You have to say, well, you're not going to say like a lot of this stuff, but you just like, how much is it to say, you know what, we just got to cancel a shit ton of projects that are upcoming and everything. And then we have to just like eat that up and say, all right, we need a serious refocus on what made us great in the first place. And we got to get back to making good stories. And we're going to have to put writing as king. We have all that. We just like it's not working. Like you, if you don't do it today, you will have to do it next year or next year, and by then you'll be even further in the red.
Yeah, but I think Marvel benefits from the fact that when they announce something that comes out, it actually does come out, compared to like DC where they've announced several projects that didn't pan out. It's almost like there's a lack of confidence from everybody in general. Like when it comes to DC projects of, oh yeah, we're working on this, where it's like, okay, yeah, we'll see about that. Whereas when Marvel announces something, there's like a guarantee that it's going to come out. But I mean, I wouldn't be surprised at this point if stuff starts getting cancelled. Stuff is certainly getting cancelled that wasn't announced, which I guess technically isn't cancelling, but
I mean, like whenever I hear about upcoming whatever, I'm just like, yeah, sure. When it's in theaters, I'll believe you, but I just don't think anything's out until it's actually out now. It'll be put on indefinite hiatus, or it'll be pushed back X years, swap directors, be new cast, new story, whatever. And at that point, it's not even the same project except the name.
Which we've
But I
already
think
seen
they're
with
just
Marvel.
gonna have to. Someone at Marvel is gonna, or at Disney is gonna have to say, we need to bite the fucking bullet, and we need to get back to There needs to be a shakeup in how and what their selection process is for hiring the people who make these projects. We can't be going with this jangly, who and you know this person who knows that person, or you're like, no, we got to get rid of this.
We don't be getting people whose first screenplay is like a $200 million Marvel movie, like their first actual feature-length screen. Like it was, like fucking the first screenplay that was written by Jeff Loveness was Quantumania. That's crazy to me. That the first screenplay you write for film is a $200 million production.
I think one of the first things that you might want to do is say that we need, like, the budgets for these movies has been ballooning out of control to the point where, like, there's no way we should be saying, oh, this only made 480 million. What a failure.
Yeah.
We're going to have to start saying we need to change up our process of, financial allocation. We need to be making a lot of $50 and $100 million. Like, when we make a movie and it's $150 million, that needs to be like the big thing that we make.
Yeah, why does everything have to cost the same amount, which is an insane amount of money?
We've got to, we need to take a look at why these things cost so much. We need to try a lot of different things, and we need to make them cheaper, and surely enough of them will stick or hit or something.
Alright, so what do we look at?
The next step of our journey, because there's still plenty to go. We might be in for a long one, like I said.
Okay.
Do you remember? You familiar vaguely with an account? I think it's Matt Ramos on Twitter. He's like, he'll often tweet.
He's like the chill guy, right?
He'll tweet in such a way that people don't believe he's like a real human being. They feel like he's like just the perfect customer for Marvel and. Well, everything mainstream, I think, even beyond Marvel. In any case, I was piqued in my interest because I was told he made a video recently called "The MCU is in Shambles."
Whoa! And yet, I bet if we go through all of his reviews, it'll be just like
wow, Rex,
like
spoilers.
Yeah.
Is that what?
Oh no!
It's actually funnier than that. It'll be funnier than that.
We did this with Cosmonaut, though.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah. He did the same thing. He was. Yeah.
What we're gonna do first is check out his video and see what his reasoning is. See from the perspective of someone on the other side of the spectrum who's adored this franchise and its timeline in every way, shape, and form. But today, yesterday, whenever this was uploaded, decided enough is enough. It's in shambles now. So we're gonna check out what he has to say.
All right.
Y'all read the title of the video. I never thought this day would come, but it's safe to say that at this current point in time.
Wait, did he just say "come"
MCU
randomly? What?
Is in shambles.
It might just be glitchy. Or...
It might have glitched it. Because for me, he said, "All right, y'all have seen the title of this video. Come." I was like, "Wait, what? What are we talking about?"
Some internet floopage. Wow, audio balancing.
Damn, yeah.
Audio balancing, please.
So
also,
yesterday,
wow,
Variety
that
dropped
doesn't
a
look
massive
great.
article titled "Crisis at Marvel" that basically details a lot
Yeah,
of
see, there you go. We read it, so now we have the context. Ain't that great?
We did our research.
We did.
Yeah.
the disasters that are going on behind the scenes at Marvel Studios right now. And before we get out of the way and dive into this article, I want to say this because y'all know me, bro. I started this channel talking about Marvel. I love Marvel. I love the MCU. Even now with the current state of the MCU, I'm still gonna ride for this franchise because I've grown up with it.
So you're worthless.
It's given me memories that I'll cherish with me till the day I die. It's completely changed and transformed my life for the better.
Jeez, really?
It's just so dramatic.
I don't believe you.
Well, I guess the thing is, if this is the crux of his career, like if his career kind of exists.
Well, I was going to go more with a genuine thing of like my current everything, like me as a person, part of my identity was built by what I understood and learned from these stories or something. It's like, okay, I don't know, like certainly, I'm trying to think of like the nice way I could put this. Is just like, what are you? I would love to know what kind of like life lessons you're getting from Phase 4 and 5, like
I just noticed it in the background there. He's got the poster for the Uncharted movie.
Really? That's what that is?
Well, at first I was like, okay, so is that Uncharted 3 because Uncharted 3 has a big old set. It looks like it's the convoy hanging off of the back of the plane there. That looks like Uncharted.
Yeah, it does. Yeah, it does.
Yeah.
You can see the plane and
with all the cargo, which
that's blurry Tom Holland.
Man, am I the only person who saw Uncharted?
Yes.
I think I might be the only person who saw Uncharted. Yeah.
So everything I say in this video is straight up out of love. Because I love Marvel, I love the MCU, I always have and I always will.
Man, I always find these caveats so lame. It's like, can we just like,
can you just tell me?
Yeah, imagine.
Also, you'll always love it no matter what.
Yeah,
like,
having this chat with
then
someone.
Why did you fall in love?
It's like, oh, I gotta tell you, like, Marvel's in shambles. But before I do, I just want to let you know, I fucking adore it no matter what. You're like, okay.
Okay. Cool,
Love
bro.
Love should be conditional. There should be a reason why you love something, and that thing, that quality, that attribute needs to be able to be lost, and your love should go with it.
He was
if you
already
love something
dying.
no matter what, then it can't do anything to lose it. So it could be as terrible can be, and you'll still love it, which makes your love like worthless.
By the way, this is 57 seconds in. I know it wouldn't have felt like that because nothing's happened yet, but it's still
wow.
And I think out of love, it's important for us to sometimes just take a stand and say, yo, we love this universe so much, there has to be change in order for it to return back to what it once was. And
why? You'll love it. You love it. You currently love it. So why change?
I think we are going to have to move past that, Rags. Otherwise, this will be something that has to be loaded on every statement that's made.
In order for it to uphold the standard that us as fans are used to getting with every single one of their projects.
By the way, with like someone like this, these are the kind of people where I'd be curious, like, what's their tier list of like greatest to worst MCU movies?
Oh, you'll get a
brief
idea of how he even talks about the best of what we've had recently, and you'll get to know how he draws the line, let's say.
Now, it's important to note that not everything Marvel has put out these past couple of years has been bad. I mean, we've gotten Guardians 3, No Way Home, Shang-Chi, Wakanda Forever, WandaVision.
That just gradually got worse and worse and worse.
I would just love to ask him, just tell me the plot of Shang-Chi. Not detailed, but like, just
basic
1 minute
premise.
from beginning to end. Tell
Who's
me,
your favorite
please.
character in Wakanda Forever?
Yeah.
And then
tell me what happened.
WandaVision, like, come on. By the time you hit the second half of that show, no one knows what's going on anymore.
No.
Loki. Marvel has still had their hits over these past.
Also, yeah, Loki was mentioned there.
Oh, and also, just to reiterate, it's been remarkable. It's been actually remarkable how consistently awful these projects have been for the last 2 years.
Kind of not easy to have that happen.
No, it was actually surreal for us to constantly have that bar keep getting lowered. Like, that was surreal of finding new ways to break your canon and to break characters. It was incredible.
When we watched the last Loki episode and we had that brief little like, oh, some of us, is this worse than Secret Invasion or not? And we're like, I don't know, I guess, or not, or sort of, but yeah. So like we constantly
when the whole universe turns into spaghetti, no, this is a little bit, and then Loki could rewrite the universe at will.
You can just rewrite, of course.
Loki, everybody, stay tuned.
Yeah.
Stay tuned for that. Episode's coming your way soon.
But overall, as a collective universe, the quality has been inconsistent, and that's something we're not really used to seeing when it comes to the MCU. When it came to
it's always been inconsistent.
It's always been inconsistent, but it's also, by his own logic, been inconsistent since what, Phase 4? It's like, that's not exactly yesterday. It's been going for a while now.
That's the last 2.5 years.
Yeah.
Roller coasters.
Sorry, more than that.
high highs.
2021, so technically 3 years.
We could count it from Endgame, in terms of the actual.
He wouldn't. He probably thinks Endgame is the absolute high point.
He does think Endgame's pretty good.
I'm sure he does. Yeah.
To the Infinity Saga, there was so much connection and there was so much of a unified vision that every single project led right into the next.
So we actually know factually that it wasn't. We had the conflict between Joss Whedon and the Russos, even for the stories being written, like the lack of conversation.
There was definitely not a unified vision. The fact that it actually came together in any way that is remotely cohesive is kind of a miracle.
Yeah, and I still believe it's just the fact that there was less to contradict. That's mainly why.
Yes. Yep, pretty much.
and it was all just a never-ending hype train. Whereas with Phase 4 and 5,
Never-ending hype train.
What, you were really
Thanks
hyped
for
when
playing the role.
at the end of Thor: The Dark World, you were like, "Man, I'm so fucking excited for what's coming next."
When you were watching Ant-Man for the first time, that was the same hype as watching like
Oh
fucking
yeah,
Avengers or
Ant-Man
whatever.
and the Wasp. Ant-Man and the Wasp
Oh,
specifically. It's like, oh
banger.
man, yeah, that was a banger. You know, it's so consistently quality.
it's felt extremely disconnected. We've been introduced to so many different heroes that
Yeah, see,
are
again,
good when we meet.
the thing that's not true either. This is the stuff that annoys me, is because someone at Marvel's listening to this and thinking that these are coherent and accurate criticisms of the.
Yeah, too many heroes. That's the problem. It's like, nope.
Yeah.
No, just they're all shit.
Yep.
meet them, but we don't even know if we're ever gonna see them again or when.
Not knowing if you're going to see a character again isn't even really a problem in isolation.
No.
I mean,
Is there
I
any
hope
reason
I
to
never see
believe-
them again.
This reminds me of
there's
Grace
plenty of them
Randolph,
that-
where it's
yeah.
like, the problem with Andor is there's not enough lightsabers. It's like,
Yeah.
Too many bricks, not enough lightsabers.
how are we to know if Darth Vader's even going to show up? I don't know.
Them again. So there has definitely been some stumbles along the way with when it comes to the MCU with Phase 4 and Phase 5.
Stumbles?
But as Charles Xavier once said, just because someone stumbles and loses their way
Oh
doesn't mean
my god!
No, stop. Especially thinking of the context of that quote.
Yeah.
Like, it just gets stuck in your craw.
Oh my god!
Remember when they ruined and humiliated Patrick Stewart? I remember.
And remember that he was saying it in reference to a man that they killed.
A
when he was-
hero.
yeah, and then he was
actual
saying it
good
to a man who'd
man.
done nothing wrong. Don't worry, you stumbled there, Strange. And Strange's like, no, I haven't. I've done nothing. I arrived and you captured me.
I get the impression he was really proud of that. As like, see, I'm gonna tie it all back together with a quote from a Marvel story, no less.
Nailed it.
forever.
Yeah.
And it's important that us as fans voice our criticisms, voice the way we feel about the current MCU in order for Marvel
Have you
to
been
make the
doing that
necessary
consistently
changes
for the last few years? Because if not, then you've contributed to this. Surely you would have to.
Well, it's
accept.
interesting, right? You wouldn't want to admit it, but like, so you've implied a positive thing is to point out, a critical nature where warranted and to be constructive. It's like, so there's a bad reverse, right? To not do that when needed. Do you think maybe you've done that? And I'm sure he'd be like, no, I've been honest every single time about what I think is good quality and bad quality. And you'd be like, okay, all right. Yeah,
No, it all just catches up at once. It all just happened. It
Well,
all
it's
just happened.
Interesting that it reaches the point where it's like, Marvel's in trouble now that the Variety article is out, and now that the book is out, and now that the films aren't doing so well.
Because remember, nothing has changed between today and yesterday.
No.
Just an article came out. That's it. That's the only difference.
Rags,
Nothing is
it's so funny you say that. Keep that in mind. Put that in your pocket. Pull that quote
okay,
out.
I will. I'll put that in my little.
When we get to the end of this video specifically.
My little pouch I got.
no!
My little lapel pouch.
Well, I'm foreshadowing a big old payoff. Chat, you're gonna love it.
Okay.
pioneer us in the
Alright.
right direction. Because if we sat here and just praised everything and everything is perfect all the time, then guess what? Marvel's just gonna continue to keep doing.
He's known as that guy, by the way, like by people typically on the internet. He's known as the guy who would praise everything that Marvel ever does.
What they've been doing. Continue to put.
Let me ask you, Fringy in particular, but let me ask you this question: if you were in charge of his background arrangement, right? Would you have put his two Supermen both on the tops of opposite cabinets?
Probably. I don't know.
'Cause I think
that
that's
what
what-
the way. I think he's
That's what I
separated
would've
it
done.
because he's got
Oh, like
Peacemaker
DC
and they're in the
and-
middle. Yeah, but it's not because he's got Optimus Prime. It looks like
Yeah,
up
he
there
does.
on
And
the top
Iron
left.
Man, yeah, on the left, and he's got his play button too.
That does
I don't
feel a
know
In front
little.
of a,
Does
what
feel.
is that in front of the play button?
I don't know. Is that like a torch or something?
plumbus?
Just sitting there.
I don't.
Yeah, a plumbus.
I don't.
Yeah.
I don't know. I don't know what
Yeah, I
that
don't
is.
know. I don't know about the background. I'm not that. I don't. Think
Yeah,
it's
he
that
need. This is where you need the glowing lights or something because
Yeah,
you have a
it's
very
too dark.
flat, white, not very well lit room. This is where you need those little LED strips to kind of give it some color. That isn't purple because that's what everyone does. But something.
it, yeah.
Maybe he could do blue because that's sort of the way his channel. His blue.
Got some
sort of
blues
thing.
going, yeah.
Yeah. The thing is if he's wearing a blue shirt, I probably wouldn't want a blue background. I'd probably just do the good old blue and orange.
Maybe orange isn't
Complementary
bad.
colors. Complementary colors. They're your friend.
Yeah.
Put out
Could do a
6
blue
episodes.
red like Superman.
Disney Plus shows that feel extremely rushed, that are just... I'm gonna say
Did he say the shows? Because again, that's another accepted thing that you can say compared to shitting on the movies as well.
That are just...
let me see.
You gotta go back a little bit further.
Guess what? Marvel's just gonna continue to keep doing what they've been doing. Continue to put out 6-episode Disney Plus shows that feel extremely rushed.
I don't know. I'm too cynical. I'm too cynical.
Well, it's just funny you say that
like,
he's...
yes, because that's the accepted narrative, is that the shows are flawed, not the films.
Well, let's see, I guess.
I'm gonna save my thoughts for a later date. So diving into the things this Variety article...
No, I'm gonna save my thoughts until I check the temperature of the room and I see what's happening. That's what he means.
He doesn't. He wants to be nice to Marvel, okay? This is big for him.
He wants to be nice to the multi-billion-dollar corporation.
This is tough. It's saying the MCU is in shambles from him is a big deal, okay?
Okay.
Brings up. It starts off by talking about how this September, Kevin Feige and all of the Marvel executives had their annual Marvel retreat where they...
He doesn't have a great smile, Kevin Feige.
Hey,
it's
look,
not a,
right? It's, it's okay. If he wears the hat, he's got a look there, He's got a look with his hat.
He certainly does.
It's more mundane and less,
he looks
loud.
Uncomfortable. Deeply
it's
uncomfortable.
Less loud than the cowboy hat.
I'd be deeply uncomfortable for him at this point. I wouldn't know what the fuck's going on.
At this point, yeah. Compared to a few years ago.
Not even my magic powers can save Marvel.
That's your Kevin Feige voice?
Yeah.
Not even my powers.
I assume he's like a dark eldritch demon who's inhabited this body.
Go someplace else and they just sit there and they analyze the MCU, what's working, what's not working, and then they course correct. So this is something that's happened for years and years and years, and it's how the MCU has, in great detail, it's how it's gotten to where it is.
Why is he describing this like it's an uncommon thing for creatives to go on retreats where they figure out broader plans for, like, writers retreats? He talks about it like it's a Marvel thing. This is just like a common thing.
I just also feel bad that he's like completely convinced, like it's just a true fact that phases 1, 2, and 3 were planned out and unified.
Even though that's obviously not true.
Joss Whedon putting in the Thanos clip at the end of 2012's Avengers was like not a meme, but he was basically just like, yeah, I'll throw that in, whatever.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Kind of a meme.
I mean, like, he does understand that he does realize that there's been like changes in, because it was Paramount for the first few movies, and then it was Disney, and then there was obviously that Universal, like that there was friction. There was like, it wasn't a clear cut sure thing. I mean, surely he knows Iron Man 2 was like the product of a lot of studio tampering and whatnot.
I don't know. I don't know. I don't know if he knows it. I mean,
he literally might not know.
You have Scott Derrickson like leaving Doctor Strange 2. Edgar Wright didn't even like fulfill everything with Ant-Man. Joss Whedon left with the chance to do possibly going to be the biggest movies ever because he wasn't happy with the way that things work there. It's like, come on.
It's because Kevin Feige and the team are always meeting. They're always looking on what to improve. So, but this year it was a little different because this year they had a ton of fires, disasters they had to bring up and address. So it wasn't the same Marvel that had the retreat in 2019 once Endgame came out and everything was at its peak and everything already happened. Now, this year's retreat was a little bit different. Starting off with one of the big problems that Marvel addressed, or is currently addressing, is the Jonathan Majors Kang the Conqueror situation. Marvel was very quick to say this entire multiverse saga is being built on the shoulders of Jonathan Majors. And we've all heard of the very public legal battles that Jonathan Majors is currently going through. So only time will tell on how that works out. But it said that Marvel was already questioning and discussing on moving forward from Kang after the release of Ant-Man and the Wasp: Quantumania, because that film just did not perform at the box.
Still don't buy that, by the way. No way.
No, but again, it's like I said, that like as pointed out in chat, the timeline just doesn't even follow. All of the Jonathan Major stuff happens in March. The film came out in February. So in a month, it just so happened that maybe like a week before all of the stuff was happening with him, that they were not going to move forward. Like, you know what I mean?
Also,
like, yeah, I don't buy it.
To highlight a comment, he's extemporizing like he has first-hand knowledge of the topic. He really shouldn't. Yeah, he's talking about the article's contents as though it is kind of like stuff that he's got access to as information, but it's like,
Right, when
Well-
he's just like us, right? He's just reading the article
Yeah,
and then
that's-
forming an opinion based on it.
Box office. Now, I'm gonna sit here and tell you again, all of the legal drama aside, if we're just looking at what Jonathan Majors brought to the table for Ant-Man and the Wasp: Quantumania as Kang the Conqueror, he was without a doubt the best part of that movie. The failure.
No.
I don't even know what the best.
Probably no. It's
probably Paul
I
Rudd?
don't know. Paul Rudd, man.
Yeah,
Yeah,
probably
like
Paul
I
Rudd.
feel like it's got to be Paul Rudd.
Then what? Like,
I don't know.
I don't know.
Care after that. He's the only one that I like.
Ant-Man and the Wasp: Quantumania.
MODOK, yeah, maybe MODOK. next.
Yeah, MODOK. That's true. Yes, MODOK.
Should not fall on the shoulders of Jonathan Majors. But after that film underperformed at the box office, I guess basically Marvel took that feedback and they said, yo, should we really be putting the shoulders of this entire saga on Kang?
Should we be
That-
putting
this
the
is already
shoulders on
shoulders?
Kang?
Should be, I think so. I mean,
I'm already.
Just a pair of
it'd be
shoulders
less
getting
imposing
put-
without his
a
shoulders.
pair of shoulders on
He
his
just his
shoulders.
arms sticking out of his sides or whatever he has those shoulders.
It's also annoying, like that I wonder what could have been written in that article that he wouldn't have believed. Like if the article had just said.
Yeah.
The Marvel have decided that based on his ability to grow facial hair, we will not be casting Jonathan Majors as Kang in future. Like, if they just said that, I wonder if he would be like, oh my god, I can't
I've been
believe
thinking
it.
this for a long time, and now it's finally confirmed.
It's just,
Well, yeah, because he is basically taking everything that's being said in the article at face value.
yeah. Give him his shoulders back.
If this movie underperformed at the box office, you know,
He
who's
needs
to say
those
that
shoulders to
people
be
are going to
his
show for the next
girlfriend.
one where Kang is still going to be the main villain. So Marvel has been discussing that for quite some time now. Another thing that's been
Oh, have
potentially
they?
Have they?
Have they?
Yeah.
brought up is moving forward from Kang into Doctor Doom and having Doctor Doom
Which
be the
excites you,
centerpiece of-
doesn't it?
I'm
That's
sure it
fucking
does.
Amazing.
Sure it
probably,
does.
Right from your perspective.
It is kind of sad to know there's still plenty to plunder from the comics for a
Oh
lot of
yeah,
fans.
I mean, we haven't had
Bottomless
Mephisto
well,
yet,
for
Galactus,
sure.
any of the X-Men.
And the same
villains
thing
or
happens every
heroes.
fucking time. I feel like Thrawn is one of the best recent ones in terms of like, you wanted him, there he is, he sucks, now we move
Right.
on.
You
By
got
the
what
time you get to
deserved.
the end of the list, you can go back to the beginning of the list again.
That's right.
Yeah.
That's right.
We're gonna do Thrawn again, but this time he'll be good.
But this time for real.
of the multiverse saga. They've had those discussions. Nothing is really final, but the fact that they are having these discussions means
This is what that shadow is so on point. He's not using the article's information and then like addressing it. He's more so absorbed it and now treating it as though it's stuff he knows.
This is
Like,
Yeah.
just doesn't.
like
not-
he,
No, I know.
Yeah, he's saying
It's-
like he
It's,
wrote
it's,
the
it's
article.
kind of pissing me off a little bit. It's making me a little bit angry.
Well, compare his coverage of the article with us talking about it, where we
Well,
would
let-
get into like legitimate discussions about what they might need to do and alternatives and all that sort of thing.
Well, I mean, bear in mind, none of us here like Marvel, like the MCU anymore, and even we were like, well, maybe that's not true. This was contested.
Oh, reading
Yeah.
everything we
Bad.
went through in the past 4 however many hours was all treated with huge grains of salt. Like there was even
Yeah,
stuff
we
that we
wanna be
read
correct.
that we were like probably not true. And then chat was like, no, that's true. That's confirmed. It's like, oh,
Mhm.
like,
And
okay,
here it's just like, yeah, he's accepted it all as factual.
yeah.
that they don't really know where they're going right now. I mean, we're currently in the middle of Loki season 2, and that is for sure going to continue to set up Kang and set up the things that are in store for him. So
For
I
sure?
don't
Such
think
as what? Such as what, buddy? Like,
Well, that's the
such
problem.
as-
It could be absolutely anything,
I mean, what
including cutting him off entirely. It could be the end of season 2 of
he might
Loki
not come
deletes
back.
Kang from all of
Yeah.
existence in the timeline. That could
But
be a
we
thing.
might not see him again. What if he turns to spaghetti and that's just it?
I'd
And
just be
that's their
so
way of
curious,
being like,
though,
oh
when-
shit.
when
Well, I
he
feel like what I just said was
when-
much more
when it-
definitive. I'm saying it could end with deleting him from everything.
Yeah,
Kang's just
I mean,
gone.
Why is that any
That's
more
Loki's
or less
power
possible?
now.
Exactly. He can rewrite reality to his whim.
Yeah, that could have been it. But he's like, no, it's clearly setting. He's seen up to episode 5, just like us, and he's saying it's clear that they're setting Kang up for more. It's just like, are they? Is that what's
I don't know
happening?
about that. I just love when he says, "Oh, they're setting things up." It's like such as
You don't know
Please
what's
tell me
happening to that
what
show,
way
neither do
things
we.
set up. Yeah, exactly.
that switching over so quickly to Doctor Doom would be the right direction to go. I think if worst comes to worst, Marvel should, depending on the way the legal battles work out, Marvel should completely recast Jonathan Majors and move forward with Kang. We spent so much time
So he said it would be bad to move to Doctor Doom. We should recast Kang, which is I don't even like. It's bad either way. It'll be horrible either way. Because there's nothing to do with the actors at this point, or even the characters.
Yeah,
the writers.
I mean, what if it comes out that Jonathan Majors is guilty of whatever and he's not going to be in it anymore? Then I'm like, damn, what do you do?
Yeah, well, I guess if we were put in charge, recast Kang, but you can't really do anything other than that, right? I don't know.
I guess. I mean, I would just.
I would be
recast him
tempted
and talk
actually.
about how great the new actor is.
If we have time, maybe write it so that Loki does erase him, and we just get rid of Kang, and we just like bye, and we do bring in someone else.
That's how Loki ends. We have Loki ending with that's what Loki kind of does. It's like, well, the Kang is the big bad that's gonna.
I have to go. My home planet needs me. He turned to spaghetti on the way back.
Yes.
Who knows?
Guys, building up Kang with the Loki series, with all of the multiverse.
What has been built up?
What has exactly. What has been built up? He seems to be just some loser.
You know,
kind of.
What the biggest building scene for him is the after credit scene in Quantumania. That's possibly the only thing that builds him up.
Mm-hmm.
Like, look at how many there are, and look at all the different ones, and there's a hierarchy, and they have plans.
You could easily retcon that with someone waking up from a nightmare going, oh wow, that was a crazy dream. All of those weird Kangs.
That Loki talks to people about how I saw him, I connected with him through the entire timeline, the plans he had, he was horrendous, I got rid of it, I killed it all. It was terrifying, but then we just write it so that by doing that you leave a gap open, and that's Doctor Doom somehow. Whatever, fuck it.
Stuff. It's felt like the entire Phase 4 and Phase 5 has all been just putting.
So something that I'm curious about.
No, Frankie. No, come on. Did you hear what he just said?
Let's rewind a little bit. Yeah.
Has all been just putting all of their chips into Kang.
All of Phase 4 and 5 have put all their chips into Kang.
No, they haven't. The vast majority of the stories have nothing to do with him.
There's no reference to Kang in 80% of the projeces.
Yeah.
85?
Again, maybe 85. Because really, it was Loki, it was Quantumania, and it was Loki Season 2.
Yep.
And that's it.
That is it.
Yeah.
There's nothing else. What are you talking about?
Nothing to do with him.
What in Falcon and the Winter Soldier, in WandaVision, in fucking She-Hulk, what have all of them led, and Moon Knight, and Miss Marvel and Hawkeye led to Kang?
And Multiverse of Madness, the multiverse movie. That didn't even
you're right. No reference to Kang in that.
Yeah.
What are you talking about? The Phase 4 and 5 led to him.
I don't know how much...
Yeah?
How much are people really tied and invested into Kang?
I don't think much at all.
That's what I feel. I don't feel like
Rags,
Kang is actually that big of a deal from the audience perspective.
They're invested in what he might mean. It's not what he is.
Yeah, exactly. Because I find it so. There was like a trailer for the Marvels, a recent one, where I think the text on screen said, "Be there for what comes next," and as the text faded away, the X in next stayed there for a little bit longer. Ooh. And to me, that just felt like so indicative of kind of the nature of how Marvel works. It's always about what's next. It's never about what's happening right now. It's always the potential, the teasing for the future.
The simplest calculation. Right now. Why is that good? Well, because it references this. And why is that good? Because I like that. And it's like, yeah, but that's not
and
that.
Maybe I'll
see
something. Yeah? I imagine it in my head, and the anticipation of it is more exciting than the actual thing. And instead of reflecting on what that means in terms of my approach to movies, I'm just going to accept it and continue to run with it, even when it yields these results. What I'm curious about now is I wonder what his angle's going to be for the Marvels. I wonder if he now is going to jump ship on that one and abandon the Marvels and leave it for
he'll see what the sentiment is going to sort of be.
Yeah, he'll wait and see what the reviews look like.
Yeah, he'll talk about how he's excited and everything, but he'll leave himself room to be able to walk out and say, "Boy, that was so disappointing. Everything I said was true." Like and subscribe.
So moving forward from Kang into Doctor Doom, don't get me excited. I'm super excited to see Doctor Doom, but completely abandoning what we built with Kang would feel like such a disservice to everything we've gotten up to this point.
You did
name him.
Name it. It is funny because you know what? I'll be nice and say there is something to what he's saying in terms of like there's nothing else. What else has been built up? It's like, well, yeah, there isn't anything. There's nothing we're heading toward except Kang is going to be a bad guy who does stuff. That's basically all we've done.
Ooh.
So you got that, but like, who cares? I guess he's treating it as though it's like such a waste. It's like, ooh, that's interesting. Internet historian put a disclaimer at the start of his new video asking React streamers to wait 48 hours before re-uploading their stream to YouTube. Thoughts?
Damn.
Interesting.
I feel like this is indicative of the steps that we said are going to happen eventually, pushing further and further forward. And this isn't because necessarily of the recognized statistical damage reactors have done. It's more so, I think, the reaction reactors had to being called out.
Yeah, exactly.
They could have covered this well and chill, but instead, like,
instead they decided to show up in front of Jacksonville's house.
Yeah, you got some interesting reactions. Not gonna lie.
With Loki, with No Way Home, with Multiverse of Madness, with WandaVision,
What was
with
he
all
doing?
the stuff
Set
that's
up
continued to just build.
Loki. You see how he struggled there as well?
Yeah, because
he was like, with Loki, with... Oh, shit.
Yeah, do it.
And what-
Say my name.
And what in Loki is set up? Tell me. What is it that you've set? What are you waiting for? What do you know about Kang as a character? And the first question should be, well, which one? What one? When?
Which one? Because He Who Remains, cringe name, is not Kang.
Yes.
Built up the lore behind the multiverse, continuing to tease
The
what's to
lore.
come.
Oh, yeah, the lore.
And let's not act like Marvel hasn't recasted people before, and Kang is arguably the easiest person to ever recast because he just has a million different...
I don't like.
But all the
No,
variants have suspiciously looked
They
exactly like
they
him.
all are him. Yeah, it's
let's
kind
not-
of the funny thing. Spider-Man can get away with it.
Let's not
because
fuck
we've
around.
seen many. Yeah.
Sometimes it's not even really the controversy. You know, if you have like a really crappy actor or an actor that no one liked getting recast, nobody really cares. Even if in the narrative it's wonky, it's more so. I feel the meta stuff actually bleeds more into this. It's so high profile. Recasting Jonathan Majors, everyone recognizes what's happening.
Everybody
yeah,
recognizes what's happening and why.
Yeah, you can give all of the in-universe blah 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 that you want. No one's gonna be thinking about that. They'll be like, no, he punched his girlfriend. That's why.
If that ends up being it, that's we all know. There's no like, oh well, it makes sense. It's like makes sense. It's dumb as fuck.
variants out there. So you could literally just have, let's say Marvel wants to recast with John Boyega, with John David Washington,
He
whatever
ain't
the
coming
case
back
may
to
be.
work
You
with
just
No.
literally have that variant of Kang that's played by that actor come in and mop all of the other Kangs, and right there you have...
That'll
I'm
really
picturing this
endear me
scene
to the
with
threat
fucking-
of him.
You know, for some reason, John Boyega comes back, and then there's a scene of him killing all of the Jonathan Majors Kangs. Like, why? Sure, it's an after-credits scene. We're just stabbing them all.
a villain that is way more menacing than any of the other Kangs we've gotten in the past, and that is...
I thought that's what the Quantumania one was supposed to be.
Yeah, I thought they built up. I thought they were building stuff up, buddy. What do you mean that he's not menacing or threatening?
Yeah, I thought that it's like, oh, Kang may have been a
I thought you
professional
didn't want
clown
to throw out all
before.
of the material.
but
I thought you didn't want
now-
to throw it out because they were building up.
Mhm.
an easy way to just recast Kang and set up a new Kang variant to be the ultimate crescendo piece that's going to bring the entire multiverse together. Now, another thing this Variety article mentioned...
Do you see that, though? The implication that if we can just do that, we're good.
And we're good. Yeah.
As if, like, what? No, it's such a horrible mess right now. And he said it's in shambles.
That's
But if we
right.
could- we could
the
just-
title is called "The MCU Was in Shambles." ...
which absolutely blew...
And someone just said, yeah, isn't the start of Kang's story that he killed all the other Kangs?
Yeah.
Like, so I guess, yeah, we're gonna do it again, but with a different looking Kang. It's like, ugh.
Like,
blew
boy,
my
meta
mind.
that seeps into that imagery.
was what they were talking about when it comes to the Blade movie that's supposed to star Mahershala Ali.
Uh-oh.
This was a film that was announced in 2019, and I want to make it very clear that, guys, this wasn't a movie that Marvel originally had planned. Mahershala Ali, after winning an Oscar, called up Kevin Feige and said, I want to do Blade. That is the most, like, home run, knock it out of the park, easiest thing to do. Just a solid standalone Blade film with Mahershala Ali, and that's it. And this
I don't even know if that's true, by the way, but if it is, yes.
If it is, yeah, I mean, you've got the actor who wants to do it. Everyone knows about Blade. It would be a cool sort of thing, especially if it was, like, tonally just different than everything else, and it's this cool standalone kind of idea with vampires in it and swords and guns and stuff. Is like, okay, you know, Disney could dip their toe into that and see how it does. And I mean, it doesn't have to be a high budget thing. Could be fun, could be cool. You might earn yourself a lot of brownie points with people.
film
Bring
has
it
been
back,
in development
Blade.
hell for years. And now, you know, we
And Marvel marveled it, and they made something crap, and then it destroyed the whole production. Crazy. It's not like that's been happening with everything else, except with creatives that are actually kind of okay with just accepting that as fact. Like,
Big thing.
that's the impression I got from the behind the scenes of Quantumania, is that, you know, Paul Rudd, Michelle Pfeiffer, fucking Michael Douglas, obviously, and Bill Murray, they don't care. They're just like, give me the script, I'll say the thing, whatever this is.
I like that. You know, give me that paycheck, you movie shit, I'll take it.
Yeah.
Let's do it.
Meanwhile, someone like Mahershala Ali was a bit like, no, I want to make an actual film. I want to make a story,
like a good movie. Yeah.
We've gotten some details on what's been going on with all of the different scripts. Apparently, at one point, one of the scripts had the story revolving around a group of women teaching us life lessons, and Blade was the fourth most important character in the movie.
So I guess
like
he has a decision to make then about what his angle is going to be on this.
I'm wondering. Yeah.
Which I'm more curious about these sorts of decisions than what he's actually saying. It's like, what angle are you going to take with this knowledge? This
the easiest angle is
Yeah.
Making Blade the fourth lead in his
Blade
own
should
movie.
be the main character in a Blade movie. Yeah. You know what? I think that's probably what he's going to do.
I mean,
Let's
he's
see.
probably not going to say this is in a long line of trying to replace all these characters with, you know, da-da-da.
He might.
I'm
I mean,
so
remember,
curious.
South Park was out at this point, so...
That's true, but
There you
I'm
go.
curious. Let's see.
All right.
First of all, I don't
For reference, if anyone knows what I'm talking about with that, it's just that with South Park having said it, it just makes it easier for everyone to say it. As simple as that.
understand how in any film your title character could be the fourth most important
yes, see,
character.
there you go.
Let alone having that character be played by Oscar-winning actor Mahershala Ali. Like, what?
You can have Oscar-winning characters that are fourth main.
Play side, yeah.
I
mean,
guess
that
the whole
happens all
thing
the
is
time.
but like, did you complain about this with all the other Marvel stuff, where you have the character? And
What about
they're
like
getting
Stellan
essentially usurped
Skarsgård
by-
playing random scientist who barely gets any screen time? Isn't that fucking upsetting? No,
Yeah.
it's like
I
because
think
you're
the
allowed
last
to have
time we
side
saw
characters.
him, he was naked at Stonehenge.
Yes, I think
don't
so.
know.
His greatest role, obviously.
Defining role of his career.
What happened to us just getting a movie about a dude killing vampires?
It makes me think about like Luthen's speech, and whenever he kind of pauses and looks away, it cuts to him running around naked at Stonehenge, and then he just goes back to his speech.
And you gotta
like
play some sad piano music as well every
Yeah.
time, and it's in black and white. Do 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 do.
I've had to do some- I've had to use the enemy's tactics. I'm doomed to use the tactics of my enemy.
I have to sacrifice
Naked
everything.
at Stonehenge. If one of you makes that as a meme, please send it to me.
Oh, I'm sure they will
I
if you
need
ask
to
for it.
see- I need
Stop.
to see that.
Messing people up. That's literally all we're asking for. Again, it's the easiest thing on the surface. It's the easiest thing to do. But now, again, we're looking to the bright side now. Kevin Feige basically saw that and he said,
Okay,
"Yo,
so-
screw."
Oh, did Kevin? Okay, yeah, cool. All right, smart man. Like you found a way to get past it without talking about. You just talk about how it's just interesting.
I think it's an easy fucking dug as well. 4 women or whatever, like, for 3 women main characters talking about life lessons. It's so
In a
fucking
movie
funny.
where you want to see a guy fight vampires.
Yeah.
Screw all of that. You're all fired. I'm hiring the writer of Logan. And he's
Man,
gonna write us a new
I don't
script.
get why is this? What is this like Feige like obsession that so many
It's
people
so
have?
weird,
Like, as if
because-
he's God.
I love that we do like crediting Feige for cleaning up all the shit on the floor when he was the
Not
one who
his fault
shat.
when he hired all these people. He's the producer. They're all called a Kevin Feige production.
Yeah, like why
Like,
are you
it's
saying
never
like,
his
oh,
fault.
Kevin's fixing it all up? It's like, what do you mean?
Yeah, Kevin's cleaning house after he hired all these people.
And Mahershala was already ready to leave the project because there's been so much going on with it behind the scenes that now the writer of Logan, who is obviously a very competent writer, Logan is one of the greatest
Name one other film that he's written.
Come on, Frank, that's mean.
movies of all
I
time.
just find it
Now-
funny that when it was like, oh yeah, no, he's really good. It's like, do you even know anything else that he's written? Did you even know he existed until the article mentioned him?
Now he's writing the new script, and Mahershala is still on board. So hopefully this Blade movie actually takes a turn for the better, and we can finally get this film. And apparently, one of the tidbits that they had in there was that the film is now being made it's now being made with a budget that's projected to be under $100 million. So it'd be one of the cheaper Marvel films.
I think we talked about it, right? It feels to me like a Blade film can be done
For pretty cheap.
50.
maybe not. I don't know if I'd call it cheap, but definitely not. Fucking 200 million is
affordable.
not needed. You know.
Yeah, why
Yeah,
did it need to cost
most of
$200
it-
million?
It's going to be mostly like it's a contemporary setting. You buy a smoke machine, go into some nightclubs and some industrial areas.
Yeah.
Every once in a while, you have a transformation of a vampire. Have all the vampire
Your-
makeup be, practical.
Yeah, your CG is mainly in the killing of the vampires, and
Which, it's
which
not
shouldn't be too
trivial.
difficult.
What was Van Helsing budget?
Oh, I think
that
Van
was
Helsing
high.
was expensive.
Yeah.
because that's
Van
still
Helsing
legit
was
for a fact.
160 million.
Yeah,
Jeez.
Yeah.
it was high.
God
Well,
damn.
I guess the more relevant one
Dracula
is the
Untold was only 70
The
million.
more relevant one would be the first Blade was $45
Yes,
million.
that's the better comparison. Yeah.
Yo, Underworld was 22 million.
Yeah, those movies are pretty cheap. In terms
Alright.
of budget. Remember, Resident Evil movies, they're pretty cheap as well.
And they made lots of money.
films.
They did.
When it comes to a Blade film, that's definitely a film they can make for under $100 million because the action could be so practical. The action in the OG Wesley Snipes movies was fire as hell.
I agree. Impractical
wait,
action
but-
in movies sucks.
Well, yeah, but he obviously is referring to like physical stuff. It's like so. Let me get this straight in terms of my criticism here. I think he's completely wrong. The action in a Blade film. Let's compare it to a Daredevil, or even like you know what I'm gonna get at, right? Like Blade requires a lot of CG work because when he kills a vampire, they have to turn to like a fiery dust. That's,
Yep.
You can't
Yeah,
do
it
that
depends on
really
how many
physically. It's pretty
vampires-
difficult. Like.
Yeah, it depends on how many vampires he kills and how often. But if you kept your CGI sort of relegated to that kind of thing, it probably wouldn't be too bad.
Well, sure, but like to say that Blade especially is the one that we can do practically is like.
Yeah, I wouldn't say especially. I would say like Doom isn't like it doesn't need to be particularly CGI intensive.
Yeah, like at the top of the scale, you'll have maybe Superman or like Doctor Strange, where it's like, well, most of this is going to have to be CG because it's like how else? I guess Superman there's ways around it, of course, but
well, maybe Aquaman, right? That'd be like
yeah,
what you it's like
and then lower end of the scale.
It's
Daredevil, I'd say, yeah. It's pretty much you need someone who's acrobatic, relatively strong, and then they can sort of sort everything out. But Blade is not someone I sort of I wouldn't have associated with like, oh, that's low on the CG requests.
So
low,
imagine
but not like
lower than the highest, of course. And I don't know where I'd rate him, but it's just that I don't know. It's still a lot of work needs to be done. I would want it to still look awesome,
what they could do
Yeah,
now
absolutely.
today in the present day with someone like Mahershala Ali. Sign me up. I just hope Marvel. Well, I'm glad Marvel made the necessary steps because I swear to God, if we got a Blade movie where Blade
You
is
don't
the
know if
fourth,
they've made the
fourth most
necessary
important
steps.
character, and it's
Yeah, you don't know.
the movie is just led by just a
Is his
group of
finger
women
fucked
teaching
up?
us life lessons, and Blade is just in the background over there. People are
kinda.
walking
Yeah,
on
see?
stage straight up.
I wasn't gonna
Now we-
say anything, but I guess I'm guessing.
Well, yeah,
there's
I mean,
something
that
still there. Yeah, that
could be
just
like
be
Fine, I
like
just
a
something.
joint
noticed, like,
thing, or it
his-
could be just
Yeah, they kind of go outwards. Yeah, that's
Massive
interesting.
fire that's been happening over at Marvel Studios for a while now is how they've been handling the Disney Plus shows. This
Yes,
has been-
because
Tell
that
me
is
about
the
the
narrative.
shows.
That's the narrative. It's the
Yes,
shows that
tell
are really
me.
the problem.
Tell me about the shows.
It's weird because like I thought people could easily acknowledge at least some of the films being trash.
At least some of the movies have been bad.
Yeah, throw us
I mean,
a bone
remember.
here.
Well, it's just because I imagine that he buys into the accepted ones, right? Eternals is bad. Quantumania is bad. What's another? Oh, Thor: Love and Thunder is probably in the mix as well as
Yeah,
the
that one's
accepted
safe.
bad
Yeah, those are
movies.
the safe ones. Yeah.
Those are the safe ones.
You won't
compared
say
to,
Wakanda Forever.
or Multiverse of Madness.
Yeah, I think Multiverse of Madness. I,
mean,
still
yeah,
think
he
a lot of
said,
people
again,
would think is good.
He said Shang-Chi, which is an interesting one because again, please tell me anything that happened in that movie.
Yeah.
Completely new territory for Marvel when it comes to Phase 4 and Phase 5 because they didn't need to worry about no Disney Plus shows when it came to the Infinity Saga. But now when it comes to Disney Plus, Marvel has been making the necessary adjustments to actually make these shows and uphold the quality that we're used to.
Oh, have they been making?
They've been
the
making the necessary.
changes?
Okay. Oh well. Okay
As
then.
reflected-
Well, that's.
as
I thought he was
reflected
gonna
in their
say-
current-
We've been making them to reflect like the storylines to include them to have them support the movie, but no, he just said like the quality is. It's like, bro, the fucking TV shows have gotten way worse if we're gonna compare
the
to
most
Phase
recent
2
one
and
is
3.
Secret Invasion, the most and Loki.
Daredevil, the show, and Punisher, the show, and even take Agent Carter,
but
Agents of Shield.
Different division, though.
No, it doesn't. The point being that if you're going to talk about it in a broad sense of Marvel TV shows that were happening at that point, and that the ones now are being raised to the film's quality, it's like, what do you mean? They're way worse.
They are, yeah, I get you. Well, it seems like he's made a mistake that he doesn't recognize. He's like extrapolated something that wasn't even present in the article, which is that changes are being made to the way that the TV shows are going to be produced in the future that will make them better. Because again, the vast majority of the stuff that's going to be coming out for the next year has already been shot. Like Ironheart's been shot, Echo's been shot and is now coming out. What's the other one that what's the fucking, isn't it another one?
Oh, well? Harkness?
Oh yeah, that one's mainly shot too. So it's like, what changes? And how do you even know that they're making the necessary changes when none of that has manifested in something that you can actually watch and verify? Why would you talk about it like it's a foregone conclusion that everything's better?
Yeah,
There's no reason to believe it. Nothing's happening.
They needed to do.
The writer's strike just ended, and the actor's strike is still going. Nothing's happening right now. What
the irony as well
have to say these things?
Is that if you look at the changes they plan to make for the TV shows, all they're doing is doing it as it's been done by everyone else. For some reason, they didn't do that in the fucking first. Yeah, like the idea that's like, oh, we're going to do this is like, okay, that doesn't really actually solve anything because that just catches you up to fucking reality.
Yeah, exactly. And plus, the fact that apparently with Daredevil, they're going to be reusing some of the stuff that they already shot rather than starting completely all over again, makes me wonder. It's like,
yeah.
I don't know if that's the total overhaul that everybody kind of wants. That seems like it could yield some really bad results.
When it comes to Daredevil Born Again, we recently heard that they completely scrapped everything that they did with Daredevil
not
Born
true.
Again.
They didn't. No, they didn't, apparently. They're going to be reusing a lot of stuff that they've already done.
Which doesn't surprise me because it's fucking wild to shot that much
Really
and get rid of everything.
Yeah,
and also, with their track record, maybe they got rid of a lot of good stuff and just replaced it with shit.
Yeah, that's the fundamental big problem. They don't know what good is. They have no idea.
Because remember,
they flipped a coin again.
One of the things that was brought up was, Daredevil doesn't suit up until episode 4. That doesn't mean anything to me, good or bad. There's nothing for me to... But, like, the fact that was perceived as a necessarily bad thing is like, so you still don't get it. That could be good, that we don't see him suit up for several episodes. It could be good that it's more of, like, a conventional courtroom drama, even if it's not, like the Netflix show.
Starting over completely fresh with showrunners, and they actually got the same showrunners that ran the OG Netflix Punisher show with John Bernthal.
Do you see how we almost what you want to hear when he says the OG, you're like, oh, the OG, Punisher, you're like, exactly. Wait,
well, Punisher.
Hey, well, that's not Daredevil. Why didn't you say Daredevil?
They got someone to do a show who's done shows before.
It's not the main thing is that's what everyone was asking for, is bring back the fucking creators of the one we like. That's like the easy thing.
The problem is, like, that team doesn't exist in some coherent, like, singular way anymore. They're probably all working on different things. It's Jova.
Super exciting, and they also have the same directors that directed the majority of the Loki episodes coming to
which means nothing really to me. If anything, that's a bad sign.
Yeah, if the people who made Loki believe that what they made with Loki was top tier, it's like,
Direct Daredevil Born Again. So I'm super optimistic about that, and I'm glad again Marvel is.
But you never would if the opposite was nothing changed and they were moving forward with Daredevil Born Again as it was, you'd still think it was good, probably. Yeah, maybe you wouldn't.
That's like, I need you to tell me what was a bad project and why, and what was a good project and why.
When were you ever concerned about a project before Variety told you that you should be concerned about it, or The Hollywood Reporter, or Deadline?
Yeah, this video incidentally comes out now, and it's about this article. All right.
Because when they make these moves, they know this isn't going to look good to the public. They know when it's announced that they're scrapping everything they've done for Daredevil Born Again and starting over fresh. That's not a good look. But they're still willing to go through that in order to give us the best product.
It's so fucking funny to me. Like,
all right, well, there we go. Yeah.
The silver lining with every single thing that ever happens. Like, it's good that they've done this because it's something that they know could be bad to be seen doing it. So that's good.
It looks really bad, and that's why it's so good.
You know, when they reshot Secret Invasion, it's because they knew that they didn't have a good script, and they're putting in all of the effort that they need to do all the necessary changes to make it the best show ever.
Which is good, even if it's horrible.
Product they could possibly make, and props to Marvel for that. One thing that was mentioned in this article was that the She-Hulk series
Awesome.
cost over $225 million.
That's been known for a
To put
while.
that into
It's not new
perspective,
information.
that's more expensive than the budget for the first Avengers movie.
Yeah.
Well, is that true with adjusting for inflation?
No, probably not. It's been 10 years and inflation, it's kind of gone up over the last
Which is
couple
really
of years.
important. A lot of people
The
say
more
it and
relevant
see it
part
as like a dismissible thing, but when you adjust for inflation, it tells you the actual answer. That's the point of that.
Well, it's the important thing with inflation as well as box office gross, my dudes. Like,
Yeah.
if you make the same amount of money 10 years later, it ain't the same amount of money.
Yep.
Don't know how that's possible, but I digress.
Do you
Now,
not?
guys, I highly recommend you guys go and check out this article and read it for yourself.
Oh,
I'm gonna link
is
it in
he
the description
accepted?
below.
I imagine he's on the boat of She-Hulk as bad as well, right? That's one of the more accepted ones.
Surely, yeah. If he's against the TV shows somewhat, then that's got to be one of the ones that goes down.
Because there's just
Yeah,
a lot to dive
probably.
in there. But the biggest thing
But
by
no,
far
he's not going to say anything about like Falcon and the Winter Soldier.
Oh my god,
you
he's
know?
about to talk about the Marvels, I think.
Oh no.
in this
Here we go.
entire article is that Marvel has been discussing plans to revive Robert Downey
Oh no,
Jr.
no.
Right.
as Scarlett Johansson, as Tony Stark and Black Widow, and
I don't think the article said that's what they're considering.
No, the article
said
it was
that
floated as a possibility.
Yeah, like that's like I think the article said like that is an option that could be pursued. I don't think the article ever said, yeah, this is something they're thinking about doing.
Or that they're actually making meaningful plans to do it right
Yeah.
now.
bringing back the original Avengers for a new Avengers movie. Now, there are multiple ways you can look at this. When I hear the word
There's one way to look at it. That's hilarious and
desperate.
embarrassing.
Yeah. And that's
It
it.
will not happen.
There's no real
It's not
like
going to happen. There's no way.
who the
No
fuck
way,
says
no
like,
way.
oh, that's amazing. What a great idea. Like okay.
reviving Tony Stark and reviving Black Widow, to me, that sounds like they're actually reviving the characters that made those amazing sacrifices.
Oh my god.
Wow. All right. He didn't read the article. He
God.
didn't read the article, or he skimmed it, or
I don't remember the word
Does he-
reviving being in
does
the
he-
article at all.
Does he think this is a good idea?
Well, we'll see, but
Sacrifices that made Avengers Endgame so special. And the thought of that is insane. Because it would completely take away what made Endgame so special.
There you go.
Tony
Good.
Stark's death.
Yes.
Tony Stark's funeral.
Okay, there
Natasha's
we go.
sacrifice for the Soul
hey,
Stone.
look at you guys.
That is what
Hey.
made Endgame so special. And if they revive these characters, it completely takes away all of that.
Oh my god.
Yeah,
Now,
look at you go.
That is completely different than Tony Stark and Black Widow appearing as variants of themselves in Secret Wars.
Oh,
Oh, well, okay.
hey, he gets like
Never-
half a point, 0.25.
You get like half credit for like starting to have the correct idea and then pooping on it, but at least you had something to poop on.
Yeah, no, sure, you know what?
We,
All right, buddy.
we were
Yeah,
right
half a
there,
point.
man. You were debated.
That's right, we were debated, yeah. We were debated.
We all expected that. We all expect
that's in
that,
the first
that,
half,
that
not
that's
gonna
what
lie.
Secret Wars is going
I
to
don't care if we expect them to do something shit. It's still
I
shit when they
certainly
do
don't
it.
want them to do it, yeah.
be. It's going to be a ton of variants of different Marvel characters we all know and love that we all grew up with coming together and interacting with other.
I gotta say, I hate the term variant because it implies that there's like some actual like
Validity to
singular-
it.
Original? Like an original?
Yeah,
like a real
yeah,
one?
like as if there's a real one and then a bunch of fake ones. I don't like the term variant. It
Oh,
bothers
that
me.
right, yeah. I thought you were saying like the fact that it almost makes it sound like it's an accepted thing that we all know is coming and is good and is a part of stories. Variants. It's like no.
Yeah, but no, of course not.
No.
Other variants. Seeing Tobey Maguire's Spider-Man interact with Hugh Jackman's Wolverine.
Yeah, I'm sure you love
See,
that.
so
Yeah.
this
yeah.
gives you the insights that this is
Alright.
the kind of
Here we
lad
go.
this is. He loves
Here we
this
go.
stuff. He would.
And Marvel is sitting there watching this video going, Tobey Maguire Spider-Man? Yep, Hugh
Yep,
Jackman
we'll put that on the
Wolverine.
list.
Yeah.
Writing in their
We'll
notepad.
see how much
yeah.
money we can give them.
Robert Downey Jr.'s Iron Man.
Yep,
Now, it's not
yep.
going to be the same Iron Man that we know from Endgame.
It'll be a variant. Don't worry. It'll be great.
It'd be a
But it's
variant.
gonna be a
It's the same
different
actor
variant.
and he sounds the
and
same.
That would still be pretty damn epic, and that's what we all.
Why? Why?
That would be an
Why?
epic victory royale. True.
Why?
Because
epic.
he likes Iron Man, and it means that he doesn't have to worry about the sacrifice being undermined in textual formats. It's just cool to have him back. He gets to win for it, he gets the key jangle without it ruining anything that came before.
Okay.
That's what we all expect out of Secret Wars. But that...
Remember what you expect. I don't know, man. Well, to be fair to him, I do expect that, but not for the same reasons he does.
Not because it's a good thing, because they're
It's a
just
shit
that
thing, specifically
lazy and
because it's a
cynical.
shit thing.
Yeah.
is not what this article sounds like it's referring to. This article is saying it's reviving Tony Stark and Black Widow, and to me, when I hear that,
No, it isn't.
not once for a second
Is that
did
what
I
it-
ever hear any...
I don't know, like I said, did they use the term reviving in the article?
Let me double check. Let me take a look.
I don't remember. I feel like if they had, we would have talked about it, right?
All right, this would
it
include
says
reviving Robert. Let's see. With Iger publicly acknowledging the downside of a Marvel TV glut that diluted focus and attention, the keepers of the comic book empire are considering some dramatic moves. Sources say there have been talks to bring back the original gang for an Avengers movie. This would include reviving Robert Downey Jr.'s Iron Man and Scarlett Johansson's Black Widow, both of whom were killed off in Endgame.
But does this article consider Loki to have been revived, for instance?
Well,
Do they understand?
so this is what I was going to
there's
say.
different-
The disconnect I have with this guy, I guess, is that I never would have thought they meant bringing, like, reviving, like, actually bringing back the characters that died in those films. I assumed it was a multiverse thing.
Yeah, considering the era that we're in.
Yeah, I wouldn't have thought they'd bring back those specific characters. But you know what? Maybe they would.
Maybe.
Yeah, maybe.
They would. Yeah, maybe they would.
Maybe I shouldn't rule it out. Maybe he's right.
Anyone saying that Marvel's reviving Hugh Jackman's Wolverine. No, because this Wolverine we're seeing in Deadpool 3 is just a...
No, I think the director said that Logan's canon, my man. So maybe it is actually.
Well,
maybe they are.
I was about to say, how does he... Okay, so
How can
this
he
is...
actually know?
It's confusing because Logan's continuity expresses that it's within the timeline of, like, at least... It's got references to the Wolverine in there, right? It's got the sword.
The problem is it's complicated because it's like things ran that played out the same, but some things were different. And I think Deadpool is in the timeline of Logan and not like the timeline that led up to Days of Future Past. It's very confusing.
Because Logan, I don't think anyone thinks of the X-Men universe as, like, Logan is the sequel to some of the other... Like, even though you could... I don't think it feels that... You know, like, if you draw a map of, like, the franchises, when it goes, like, say, for example, Halloween 1, Halloween 2, Halloween 3, and then you have the reboot, it, like, will draw lines in different directions. It wouldn't, like, continue in the same vein. Or spin-offs, or ones that are set years before in a different way, or maybe it is kind of like years after, but regards a different character. It's just like these... Logan is, like, seen as it's on a bit of an island, that film. But in the same vein, I guess, the Wolverine is too, and X-Men Origins Wolverine. Then I don't think they're seen as, like, episodes like 4, 5, and 6 in the X-Men Fox universe, even though they're sharing continuity, if you know what I mean. Not like X-Men 1, 2, 3, where it's like, oh yeah, that's all a following story. Logan is the prequel to X-Men 1.
No, it isn't.
Well, it's set
What?
way further
Logan
forward.
is set way after. Yeah.
Well, it's even
like the latest in the timeline.
Correct me if I'm wrong, but isn't the idea that they cured mutants or whatever, and they all got killed / cured? Isn't that the future that they're in?
What happened was that it was that Charles Xavier had like an episode when, you know how he had the thing where
Oh yeah,
like,
but it's not
froze everybody-
just the X-Men themselves. It's also mutants in general,
no, there's
right?
basically no mutants left. Yeah.
I can't remember if that's taking from which of the many continuities potential, because you have Days of Future Past and First Class and Apocalypse.
Well, as I understand it, it's that Days of Future Past is like the inflection, like that's where it starts to divide.
Right.
So you have the original timeline that plays out, but then like Apocalypse, Dark Phoenix, I think the Deadpool movies, they're like from Days of Future Past afterward in a different timeline.
And which one's Logan attached to?
Logan is the second timeline, so that'd be you know, Days of Future Past travels back in time, stops the Sentinels.
Oh, by the way,
but
Vox are now correct. They weren't back when we first covered them in episode, I think 11 or 10 of EFAP, where they said the continuity in the Fox universe is far better than the MCU's. We laughed at them for that, but they are now correct.
Yes, they are. Yeah.
Good for them.
Yep.
different variant or he's coming from a different point in time. But at no point was anyone saying, oh, Marvel's reviving Hugh Jackman's Wolverine, because they've said it multiple times that the Wolverine in Logan is completely separate from the Wolverine we're gonna see in Deadpool 3.
Whatever that means.
They've sent mixed messages. You can say this all you want, but they've definitely sent mixed messages on the nature of.
There's an elephant in the room here. A lot of people take issue with bringing him back in any way, shape, or form.
In general, exactly, because he had a story that ended. So even if you say like, oh yeah, but it's a variant, it's like that doesn't really address the fundamental point, which is he had a story, it's over, and now you're dragging him back because you need to make some more money.
Yeah, there's a sense that the more we see him after his ending to his story, that the less that ending is his ending. It's more so just an episode.
Exactly. And I mean, he has to understand that, right?
You'd think.
So when it comes to all of this multiverse,
and if someone said like, "Oh, so no more Wolverine," it's like no more Hugh Jackman Wolverine.
No more Hugh Jackman Wolverine. Different guy, different character, different actor.
Change the actor, and people will be like, "It's so easy to know that it's a different one if you change the actor." That's like the number one thing you can do.
We all agree that it's a really difficult character to do well after how well Hugh Jackman did it, but that we'd all be willing to give someone a shot who's well cast, right?
Yeah, there's been plenty of good James Bonds.
Stuff.
You can do it.
And bringing back the OG Avengers, I think we all kind of expected that the original OG Avengers would come back in something like Secret Wars.
No, I didn't.
They're not.
I don't want. Well,
I don't think they
to
will.
be clear, I don't want them to, but I might have expected them to because of Marvel being so shit. Sure.
But now I'm not so sure because they need to pay them more money than they can probably afford to get them back.
As we talked about, we know meta reasons for why. Like, I don't believe Scarlett Johansson would ever come back. Maybe I'm wrong.
No, why would she after what happened?
She, as much as you could say, like, well, it's just gonna be a matter of money, right? And it's like maybe, but she's also super into the art of filmmaking, from what I gather.
Exactly.
She also has money.
She has fuck you money.
She does.
Yeah, she might as well. There's a lot of people where like they get so rich, they're like, it just doesn't matter anymore. Like, what am I gonna spend this? Like, I've got enough. I want to do me stuff now.
I hear the term reviving Tony Stark and reviving Black Widow. To me, one, there's no longevity in that because these characters and these actors have already dedicated over a decade of their lives.
No, I guess though the counter would be if Marvel could get a guaranteed W from it, they'd just do it, even if they knew there wouldn't be multiples of them.
You said there's no longevity because we know that they've already put so much of their lives into it. Like the implication being they wouldn't give much more or whatever. It's just like, well, we never know how long.
Scarlett Johansson's, she's not that old, man.
Well,
she's not old and she's fit.
It goes both ways, though. Like we could have, Harrison Ford is joining the MCU as Ross soon. It's like, how long are we going to have him for? I don't know.
Yeah, I mean,
could be one movie.
Like 84 at this point.
Yeah, who the fuck knows? Like the idea that's like, well, that means we can't get invested because Robert Downey Jr. probably wouldn't come back for more than one. It's like, what argument is that?
I've been invested in characters that only showed up for parts of a single.
You know what?
Movie.
I've been invested in characters who, a lot of movies don't have sequels. Did you know that? Like a lot of them don't have sequels
to these roles, and realistically speaking, Robert Downey Jr., Chris Evans, Scarlett Johansson.
Yeah, Chris Evans is probably not coming back. It seams like he's very much done
ready
as well.
to move on.
I don't know. It's just he said a lot of things that seem indicative of like, yeah, I'm a bit tired of it. Like it went for a long time, and I'd rather do other things.
Mm-hmm. Could be. I don't know. For some reason, for me, if I heard an article or an announcement for him saying I am returning as a guest spot in like a fucking Avengers multiverse thing, I'd be like, okay. Meanwhile, if it's either Scarlett Johansson or Robert Downey Jr., I'm going to be like, really?
Yes, that would be more surprising.
OG gang, they're not going to come back and just reprise these roles consistently the way they used to in the Infinity Saga that revolved completely around them. They've already said goodbye to their characters. They've already had that moment that where we sat down during the credits of Endgame and we saw all of their signatures and that was their goodbye wave to the audience. They've already had that moment, so there's no way in hell that they would come back consistently. But
that's not true. Do you know
that's not true?
Do you know fucking people put their signatures on that are still here?
Well, so
fucking Banner is still here.
And even if they didn't come back consistently, if they only showed up one more time, why is that like a disaster in your mind? Why is that unfathomable and untenable, you know?
It's so funny to me because it's just like, it's just Marvel. They'll do anything. If it's gonna work,
Yeah.
they'll do it.
Yeah.
I've put it as
shit.
there's like different sort of flags to let everyone know like what stages we're at, and one of the big ones was bringing back Iron Man. That was like a big like,
Yeah.
we're in serious trouble. But the ultimate like, I don't think it gets any worse than having something like Iron Man fighting Darth Vader. That's where it's like, oh, it's dead. It's all
man.
dead.
Yeah.
Disney's actually
Could you
dead.
imagine?
Yeah,
So Star Wars Theory would think that's very cool.
I'm sure.
Oh, and then you gotta have Mickey Mouse there as well, though, right?
Oh.
Yeah, but it's Palpatine. So when he, like in Episode 3, he goes, as he spins
Unlimited
around
power.
to get up. Yeah, that's right.
Even if they revive Tony Stark and Black Widow for a new Avengers movie, to me that takes
Man,
away
he is
a lot
obsessed
of
with
what
this
made Endgame
particular
so special, which is the fact that
point.
it was the Endgame. It was us saying bye to the journey that we've been on for the past 10 years.
True.
Well, but the funny thing, of course, is like, well, should he say just bye to those two? Because everything else continues. It drags on the corpse slowly through the fucking desert.
To me, it's just a movie that screams desperation because Marvel knows where they're at this point in time with the MCU.
That's true.
I'm sorry, a White Vision series isn't going to bring the MCU back to its glory days.
Is that actually happening?
I know. What if it was what if it was incredible? What if it was like the most profound
I don't know.
story
I
ever
think
told?
maybe I'm with him that even if it was an 11 out of 10, right, it wouldn't matter. It just wouldn't matter.
How many 11 out of 10s does it take?
A lot. It's the exact same thing in reverse now. In order to get their shit back, they have to make great things again and again and again and again.
Consistently.
Like,
Yeah.
getting one or two is not enough.
You need, because great things that were like established, well recognized series, that makes it easier because more people are likely to pay. But like if
we've seen
Echo
it,
turns out somehow to be incredible, very few people are going to watch that show.
We're going to see it, I hope, with Game of Thrones' overall reputation, right? It was on the fucking floor, and then House of the Dragon comes out, and you have the sentiment is like, at least from my POV, a big old black cloud is just sitting over the idea that it could be good because it's part of Game of Thrones. Even though you check the creators, not necessarily. There's some crossover here and there. All new characters, could be good. You watch season 1 for the purpose of review, and that black cloud's gone for me. It's like, and now season 2's coming out. I can be a part of promoting it, just by being a normal person who says the show looks good and is good, if it's good. What I guess I'm saying is that if they create a season 2 and 3 that's as good as season 1, then by the time we hit the end of season 3, we're gonna be like, oh god, what else have you got? Give us another one. And it's like, oh shit, they've actually managed to undo a lot of the damage that Game of Thrones did to the overall sense of the IP, even though, like I said, it is different. But with Marvel, yeah, if they did White Vision, the TV show, and it was incredible, I feel like it would be like Andor. It would be like nobody gives a shit.
Only if they call it White Vision. They have to call it White Vision.
Well, I think it's called Vision Quest, right?
Yes.
Oh no, is it?
Yeah, I think so.
Yep. And like I said, you need that to be good. You need several movies and TV shows to be really fucking, and maybe not even good. You have to be great to pull everyone back in.
We need superstars in the game. The X-Men are on the bench right now, and
it's not. That's really not the. Like, he's not entirely wrong. As in, like, like the part of the problem with that White Vision show would be that if it were great, it's like, well, it's about a robot that people don't even understand from a show. It's like a spin-off of a spin-off almost. You know what I mean? It's like, but if it were a TV show simply called Wolverine, and it was amazing. It's like, yeah, that would faster regenerate the MCU. That's true.
Just because it would get more eyeballs.
The thing is, though, he seems to be focused on the fact that it needs to be about stars, when it's like, well, the more important thing is the writing, but also making it about characters people actually give a shit about. That is an important aspect too.
It's time to cue them in. The Fantastic Four, we know we're on the way. All of the characters in Deadpool 3, we know they're on the way. Everything that's going down in Secret Wars, that's going to be fire.
Is it?
Why?
How do you know that?
Is it?
You've already decided it's going to be good?
You said that the MCU is in shambles, and yet that's going to be fire. Okay.
Yes, it is.
But Marvel needs to put the superstars back in the game, because when it comes to Phase 4, someone actually did the math. We've met 57 new superheroes.
Oh shit, that's what it was, 57 then. Okay.
Damn.
Oh my god.
In Phase 4 and Phase 5
that is actually fucking nuts. How many superheroes were introduced in Phase 1, 2, and 3?
What, like 7?
Well, it's probably like I'm including like even Falcon, you know, like
Machine. Well, Falcon was Phase 2.
that's why I said Phase 1, 2, and 3.
Oh, Phase 1, 2, and 3. Oh, I guess it probably would have been comparable, right? How many of them were there at?
So the big question is, were they more introduced in Phase 4 than they were in Phases 1, 2, and 3 put together? I wonder. But we should have a criteria of like they should have a power of some kind. They can't just be like, you know, random person. I'm not sure. Obviously, we can't really do that right now, but still, it'd be interesting.
Alone. And at this point in time, we don't know the next time we're going to see Shang-Chi. We don't know the next time we're going to see the Eternals.
That's not the problem. That's really not actually the problem at all.
So you have to make them good. You have to make these movies good. You have to make these characters. It doesn't matter how many. If it's 57 shitty characters, then why would I care? Because why do I think that a pile of shit is better because it's bigger?
If they came with like a thing at the end where a very sterile person room is just like, you will see the Eternals in 3 more projects. Bye. That doesn't make it better.
Okay. I was like, what am I supposed to do with this?
Yep.
No, if you want to get butts in seats, and you want to get people invested in the MCU again,
you got to write it well. Simple.
You have to write it well. The writing has to be good. Characters have to be likable and endearing.
You have to bring in the superstars that people actually care about outside of the movie.
You know what the fastest way to put people off the MCU would be to bring in the superstars and write them badly.
I was about to say, if you make X-Men and it sucks,
it's over. It's so fucking over.
You're finished.
The X-Men have always been Marvel's most popular group of characters.
Yeah, but not when they're shit.
Has it?
Yeah, well, they haven't always been. I mean, Dark Phoenix failed. Like, it failed.
Does he mean in the comics they were...
Yeah, but in the comics, well, I mean, Spider-Man. You know, X-Men was really popular in the 90s, like, and the early 2000s. But now it's, you know, it's not quite the case.
And
they've always been really, you know, like, they've always been a big part of the comics, for sure.
Well, I think he said for most popular group, so Spider-Man wouldn't necessarily be the competition, but Fantastic Four would be the competition, I guess.
But X-Men's more popular than Fantastic Four, I'd
Not
say.
when Marvel started, right? Fantastic Four were before X-Men.
Not much before, like a year or two.
But enough that they would have had a time in the spotlight to be like the most popular group, and then they become the most popular group, and you know, eras, right? Because I mean, Avengers must have been pretty popular at some point.
Oh, it depends on what time you talk about. Like, because the 90s was like the height of the popularity of like X-Men.
Right, yeah.
Purchased them in 2019, and they've just been sitting on the bench now while we're getting freaking a White Vision series, a Wonder Man series, an Echo series, Agatha, Ironheart, all of that stuff.
You know, part of the reason why that's probably happening, though, beyond like rights and everything else that comes with it, is the fact that there's a bit more trepidation with creating X-Men than there is with fucking Harkness. Who cares? Like, pop that out, yeah, go. But when they're sitting there like, how are we going to do X-Men? It's like, how are we going to implement that into the MCU? When should we? Should we do it now or later? Or should it be the results of some big event? Or should it just be something that's always happened? It probably is a nightmare to try and make it work when it's funny, because they shouldn't be spending that much time on it, considering they don't spend any time on making anything make sense. But then again, it's just going to be bad anyway. What I'm trying to say is, like, there's probably a reason why it takes a while to consider how to implement the X-Men. They're giving us Hugh Jackman Wolverine as, like, a big, you know, mutant to go first. Not necessarily first, because isn't Miss Marvel supposed to be a mutant now or something?
Yeah, I guess so.
But that's the safest fucking way to begin implementing X-Men, is to start with possibly the most popular film X-Men ever.
Really brave way to do it would be to have the X-Men team be comprised of the original team and not Wolverine. So, like, the main character would be Cyclops instead of Wolverine.
Yeah,
I don't think they'll do that.
Yeah, you got to think like an idiot, though. Like, it's got to be like a. I mean, it's just like Hugh Jackman's Wolverine. Yeah, that'll do it. That's the way. That's where we start, of course.
Oh, of course, that's the easiest way to do it. Whereas the more interesting way would be if you have the original team that didn't have Wolverine in it. So
as we just said, if they fuck him up, it's going to have much more drastic results than fucking up, you know, Jeremy, the first mutant.
Oh, yeah.
Like, where they just tried it with that guy.
Yeah. If they do it and they screw it up, it'll be catastrophic. I mean, that's the thing. X-Men and Fantastic Four are like the last things that they have left. If they screw both of them up, then
I'll say this.
Done.
And I think the sentiment is shared across a lot of the sort of spheres that we're in as well, that we're all assuming they're not going to fuck up Hugh Jackman Wolverine, kind of. We're like, they probably won't fuck that up. It's Deadpool. Looks like Ryan Reynolds and Hugh Jackman are, pretty involved, and they're pretty level-headed with what works. It's like, they're not gonna fuck that up, right? It's gonna be a violent movie with some jokes, right? It's not gonna be like a terribly written mess, right?
I mean, you hope.
Well,
But I guess the thing that's got working in its favor is that if it's Deadpool 3 bringing in a lot of stock and capital from like Ryan Reynolds, that is kind of unique compared to most Marvel productions, where this is something that's being brought in where I think that's like their co-production, like Ryan Reynolds is a producer on it. It's just that because the Deadpool films like existed beyond the MCU, there's a lot of other stuff that gets tied up in it, like that. Yeah, because it's production companies part of it. Yeah, we'll see though.
And a lot of that stuff I just mentioned, some of that stuff is actually exciting, but again, with the current state of the MCU, they need to bring the superstars in the game because this is what people want.
it's not a problem at all. It's not even close.
This is what the fans want, and this is what people are going to show up for. And at the end of the day, that's why Secret Wars is going to be what it's going to be. This is why it's going to be an absolute like nostalgia fest, as a lot of people want to describe it, because Marvel...
Yeah, which is really bad when it's becoming more and more popular sentiment to just shit on that.
Yeah.
Like, that sucks, it's cynical, it's reflective of kind of the world that we're in right now. It's already over. It's kind of funny, right? South Park saying everybody's already fucking tired of multiverse, which is true. Everybody's already getting pretty tired of it. It's only been a couple of years. And now you have to hope that people remain excited about it for several years when people already kind of view it as cynical, by and large.
Everyone knows
it's no secret
that
Wars
the only way they're going to get Secret Wars to compete to a fraction of what Avengers Endgame made at the box office, which Avengers Endgame was...
No,
it's not possible.
No,
it ain't happening. It's just not happening.
No way. No way.
I don't
It's
even think
not
there's a way to
happening.
do that in the perfect environment. Like, I don't think there's anything that can be
no one
done.
cares.
I think it's
No one
Jova.
gives a shit.
It's Jova.
There's
is.
you
Jova
could
before
have
it
it perfectly
began.
written with like combining all the storylines of everybody in phases 4 and 5, bringing in characters that are really well sort of supported and meaningful. There's a cap on this film now. It didn't used to be necessarily like with a lot of stuff, but I mean, comparing it to Endgame, it's just like, how the fuck is anything going to make that kind of money again in the MCU? How?
You think it's actually going to make nearly $3 billion? I don't know about that, man.
The highest grossing movie of all time when it came out. So the only way they're going to get Secret Wars to match those numbers or potentially even surpass it is by bringing back the characters that people are invested in.
No.
It's not. No, stop. Quit.
By the way,
it's like you're a
these
broken
ideas.
record.
These ideas exist over in the MCU fucking studio. There's people up there, executives, producers that say all of this. Probably the only way this is going to work, guys, if we bring in Robert Downey Jr.'s Iron Man. It's the only way it's going to work. It's the only way we're going to get numbers like Endgame ever again. It's the only way.
Them so far,
Then some other guys like,
You might.
no, it's not. And then he's like, shut the fuck up, kicks him out the
reality
window.
is, they might have to just they might have to do the work. You can't do shortcuts anymore.
Oh yeah, dude, the big sad reality for them in that boardroom is that you like put your briefcase on the table, open up, there's just one sheet of paper that just says you gotta work.
Work hard.
It's like, that's it.
Sorry guys, we might have to work.
There's no
hard.
secret answer to this. You've just got to work real hard for real long, and that's it.
And we haven't had enough time with all of these new characters that we've met to truly invest, to truly be in.
Yeah, and Goga just said,
No,
worked
we've
well
had
with
good time with a number of them. They just all suck.
worked well with MOM,
More
right? Being the
I mean,
if you had MOM being pitched, and I'm pretty sure this did happen. They were like, all right, toss in Professor X, Charles Xavier. The only way we're gonna make the kind of money we need to make is if we have Professor X, Charles Xavier. Yes, get in there. God, he's fucking great. Patrick Stewart especially. Oh, if we can get him, yeah, that's great. Okay, next up, Reed Richards. Can we get him? It's like, oh, fan cast. Yeah, that's gonna be great. I don't know what the fucking conversation was to throw in like Agent Carter's, or I guess Captain Carter. Like I don't know if they thought like that's gonna bring in the money. Which even in the trailers was that was a complete surprise, right? Like at least intended. The the Illuminati members. The only one that was in the trailer for sure was Professor X, right?
Captain Carter. Wait, did they showed
In the
who did they show?
because we knew the cast before the film, but that was because of leaks. But in the trailers, I'm pretty sure they only showed Professor X, I think.
I
And
think you're
Mordo,
right, yeah,
we would have known about.
yeah, and Mordo. I think.
But yeah,
that's it.
there would have been some fucking producer being like, all of the members of the Illuminati, that's the only way that we're going to be able to get this film to the price tag that it'll get to. And you know what? That guy probably feels justified. Like, see? I was right. That's the reason.
Invested in them the way we were with Captain America, Tony Stark, Thor. And
No, to get invested in them, you have to write the stories.
Yep, you need characters.
You can't just have them be there, man.
You can't yeah, like the idea of you fast tracking through the investment process is just it's not you have to make good stuff. You got to do it the old-fashioned way. You have to make good stuff.
And the OG Avengers when it came time for Infinity War and Endgame. Again, everything I've said in today's video is coming from a place of love because y'all know I love Marvel. I ride with this franchise to the day I die. And even at this point in time where the MCU may be in shambles, I'm still here for Kevin Feige.
Yeah, see, I'm so glad you reminded the whole in shambles because it's like your video is not really in keeping with your title.
No.
I feel like you lured us in with some more Venom, but then it wasn't Venom at all. It was anti-Venom. It was Carnage or something.
Pick up the shambles and put it all together and make something extraordinary. Something that we're all used to.
What does it mean to pick up the shambles?
What doesn't it mean?
That's not even what they need to do. They need to just drop it and they need to like wipe the board clean and be like, guys, we need.
They need to wipe the slate clean, burn it down, as Senator Armstrong would say.
As they'd say, what was it? Was it Elrond who said swept salt from a table? No, that was Gil-galad who said like salt from a table. No, it wasn't. It was the Elf Commander guy from the tier. Anyway, they need. It's like a total. It's like reforming a religion. You have to go back to the basic tenets of how you do things and just restructure it. It has to be like from the ground up. Who you hire, who you choose to make these projects, the entire process, the financial elements. Like they've dug themselves a big hole here. They're certainly staring down the edge of a hole, a big gaping chasm, and they either you do it today or you do it next year. Might as well do it now when it hurts less.
Cinematic universe, the most successful studio in Hollywood history, just absolutely changed the landscape of Hollywood itself. I love this universe so much, man, and I want to see it thrive. And I think it's important for us to voice.
And his main solution was bring back characters.
Yeah, bring just key.
But make sure they're variants, though.
Oh yeah, make sure. Yeah,
so it's not. So it's not like Hollow or anything like that.
Our criticisms and concerns and bring this stuff to light so like that Marvel can make the necessary changes and instead of us just sitting here taking the same stuff over and over and over again and watching the franchise we love so much just diminish over time. So with that being said, let me know what you guys thought of this variety article.
You care a lot about what
comment down below.
Comments. Let me know.
Comment section down below. Again, I think in the long run, the necessary changes will be made and Marvel will course correct.
No,
I'm optimistic about that.
No,
so with that being said,
make sure to like and subscribe.
Video, I love you guys 3000. Let me know in the comments.
It's amazing. Yeah, his idea of course correcting is bring back Robert Downey Jr. That's course correcting.
But make sure he's a variant.
So, well, let's finish this.
And I'll see you guys in the next video.
Hey,
bye.
Oh wait, no. There's a subscribe here, but no like and subscribe. Okay.
So, this is this got memed on the internet, right? Because they were just like the fucking absolute state of Marvel fans, as this was the image.
Damn. Wow. Jeez.
But it gets even better.
Oh,
wow, he gets no views considering his.
It gets better.
It gets better.
For us.
The next video he released, we were starting the stream and it was released like 2 hours ago, and I was like, no fucking way.
Oh,
so
was it?
I'm gonna pop her on, and you guys can read the title.
Y'all read the title of the video.
Can you see?
What?
It says, "I'm sorry, Marvel."
I'm sorry, Marvel.
Oh, I'm sorry. You didn't even fucking typing like a child. Oh my god.
What?
And yes, it does mean what you think it means. It's not the other version. It's the "I am apologizing to Marvel." That's what this video is.
Wait, no.
No.
This isn't "I'm sorry, Marvel, I had to say something." It's "I'm sorry, Marvel, I was wrong."
Oh my god.
And yes, I believe this was uploaded within like a day or just over a day, something like that. That's since we last saw him. So let's see how his opinions have changed, shall we?
Okay.
Video. It's time to apologize.
Oh my god.
Ow! Stupid fixing. Okay,
so a couple of days ago, Variety decided to drop a massive article
got a
titled
haircut.
"Crisis at Marvel," detailing
Wow, he got a
the
big haircut.
problems and
Or is it just tied back?
Oh, it might be tied back. If it
Basters
is,
that are going on behind the scenes at Marvel
yeah, I
Studios. Then, in the past 24 hours, Marvel decided to clap back a little bit. I ain't gonna lie. Marvel decided to clap back a little bit. They dropped a peak Loki episode.
Oh. Wow, you thought that was good.
I need you to marinate in this. Everything he said in that previous video has been countered by the fact that he loved the newest Marvel thing.
Wait. Okay. So,
by the way, we've seen the Loki episode. It was shit.
It was awful.
No surprise there.
It was the episode that made us decide
horrendous.
that it's equally, like, it's sitting right next to Loki season 1.
Which, remember, guys, we're at a 1 out of 10 on our Loki season 1.
Yep.
It's 1 out of 10.
Ain't going anywhere.
This is why people are like, you're not a real person, you're paid to do this, right? It's like, because it comes across as so fucking soulless to be like, listen, Marvel's in shambles. And then it'd be like, Loki fucking season 2 episode 5 was fire! It was so good!
But I feel like the likely explanation is just the consumer mindset, though, isn't it? Yeah.
That's where I was going with that, is I'm not even sure that it would apply to him as a grifter or shill or paid, whatever. I think he genuinely feels these things.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. It's fire.
With Loki episode 5, which we're going to talk about in a second.
Oh boy.
And then this Friday morning, they decided to drop the first trailer for the Echo series. Which, let's be honest, Echo was cool in Hawkeye, but I don't know if her performance in Hawkeye and what that character did in that series warranted an entire show. So none of us really had that many expectations for the Echo series.
Well, you were going to love it no matter what.
This trailer blew a lot of us away, including myself.
So to clarify, he's apologizing because of Loki's episode being so good and a trailer for Echo.
And this has any bearing at all on a big article that was talking about a lot of fundamental issues with the way that Marvel goes about making their movies and television shows.
You could argue it had nothing to do with what he talked about as well. Neither of these account for his primary solution, which was to bring in new stars, or rather bring in old stars that are not there anymore.
I'm sorry because I saw an episode I liked and you created a compelling advertisement.
Yes.
For a new television show.
Like, yeah, it's actually unreal. I was just like, holy shit.
Yeah, I'm in a little bit of a state of disbelief, honestly.
And it's going to be the first TV mature Marvel project.
Yeah, oh my god.
This is going to pave the way for the future projects.
Oh my god, it's going to be better because it's MA and there's a bit of blood. Oh yeah, that means it's going to be some real mature, like, yeah, this is
I'm a big boy. I like blood.
Yeah. I find that so lame that, like, it's rated R, so, like, therefore it must have some sort of inherent intrinsic quality.
For the Daredevils, the Punishers, the Blades, you know,
it's gonna pave the way for Blade. How can you say that after everything we saw in that article?
Echo will pave the way for Blade because it's MA.
Fucking hell.
Wolverine is obviously going to be R-rated, but Echo is going to pave the way for the darker Netflix type of MCU content that we've been asking for.
Man, I love how it's that. You know what made Daredevil really good? There was blood. That's what made it good. There was blood.
That was why it was good. If only he knew, because he clearly doesn't, that Marvel don't believe in Echo whatsoever, and that they did try to get it discontinued.
Obviously, they're releasing all of the episodes straight away. They're releasing it on Disney Plus and Hulu, presumably to get it to, like,
maximum eyes
in some way, shape, or form.
More people, probably.
It's just they don't believe in it. They don't care about it. It won't be influencing anything going forward unless it has a remarkable engagement, which it won't.
No, it's just Echo.
It wouldn't matter if it was 11 out of 10. It won't. No one cares about it. I'm sorry. Word of mouth will not be powerful enough to sell Echo around the place. It's not going to happen.
No way.
For a while, and I ain't gonna lie, Marvel clapping back with Loki episode 5 in that Echo trailer.
It's not a clap back. It's just releasing another episode. What are you talking about?
It was going to come out anyway. It was going to come out.
Yeah,
it was scheduled to come out. That shit's been done for ages.
Of all of the problems that are going on behind the scenes at the MCU.
It doesn't address any of the problems. No. It is not related to the problems. It is totally irrelevant.
And it doesn't, like, wait a minute, I just realized that means he made the previous video without episode 5, and he said that it was setting up Kang. Do you remember what happened at the end of episode 4? Kang got melted.
Oh, yeah, when it melts him, yes, that's right.
That's all that happened.
The reason why I said that is because the Variety article said that the finale sets up Kang.
Oh, right, but the fucking episodes 4 and 5 don't.
And remember, the Variety article says that Marvel is fucked because of the way that Loki ends in terms of setting up Kang.
Does not. The VFX workers are still going through it over there at Marvel Studios. You know,
and how do you feel about that, by the way?
Yeah. With Kang the Conqueror moving forward.
That's pretty unethical.
He's clarifying that all of the points of the article are still valid, by the way.
Yeah, because nothing about a trailer and one episode of television that was already done has any bearing on any of the things that were in that article.
To Doom or recast Jonathan Majors. You know, Marvel, it said that Marvel's still discussing plans to bring back the original Avengers and revive.
What do you mean it said nothing's changed? It was that same article.
Yeah.
Why is he talking about it like it's a new development? Oh, it's still being said. What, in that article that hasn't changed since you read it the day before?
We looked over the article, it's still saying it for you, so...
I can't take it.
Which, you know, that can be open to interpretation of what that means. Either it could be multiverse variants that are going to be in Secret Wars, which I'm cool with that. I feel like that was always the plan. Or it could mean actually reviving Tony Stark and Black Widow and undoing the sacrifices they made in Avengers Endgame. And the point is that Loki episode was fire, and I'm sure the finale next week is going to be even more fire.
Sure that
and that Echo trailer was fire as well.
Yeah,
but
I'm sure you think so.
Just because those two things are fire doesn't mean all of the problems at the
So why are you apologizing?
You're apologizing to Marvel.
Why are you sorry to Marvel
these
Studios based on these things?
MCU has gone through phases 4 and 5 and all of the little hiccups and mistakes.
And also, I want him to say why he's sorry. I want him to say why I'm sorry. Like, what did I do that warrants an apology?
Well,
an apology should be specific.
Plenty of video left. So.
Yes, we do.
And problems that the studio is currently facing just magically disappears and go away. You know what I'm saying? So when I said the MCU is in shambles, yeah, there's still a lot going on behind the scenes. Because look, over these...
Okay, this is getting confusing.
Then why? Then like, what is the value of your words?
Well, what's going on? He said that
I will say
he said it is still true.
I'm getting a little bit more frustrated now. I'm starting to feel like I'm being deceived.
Past few years, no one has said that Marvel hasn't come out with bangers here and there. No Way Home, Wakanda Forever, Shang-Chi.
No.
Wow, those suck.
Yeah,
Loki Season
No Way
1,
Home was
Guardians of the Galaxy Volume 3.
Stuff.
Marvel has come out with their bangers. But there's been a significant lack.
So much of this video is just repeating what he said in the other one. And how many days apart were they separated?
What does this guy see in Wakanda Forever? What is it that you're seeing in that god-awful movie? That shit to your film? What is it?
Well, so MCU was in shambles 2 days ago. I'm sorry, Marvel, 7 hours ago.
Oh, okay, cool.
You had a long time to think.
I feel like time's getting wasted here. And I feel like I've been roped in with "I'm sorry, Marvel," and I feel like we're folding back on that. We're just going back to, you know, even with that said, doesn't change a thing. Like now I'm starting to feel a little bit more.
Is all this video is?
Like he is just chasing views.
Well, yeah, this is just. I really liked Loki season 2, episode 5, and I really liked Echo's trailer.
I can't title it like that. If I say "I'm sorry, Marvel," that's a little bit more interesting, and that'll get them eyeballs here.
Consistency, project to project. In terms of the quality, the level of writing, the level of direction by the filmmakers behind the
level of direction. You know, I don't know. I get annoyed when you just start saying like scripts.
It's the level of the degree of the quality of the execution of the way that they kind of, you know.
It's just so rambly.
Now when it comes
we don't
to
really have no direction.
It feels like we have to kind of like take every single project and almost like base our hype off that. From the team, from the writers that are on board, the directors that are on board.
Name them.
Yeah. But also, it's pretty normal to be interested in a creative project based on the creatives behind it.
I still think people would say that Michael Waldron is writing Loki season 2. I still think people would say that.
Oh, well, I mean, I don't think it even matters, because isn't the guy who's writing it like he was a staff writer on the first season anyway?
Well, it wouldn't matter, because it's indicative of the fact that people have no idea what's going on.
Oh, I get you. Well, I mean, the reality is that like 90-95% of the people who go watch Marvel movies don't know any of the directors or writers.
It feels like they're in skin suits pretending to be people who care about writing sometimes. It's like, you don't. Lying.
Well, I mean, especially with some of the interviews that they give. Like to earnestly I can't even believe that one would earnestly describe Janet's storyline in Ant-Man and the Wasp: Quantumania as Michelle Pfeiffer's Unforgiven. That's like
it feels like gaslighting, if anything. I wasn't even talking about the writers themselves. I was talking about people like Matt here. Like the idea that he's not
sure,
enjoying
yeah.
it, and he's like, the writing is just suffering. Then he is enjoying it. He's like, the writing's so much better. It's like, what are you it's just
what is the difference between the writing? Could you like explain it to me in any way that's coherent and not based on meta arguments about?
We've heard him say
star
one
power or something.
thing that, to be fair, is pretty valid in terms of like, why is it bad to bring back Tony Stark after he's sacrificed himself? It's like it undermines his sacrifice. It's like, excellent. Good point.
Wow, excellent. That's normal, but sure.
No, I'll say excellent.
Yeah.
it's we call it relativity, I guess.
That's incredible. That's unbelievable. I cannot believe it.
We obviously know the team behind Loki is very competent of producing Peak.
Very.
So guess what? Whoever's directing and writing Loki, I'm gonna be
whoever's
looking at what they do
directing.
next. And
I like how
Whoever's directing Loki. Who
doesn't know.
could it be? If there was,
which is
no way
fine.
to find
But when
out.
you're hyping
Who is
it
that
up as
mystery
Peak-
man?
How is it
I don't know, it's
peak?
just
Nobody
weird.
knows what's going on in Loki season 2 right now.
exactly.
Tell me what the plot is. Do
Nobody
it, you
knows.
coward.
It is chat. It is fucking insane. The end of the episode, the whole universe is melting away into spaghetti, and then Loki says he can control it himself. He just says that.
Loki can travel through time and space now because he
Yeah,
can
Loki
now, because
basically
he
gets
can.
god powers at the end of the episode for seemingly no reason at all. It's just like,
The only
okay.
reason that he was able to do this anyway was because when Sylvie kicked him through the door in the finale of season 1, that for whatever reason had him spread across time in a way that he gets pulled around like spaghetti. If it didn't work that way, if it didn't pan out that way, then there would have been nobody to save all of existence. All of existence would have melted away if it wasn't that way that it works in the TVA, where time doesn't work in past, present, and future, even though Loki jumps from past, present, and future in the TVA. It's nonsense.
Also, obviously, when I say he's basically God, I don't mean. I mean,
No, like not like Norse God, like totally omnipotent, completely in control of
Yes,
everything.
that
the
kind of God.
kind of God.
guess what? Marvel actually hired the directors of Loki to direct the majority of the episodes for
Yeah,
Daredevil
no,
Born.
I know. Oh, yes, the
Which
majority,
they
not
scrapped.
all of them, because they're not scrapping everything. Wait, is he about to say that they scrapped
Everything
everything?
that they did for that series up to this point, and now
No, they didn't. They didn't. Why does it keep saying that? They didn't.
because it sounds better if he says it that way.
they're starting over fresh with new writers, new showrunners. They actually hired the showrunner.
New showrunner, but yes.
Hired the showrunner from the
Yep.
from the Punisher series from Netflix.
Oh my God.
And now he's going to be doing.
You're
He's gonna
saying this like you didn't say it in the video that you are currently
Yeah,
building the
it's
sequel
not-
video to.
I just feel like he's wasting time. He's just repeating himself.
Gotta
to
get to
make
10
sure-
minutes, I guess. Is that still a thing on YouTube?
To get to 10 minutes. Oh, yeah. Oh, I love it. Love it.
be the head showrunner for the Daredevil Born Again series, and the directors of Loki are directing the episodes.
Which was fire, bro. It was so fire. It was just fire,
amazing.
bro.
So
I couldn't
good.
tell you why.
No, he doesn't. He
I mean,
can't even.
come on.
We can make stuff up, and I think people can about like why Falcon Winter Soldier is good. But good luck with Loki. You can't even tell what happened to make up what was good about it.
For Daredevil Born Again. You know, when Guardians of the Galaxy Volume 3 came back on in May, that movie was
And
so
back on.
amazing.
Okay.
Top
It's-
5 MCU
well,
movie in my
because-
books.
Oh,
I mean, for anybody in chat who
okay,
doesn't know,
wow.
we fucking eviscerated Guardians
yeah,
3.
the hot take is that it's pretty bad.
It is one of our
Yeah,
yearly
it's-
hot takes. Guardians 3 is awful.
Yeah.
It's unfortunate because we were
Still
really hoping for
somehow
that one to
one
be
of
good.
the best that they've made recently because
Yeah.
the bar is so low.
Yeah, still.
But all of us watched that movie and knew that's all James Gunn. You know what I'm saying? That's all James Gunn. He wrote the movie, he
Unfortunately, yes.
directed it. The
Yeah.
Guardians are his little babies.
Like,
that,
what I mean by that is that I wish it kind of wasn't because
It means he's entirely on the hook for all
Yeah.
of the choices that he made.
and I don't know. Like, yeah, my view of him as a writer is complicated at this point. I don't even know what to expect
Oh,
anymore.
yeah. Like
Yeah,
someone said,
it's
are you excited
complicated.
for Superman Legacy and DC reboot? It's like,
No idea.
Nah.
I don't know. Don't know.
that, you know, he brought to life, and he's directed 3 films, and now this was his storybook ending for these characters. So it's not even like the Guardians 3 was a product of the MCU and what Marvel is accustomed to making. It was just, that was all James Gunn, and now he's off to direct Superman Legacy. So let
Fucking hell.
So, okay. Well,
Let's
there you
move
go.
on. Let's just keep going.
let's wait and see what he cooks over there with Superman, the greatest
What's he
character
gonna cook?
of all time. But look, when it comes to
Oh,
this
Superman his
consistency
favorite
problem,
superhero,
Greatest.
huh?
Greatest
All right.
character of all
I
time.
wish you the
Interesting.
best with whatever James Gunn cooks.
Yeah, you know, yeah. Well,
yeah,
whatever it
good
is,
luck.
you'll like it though. So it doesn't
Probably.
even matter. There's no need to wish good luck. There is no disappointing. You know.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Marvel
you're gonna
has
love it no
had.
matter what.
I mean, just within this year alone, we had Quantumania, then we got Guardians 3, then we got Secret Invasion, then we got Loki. Like, we're going back and forth. So let's...
Not for us.
Going back and forth?
Yeah,
Oh,
he's saying that
quality,
went
low
down,
quality?
up, down, up, or whatever.
It's been a nice, consistent disappointment. Well, not disappointment, because Guardians was incredibly disappointing.
It was
but
very
everything-
disappointing.
I don't understand why he
everything
fucking
else.
thinks Loki's so good. What's the good of
Yeah.
Loki? Tell me,
What is it
please.
that's good about it? What kind of conversations does he have, with friends about, like, movies,
I don't know, other than it saying it's fire over and over again.
Let's just pray to our lucky stars that the
Pray to our lucky stars.
Marvels is
Okay.
going to be, one of the best MCU movies.
Why is this
because
cropped
we gotta keep the
badly?
streak alive. You know what I'm saying? We got
Something's
Loki.
wrong
Oh,
with the
flash frame too.
and
Oh,
that
whatever.
flash frame. Awesome.
Loki's
Love it.
carrying us. Loki right now is carrying the multiverse saga. The multiverse.
What?
Loki is
What does that even
carrying it.
mean, the
Loki-
multiverse saga now? Like, it's just
Loki
words.
is collapsing
it's just
under
words.
it's collapsing into itself like a black hole.
I don't
He's going as he's getting crushed down into that black hole.
I can't understate. The last episode was the spaghettification of the entire multiverse, and
entire
then Loki just says,
multiverse.
"Nah, actually, I can control it all.
Yeah.
It's fire."
Multiverse saga is Loki's story. And let me say this right now, Marvel. If you're watching this video, let me tell you right now, bro.
Let me tell you right now, bro.
Fucking hell, it's so
Kevin Feige, my
dramatic.
bro. Tell me. I'm gonna tell you.
Tell me.
Telling you what's fire,
Whisper
bro.
it into my ear. Inject it into my veins.
I'm just speaking for myself because I don't know how the majority of people would feel about this.
Yes, you
Y'all
do.
let me know
Okay.
in the comments.
All right.
Comments.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, please in the comments.
The multiverse saga
Mm-hmm.
is Loki's story.
What does that even
What?
mean?
After how good Loki
What does that
season one
mean?
was,
What?
After how good
I thought it was
season two is
Kang's
currently
story. It was
going
on
the way
Kang's
you're
shoulders.
continuing to develop
Yeah.
Loki's character and basically making him the chosen one.
Oh, good God.
Oh,
He's the
wow.
chosen one because of something.
They were gonna
Explain
kill
to
him
me
in
why he's
Thor
the
2.
chosen one.
Yeah, they were.
They changed their mind, thank God.
Yeah, so then,
But then they changed their mind again.
again,
after killing him in Infinity
killed
War.
him, and then they brought him.
That was-
It's so sad. He's the chosen one now. Loki, fucking Thor's
Yeah, man.
brother, is the MCU's chosen one. What the hell?
The god of stories.
The
God of stories.
What is happening?
Okay.
I am way more interested in seeing Loki be the leader of the troops, seeing Loki be the one to come face to face and say what's up to Kang when the time is
What's up?
Fuck me.
What's up, bro? This is fire.
right than any legacy character.
Okay.
I know Tobey Maguire would probably somewhere too.
Oh my God! It's so painful. He's imagining the showdown with Kang, where we don't even know fucking anything about it, but he's just there. He's in the room. Oh, look at him. He's Kang. Oh, and then there's a door. It bursts open, and who's there but Loki? Because he's the chosen one of the MCU, and he comes. Oh, this is gonna be a great
He's the god
showdown.
of
But
stories.
I want everyone to know we could take him out and put Tobey Maguire there. Maybe that could also work. I just want to make sure that we put that on there.
Toby Maguire.
It's just
He's trying to destroy my brain.
these
Trying to destroy
these
my
like
brain,
sitting
or did
Kevin
you just do it
Feige down. It's like,
naturally?
bro, I got some fire for you. Tobey Maguire versus Kang. Okay, I know that's fire. You can have that for
Oh,
free.
my-
I'm gonna let you have that.
Oh, my brains.
Tickets,
They hurt.
and I'm super hyped to see more of Toby. I'm super hyped to see more of Hugh Jackman and all of that good stuff. But Loki's got to be in the mix. You know what I'm saying? Loki cannot be sidelined
Definitely.
for
No,
legacy
no, I think I
characters.
know what you're saying.
when this entire
I think I
multiverse
get it.
saga
You like Loki.
is being built on the shoulders of him and his story. Like Toby coming face to face with Kang would be probably
Stop! Please stop!
What are we doing? Just you don't have to write your fan fiction as your script.
This just
Oh,
it's
have
the
to.
peak of this shit. There's nothing. What the fuck connects Sam Raimi's Spider-Man to Kang?
What if Tobey Maguire fought Darth Vader and then they went into
This is what I mean,
space
we're
and then they saw the
steps
Guardians
away.
of the Galaxy and they took him to Atlantis and then Indiana Jones came out and then Seth Rogen and
So
spun
unfair.
around and
Oh,
stuff.
What?
interaction in superhero film history. I mean, what is Toby's Peter Parker gonna say to Kang? You know what I'm saying? It's inevitable. We are gonna see it happen probably in Secret Wars or something like that.
It is inevitable. We're probably
please,
more likely than
please,
not. There is at least
please
a
end.
51%.
It's just so fire, man.
cancel.
All of it is so
Please.
fire.
oh,
Is it
just want it to end. I want
51% chance
I
we'll
want
see
Marvel
Tobey
to
Maguire and Kang
cancel
talking.
everything.
that.
Just give up.
But I'm just saying, Loki has to be the ringleader. He has to be one of the main members in the mix because with what Marvel has done with season 1 and now with season 2,
such as
it's been absolutely incredible.
Such
also,
as
massive.
Please, an example of what you're referring to.
Let us know.
Shout out to Natalie Holt.
In the comments below.
I love when MCU projects are
Okay, put the fucking copyright cover up. What are we doing here?
Yeah. Yeah.
scored so damn well, and she's absolutely cooking on the violin or just
Okay, so soundtrack is good. What else?
Which it is.
What else we got?
composer room just
In the
composer room.
In the composer room.
The composer room. You know, where they keep the composers. The composer room. It's like
It's
like
adjacent
Jesus
to the
stick.
director room. It's you know, it's one of the lower levels.
to make them one of the most fire scores to
Stop using that word. You've ruined it.
Please use another word. What's he gonna say? Ever in anything ever? What's he gonna say?
any Marvel project ever. Now let's talk.
Oh, sure. Yeah, I'd grant them that. It's I really like the music in Loki.
Yeah, it's good.
It's up there. Yeah.
Talk about Echo real quick, because Marvel.
Okay.
I was unfamiliar
the cooking.
with the game, bro.
What was I gonna say?
I
The
was
cooking.
unfamiliar with the game. I had zero expectations when it came to the Echo series. Again,
Man,
I
the
thought
way,
Echo
he
was
talks,
really good.
the way he talks about like Marvel as if they're his buddy, you know?
Yeah.
Hey Marvel,
Yeah,
you know,
like my
I didn't know
friend.
what you were cooking, Marvel, my friend. You know, who really
My buddy, my pal.
Old
Guys,
chum.
but I don't know if that warranted an entire series about her.
No is the answer to that question.
No, of course it
obviously.
didn't. This was a project that was greenlit in an era that doesn't exist anymore.
Especially because, due to the fact that, you know, Daredevil's going to be in this series, Kingpin is obviously going to play a huge role in this series, and this series will set up the Daredevil series, but in my head, my
I
original thought
highly
was
doubt
just-
it has any
just make the
relevance or
Daredevil
bearing
series.
on it at all.
Why do you have to make something in between? But no, my mind has completely 100% taken a 180 turn, and this
Well,
is due
thanks
to
for
the
letting
team,
me
bro.
know that the
team
marketing
cooked.
was effective.
Yeah. Well,
The marketing strategy.
this is why it'll be
was
interesting for us
very-
to check out the Echo trailer soon, because like it's the hype, the sheer hype.
Apparently,
know,
I found out yesterday that one of the writers from Better Call Saul is one of the head writers for the Echo series, Better Call Peak.
Ugh,
Better Call Peak? The fuck?
it's fire, bro. That's what he
It's
means.
fire. It's peak.
It's
It's
peak,
high.
it's
on
peak
the
fire.
shoulders. They got the shoulders on Echo.
They pray into
shoulders on
the
her.
shoulders of the
Yeah,
stars on Echo's fire.
The shoulder room where they keep their shoulders.
The
to give
peak
to
of the
King.
shoulders
Right,
is
yeah.
absolute fire in the composer's room.
Now Echo is going to be peak. Let's hope so. Let's hope so. Because, guys, another thing, too, is that even though that Echo trailer was great, and this is going to be the first TV mature Marvel series, which we've been asking for a while now, I don't understand why they didn't do this with Moon Knight. Why was that Moon Knight not TV mature? Why was Moon
Knight not good? Is the question.
Yeah,
was it not
exactly.
It was
Good,
so incredibly
exactly.
shit. That was the problem. It's cut to the chase, my good man.
Knight not like this, where you have literally the opening of the trailer is Kingpin beating a little ice cream truck guy.
A little ice cream truck guy.
Oh, okay. So is that what? Look
It's
at how
peak.
happy he is.
It's
about it.
peak when Kingpin beats up the little ice cream man. It's fucking
Little
fire.
ice cream man guy. Oh, little ice cream man guy.
Fuck the ice cream man.
There's your thumbnail, dude.
And that right there, in that trailer, guys,
Yeah.
you can already see the difference between Kingpin in this series and the Kingpin we got in Hawkeye.
Okay.
This is Kingpin right here.
All right.
Netflix
Okay.
Marvel is
All
back.
right.
And you know what?
Wow, even from a trailer, we're in. We're back. We're
Wow.
so
Man,
back.
I'd be so curious to ask him, what's your favorite scene in Daredevil that's not a fight scene? I would be so curious to hear what his answer
I
is.
feel like he would at least be able to label the conversation with Daredevil and Punisher, right? Everyone does.
Oh, I'm excluding that. You don't get to.
Yeah, they don't get to use that.
I'd remove that. Once you remove that off the list, please tell me your favorite scene from Daredevil that isn't a fight scene or that doesn't have Punisher in it. And I'd be so curious if he could give an answer. Because he probably thinks it's like one of the best shows ever made. But like he probably couldn't give you any detailed explanation for why.
does.
Well, you'd still be able to tell you it's fire. That's worth something,
Yeah,
right?
he'd be able
It
to
is
tell me
fire. It's peak.
I
Yeah,
wonder. I'd be so curious. It's like, do you have any perspective on the conversation that Matt has with the pastor about like the nature of evil and the existence of evil and whether or not they believe in the devil and if they had the power to stop him, would they, and what would that cost him? I'd be so curious to be like, now, just feel free, just you know, let the consciousness, that flow of consciousness, just give me your thoughts on that. I feel like I wouldn't get anything because it's like the nature of what's here. That was fire, you know. This show is fire, man. Blew my mind. It was crazy. That was fire. And you know, and it's leading up, and then when Tobey Maguire shows up, you know, and he faces down Kingpin, that's gonna be, you know, let him cook. You know, I was wrong about that. Like that's the nature of
Base,
this.
no cap, no cop, for real.
It would suck if you were Tobey Maguire and everyone wants you in stuff to just be you there in the Spider-Man suit. Just you, I just need you there. And you're like, doing what? Saying what? Why am I there? It's like, just be there.
Just being there for us to
Remember,
just know that you're there.
One of the factoids we read was that his request was that they don't, like, you know, speculate hugely or detail his life between now and Spider-Man 3, that they leave that as vague as they can. Like, yeah, why do you think? He doesn't want any of it damaged. He doesn't want any of it touched. Leave it the fuck alone.
That's right.
As great as this trailer was, one of my main primary thoughts was, bro, if they keep this same tone for Daredevil Born Again, if they keep this
wow, it'll be
now,
so good.
I
Tone
can
is
see a
quality.
universe where John Bernthal comes back as the Punisher and they do him justice.
What the fuck is going on? I was going to say, it's so funny that they clownified the MCU so hard that if they go with one serious project, everyone's like back on board. It's like, oh, now it's good.
Getting out of his chest, be like, oh yeah, fucking Punisher coming.
This is so peak, bro. The fucking fire.
You know what I'm saying? Now I see that. Now that's open to possibility. Before I was like, bro, they're bringing back John Berthal's Punisher, but he's gonna be watered down for sure. Nah.
Yes.
Yes.
Just yes. I'm not. You know what? I'd be willing to fucking bet on that. Like, it's so easy in terms of just he's not. You really think he's gonna be anything near what you got in Daredevil? And his own show.
Punisher?
Yeah,
No way.
no.
Do you think they're going to do a scene where Punisher drags a man's face down broken glass? Like, that's never going to happen.
Or just brutally fucking kills like 20 people. That's not happening.
Yeah, there's no way.
Not anymore. I mean, guys, that one shot of literally that dude getting his brains blown out in the.
Is that all it takes? This nigga guy got shot in the neck. And
this is what I mean. It's so clownified that anything serious automatically means quality. You've been trained to think this almost. It's so sad. It's like being fed nothing but shit, and then they throw you a McDonald's fry, and you're like, "Oh my god, this is fucking peak, bro. This is fire. This is fucking McDonald's fry." This is like, I don't even know anything that's better than this.
In the trailer, and then the other dude that was just literally. He was dead, but like his eyes were rolled back and he had blood all over his
face. He was dead, but his eyes were rolled back and he had blood on his face.
But he was like dead.
Sometimes you don't want to have a great insight into how the people who love this stuff think. It's like, he was dead, there was blood. It's like, okay.
No, this isn't thinking. This is like how a plant reacts to sunlight, you know?
Yay, sunlight!
Delicious. Look, it's serious tone.
Oh, it's over here. Yo, I love
peak,
sunlight. Yum, dude, this is so great. The sun is back, yo. It was dark, but yo, the sun is back. We're back.
We are back, but yeah, when the sun goes down, he's like, this is a shambles. The sun is in shambles. And it comes back up. Oh my god, peak sun.
This corner of the MCU should be TV mature because it's so grounded, because these characters are.
You just said you do nothing about Echo, and then you're like, she should be grounded. You're like, okay.
Yeah, like I bet he doesn't. Does he even know who Echo is? Like the character?
My assumption is no.
History?
No, I don't think so.
Does he read comics?
Who knows?
He can't read.
You know, it's described that Echo is actually.
I read the article, Rags.
Someone dictated it to him. They read it aloud.
And she does like really questionable things, which I'm super interested in seeing. That makes that makes these characters
questionable things.
So much more.
This has got him back in. His character does questionable things and there's blood.
But that's like all of the characters
it's not
that they're
like Wanda
presenting as
did.
heroes.
Yeah, like Wanda.
That's everyone.
Yeah, Wanda did plenty of that in MOM, and there was blood.
They all do questionable things.
They all do, but they don't recognize that they're questionable or even just obviously.
Well, to be fair, if the music tells them it's okay, then it's okay. That comes directly from the composer room.
Yo, fire!
That's right.
Makes a character like Echo so much more complex. But the fact that she's not all good and she's not all bad. She has her own agenda.
If she's like a villain, right? If she's presented as a villain, she's more bad than good, presumably.
Can't even base this on source, because as far as I'm aware, even the creator of the show has said that comic Echo sucks and that she wants to.
Yeah, they said that her powers were lame, and her powers sounded like they were Taskmaster powers, which are not lame.
No.
And why would you say that about the character that you're adapting?
and she's coming after them, and anyone that stands in her way, she's gonna run through. So since the events of that Variety article dropping,
she's determined.
Marvel has clapped back, but we need to keep the streak alive because again, consistency is key.
We need to keep the
This-
streak alive.
The streak of a trailer and an episode of a crap
It's
show.
been a day.
The streak.
Day. Gotta keep the streak alive, guys. It's been a day.
This is what we want as fans. We don't want to go from Quantumania to Guardians 3 to Secret Invasion to Loki. No. We want to go from
wait.
peak-
I mean, if the trend plays out as you pointed out, then Marvel's will probably be bad, and then Echo will be good, right? So nothing has changed. So there's no need for an apology.
It's interesting that we've got that sort of that up down thing. Like this one's good, this one's bad, this one's good, this one's bad. You just want to ask him what made Secret Invasion bad, but why is Loki good?
And don't say visual effects.
Oh, yeah.
That's a,
Yeah,
It is
you have to
fire.
actually talk about the story, something writing related.
He did explain it. Loki is kind of the chosen one of the MCU. He's got the whole multiverse
Yes,
rests
he's
on
the
his
god of
shoulders.
stories, the god of stories.
Yeah.
Well, I thought Kang was the one.
No.
Of whom?
No.
Different. That's the bad guy,
shoulders.
Rags.
Okay.
Gosh, pay attention.
Oh, that's
Jeez.
true. That's true.
Antagonist. Okay, he and Loki are gonna have a face off, and it's gonna be fucking fire. He's gonna take him out. He's gonna be in the mix. He'll be in the mix, like, at least.
Yeah, okay.
With Tobey Maguire Spider-Man. I used to make that joke like all the time. I still make it to this day on like real BBC episodes. Just throw him in because it's always funny, and then I actually like see it genuinely being said. Like, bring in Tobey Maguire Spider-Man to fight Kang. It's like, okay,
Just do it. Whatever.
Okay.
Fine. Whatever. As long as everyone gets paid, just whatever.
peak to peak to peak. Take your time. Slow it down. We've
Peak.
heard many different times.
Fuck, all of his vernacular is
It
just
sucks,
fucking
doesn't it?
internet
Fire.
terms.
there's no words,
Yeah, it's all peak, fire, yeah.
and it'll change
Let him
with the
do it
culture
every
that
day.
changes. Those words will
Yeah,
become
pretty
old,
much.
and new ones will be given to him.
Many different times that Marvel has just pumped the brakes on the amount of projects that they've started to develop, the amount of projects that they're making, and now they're trying to
Well, they haven't though. Like they haven't slowed down. They're still meant to be like what, 5 projects coming out next year?
Yeah, the slowing down we're gonna see in what, like 2025 or something.
It's gonna take some time for it to manifest.
take it slow and prioritize quality over quantity. Now we
They're not
Nothing's
doing
fucking
that. They're
changed.
not doing that.
Nothing's changed. Why is he talking about it like anything's changed? Nothing has changed.
now we
What,
got
one
Loki.
episode of
We got
television
that-
and a trailer?
That's right. It's crazy because this whole kind of this EFAP episode is about how this is like a borderline. We'll see change a while from now, but
Mm.
like he's saying, like, no, we got it already. It's like, no, not even
No, we
fucking close.
haven't.
I don't even think it'd be possible right now. Like, even if Loki were amazing and the Echo trailer were truly an 11 out of 10 trailer, I'd still be like, no.
No,
Because
Echo's
trailers
too
are
early.
trailer. I know what a trailer's
Yep.
for. I know what the trailer's
Mhm.
job is to do.
Remember the trailer for Age of Ultron? Remember that one?
Last Jedi.
Iron Man 3?
trailer. A lot of us are very excited for Echo dropping in January. All 5
No,
episodes
none
all
of
at
us.
once.
None of us. Like
I'm really
12
excited about
people.
because I think that's going to be a perfect series to just binge all the way through in one day, and then we'll talk about what.
Yeah,
needs
but if
to
it
and
was
what comes-
released episode by episode, you'd say it's a great thing to take on week by week and discuss with everybody. Like, whatever it is good because of that.
I didn't even realize you could interpret that positively. I believe dropping Echo all at once when they've never done that with any of their other Marvel shows is that it's being abandoned.
It said something. They're trying to get it out one and done as quickly as possible, not occupying too much time.
Yeah, and honestly, I think they're trying to underplay and circumvent the obvious fucking disaster it's going to be. If we can get it all out and it's done, people can't talk week by week about how much it's not being watched.
Yeah, it won't drag it out.
Yeah, like
Yeah,
it'll be
exactly.
talked about how much it's not watched, but hopefully it'll be quicker. You know, we get over it faster. As was the fucking comment, like, we need to ice skate fast over the Marvels or something. Like, there was some comment that was like, we need to get through it fast, get over it fast, get it out, get moving, move to the next thing.
comes next.
Mhm.
But we got
What a bad fucking like month the Marvel are about to have.
Yeah.
Loki. That's going to finish up next week. We all know that finale is going to be peak. I mean,
Stop.
actually, let me not say
We
that
all know it.
because I don't want to jinx us. But we trust in the team behind Loki to deliver.
No, we do not. But
I don't know.
okay.
I feel like it says a lot, right? Doesn't it? The kind of words that you use about like the way that your mind is working, like that. If so much of it is like, oh, peak fire, let him cook and shit like that, that it's just indicative of modes of thinking that are more commonly at play.
Whenever
don't
I
know,
use a lot of words like that, in my mind, I know that they're like meme phrases. They're meme words
Yeah.
that you say like
Well-
on the
well,
internet.
for-
I don't
for
say these
reference,
things when I'm talking to human beings in real life.
When we say
You know,
it's
or my
Jova,
parents.
that's a joke.
It's a joke.
Yeah, it's
Yeah.
it's the weird.
It's
It would be
meme.
it would be the same as if I said something was fire. I'd be like, I'm
Yeah.
using it because I think it's cringy or funny or
for instance,
like it's
cope or bad take or something.
Yeah,
These
they're not
types of,
used
internet terms.
to actually like translate ideas I'm having to other people. Like, I'm also using them as part of it, because it seems like fucking hell. It's like 10% of his whole vocabulary is those two words, peak and fire.
Well, I don't know why he doesn't even use a greater variety of internet meme words. It's always fire and cook, let him cook, and what's the other one he's been using?
Peak.
Peak fire.
Peak. Oh yeah, peak, fire, cook while rubbing his hands. That's
And
like
bro, don't forget bro. But that one
and
one
bro,
goes back a
yeah.
long
Yeah.
time. Bro's been
Bro's
around for a long
okay.
time.
You can have bro. You're allowed to
Brother.
have bro and man.
I
or
will
dude.
say though, there is an amount you can use any one word that you ruin it. Like bro, I'm fine with using it, and dude, but like if you put them in fucking every sentence and sometimes twice, that's when it gets a bit,
Mm.
Yeah, not good.
For a great finale and send us off into the next direction. The Marvels. Vamos, man. Give me something good, bro. Give me something good.
Do you think it's
And
gonna
Yes,
be good?
he hasn't decided yet. He hasn't decided what he's going to say about
Well, I
it.
think what we're
you're
seeing
right.
is he's
reading the room.
regressed in a matter of hours back. Like he for a moment was seeing like, wait, things aren't so great. No, it's fine. Everything's great.
Yeah,
ooh.
we are back.
I
Yeah,
think
was that
it
a
really
fever
is.
dream?
Oh,
Did I
dude,
really upload that
It
video?
really is.
Was that a
It's
dream?
so fascinating. He's reading the room. He's not sure yet what stance to take on the Marvels. Like he's sort of sitting back and waiting to see whether or not it gets received well, considered a good movie. Obviously, how much money it makes is probably influential on whether or not he considers it good or bad.
Well,
man, it's I don't know. I find those aspects fascinating, like the kind of games that these people play in terms of figuring out what strategies to use, for like the direction they want to take. Like their commentary on the state of Marvel or DC or any of those things. I find it so interesting.
my books, if the Marvels is better than the first Captain Marvel, that's a win. But
what?
Yeah, see, because that's an acceptable stance that Captain
Yeah.
Marvel is boring and not very interesting.
Well, it's one of the safest things you could ever say because you're not even tied down to saying Captain Marvel's bad.
No,
You're just saying
it's
you want it
just
to be
that it's
better.
boring.
Better than
Boring,
yeah.
boring is safer than bad for Captain Marvel. That's the safe one. It's boring, it's lame, it wasn't really interesting. For the first female-led superhero Marvel movie, like, it wasn't that interesting or something like that.
give me a great movie. Come on, I believe in you, bro. I believe in Nia DaCosta. I believe in the team behind the Marvel.
Why? Do you like her other films?
Maybe he does.
What's her name?
Name one of them.
What's her name? The name he just said.
What's her name? Yeah.
Marvels. I'm a huge Monica Rambeau fan, so I hope to see her shine in this film.
Okay.
Let's keep the streak alive, bro.
Not a streak,
Straight
man.
The Streak.
We don't even know, once the Marvels drops, we don't even know when the next Marvel movie is coming out because obviously
Yeah, we do. The Deadpool 3 is still slated for May. I guess it's a foregone conclusion. It will just get moved to the next slot. Like, it'll take Captain America's slot. What do you mean you don't know when the next... It's not like... I find it hilarious, the idea of, fuck, man, a few months without a Marvel movie?
It's worse than a few months.
Watch
It's
something
a
else.
few months without knowing when I can expect the next thing. It's like, Kevin,
When
how
I
could you
can
do
even
this to me,
expect it,
Kevin?
yeah.
Please.
Kevin, how could you do this? Not the broader state of the industry with all of these strikes.
Do I
which
have
is
to
So
well
it's just
beyond-
apologize
Kevin
for
is tossing
Kevin?
buckets of water onto this flaming disaster. He's trying to put it out, and then he's sitting there like, "What's the
And
next
then
thing,
he's
Kevin?
like,
Kevin, please."
Kevin. He's like, what? What the fuck?
What? I'm trying
What
to
is
save
it?
this company from me.
What is
because
it?
obviously a ton of stuff has
Yeah, I should have said he's throwing buckets of fucking petrol onto the fire.
Why isn't this working?
It's like that.
Eventually we'll run out of things to burn.
It's like Tucker and Dale versus Evil. It's a bit on fire, and then you throw the thing like, "Oh shit!"
been delayed with the writer's strike, with the current actors strike. Go actors, I hope they get what they deserve.
Damn.
But don't delay my enjoyment too much. They're actors.
Don't take too long, guys. All right, I don't want this to carry over into the next year. All right, that would be untenable.
But after the Marvels comes out, we don't even know when the next Marvel movie is coming out.
Yes, we
It's
do.
either going to be
I mean, it's all planned out.
Captain
It's a
America,
roadmap and everything.
It's
Brave New
Deadpool.
World,
Why do I
or
know this and
Deadpool
you
3,
don't? Isn't this like the only
or-
thing that you talk about?
Well, maybe he is talking about the fact that we don't know, in a sense, that it's more than likely going to be delayed because of everything that's going
Oh,
on.
sure, but I mean, isn't it just pretty logical that it's just going to take the next slot? If Deadpool 3 gets delayed, it would just come out when Captain America was meant to come out, and then Captain
But we
America
don't
gets pushed
know,
back on
Fringy.
it.
We don't know. We only can speculate.
Oh yeah, okay, yeah.
Yeah, one of those two probably. So,
well, definitely.
Suavecito.
Man, does that like freak you out? It's where you need to calm yourself down.
Was there any? What was the apology part exactly?
I don't know where the apology
Suavecito.
part is.
Slow and steady. Let's take it slow. Let's get a streak going, and let's just make it a never-ending.
Let's take it slow, but I'm really freaked out about how
There's
long
no
it's gonna
release
be until
date.
the
I'm
next Marvel
dying.
movie.
Take it slow.
Yeah.
Streak of just straight banger after banger after banger. So, look.
Why would banger after banger is one episode of a TV show after an admitted, like that he would even admit, bad television show, Secret Invasion. The Marvels pending. You don't actually know yet. And a trailer for Echo for, again, a show pending. You don't even know if the streak is one TV show.
Yep.
Look,
Okay.
you know,
Yeah,
I'm really
all right,
happy
I'm waiting.
that Marvel has clapped back and Marvel
It
is
hasn't.
making good stuff.
There was an
Because,
article that
look, at
came
the end of
out
the day,
a couple of
us-
days ago, and then they released an episode of television that you liked, and that's them clapping back.
This is the thing. I barely count like an episode of TV show being good as evidence of not even because clapback. Well, that's a very specific meaning from what I remember. But like, if we're just going to say they are doing better since the article, it's like, how can you count a trailer? That's ridiculous.
That's absurd. It's marketing.
I barely
It is
want to count the
marketing.
episode.
It's a commercial.
Us as fans, we want this stuff to be great, but we also want it to be consistently great. And just because we got a great
That would be included in the we want it to be great, wouldn't it? We
I
want
like how he just said that he wants the streak to continue, and he's about to admit that just because you got one episode of Loki you like, that doesn't mean anything. How do you do this?
Yeah, but we got a trailer too. Come on.
Well, a streak is one. One is a streak, right?
Yeah.
Loki
I feel like a
episode, and that's
streak
going
by
really well, just
definition
because we
has
got
to
a
be
great
like
Echo
more than
trailer.
it feels like 3 at least, right? 2 isn't enough.
Why do you hate Disney so much?
Yeah. What's going on?
Can't
what's
you
going
be
on, bro?
objective?
Can you not see peak?
Well, hey, I mean, it's everybody's really excited for Snow White, right?
You're not being
That's
very
gonna be
fire
peak.
right now.
That's
Okay.
going to be peak fire cinematic excellent. Wait, no, peak fire cinematic peak.
Based. No cap.
Based, yeah,
For real.
based, not cucked.
You'd
Not
think
Not
he would have
over.
used based at some point, but no.
Based.
No, maybe based is out of date. Maybe that's out of style. Maybe that's not in right now.
Maybe he's like a Pokemon and he only knows 4 moves. And that's just like he just doesn't
Fire,
have he's
peak, cook, and
fire,
what's the
peak,
fourth one?
cook.
Streak?
I
Bro.
don't know.
Dude,
Bro.
oh, bro. That's the evolution music, or is that the victory? It's been a while since I played Pokemon.
Dun, 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 dun,
That's the
dun,
victory
dun,
music.
dun, dun, dun,
Yeah,
dun,
that's the
dun,
victory
dun,
one,
dun,
isn't it?
dun,
But it also plays when you get the evolution, doesn't it?
dun, dun,
Yeah,
dun,
that's
dun, 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 dun.
the one.
Yeah, there we go. Yeah.
One, that
Let's just
doesn't
sit
mean
here.
that Echo series
Let's just
isn't
sit here
good.
and hum Game Boy tunes instead of sitting
That shit was so fire. It was just
That was
absolute
pretty
hype.
fire. That was peak. Yeah.
Charizard?
Oh, man, bro. Oh, my God.
Bro. Now that was fire.
That was wild.
That was fire. That was Ember.
That was Riz or something.
Because guess what? The trailers for Secret Invasion were pretty damn fire, and they gave off a similar vibe. But now with Echo
Yeah.
getting an actual
What?
Yeah, but the rating, Fringy. The rating. There you go.
Yes, that's right. This one's TVMA.
an
Oh,
actual
yeah.
TV mature rating,
How many times can you be punched in the face before you'll like go, wait a minute.
that makes me a lot more confident that the series it has a higher ceiling and will reach that potential compared to something.
Yeah, because whether or not
does he-
blood is allowed or sex is allowed or drug use is allowed, that's what
What
determines
is
Famously
quality.
shit.
That's such a bizarre perspective to have. It's almost like, well, no, anything Pixar makes can never reach that height because you know they're making films that need to have a rating that's acceptable for children.
Well,
Like,
when I
as
found
if-
out
as if-
when I found out Wall-E 2 was rated R, I was like, oh, finally the ceiling's been lifted.
That's right. The ceiling has been lifted. Now Pixar can reach the heights of Marvel Studios.
Yes. And so, yeah, it opens with a big splatter of blood and guts onto Wall-E. Apparently there's good context for it.
Oh
like
my
Secret
god.
Invasion. So again, just because we've gotten Loki episode 5 and a great Echo trailer doesn't mean
I like how all of
we
this
should-
just completely undermines your entire point, these admissions. Like,
Well, so he makes it, his main points are, I agree with all of the article, things are bad, and to fix it, we need to bring back old stars. Okay. Now, since then, we've had a good episode of Loki and a trailer I like. Now, that makes me at the point where I need to say sorry, but I also want to make sure you understand everything in the article is still true, and that a good episode and a good trailer doesn't really mean anything.
but seriously, keep the streak going of this episode and
Yes.
trailer. The Marvels, come on, I believe in you.
we should ignore the current problems going on with the rest of the MCU, all
What
the problems going on
problems?
behind the scenes and stuff like that.
Yeah.
Am I confident that Kevin Feige and the team will cook and bring the MCU back to its glory? 1000%. I'm very confident.
Well, man, so then you got nothing to worry about. You don't even need to make your videos
Yeah,
about
you've
shambles or
got,
anything. You
he's
believe that
cooking
they'll
peak
do
up
it
for
no matter
you.
what.
This all
Why
is
do you
coming.
even need to provide them your perspective, like you said? Oh, I need to offer constructive criticism so they can figure it out. If you believe 1000%, 10 times the complete amount that that you can believe in someone that they'll fix the problems, why even bitch? Just keep it to yourself. Just calm down and be patient and wait for them to fix everything all on their own.
I'm very confident in that because
I wonder if we could name the team. There's Kevin
No.
Feige. Could you name any other producers? Any of the other producers who work on these things?
Robert
Ronald.
Downey
Probably
Jr.,
not.
Ronald,
no,
Ronald
that's
Downey
not
Jr.
allowed.
Scarlett Johansson.
You gotta- no,
Robert
that's not
Downey Jr.
allowed. The producers.
because we've been on this journey as fans for over 15 years now, and what a damn journey, bro. I'm gonna be riding with them to the day I die. So
Fucking. Can
Okay.
we be a little dramatic?
Like,
That's what
why
it's
though?
like to be a slave.
again, guys, the MCU, I just hope they can continue this streak, keep the streak alive. That's all we're asking.
Dude, stop it!
Loki, Echo, the
Stop.
Marvel.
It's like it's like if you were addicted to a drug, right? And you went to rehab and you met someone there and you went through the program and you got off the drug. And every once in a while you walk by the rehab center and you look in the window and you still see someone who's addicted and they're still going through it. That's what it's kind of like. Like, we got off of it, we were like, yeah, Marvel's pretty neat, that's great, and then it started turning to shit, and so we're like, oh, okay, I mean, we don't really like it anymore, it's okay, whatever. And then you look in and see that he's still on it, he's still riding the high, and he's still going through the motions, and it's the most amazing
Rocking
thing
back and
ever.
forth in that straight
Rocking
jacket,
back
being
and
like
forth
that
in a
Echo
straight
trailer,
jacket.
man. It's TVMA. It's got blood. It's
I'm
gonna
sorry,
be good.
Marvel, I'm sorry, I'm so
Oh,
sorry,
sorry.
Marvel.
Keep the
I'm
streak
so
going, even though I just admitted that there is no streak.
I'm so sorry, Marvel, take me back.
Let's fucking
Go.
man.
Yeah.
So look, I'd like to take the chance to apologize to absolutely nobody for saying that the MCU is in shambles.
Oh.
Because
Oh,
guess what?
cool. Thanks,
a good Loki
bro.
episode and a good Echo trailer shouldn't take away from the greater problems that the
Man, did you really do this because you needed to get it over 10 minutes to get like mid-roll ads?
I think.
We got a minute.
Well,
we
it's
got a
that.
minute left.
It's also baiting people into seeing this whole video, and then also to capitalize on. I guess he would have gone viral temporarily on Twitter with the people pointing
Well,
this
and he
out.
figured that people pointing out that he's just completely like backflipping, quadruple flipping on.
Well, yeah, I mean,
is,
putting this right at the end, most people don't even get to these parts of the videos.
No,
Yeah,
well,
most people won't.
This is
yeah,
all
they
very
got-
strategic.
Mhm.
MCU and Marvel Studios as a whole has been facing for the past few years and is still currently facing moving forward. But I will say, I
on
am
a good
sorry,
streak.
Marvel, for doubting you on Echo.
Oh.
Because that trailer was absolutely fantastic and it completely blew away any expectations that I had for this
The product has to be good. The commercial was great.
Yeah.
Mhm.
series. I love the this series. I love the tone. I love that you guys went with the TV mature rating and finally decided to
Yep.
take
So
you
I've
said
heard
that
that.
already.
I get it. Yeah, I said the
I
6
promise
times you
you,
said it, yes.
If the series is fire in terms of a writing standpoint, action,
I'm
all
sure
of
it
it, if
will
it's a
be.
fire show, that TV mature rating will only elevate what you're trying to do moving forward in this corner of the MCU.
Yeah, we've been over that. That's fucking dumbass logic, but fine.
So, sorry for doubting you guys on Echo, but I'm happy to be wrong.
No, you're
All right,
not.
cool. Fucking hell. All right. So we're not
What a
watching any more of
worthless
his stuff,
channel.
right?
No, I can tell
it,
you
we're done?
we're not watching any more of his. But we are going to see an
Worthless.
image that I think encapsulates his enjoyment of media. I think anyway.
I'm reading it in his voice too. It's so easy.
Bros, we
to
are
slip into
back.
it.
It is so over. Bro, it's so back. It's over. Bros, it's over.
We're back.
Oh wait, are we watching this Echo trailer or?
I think that is next, yes.
Okay. How much more of this adventure do we have left?
Still a little bit more.
Okay.
Alright,
Alright.
I'm getting tired.
Oh, I'm sorry. Aren't you a long man, Rags?
Apologize to me and Marvel.
Never.
That's right.
Those fuckers. Alright, yes. Let's check out the Echo trailer. That we've been told this is absolute fire and peak. So let's.
Okay, well, let's see.
I guess I'll put on the copyright protection because just
Yes.
I mean it'll only help, right? Okay. Bear in mind, I have not actually seen
Alright.
this yet. Neither has Rags, I don't think.
Here we go.
And I haven't seen Hawkeye, so I don't know.
I see everything that you are.
Wait, why is... I thought the subtitles because he got it from the wrong place. Have I gotten it from the wrong channel?
What says... Is that like
Choctaw
she's
subbed.
Native American,
okay.
right? So is that like some kind of...
Alright,
I'm
fair
Native
enough.
American. I was born here. I don't speak Choctaw.
I don't speak American.
I always have.
Oh no, the ice cream man!
The ice cream man.
No!
Why did you do that to the ice cream man?
Because the ice cream man said, "I don't know what you're saying" when he
Why
because she
didn't
was
she
speaking
just write
in
it out
sign.
on a notepad?
Well, and I don't know that. I guess because he kind of did it in a bit of a derogatory or condescending way. That's enough for Kingpin, I guess. Yeah.
Oh my goodness!
Kill the ice cream man.
Ow! Why are you doing this to me? Do you want ice cream? This is how you ask for ice cream. Ow! I just want to sell ice cream.
Blood.
Oh, look, blood.
Don't be afraid.
I can't hear you.
Well, she can probably read lips, I guess, right?
Ow!
Maybe.
Can you push people through walls like that?
Well, yeah. I don't know if do you know freaking what is her power set?
I'm really not familiar with this character at all. I'm pretty sure. I think it is like the Taskmaster powers.
Oh, but like in this.
Oh, I don't know. I only watched the first episode of Hawkeye and then I stopped.
You have
okay.
so much pain in you. So much rage. That you can't contain it.
All right, so we're 2/3 in, and I know that.
Oh my god.
Oh, I'm
No
waiting
bad
for the
deed.
thing to
Go
happen. All right.
unpunished. Is that what it's gonna say? Yeah, there it is.
Wow.
I guess that's
so-
better
wow.
than when they said hero or whatever in Captain
Oh.
Marvel. That was pretty cringe.
Wow.
But yeah, I don't know. I just yeah, this is a trailer. Oh, blood.
Oh my god. Oh, dog.
Yeah, there's a dog. That's cool. Bird.
Blood.
The dead guy.
Blood. Oh, explosions.
Well, I didn't
You can make
know
a
what's
trailer like this
happening.
for Secret Invasion. You could have.
Yes, you can.
Yeah,
Well, they did.
like, it's
They
a
did
trailer.
make that trailer. for
I don't
Secret
remember
Invasion.
the trailer for Secret Invasion, but yeah, I mean.
No one does.
Yeah.
No one remembers Secret Invasion.
Are the same.
Okay.
So,
Oh, because he was shot in the
Where's his
face.
eye?
Why does it look
No,
like it's
where's his
CGI?
eye?
Because so that's oh my god, that's so stupid. Like so he was actually shot in the head, but it's only taken out his eye.
And he survived.
I guess it
It's
bounced
like
in a
fucking
weird way.
Sicario 2.
Took his eye.
who's the monster?
Okay. Yeah, that. Okay. That's a. That's a.
That's it.
It's a commercial for a product. That's for
It's-
sure.
It's
Yep,
fire is what it is.
Definitely.
Yeah, like I don't know why that would inspire any greater or lesser confidence. That just doesn't really mean anything.
If I'm gonna be 1,000 billion% honest, we've just seen that without anything else we've seen today. I would have been like, a bit more violent.
Yeah.
And then if you
More
guys were
violent
like,
than
meaning
the-
what? I'd be like, meaning nothing.
Meaning
I
nothing
mean, it's
in
just
particular.
more violent. It's just
I
describing
guess
what I'm
here's
saying.
the
It just seems
interesting
violent.
question. If for the guide that we just watched, if it wasn't called Marvel Studios Echo, if it was called Echo, would this be a particularly interesting thing to him? If it wasn't associated with Marvel, you know, like would he watch it if it was just a trailer for like Echo on FX or something? Like, would that, you know, muster much interest?
I'm more likely to watch it
HBO?
if it isn't Disney.
Yeah.
Because
Oh,
I
dude,
just,
if that
like,
wasn't connected to the MCU whatsoever,
Yeah.
I'd be like, that show looks like it could be okay.
It could be something, but the fact that it is a Marvel figure is like, oh,
Well, and I know that the Marvel creators don't believe in this show. They want it gone.
Well, I mean, the fact that they're releasing every single episode, they're releasing it on more than one streaming platform. Yeah, they're releasing in January, which is kind of like that's very much like a month where there's not as much stuff happening.
Now, so with that, we've covered a lot of that angle on. It's kind of, you can kind of see how I've done this now, because I want to switch gears, but kind of do a similar thing. We're over to Star Wars.
oh boy,
And we
I
have
love Star Wars.
a channel that's created a video called "I'm Done Here" in all caps. Disney
Oh,
is
no, you're not.
destroying Star Wars. What a
You're not
joke!
done. You're not done.
Now, this was made by Star Wars Theory.
You're not done. You'll
Done
be right
with
fucking
Star
back
Wars.
next week.
Done with Disney. They're destroying it, which
What are you
feels a
talking
lot
about?
more
Ahsoka
aggressive.
was amazing. What are you talking about?
So,
You fucking gawked and came all over
We
how
did-
amazing Ahsoka was.
we've done the MCU one. Let's see what it looks like for someone who's been, let's be honest, gobbling up a lot of what they've been given, but now said it's enough is enough. The guy we just covered, it was mainly him reading all of the article stuff. It wasn't even really his own opinions, because he said most stuff is still pretty good and all that. But what's Star Wars Theory going to say? What's his perspective on what Disney have done wrong? You guys excited?
I'm so excited.
Yeah, so, yeah.
Let's peer into the other world. Let's
Here
see
we
how
go.
it works over there.
You wonder why Star Wars is in.
Oh
you
wait, this
wonder
is like
why
he does like a what's to come at the beginning. I want to skip that. Yeah, there
Yeah.
you go.
If you would join us.
Here we go.
Oh, 12 and a half minutes.
The
fuck.
Kenobi show, you know, is a show that we had been waiting for. Arguably, no, not. You know what? Screw arguably. It was the most important show that Star Wars could ever have released after George sold it to Disney.
Ugh, I can't.
Um,
no, it just never should have happened.
It's the most important show they could ever release. Maybe?
Well,
I don't
no,
even
because
know.
we had both ends of it. We had episode 3, we had episode 4. It was totally unnecessary.
What would the most important show they could release be?
The most important show that Disney Star Wars could release.
Yeah.
Uh,
I don't even know.
Probably, I don't. Probably the show about Salacious Crumb.
Well, it would be Luke,
maybe
probably,
like
right?
Skywalker show, yeah.
It would
I
have
mean,
to be,
yeah,
because if you
probably,
said we're
just
releasing one
episode
for
7, I
Obi-Wan
guess.
and fucking Vader, it would be important to fans, of course, but it would just be like, where is it going to be? I'm guessing between 3 and 4. That's what everybody would assume. And then, or maybe a Clone Wars show. You know, it's not impossible or anything. It's just that to do Luke, pretending for a second the sequels didn't exist, it'd be like, holy shit, where does Luke go next? Which to me, I think would be way more important. But
I guess, yeah. What happens next? You know, episode 7. That isn't shit.
We got Darth Vader and Obi-Wan Kenobi in between Revenge of the Sith and A New Hope. We got
whoa.
Anakin Skywalker and Obi-Wan Kenobi, as well as Luke Skywalker and Leia. Literally the main characters of Star Wars, the most important part, time, everything. And what kind of a budget does it get? It gets not even less than Andor, which I think had like 130 million or 110 million.
It's a lot of money.
Maybe even more than that. What was the budget for Andor? Hold on here before I even get ahead of myself.
Why the budgets just don't equal better?
You guys are going
Does that
to see...
upset you?
Yeah, and Andor looked fucking incredible, and it was written really well.
Well, yeah, so
Oh, it does,
as you can
it
see, we're
does,
already
right?
inching toward, like, wait, it doesn't matter if Kenobi had a lower budget than Andor, or that's not its problem. It's definitely not its problem.
such a more real side of me as we push into 2024 because I'm fed up. I'm really tired. I'm really fed up People that don't like me already don't like me. People that love me already love me, and I'm here for you guys.
Oh, we're the other people. We don't really feel a huge amount about you, and we're willing to hear you out.
Yeah.
We're
always
the
good for a
unicorns. So give us what you got. We're gonna judge what you say by what you say. I'm not even gonna go with the level hate.
And I'm not here for anyone else.
Oh.
Wow.
At the end of the day, I'm here for George Lucas. I'm here for Star Wars. I'm here for myself and what Star Wars used to be. Let's get a few things out of the way. Not everything that Disney has created is total garbage.
True.
There's Andor, and then there's everything else.
There's
Andor.
Rogue One has got some stuff in it.
Yeah.
I'm trying to be as nice as possible here. I don't think there's anything in Kenobi or Boba
What about
Fett.
video games?
There's some stuff in Mando Season 1, some stuff.
What about the video games? Are they part of the conversation in any way?
I think
What
we
would you
could
point
say
to
that.
in Mando Season 1?
Cinematography.
Oh, all right.
Yeah, the production
Okay.
values are really good.
Yeah, that's good enough.
80, 90%. But there is that 10% that is actually really amazing.
Yes.
Mandalorian Season 1 and 2.
Mm,
Tales of the Jedi.
I didn't even see that, so I can't say.
The Clone Wars Season 7.
Haven't seen it.
Rebels.
Even he was like,
Ahsoka up until episodes 7 and 8.
no, all of it.
Wait, so he doesn't.
Oh,
it.
he's soured on it then. Damn.
Oh,
I honestly,
oh my
who could have
goodness.
predicted he would sour on it? Nobody at all could have thought that that anyone who liked Ahsoka would sour on Ahsoka. That's just
I
crazy,
just don't know
man.
what any of this means when he said. It's just like whatever. Whatever.
Obviously, he'll never sour on Ahsoka episode 5. That shit was peak. It was fire.
Yes,
Oh,
that
so
was big
good.
television. That was fire. That was cooking.
That was bro.
We
That saw was pretty
Anakin
dry.
Skywalker, and he made the red lightsaber, and it was.
But what I'm trying to say is, not everything that...
Wait, did he name Andor?
No, he didn't, because he probably doesn't consider that, right? Like he doesn't
I thought
like
he.
Andor, does
I
he?
thought he does consider it good, just boring. I assume that was his.
Oh, sure, but I guess good and boring, good and not Star Wars isn't part of the equation of talking about the greatness of Disney Star Wars, right?
Okay,
has been
And
created
maybe that he doesn't actually like it, like at all.
that's probably the truth. He probably does think it's bad.
under Disney's umbrella was garbage. Now, mind you, those things were created by Dave Filoni and Jon Favreau. But
Yeah, a lot of bad things were created by
A lot
those
of
two.
bad stuff was made by them. Yeah.
You can't separate Jon Favreau from Lion King 2019. By the way, you can't. It's
No,
that's his
he
kid.
directed it.
Is
I digress.
It is
Obi-Wan
true.
Kenobi, the most important Star Wars project since Disney purchased Lucasfilm from George Lucas.
Not as important as the sequels.
I don't even
No
think it's as
way.
important as The Force Awakens in a way. That was like your
I don't think
big
it's important
moment
as the
of
sequels.
can we take this forward? What's going to happen now with all the stuff in the universe going forward. But important's complicated because it can mean a lot of things.
Lucas in 2012.
It can,
and
but
it gets
there's nothing more important than the sequels.
Yeah, because we could have just stopped. That's the thing. So it's like, what's the most important, assuming we didn't just leave it alone and let it be what it was?
the lowest budget of any Star Wars show to date. She-Hulk gets a better budget than Obi-Wan? Freaking She-Hulk!
Yes, because Marvel was making more money more consistently than Star Wars. Yeah.
Well, and
It was insane.
that's not Kenobi's problem. This is not Kenobi's problem.
They're different. Well, they're different departments. It's Lucasfilm and fucking Marvel Studios. They're different companies. They're different production.
I can barely
companies.
entertain the conversation though. Kenobi's butt. It could have been Ewan McGregor in a cave for the whole season.
It could have been. No, but that was unfathomable. I imagine that for him, that's like not even in the realm of possibility for a like the idea of a Star Wars show with like Obi-Wan
Focused on
Kenobi. That it's
characters.
entirely him going on like some spiritual journey. You know, like embarking on some like backpacking across the galaxy to learn more about the Force or something. It's
Oh
probably
man,
not in the
stop!
realm of
I want to see
possibility.
that show. Oh,
I absolutely would rather see the show of Obi-Wan traveling across a galaxy to like maybe like places of great religious significance, you know, to the Jedi. Like these
imagine him
ancient
meeting
temples and
people
things like that.
who are familiar very much so with the Force, but have no connection to Jedi.
Yes, and have entirely different perspective.
Oh.
Imagine if he learned about, you know, ways of going about being a Jedi that are completely independent of the
Remember that
normal
guy
Jedi Order.
That was pretending to be a Jedi to make money. Bumping into someone like
Yeah.
that would also be fun and cool and interesting.
Yeah, but oh well.
No, we don't get to have any of that. We have to have vroom vroom with Vader.
hmm
Hulk. I mean, what the hell, man? Like, who is making these decisions up there? I'm sorry to make this kind of video, dude, but honestly, like, who is making those decisions up there?
Well,
You
it's
wonder-
all Kathleen Kennedy's fault, right? It's all her fault.
It's also your anger's misplaced. It's not about the budgets.
It's about the
No,
right
fucking
answer.
writing.
Why Star Wars is in such a state.
Wait, what is this? Walt Disney's stock, is it?
What is that? What is that? I haven't looked. What's a stock
They
looking
are-
like year to date?
Well, to this, it's
That's the relevant one I want.
81.25 currently.
yeah, but
so
that's
81, yeah.
one day. That's one day's trading.
Well,
That's
I
not-
think I assume the point he's making is that that's where it's sitting right now. Whereas, wasn't it double this in Endgame times?
Well, so year to date they're down 4%, which is But what was it? 5 years they're down 27. Man, yeah, like they were at $200 in March of 2021.
Mhm.
Fucking hell.
That's right, everyone.
Well, yeah,
Bye.
And we would say like this, the whole reason for there's loads of things, but they're not. The important elements are the destruction of the MCU and Star Wars and Indiana Jones and Willow and Lucasfilm as generally.
Because getting to that peak was like the big rally that happened, in 2020. But when you look at it, it's like, my God, oof, no good.
Where no one is interested anymore. Nobody gives a crap. It's because of shit
true.
like this.
No, it's not because of the budget.
No, it's not because the budget.
It's not the budget.
It's
Not
because the
that at
writing
all.
for both of those shows was garbage.
Dude, if Kenobi had been given an extra 135 million, that doesn't. Why would you think that would make it better?
Changed anything? It just
Anything.
would have
Doesn't
looked
change
better.
It probably would have
maybe?
looked better. You might have had an extra episode or so. I don't fucking know. But it would have been shit still. I don't understand.
Yeah.
And you know what? The budget wasn't even the biggest problem of the show.
It's not the problem.
It wasn't even the biggest problem.
I think he's starting to realize that argument's useless. It's not going to have anything to do with anything.
Mhm.
It's not the biggest problem. It's not a problem. Having a 90 million fucking budget is enough.
$90 million for 6 episodes of television is still over $10 million per episode.
That is enough for a Kenobi
If
show.
you
That's-
can't make
that's-
You can make
That's
his
enough.
fucking stick glow blue with that kind of money. It's possible.
Mm-hmm.
You have fan films. You have fan fiction.
Yeah, see, he realized. He realized his point was full
Yeah.
of shit. Like, even his own fan film wouldn't have cost anywhere fucking near 90 let alone 1 million. Like, what? You don't need the money to make the... I'm not saying anything necessarily about his fan film. I'm saying that he would believe his fan film is good, I assume. And other people's ones. And so,
Presumably.
obviously, it's not the fucking budget.
That have like no budget. That have like the budget of an
Exactly.
internet connection and a computer.
Mm.
That honestly garner more attention.
Why do you think that is? Passion,
Mhm.
creativity, insight, hard work, redrafting, a script.
And love than the
Scorped.
garbage writing and directing.
We got it. Yes. Okay.
Yeah.
Garbage
There we go.
writing. There we
There
go.
we are.
Hooray.
That flew into the Kenobi show. You have the most important characters in Star Wars. Not only that, you're bringing back Hayden Christensen and Ewan McGregor. Forget Jimmy Smits, everybody else.
Oh.
Oh,
You're
man.
bringing back
Smits.
the goats, okay? The original,
No.
Well,
the prequel,
not the
trilogy.
Not the
original.
original.
Yeah. The prequel original.
There you go. Yeah.
the original, yeah. The original, the OGs, man, the OGs from the prequels, okay? And you not only, give a crap script, you get people that don't know what the hell they're doing when it comes to writing the stories and the characters that George built and created. You regress them. You focus on Reva. You make chasing Leia literally
This is where was start the video here.
Yeah,
This
where
is-
was...
what was
And also,
the whole
where was all
budget
this
thing?
when the show was coming out?
That's
Where
true
was
too.
this
Well,
energy?
to be
Where
fair,
was
I
this
didn't
when
watch
these
his
shit-
reviews, but yeah.
Okay, well, does anybody in chat know? Was he favorable to this show for a while, or?
I
Was he
would
always
go on a
against
limb and
it?
say he must have not been, right? Because like it was so bad.
Oh yeah,
It was
but
so
so was
fucking
Ahsoka.
bad.
But
So was
Wally, you gotta
Ahsoka.
remember, it took a couple of weeks. I remember the
Yeah.
finale. I got a great reaction.
It did. That's true.
like the most impossible thing to find a 9-year-old or 10-year-old. And above all, you have open-handed combat from a civilian against stormtroopers. I mean, look, stormtroopers suck, but they're not.
No. Push back on that
What?
whenever you can. The stormtroopers suck. It's stupid.
They shouldn't
Stop
suck.
it.
They should be fearsome.
No reason for them to be anything other than men who can shoot at you. That's very straightforward. It doesn't have to be fucking idiot clowns. When you say like, yeah, they can be dumb and shit, but they can't be that dumb and shit. It's like, what? What's even the fucking point of that?
Mhm.
They don't get disoriented like that from a slap on the head. Okay,
I suppose what's
Oh,
funny
you're
about
talking about
that is it's more likely to get disoriented from like an attack on your helmet, I suppose, as a stormtrooper, than it is like not to be able to shoot anything ever. Like which
Yeah.
which to you guys is more incompetent, never being able to hit your target or to be disoriented from an attack on your helmet?
And never being able to hit seems like a crazy thing to happen.
Which is from Mando Season 1, which is the goated content from
That's
Disney,
right.
apparently.
Okay. But then you also managed to give
Good old
literally the worst script of all time, the lowest budget of all time. I don't
The
get it.
lowest budget of all time.
90 million!
$90 million.
What are we
Lowest
doing?
budget of all time.
$90 million. Come on.
So stop talking about the budget, please.
I don't.
Mhm.
I'm trying, I'm trying to understand this. I'm really trying to. Who's making these decisions, dude? Let's give this script the crappiest script of all time. Let's regress the characters, and then let's give them the lowest budget of the most important story in Star Wars, the most important characters in Star Wars. But let's just literally give them the bare minimum.
Bare minimum.
He just said there are
Jeez.
just said there are fan projects that will run on like zero budget, and now this is the bare minimum, 90 million.
Why is he still
$90
back on the
million
budget
dollars.
He knows
And
it's
it did not look
irrelevant.
cheap. The
It didn't
show looked like it was. I mean, it was a proper looking
There were
show
aspects
through
of
and
it that
through.
looked cheap. There were
Yeah,
aspects
there's
of it that
some
certainly
aspects, yeah.
looked cheap, but you know.
That seems like just the norm now.
Yeah.
But focus all of our attention in Andor, which, yes, Andor is a great show for everyone who attended film school and wants to eat their cheese with a French hat so they can twiddle
their
their
cheese
mustache
with-
at the same time and talk about the Renaissance era and how great things were back then while they sip on their wine from.
Can you fucking
Alright,
imagine
Okay.
like film festival types who watch art movies being told Andor is pretentious? Could you imagine?
It's just like I'm sorry that Andor had like characters and themes and a plot that made sense, a logical progression of characters.
I'm thinking about the eye in was it
like,
episode
actually
6?
good combat.
How like
Yeah, you know, when I think of art house, I think of Andor.
yeah, that's the
Yeah,
real
when
like
I- when
out
I-
there stuff.
When
you
I think
know?
of the real avant-garde, like indie films and television shows, I think of Andor.
And you're sitting, and this guy's like, Andor sucks. Anyway, Ahsoka was really fucking good.
Like-
there is this weird disconnect, right? Because like one of the big problems we had with Ahsoka is that it was boring as fuck.
Oh, yeah.
Insanely boring.
And then we get
Andor
told
was
like Andor is
incredibly
boring as
entertaining.
fuck, and it's like it is. Oh,
It ain't. Sorry, it ain't. I mean, if it's boring for you, it's boring for you, I guess. But like, I was
Yeah,
riveted.
like I didn't need to see a lightsaber get waggled around every 5 minutes or Darth Vader's breathing for me to like be interested in a show. Turns out most TV shows don't have those things, and yet somehow I'm able to get through them.
Oh, and yeah, and it's captions every message. Kenobi had the same budget as Game of Thrones season 8, which was one of the most expensive TV shows of all time when it came out. Calling 90 million for 6 episodes the bare minimum is actually fucking insane.
It's insane. It's
It is
absolutely
nuts.
Insane.
It's absolutely
wild.
it's nuts.
Yeah, I mean, he clearly... I think this is less to do with Andor, more to do with him being told by Andor fans that Andor is good.
Yeah.
Like, you can
Well-
tell he's a bit pissed off that he has to keep mentioning Andor as, like, a sort of, a caveat to a lot of the statements when he doesn't believe in it. Like, ugh,
Yeah,
yeah, okay,
okay, well,
yeah, Andor's good, yeah, okay, fine.
Andor's
Fucking-
good. You like art film. Look at me.
You
wearing
like
a-
art
a
film.
beret
You like writing. Ooh, look at you, like an adult or something.
One who
with your
attended
berets.
film school and wants to eat their cheese with a French hat so they can twiddle their mustache at the same time and talk about the Renaissance era and how great things were back then while they sip on their wine from 1922.
I imagine his audience were a little bit annoyed with this, too, because there's going to be plenty of people that loved
bet.
Andor.
Yeah, Andor was
Okay, don't get
fucking
me wrong. I liked Andor.
Nah, did
No,
you?
I don't believe
Did you,
you.
though?
I don't believe you.
I don't believe you.
I don't believe you.
I
That's
think you're
okay.
saying that just to like I just don't believe you. I think you're lying.
No, I don't believe that for 1 second.
All
I
you
liked
do is
it.
shit
It
talk
was-
it.
It was a good show. It was fine. It was cozy. It was also extremely boring and made me fall asleep a million times while I was
You
watching.
liked
you
it,
liked
but
it.
made you fall asleep.
Dude, the
Just
amount of
say
shows...
you didn't like it. You wanted to see the swords go swoosh swoosh. That's fine.
Say
The amount
there
of
weren't
shows I
enough
watched
red
that made me go to
lightsabers
sleep
in
that I
Darth
rate...
Vader's.
Chat, how many times have we recommended on EFAP, like, this is a good sleeper, this one. You gotta grab
Yeah,
this.
that's a good one to go to sleep to. Yeah.
You gotta make sure you check out that new show. Oh, sleeper.
watching it. But it was still a good show. Whatever, I enjoyed it. Just sleepy time, okay? Like, you want me...
What the It's still a good show. It's just sleepy time.
He really does have a chip on his shoulder about
He's really upset that his show that doesn't have Darth Vader in it is really
I believe
well-received.
he's resenting it because it keeps getting in the way of the assessment. Like you want to run the narrative. It's like Andor sucked. It's like no, it didn't suck.
Even I have to admit that it didn't suck. Like there's no world where I can pretend.
Well, it's easy for us three because we watched it and liked it a lot because it was good.
Yeah, really enjoyed it.
Done and done.
When you want to put to sleep, you watch Andor. You want Star Wars, you watch Obi-Wan Kenobi. You watch.
But it sucked.
Wait, he doesn't mean that, right?
I watch Andor.
It's Revenge of the Sith. You don't watch Obi-Wan Kenobi. You watch Revenge of the Sith.
Oh, yeah,
that sucked.
Right.
Well,
okay, I see.
So I'm going Italian now. That 6% Italian is coming out, and I'm starting to get a little bit angry.
Is this licensed music or is it?
We should be okay if we play it for how many seconds, right?
Okay. You want to watch?
Yeah, there you go.
Watch Star Wars. You watch the first 6 movies, and you watch the Clone Wars. That's Star Wars.
Oh, you watch the Clone
What
Wars?
about Ahsoka?
Yeah,
what about Ahsoka? Episodes 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Was it 5, 6? 7 and 8 you didn't like, right?
Yeah. Oh yeah, that's right.
What about Mando season 1? Isn't that goated? Season 2 as well.
Mm-hmm.
You want to create a Star Wars project, you create the Obi-Wan Kenobi show. But not the way it was written by Joby Harold and directed by Deborah Chow.
Is that commenting on, like, was there lots of shaky cam? I can't remember.
Lots of shaky cam. Yeah,
You
I
get
remember
someone competent who knows the characters and respects the characters. You get Jon Favreau and Dave.
No!
This is why you're so like incredibly stupid. And
it was so funny.
Ever improve.
He had me in the first half. I was about to say he's right, and then he said those two. Like,
yeah,
what are you
it's like
talking about?
Satan.
Those fuckers. Jesus,
they're jokes.
Why didn't Jon Favreau and Dave Filoni do the Kenobi show? Why?
Bro, didn't he? So he specifically mentioned season 1 and 2 of Mando, meaning he thinks 3's bad, right?
Which is them. They made it.
They made it. Yeah,
That's theirs.
And also,
that's them.
Episode 7 of Ahsoka. That's
7 and 8 were made by Dave Filoni. Well, the whole thing, right?
I mean,
like it's
he's
his baby.
on the hook for the whole thing,
Yeah.
as far as I'm concerned. Yeah.
Come on.
Absolutely.
Why didn't they do all shows? I mean, okay, Andor was fine. It was, keep the guy there,
Andor
but
was
even
fine.
he
You
said
don't believe that.
See what I mean?
Just
Every time it's this caveat that's annoying him. He's like, oh, fine, Andor isn't shit, I guess. Ugh.
yeah.
It's like,
Holy crap.
so hard for you. Because obviously
Holy
he's saying he wants Jon Favreau and Dave Filoni to redo, or like to have control of all of it. But now he's like, I guess that Gilroy guy, he can have Andor. Yeah, sure,
He
fine.
can have Andor. Yeah, he's allowed to have that one.
like half the time I forgot I was doing a Star Wars show. This is just
Yeah, but
no wonder it turned out
the
so
context of that comment relates to him being so intertwined with storytelling that it's not like he's thinking, when do I get Vader in here, or when do I sort out how this affects the future events in the sequel? You know what I mean? He's like, no. I'm writing characters in a world and they're developing. He's obviously not trying to say like, I don't even like Star Wars. I'm just trying to make a show here. Which, to be honest with you, is probably the best thing you can do with Star Wars right now.
At this point, yeah, just forget it's Star Wars.
How does it help you at this point to try and remain in continuity with everything that Disney have fucking made?
I need to make sure that my story ties into Dave Filoni's really good idea of Mando's zombie army, led by Thrawn and the Night Sisters.
Painful.
I am so tired. I'm so tired of trying to be so nice to people.
Okay, and it is very tiring, isn't it?
It is tiring.
And I don't
I know, man.
care if you don't like what I have to say. Don't watch my videos. I'm not.
Damn.
I mean, I'm interested to hear your opinion. It's okay. All right. Even if I disagree with it, I'll keep going as I have. I'm giving you a fair shake.
I'm not here for them. I'm here for me. I'm here for Star Wars, George Lucas, and to protect the legacy because, quite frankly, dude, I'm the only one that keeps doing it.
Sorry,
okay,
what?
wait, all right, calm down.
Yeah,
right,
chill out there,
this
Mr. Martyr.
Story that you're trying to create.
Fucking Superman for Star Wars.
Yeah.
First of all, when it comes to like protecting an IP as such, it's like Star Wars. Like, what are you even suggesting at this? But we'd have to erase everything Disney's done to begin to protect it. Secondly, Your idea of protecting Star Wars is to hand it to Dave Filoni and Jon Favreau.
Hand it to two of the most destructive people to ever get their hands on
Two of the
this
Undertakers
IP.
of Star Wars.
Absolutely insanely shit tier.
So,
Yeah,
let me
creators.
choose to press that giant X button and doubt that you are the one that's protecting Star Wars, my good man.
And they make clips of me on TikTok or whatever, they can keep doing it, but I'm literally the only one who keeps driving the point home.
No, you know that's not true. Fucking,
No, that's not.
he's spoken to Jeremy and Geeks and Gamers. He knows there's plenty of people who fucking flying the flag of we need to save Star Wars before it fucking drowns in its own piss. There's many of us.
That
You don't
Star
give it to the
Wars
piss masters.
is what George created. It's not this shit that's been created now.
That's not really addressing the problem necessarily. Like
Yeah.
saying that George made it, it's like, okay.
George, just to be clear, I was like, I know.
Well, I'm not even, don't even need to mention the prequels. Go straight to Return of the Jedi.
He made the prequels.
Yeah, but Return of the Jedi's got really bad shit in it, and that's even
It
further
sure
back.
does. Yeah, that's
Prequels
true.
is a safer one to point to, though.
Prequels is more thoroughly shit.
I guess I'm not interested in being
Inconsistently
safe. I
shit.
almost want to be a little edgy and be like, George is not
oh my
perfect.
god, edgy Mauler.
Well,
I mean, I was.
No,
the one who
I know.
said,
I mean,
you know,
I
last
totally
episode,
agree. Yeah,
you know.
I mean, he's a flawed creator, right?
yeah,
I like him. I respect him.
I'm the
I
I'm the one who
definitely
jokes
respect
about
him, but
the
yeah.
the two good Star Wars movies we got.
yeah,
but,
you
know,
exactly. And it's not
fine,
hard
it's
to.
not
I
bad,
think
you know,
most
I
people
mean-
agree. There's at least something in Return of the Jedi they think is shit. Mostly the Ewoks, I think, gets referenced. Even though, I mean, I think
Even
the
though he's
Jabba
got
stuff
the
is more
big Ewok
confusing.
behind him right now.
And given a crap budget so that She-Hulk
90 million crap
can
budget.
shine through.
I can't. Stop
Why do you
saying
think,
that.
Why do you put these two in competition with one another?
Is
What the fuck does She-Hulk have to do with Kenobi?
She-Hulk's budget has nothing to do with Kenobi's budget in terms of how everything gets decided in the corporate ladders of fucking Disney. But then secondly, stop
She-Hulk
referring to
was
90
terrible.
million as like a shoestring budget. It's fucking retarded.
It's
They
not a
barely
shoestring
keep the
budget.
lights on.
Yeah,
over
they-
there with that
you know,
$90
like
million.
Kenobi, he had to bring
They had
his
to
own
shoot-
prop lightsaber because they just couldn't give one to him, you know?
Yeah, they had to shoot during the day, so they had some daylight to work with.
As she twerks with Meg the Stallion.
Yeah, it was pretty cringe.
I just don't get it, man. How can this fool?
What is
What is
this
this music? Yeah.
I don't know.
And is it
We're starting to loop
copyrighted?
A little bit.
$4 billion company be handled?
Are you giving yourself like triumphant music or sort of
That
you know
is
overcut?
mega cringe,
Yeah,
bro. That
don't
sounds
do
like
that.
something Dave Filoni would do.
Oh no!
Did Dave Filoni direct this video?
Oh no!
By
No, he went to the composer room. That's what he did.
The composer room.
these buffoons who don't even understand the characters.
You mean Jon Favreau and Dave Filoni? Is that what
Yeah.
you're
Literally,
talking
Jon
about?
Favreau. Give me one good character that those two have ever been near.
But also assign these nitwits to write for these
Damn, he is tired of being nice.
God. Yeah.
legendary characters, and at the same time, give them pennies.
Pennies?
$90
Just
million
to
dollars. is
Pennies.
$90 million. $90 million. $90 million.
Pennies.
Yep.
Jeez.
I have nothing else to say about that, but I don't want to hit play yet. I'm kind of just trying to get
Yeah.
over it. Pennies.
No. Pennies.
Pennies.
That is one shiny penny, I would say, yeah.
But then they want to give She-Hulk the most money because it's what, CGI?
I mean, Star Wars.
probably-
has
That would be a
plenty of
reason.
CGI.
But, I mean, yeah, again, Obi-Wan
Just
Kenobi
money.
would have had a lot of visual effects as well.
Plenty of CGI in that. It's Star
But,
science
but
fiction.
again, why does he
nurturing.
not understand that they're different? They're they're Disney, but one of them is Lucasfilm and one of them is Marvel Studios. They have different
Yeah, I don't-
leadership.
Yeah, I don't think they're competing with each other. I don't
Like,
think anyone's
fucking
like,
they want
yeah,
to
'cause
be, yeah, like not getting in each other's way.
It's like what he's
Mhm.
saying here is almost like She-Hulk is to blame for Kenobi's failure because it took away its money. That's the message I'm getting.
Remember the ending of She-Hulk?
Yeah.
What
Yeah, it was like the rest of the show. It was awful.
Yeah, I was pissed.
the hell did they do to Hulk's son?
Oh, okay. Well, I guess you could reference that. Sure.
That's fair. Yeah, it was pretty bad too.
Yeah, it is-
You guys
I
remember
guess it's
Andor?
cringe.
Why does Andor have a $250 million budget?
Just great.
Because really
used
fucking
it.
good and it looks amazing.
Remember
and they go to all kinds of different places.
All the
Everything that's
sets for
good.
the prison, the CGI sequence for the eye. It was called the eye,
It
right?
looks so good.
It was fucking crazy. It was something that
It
you haven't
looks
seen
so
before.
good. Like Andor looks so good, and there's such a diversity in the places that they go to. All of the costumes and the props and the scenery, it all looks so good.
They managed to capture that element that the OT have, which is it's like, whoa, that world
They
looks like
did.
an actual place that people do things in.
Yeah, this still like sci-fi analog kind of look to everything with knobs and bricks and all kinds. Like
There was
I really
screws and bricks. That's true.
screws and brick. It really is a world that it's so easy to just imagine living in.
As for like, if you want to say like, should it have cost that much to do what they did in Andor? Maybe not, but I don't see what that has to do with a 90 million budget being not enough for Kenobi. I don't get it.
I mean, I feel like we should have.
And also, I'm not sure if it's been brought up yet. Andor had twice as many episodes.
Oh yeah, there's that too.
Oh yeah, that's true.
And also the episodes were consistently longer. So fuck me. You know what? Now I'm so curious. If minute by minute, now I want it.
Wait, that's worth calculating.
Now I need to know minute by minute.
Yeah,
I wonder
you're right.
which show cost. Oh my god. Oh no. Hold on. Let me see if I can find some.
You're looking to break the runtime of Andor in total into minutes.
Yeah.
And then right. Well. Not something to give you done in your head. That's going to be difficult unless someone's already calculated the total runtime of Andor. You might have someone.
Someone has somewhere. Yes.
By the way, the thing that's on the screen, Kenobi's budget was a fraction of She-Hulk. That fraction is like
it's a big fraction.
It's a pretty big. It's like 2/5 or something like that. It's a pretty big. It's a pretty big chunk. It's a little bit less than half.
On Reddit, someone calculated the total runtime for Andor was 7 hours, 51 minutes, and 54 seconds. So the average runtime per episode was 39 minutes and 20 seconds. The total length for Kenobi was 3 hours and 42 minutes, which means it had an average runtime per episode of 37 minutes and 6 seconds. So actually, it's not too much of a difference, but nevertheless. So what was the budget? Was Andor's budget $250 million?
Let me double check. Andor budget estimated at 250 million.
Okay, 250. Okay, good old calculate. We'll just do it by. Wait, hold on.
What was the total runtime for Andor?
7 hours, 51 minutes, and 54 seconds. So, let me. How many minutes is that? So, 60 times by 8 minus. Let's say minus 6. Okay, so 474 minutes divided by 250 million means that I'm a moron. So what? Wait, what is? Okay, wait, no, I did it the wrong way around. It's 250 million divided by 700. Fuck me. All right, hold on.
All right. What we're figuring out is cost per minute, I assume.
Yeah, so the cost per minute is... Does that scan? The cost per minute would be $527,426 per minute. Does that line up? Yeah. It would. Yeah. That about lines up.
And now for Kenobi, right?
So Kenobi would be... So do we know for sure that was 90 million then?
Well, I mean, all of this is based on the idea that it is, so we'll just go with it.
Oh, and obviously, chat, you can correct my maths here if I'm screwing up.
Yeah,
I'm
you can
pretty
double
sure
check
I'm getting it right.
just to be. Yeah.
Okay, yeah, let's say 90. Okay, so 3 hours and 42 minutes. So 60, 20, 180. So that'd be 222 minutes.
Yep.
Yeah, 222. So 90 million divided by 222. So it's about 405,405. Oh, it's just 405, 405 repeating over and over and over again. So $405,405 with my very, very, very rough math. So it basically cost about $100,000 more per minute, which ain't that much more. It adds up, but like it ain't
Well, and
dramatically. That's
I
like
think-
20% more expensive, basically. Is
But you
what
can
that
account
means.
for that with Andor looks way better than Kenobi.
It
does.
look better.
Andor
looks
goes to way more
it looks
places
way
than
more
Kenobi.
Oh
Okay.
yeah, if for a 20% increase, you get way more than 20%
Because
worth
all
of
we've
just
done
visual quality.
Is equalize them on budget to amount of content. But now we should be like, okay, add more variables, being that Andor... We aren't even talking about the script, but Andor went to way more places in the universe, and it had way better sets, way better prep.
Yes.
It's like...
Looked way better.
Yeah, like, I think you could conclude that Andor used its money more more effectively, sure, than Kenobi.
Definitely.
Oh, absolutely.
Okay. Assuming that was all correct, which I'm pretty. Yeah.
Well, yeah, I mean,
that makes
it makes
sense,
the
right?
difference
That's correct.
a lot softer, doesn't it, compared to what it looks like? 90,
Yeah, when you
yeah,
go by
90 million versus
percentages-
250 million, there's a gap of 132, is it?
No,
No, wait,
it
260 million.
well, 200, yeah. So it looks like a gap of $160 million when in actuality, based on per minute runtime, it's more like a 20% difference, which isn't nothing.
No,
but it
but
certainly
it's-
ain't as dramatic.
No, yeah.
I totally forgot about the number of episodes as like part of the equation. Yeah.
Paid 20-30 million at least to Hayden, 20-30 million to Ewan, 60 million right there. Oh shit, you have the whole budget for the show, but they give 200.
Do you think that they're paying them $20 million?
Don't even
I
care.
don't think Hayden
Don't even care.
Christensen, I don't think is getting 20-30 million.
Don't even care if they paid 89 million between the two of them. You could still make an amazing show.
Absolutely.
50 million to Andor, 250 million to, or 225 million to She-Hulk. You're looking at 500 million, you're looking at $500 million for two shows, which honestly aren't even the most important things in either
Please don't equate Andor and She-Hulk. Jesus.
their franchises. What the hell are these people thinking? And you're wondering why South Park is making these kinds of comments towards Kathleen Kennedy.
It's not because they lowered the budget for Kenobi.
No,
That's
I doubt
not
straight
at
Their
all.
up.
stuff is
I bet that
consistently
in the
pissed.
writers' room they were like, "Isn't it fucking insane that Kathleen Kennedy decided to spend more money on Andor than Obi-Wan Kenobi?" You know, that's pretty
That's all
wild.
Matt Stone and Trey
that
Parker were
is-
talking about.
It's because their products are shit and consistently bad.
You know when she says, when Cartman Kennedy says, put a chicken and make it gay and lame, the lame is like specifically referencing how shit the writing is.
Yes, it's lame.
Fucking lame.
It's because people there clearly aren't using their brains. And it seems like I'm taking crazy pills. I'm starting to feel like I'm Mugatu. It's like, does nobody see this?
No, loads of people see it. We've been talking about it forever. I don't know where you've been. That they've made awful
He's been
decisions.
sucking it off this whole time.
I was gonna
Isn't
say,
it
like, you're
amazing?
not-
Isn't it incredible?
It's just like joining a fucking choir and being like, am I the only one singing here? It's like, what?
You're the last
And we're
one to
all
show
just
up and
standing
you're
around
late.
like, hey, it's okay.
No, we're not standing around saying it's okay. We never have been. I don't know.
No.
Who are you talking to?
We got Andor. Andor's the best Star Wars.
You
Ah,
need to let
right.
go.
Yeah.
Andor is fucking incredible.
How many times do we
It does
say-
everything better than any other show?
How many times do we say that Andor being good or even great, it doesn't fucking matter. It's Star Wars is dying. Like, one good show is never going to be able to bring it back anyway. We said this, that would be the case for Echo. To bring back Star Wars, same methods as Marvel. You'd need to make great content continuously. You can't just fucking have a one-off show. Nobody ever said, it's okay that Kenobi was shit because we got Andor. The fuck do those things have to do with each other?
Yeah,
to-
like it's not even remotely connected. It just doesn't make sense.
It's like, does nobody see this? And we're all
This
just standing
music.
around like, hey,
Yeah.
it's okay. We got Andor. Andor's the best Star Wars we've ever.
It is.
Well, it is the best Star Wars that Disney made.
Yeah.
It's been the
the
best Star Wars
Disney's
since
made. It's one of the
1980.
Yeah.
Yes,
I-
it
yes.
is.
Yeah,
It is the best
sorry.
Star Wars. It has been it's the best Star Wars in like 40
It's one of the
years.
best Star Wars things like ever made.
It's not. It's Blade
Wait,
Runner.
The timing on that was kind of perfect.
Sorry, I
Amazing.
wasn't totally paying attention there. Could you just replay
Does
that?
nobody see this? And we're all just standing around like, hey, it's okay. We got Andor. Andor's the best Star Wars we've ever. It's not. It's Blade Runner.
What
It's
the
amazing.
fuck?
Dude,
So it's fucking
dude.
amazing.
I
was
don't
Blade
even
Runner
know-
bad?
I don't even know where to begin with
What?
any of that.
It's
Are
not
we implying
good.
that
It's-
Blade Runner is bad? What is the similarity in the subject matter of Andor and Blade Runner?
Andor
It's
doesn't
serious.
cover
It's
anything that
full of
Blade Runner's
character.
fucking all about. What are you
What is
talking
the
about?
similarity stylistically between them?
Blade Runner.
Why?
It's right,
Why
there's
would
not
you?
a lightsaber.
Why was that a comparison that you made, and why was it negative?
Well,
What
to be fair,
Why
there are no
was it
lightsaber fights in
negative?
Blade Runner. Darth Vader is not in Blade Runner,
Sadly, it would have improved
just
it.
like Andor.
But he see this? And we're all just standing around like, hey, it's okay. We got Andor. Andor's the best Star Wars we've ever...
Base true.
It's
Red
not. It's Blade Runner with a Star Wars theme.
Bro, you said
Oh,
you
so
fall
yeah,
asleep
yeah.
to it. You said it was like,
Yeah,
it's okay, but it's
amazing.
Blade Runner? Does he know how...
Well, like, does he know that people like Blade Runner? Does he know that this is like a giga hot take?
I
The
don't think he
hottest take
understands
there
that.
ever takes?
When you say Blade Runner with Star Wars coat of paint, I'm like sold.
Oh shit!
Absolutely
that sounds
sold.
amazing.
Sold.
Yeah, that sounds
That part's
great.
not where my
do it.
brain got stuck. It's that I'm collecting all the things he said to me, which is that Andor, it's okay. Yeah, sure, it's good. Good to fall asleep to. Good for the fucking pretentious people to like. It's like Blade Runner.
Or is he trying to compare it like in terms of the subject matter? But I
No,
don't
no
even see how
fucking
that's
way he's
possible.
connecting what Blade Runner's about to what Andor's about. How?
Or is what was that guy that we watched? The guy who said that like Andor was basically like any other, like it was The Expanse, it was Star Trek.
Oh,
it was, the thing that made
yeah.
Star Wars was lightsabers. That he's trying to imply.
Oh yeah,
It's not
the
Star Wars. It's generic, like which
it's
again
the Andor
to
is
even.
a true Star Wars guy. Yeah,
Well,
yeah.
I guess that's what I'm saying. Is that's what my mind is now kind of wondering. Is like, is that where we're at? That because it's the absence of, because it's about regular people, no Jedi or anything like that, maneuvering through a science fiction world, that makes it comparable. Even though, again, like, I don't see the connection. I don't know what point he's trying to make here.
I mean, you know what? I'm fine with it. He's bigging up Andor.
He is picking up Andor, comparing it to Blade Runner. My God, there'll be
I
some
know,
people
right?
watching going, "Well, I love Blade
Stop,
Runner,
I already
my man.
love it. Quit.
I love Blade Runner." So yeah,
with a
I
Star
suppose I should
Wars
check it out.
theme. It's not bad. I love Blade Runner. Go to my Theory Talks channel. I'm always playing Blade Runner music.
I love Blade Runner.
Now
I
I'm
play the
even more
music.
lost. Now I'm much more lost. Now I have no idea.
This is a funny video.
But that doesn't mean it's a good show for Star Wars. The Last Jedi
there
was
it
the
is.
most
Okay, yeah.
asinine.
Okay, wait. How are we moving to TLJ now? All right, slow down. There's so much funniness.
Star Wars, The Last Jedi was the most asinine representation of a continuation of Luke Skywalker's story that I've
Okay.
ever seen in my life. Yet it was a good movie.
Okay, you're out. You're done. That's it.
Oh.
GG.
TLJ was a good movie, but I know how
Well,
to
this
say
is
Star Wars.
this is the meme, right? This is the sentiment of Ryan Johnson. You know, he's actually pretty great, just not a good fit for Star Wars. You know, like his other movies, they're really great. He just isn't a good fit for Star Wars. Yeah.
You see, well, I can
it's not-
explain. TLJ is not a good Star Wars movie, but it's a good movie because good movies don't need good writing, but Star Wars does.
That's an interesting theory.
A Star Wars theory.
Star Wars
Yay.
theory. I don't remember the theme song from Game Theory.
I've lost it, I've
Fucking
lost.
nobody does. Whatever. He's
I
apparently in
haven't
the Five
watched Game
Nights at
Theory in a
Freddy's
long
film, by
time.
the way.
Oh, I
Yeah,
can
he's-
believe that. Yeah.
He's got a cameo. It's gonna be funny.
Movie. It just wasn't a good Star Wars movie.
Uh-huh.
What the heck? I
Yeah,
don't.
There it is.
I'm sorry. It's so hard
Star
for
Wars
me
is
to
Darth
know.
Vader waggling a red lightsaber. That's what
Yeah,
Star
it's-
Wars is.
It's really hard for me to feel like sad for him realizing like how bad Star Wars is when his ideas to fix it are like take it away from something like Blade Runner, push it toward Jon Favreau and Dave Filoni, and remember we can do stuff like TLJ because that gives us good movies, but it doesn't give us good Star Wars movies. Also, give me Anakin.
Yeah.
It's like what a fucking
I
fart
know what you mean.
collection.
I
What
know
the hell am I
you mean.
supposed to
It's
do
just-
with that?
It's like, yes, I'm distraught about the state of Star Wars too, my good man, but like we fundamentally disagree on so much.
Well,
of
he's also
what's
telling me
wrong.
like, like, oh, am I the only one who sees this? I'm the only one who's fought for this. Like, what's
Okay,
are you
yeah,
okay?
what?
Like, what's
Yeah,
happening?
all right.
You know the movie How to Lose a Guy in 10 Days? I feel like Disney has one, like how to lose a franchise in 10 years.
10 years.
And
Oh yeah, that's pretty clever.
now they're
Wow,
pouring
that's
all this
like-
money and focusing on the Ray movie. Like, are you guys not learning your lesson? Like, seriously?
The answer is no. I mean, this is coming back to more so reality again. It's like, yeah, that's a really bad choice for obvious reasons, and the reason it could be a great film, but that wouldn't even save Star Wars. At that point, it would probably it's just a disastrous move to make a Rey movie. What are you doing?
It confused people more than anything. If we went to the Rey movie and we were like, wow, that was really good. That was weird. Anyway, all right, that was a good movie.
Are you not learning your lesson?
They are definitely not.
I just don't get it, man. I don't get it how they can be so out of touch.
To be okay, wait.
You're out of
They're
touch.
not learning their lesson. However, Dave Filoni was recently given full control over a full TV show, which is something that he is fully on board with, and yet is critical of the finale, despite the fact that I guess he thinks that Dave Filoni should be given more control.
Writing credits, though.
Like, shouldn't he be saying like, well, we're on track on the TV show side at least?
Yeah, there's no reason to be upset. The dark times, they're over. We're entering into the good times again.
Yeah, because he said he wants Dave Filoni and Jon Favreau to have full control of all of Star Wars, and so Dave Filoni going from directing and writing some episodes of some shows to getting his full own show. That's great news from his point of view.
Exactly. That's right. Kathleen Kennedy, you're on the right track.
She knows what she's doing. She's listening. She's learning.
Right.
She's giving Star Wars to the custodians that deserve it. Yeah.
You know, she's on the right track.
Feels like he's having two thoughts at once that cannot coexist.
The Force is female.
Make better Star Wars, dude. Make Mando season 1 and 2. Make that continuous.
Those sucked.
What about 3?
I can't believe it.
3 is their newest
What
one,
about
Star
3?
Wars theory. That's the newest one.
Executive produced by Jon Favreau and Dave Filoni.
Yeah, sorry. What I mean by newest one is it's the newest one by those two, which are his golden team, so.
I don't know what the hell happened with the Book of Boba Fett.
No one.
Yeah, no, I don't know what happened either, because again, that was produced by Jon Favreau and Dave Filoni, right?
Uh-huh.
I think so.
Well, obviously, someone's meddling with something out there.
Yes. Okay.
There's a fucking
meddling.
Palpatine out there pulling the strings.
It can't be that Favreau and Filoni are just shit.
No, it can't be that they're shit at writing Star Wars, or that they don't give a fuck, or that they're really bad at writing. It can't be any of those things. It has to be some creamy Sheev is out there pulling those fucking strings, man.
Okay,
Remember, we ruined Luke, but we definitely didn't ruin Luke when Skinwalker appeared in Boba Fett. No.
Consistent wise, it just doesn't make sense. Mando season 1 and 2 were literally like perfection.
No.
Wow.
Okay,
Jesus
I am
fucking
willing
Christ.
to like tolerate love for those seasons, but perfection. Come
Name one character
on.
and a trait that they have.
There's
like,
so
seriously,
much
just name a
retardation
character.
in both seasons. It's crazy.
They suck. They actually suck. But for whatever reason, they just get away with it. I don't know what it is. Is it if they get away? I don't know. I don't know if it's the shitty combat or the shitty characters.
Season
or the
1,
shitty plot.
I understand a little more for how it sneaks by because it looks real cool and it does try to. What it sells you on is not what it is, but it convinces a lot of people it's what it is, which is a bounty hunter making his way through the universe just trying to get by. Which is really cool and awesome. It's not what the show is, but a lot of people think that's what the show is.
Mando season 3 was the most disjointed thing I've
That was them, bro.
that?
That was not Fire, was it? That was not Peak. And yet that was them.
ever seen. Boba Fett was just shit. To be honest,
I
like
mean, season 3 Mando was shit. Ahsoka was shit.
We went
I'm
back.
sorry,
I
but
wonder what his
Mando
I wonder
season
what
2
his
was very
scores were
shit.
for Boba Fett.
Season 1 was pretty shit too.
the first 2 episodes were amazing.
The first 2 episodes of Boba Fett were amazing.
You didn't just say that, right?
Man. Damn.
He must.
Ever seen. Boba
Remember
Fett
the part
was
when
just
Machamp punched Boba
shit.
Fett?
To be
Remember
honest,
that?
like the first 2 episodes were amazing.
Oh my
there
god,
it
he
is.
did say
Yeah.
that. Okay.
Fucking hell! The first 2 episodes of Boba Fett
Was-
were amazing.
Was episode 2 the gun train?
That was the gun train, yes.
That was
Episode 1
fucking
Machamp.
Oh, well, that was
laughable.
perfection.
The whole
Yeah,
season
yeah.
was absolutely laughable, but seriously,
Instead
amazing.
of
Yeah.
letting the gun train go by, they all just got.
I'm
up
sorry.
and got killed by it.
I get so confused listening to this, man, because I've just been told, like, episodes 1 through 6 of Ahsoka, episodes 1 and 2 of Boba Fett, seasons 1 and 2 of Mando, this is all the goated stuff, as well as Rebels, by the way, was given a special mention, of course, Clone Wars, we're not going to give Rogue One or Andor into this list. Like, and I know you might be like, well, Rogue One isn't amazing. It's like, no, but the point is that all of them make it, but those don't. It's like, okay.
I have no idea what he'll find amazing or what he'll hate.
What I'm getting at is that, like, I haven't even labeled all the things that he's, like, really enjoyed, and yet Star Wars is, like, you know, disastrous right now, according to him, even though loads of the stuff that's been made he really likes is considered excellent and amazing. I'm pretty sure episodes 5 of Ahsoka and the season finale of Mando Season 2 are, like, some of his favorite Star Wars of all time, and they're made by the people that he thinks should be in control, who have been getting more control. Everything I know tells me that he should be happy with Star Wars right now.
Yep.
Why wouldn't he be?
But
It's got
his
the
title
lightsaber
is,
swinging around.
I'm done here, Disney's destroying Star Wars, and his primary point was that the budget for Kenobi was too low at $90 million.
Which is
This video
still...
is fucking confusing.
Well, I mean, it's a stream of consciousness, isn't it? Just, I'm discontent.
Well, stream
Let
of
me...
something.
I don't know. That's what it comes across as. It's a stream of discontent, the source from which is unclear. Like, I'm not quite sure where it comes from. I'm not quite sure how to fix it. I'm just frustrated.
Then after that, I was like, what happened? Well, the booby fed.
What?
You know, well, like, what's going on here?
I don't even understand the joke.
I don't know. I feel like it's satire at this point. You know, it's like we just constantly keep trying to see what else they're gonna mess up at this point, and it's like I don't want to do that. I just want to.
No, they kind of killed all of it, man.
I gotta say, I
Yeah,
find
it's
the
bullshit.
reaction to a lot of Disney. I find like the Mando season 1, 2, and Ahsoka is great, but the sequel trilogy is bad. I find that one fascinating as like a sort of almost like a space.
Yeah, you want to sit down and say like, no, but tell me why. Why was the sequel shit? But
Plus thing,
like Ahsoka was great.
we're fast approaching 10 years of them releasing Star Wars content, right?
Yeah.
Which means
Very
that it
easily
has to,
so.
just over the eras, it's gonna generate different... You know, it was, do you like the sequels or not? Quickly became, do you like TFA or not, and TLJ or not? And then it became TLJ, TFA, and... you don't like all three of those. Nobody does. You have to pick a team, because those sequels hate each other, so it doesn't make any sense to be like, oh, I love all three of them. It's like, yeah, okay. I mean, you can. I'm just saying that, like, most people... Well, it creates divides. And you've already got the prequels as a big divide, the OT fans is a big divide, and then people who are just, like, into all of it, I guess. Like I said, that seems weird, but, you know, maybe that's a thing. But, like, fast forward to now, we've got people who are big Mando fans who are not fans of any of the sequels, who might not even be fans of the prequels. And then you got the people who are, like, big into Rebels and the Clone Wars and loved Ahsoka and the prequels, but not the sequels, and maybe not even the OT. Some people are like, yeah, the OT and some of the prequels, oh, bang it. It's just like, there's fucking pockets of Star Wars fans that are all over the place at this point. You can't predict anything about what anybody's going to like or hate or think is good or bad. In fact, a lot of people will hear what we think is good and bad and think, like, fucking hell, you guys are crazy. Like, huh?
Well, yeah, it's interesting because there's a lot of disparate boogeymans. There's a lot of disparate, you're the reason why everything's horrible. A lot of, I mean, because it was like you pointed out, there's sort of the divide, the rise of Skywalker. The response is there is a contingent there that is responsible for this being bad because they didn't like TLJ. It feels like there's an increasingly smaller portion, like a proportion of the percentage of that's a stupid sentence. A smaller percentage of actively talking about Star Wars people who like TLJ think it was brilliant and profound and inspired, and that, you know, that like all of the people who just want to see the swords go swoosh swoosh. But then there's differing opinions from the people who just want to see the swords go swoosh swoosh and the blasters go pew pew. I just find it interesting how that's like emerged, and it'll only become more and more fragmented as time goes on.
Enjoy Star Wars. You guys remember how hyped Star Wars fans were when Mando 1 came out? Oh my gosh.
You remember how hyped they were when TFA came out? It was crazy.
Yeah.
Culturally speaking, Star Wars was
that
reaching
was
some like
crazy.
skyrocketing highs. Not necessarily the highs like of all time, because when the fucking first film came out, that was crazy for the world as well. But I'm just saying, like, Star Wars has just diminished. It has only diminished over time.
Oh yeah, I mean, TFA was like there were huge portions of like shops that were just dedicated to Star Wars merchandise. Like just big portions. It's just like, yep, this is like the Star Wars part of like the retail store. and that was that was meant to last for a while, I think.
It was like Star Wars was back. It was like after The Last Jedi, and we thought, like, oh my god, okay, finally we got something to.
I'm sorry. Why the fuck would you think Star Wars is back from just Mando? Even if Mando season 1 was as good as people say it is, like, why would that be? It's one TV show about a character that doesn't regard most of anything.
I don't even know what it means for Star Wars to be back. I don't know what.
Well, as you saw on that graph, "we be back" is really just it's a matter of time before it's so over.
It's a matter of perspective, isn't it? It's relative. It's
yeah, because as we said, Andor being good didn't really matter in terms of Star Wars trajectory.
Grasp onto now. I don't know, dude. I don't know. It's just and they don't even want to give Kenobi a second season. It's like, well, yeah, I mean, I don't blame you, dude. Like, where are you gonna go from there?
That's not why it's bad, or not why they won't get a season 2. It's because it didn't make enough money, didn't make enough engagement. It has nothing to do with the story. They can make up 10 billion seasons.
They made it for. Even for the pennies that they made it for, you would have told them to spend more. But then he'd be like, yeah, but if they spent more, they would have made more. You got to spend money to make money, all right?
Yeah, but like, it's so amazing to me that he's like, well, of course, because there's nowhere to go with Kenobi's story now. It's like, what?
I mean, yes, there
is.
It's
just a group of people get kidnapped from some village. He's told about it. I could make a whole season out of that. Done.
Yep. Again, his spirit journey.
Fucking Qui-Gon. Talking to Qui-Gon is still on the table.
Yeah, a bottle episode that's just those two.
Mr. Star Wars fan over here doesn't see where it could go.
Yeah, what a lack of imagination there.
Then to grasp onto now. I don't know, dude. I don't know. It's just and they don't even want to give Kenobi a second season. It's like, well, yeah, I mean, I don't blame you, dude. Like, where are you gonna go from there? I mean, the whole show just focused on. You guys have heard me talk about it. I'm so frustrated. I'm so Disney.
And I get that, and I feel like it's the same as the other guy in some ways. Like this is kind of what I mean about a new era. A lot of fans who were like loving the fuck out of all of it are now like feeling bad and don't know how to express it properly, and don't know where the problem lies, and start to fucking go after all kinds of crazy things, like the 90 million budget that he has focused so hard on. Or we don't have enough of our old stars back. We got to bring back more people that people like. That's what we need to do. Oh, we need more. I mean, I say this. I'm trying to reference the Matt guy from earlier, but technically I am referencing Star Wars Theory as well. Because he said on the, I think it was Instagram, that like the person said, "Why do you like Episode 5? All it is just Anakin and lightsabers." And then he was like, "That's Star Wars." So like that's how you solve it for him. But he's feeling bad because the writing is so fucking bad at this point. It's like staggeringly killing people's investment in this IP. And, Disney's current state is sort of bleeding into everything to do with their products. The feeling is there. Obviously, the stock is there. All these, like, bigger articles coming out, and then these recognitions from stuff as much as big as South Park. The writing is on the wall. People know, and now it's time to be like, yeah, I got it. I can't believe he had the balls to say he's the only one saying it, and he's the only one who sees it. It's like, what are you talking about? You're so late to the party.
Like, I don't know, you guys, you do what you want to do, man. At this point, you can't. It's in the hands of the fans, and the fans are going to continue to make fan films. You guys are going to continue to get roasted by South Park and even bigger media that will come in the future.
Disney
and
more than anything.
You deserve it. You really do.
Roasted themselves, man.
Because you aren't learning from anything, and you're continuously ruling with your ego.
To be fair, and I don't say this with any vitriol whatsoever, but if they had listened to your advice, I don't think they even come close to saving Star Wars. It still crashes and burns. Because he hasn't focused, like, on the fundamentals, and he often advocates for bringing in all of the favorites, which they have done, by the way, a lot of, to the point where they're fucking digging out of Clone Wars and Rebels.
And you guys just have no idea what Star Wars is about at the end of the day. There are many people at Lucasfilm who have a real good, clear understanding. And yes, I do think I have a very good understanding of what Star Wars is. First 6 films, I think I know it better than pretty much anybody.
For whatever
Okay.
good.
Whatever. Like, what am I supposed to do with that? After everything else he said, I feel like...
Okay, that doesn't mean anything after everything else you've said.
I don't know, man. Just I heard what your insight is in the past 10 minutes. You telling me what that insight was in conclusion is not going to convince me as much as my lying ears, I guess.
Clone Wars. I mean, you want to talk about mythology, you want to talk about Star Wars, you want to talk about character arcs, you want to talk about themes, you want to talk about the characters themselves,
But Andor's bad.
what they were going through, why they did what they did.
No, Andor's good. It's just a sleepy show. Blade Runner. Blade Runner sleepy.
Okay.
Sleepy Blade Runner. No cooking.
okay.
No peak. Valley. Pure Valley.
You want to talk about force abilities, lightsaber techniques and fighting styles and
No one gives a
backstories and this
shit.
and that. I mean,
That's all the stuff people get invested in once you've nailed the foundation. Once you get all the character shit right, then people will be like, they want to learn more about the universe, and that's where all that comes from. Not like the characters using the correct fighting style is the reason why Star Wars is as popular as it was.
I mean, I know the movies and the books inside and out.
Okay.
I'm not the only one. There are millions of others at Lucasfilm that know so much about Star
I
Wars.
don't think there's
Sam
millions
Witwer-
of people at Lucasfilm. I don't think they employ that many people. The VFX dungeons are packed to the brim.
They are back to the brim. but I don't know.
Millions of VFX artists chained inside of their computers.
What's funny is
rendering
According to
all of
Wikipedia-
She-Hulk's
according to Good
toes.
old Wikipedia, Lucasfilm has 2,000 employees.
you mean 2 million?
2 million.
Oh, but that's in 2015. So maybe they did expand it by what? 10,000.
They did, yeah.
10,000 fold, maybe.
Whitwer and Dave Filoni. I mean, these are two guys that like you can't be luckier finding.
What do you
Like,
mean
we
they
are
made
cursed.
Mando season
are
3?
And the last 2 episodes of Ahsoka.
Yes.
And they were executive producers on Book of Boba Fett. They are a curse getting their hands on this
I was going to say,
series.
from his POV, he should say they are a mixed bag. From our POV, they are absolutely a curse on Star Wars. They've destroyed so much more than they ever could have had to.
Talent like this, and having them be loyal to the brand, and having
Loyal to the brand. Don't ever say
that's
that.
kind of
That sounds
to the
gross.
brand.
them
Yeah.
work for the brand. I mean, honestly, at this point, you would be a fool to not be hiring the two of them to work together to create everything.
No.
Man,
Isn't it
You'd be a
incredible?
fool to do that.
First thing, you're gone. Sorry. Bye. You had many
God,
more
could you
chances than
imagine
any person could ever
if-
hope to have.
For any like insane nonsense multiversal reason that we got given like the power to make those kinds of changes, and we publicly like stream a YouTube video where we say the first thing we're doing is firing Dave Filoni, fucking Star Wars 3 would hate us so much, and we'd be like,
Well,
we're helping
that'd be
you, don't
worth
you
it
worry,
alone.
we're saving you.
They
The
have
medicine,
had
it's like
so
a
many-
child. The medicine tastes bad, but it helps you.
You'll
get
make
better.
it, bro.
They've
We'll
had
sort it
so
out,
many
don't you
chances,
worry.
man. They've had so many chances, and they've consistently delivered absolute garbage. It's over. Come
Yes, they have been given so many. As far as I'm concerned, I think I said this to you, Frank. Like the Ahsoka show, that would have been the final test that could possibly have been allowed. You get given a
Yeah.
full writing and controlling as much of the. He had like full control, right? Like that's his baby.
He
Yeah,
wrote
it's his
every
thing.
single episode, executive producer, showrunner. That was his.
He wrote
and-
every empty pause.
You cannot
Yes, he
have
did.
that much control, make that something that shit, and then tell me that he's going to save Star Wars. No.
No way. And I mean, it
Going
didn't work because look at the viewership numbers. They're down. People aren't watching.
As for
What
wait,
is there
people
to
saying
watch?
he's talking about Sam Witwer. He said both of them. As for Sam Witwer, I mean, I
well,
don't.
I mean,
I'd need
what,
to
he's
see
not
what Sam
pretty much
Witwer
like
would
the-
write. Has he got writing credits for anything?
I mean, not that I'm aware of. He's got acting credits and voice acting credits, and I think he's a talented guy. But like, what?
I'm
What,
fine.
you
I'm
put him
fine
in
for Sam
charge?
Witwer to be
You
a
know
part
what
of Star Wars. That's fine with me.
Yeah, of course. Of
But I
course.
am absolutely fucking done letting Dave Filoni piss all over Star Wars. Out.
No way.
Show him the door. And then when John Favreau says, "Wow, you got rid of him," I'll be like, "Yep, you're getting in the car too, bud." Like off you go.
Yeah, he said,
Yeah.
yeah. You know, I'm glad to be rid
You're
of
not
him.
allowed to be here. This is trespassing.
But Sam Witwer, you go ahead and you voice act and you play
You
whatever
voice
characters.
Green
You're great.
Kenobi.
I love you.
Do it.
Create
We'll give you a Star
everything
Killer show.
going forwards. Tired of this. Green
I would, yeah, I'd do that in a heartbeat at Star Killer Show. Why not?
Yeah.
light
If he wants to do it,
1313. Green light The Force Unleashed 3. No one
Well,
cares about your
13th,
junk
it's
canon.
over. 13, it's Biden, all right?
Also,
it's been a decade.
Force Unleashed
It's
3.
never
Didn't they
happened.
kill Force Unleashed 1 and 2's canon?
Oh, that yes, but maybe he wants EU. But if he made EU canon, wouldn't that contradict like the EU created by good old Dave?
Oh well, I guess
yeah.
in his perfect world, he would just decanon and recanonize like different things or whatever.
I guess I just find it. LucasArts doesn't exist anymore.
Nope.
That place is gone, and the team that existed there is gone forever. And in fact, one of the most baffling things about destroying LucasArts is why would you destroy a company that not only succeeded in creating successful, liked Star Wars games, but a company that created a lot of things that weren't Star Wars that were also successful and liked. Why? Why do that?
I don't know. I don't fucking get it. Just why don't you just let them keep
Oh,
making shit people like?
My favorite part is that they're like, oh, now it's Lucasfilm Games. Lucasfilm Game. What? Okay.
Greenlight 1313. Greenlight The Force Unleashed 3.
It's over.
No one cares
It's
about your
done.
junk canon. Just create.
You care about their junk
You
canon.
do.
You just said.
You love that shit. You love
Well,
season 1 and 2 of Mando.
How does he feel about the Star Wars Jedi games, or like
Fallen Order
Survivor's the
how
other
does he
one, right?
feel about those?
or Jedi Survivor or
how do you feel
I
whatever.
about
don't.
that
Well,
new
I don't
one?
know, but you cannot tell me that like you want to ditch the junk canon of like Kenobi, Boba Fett, and maybe Mando season 3, but we'll keep all the awesome canon of Mando season 1 and 2 and Ahsoka's episodes 1 through 6. Like, what is this line you're drawing? It doesn't make any fucking sense.
Create good stories that we love, create the characters that we love, embellish the characters that we love, continue their stories, create Star Wars, make it great.
So we'll go the opposite direction. Stop talking about the characters we love, make new ones, and do your
Make
best with
new
that.
ones.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Also, decanonize
Which-
everything you've made so far, except Andor.
Oh,
Yeah.
yes, absolutely. Everything that they made, except for Andor, is gone. Everything.
Nuke it.
We're gonna start
Make it what
again.
It was. Give it a proper, fair chance for the characters that matter. Give them the money they deserve.
Oh,
characters
stop
that
coming
matter.
back to that
Money
retarded
they
point.
deserve. The money they deserve. 20% more money, and that
They're
would
doing-
fix
Well,
everything.
you see, Frankie, that would have
Well, no,
saved it.
Yes.
It's quite the mindset. Like, man, these shows suck. They need to be given more money.
So weird. So bizarre to me. They'll never learn. And we'll continue
I'm
to
gonna learn if this is the fucking
I don't
solution
know,
you're providing.
Yeah.
be pushed
I
towards
just
the
find
prequels
I find
and
it so
originals.
weird.
That's all.
This has been a fascinating adventure of people presenting incredibly incoherent visions for the future and saying, guys, Marvel and Star Wars respectively.
I think
you
it's
gotta listen to
fascinating
me.
because it comes directly
all
from
the
people who
answers.
have been swallowing up that pipe of sludge and then they cough and go, "Oh God, the solution here is more salt." It's like, what? No.
Yeah, we gotta salt the earth here, alright? I think that's a good idea.
Salt the galaxy.
That's
That's all
right.
it is. That's all that'll happen. That's literally it.
So
Yeah.
Great
Well,
job.
Let me know what you guys think about this.
You
Love
suck.
you all.
I
Have
don't
a
know.
great day.
It's like
May the force be with every
It's like-
single.
this
Okay,
guy
none of
is
that. We
like
don't
what
need to do
3
that,
million subs, and he's the ambassador of whatever of the whatever.
Oh, he said some
fan
cringe
community or
shit on that
whatever.
video.
And I'm like,
Yeah.
Jesus Christ! Like you've done so much damage
And
by what you
do you
put
know?
out and
Do you
what
know how I
say.
found out about this even existing? Was that this
How?
got relatively high on a Reddit saying Star Wars fans right now. It's and I was like, okay, we have to have an episode on this. It's both
Man,
fucking
it's
teams.
so-
The
this is
Marvel and
so
Star Wars
poetic.
people do the same fucking thing.
This is so poetic. Oh, Star Wars, it's over. Nothing's gonna change. I'm done. I'm tired.
It's like,
Anyway,
if you
season
say-
2,
like,
exciting
what
news
is-
about season 2?
Like clearly, when he says "I'm done here," and I'm like, "You're not. You're Star Wars.
No.
Theory. You'll never be done.
Which,
You
by
have
the
hitched
way,
your existence to this. You're never done. What do you think "I'm done" means?
Well,
I guess it means that you're just slightly perturbed for a short, off-the-cuff video.
Here's the
That's what "I'm
thing.
done" means.
What position are you in to negotiate anything by way of changes in Star Wars if you're always gonna show up every time? Like, why would they care what you think? You're always gonna show up. Why would they change unless there was?
It
at
goes
some
further
point
than
where
that. He's
actually-
not just showing up, he's celebrating the quality of current day Star Wars while also saying
That's
Star Wars is
true.
being destroyed. It doesn't make any
That's
sense.
True. That's true.
And the
It's
same
broken
goes
on
for that
multiple
Mac
levels.
guy. He was like, Marvel's being destroyed, it's in shambles. It's also pretty fucking great.
It's also pretty good.
What?
And I'm gonna be with them forever till the day I die.
Ride
I'm
or
always
die,
gonna be standing
yeah.
this series.
And yeah, that's the
this the end of
episode.
our
That is
adventure?
it.
Okay.
As you
Wow,
can
that
imagine
I
now,
will-
what I was trying to capture through this adventure.
Well, I will say I don't know. I don't know if there are going to be copyright issues, but Television and Other Rantings has made the meme video of Luthen Skarsgård.
There's
so
definitely going to be copyright issues. That's
Okay,
that's
so
strictly
we
Andor and
will-
Marvel. We'll save
we
it
will
for a meme
watch
fab.
right after. Yeah,
be
we'll
in a
save
meme
it for a
fab.
meme fab because I'm very, 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 very excited to see that. I'm not gonna wait till the meme fab. I'm just gonna watch after we
That-
end the stream. I
that's
really
very
want to see
fair.
Oh
it.
my god. I'll save up the suspense.
So yeah, what have we learned?
Nothing.
We
What's the
learned
moral of
that
the story?
Nothing really. I guess insight into the perspectives of certain people on these big franchises. Yeah.
I feel this is
Yeah,
a big new
perspective,
step where it used to be mainly people like us who were like, "Roar, we don't like this," and then there was the people who were like, "Roar, I like this," and then there's people who like absolutely just suck on that big ol' Disney peen. But it feels like the Overton window on what's acceptable to say about the quality of current stuff has moved to the point where you're seeing these people freak out. They don't know what to do anymore. Like the both sides of like Marvel and Star Wars, they're like, this is awful and fun and great and terrible and great and what's happening?
Well, yeah, it's interesting in much the same way that the formula that particularly Disney employed of Marvel movies, Star Wars stuff, live action remakes, a formula that consistently made money for a while. In much the same way that that's broken now and they don't know what to do, the adjacent like media ecosystem is like caught up in that break as well of the script of new exciting Marvel Disney Star Wars product. Isn't that exciting and hype? And also what's next in merchandise and everything that now that's starting to break down as well. It's fascinating. It really is. I learned a lot, you know, throughout all that.
This is pretty
I learned
easy
that
for us.
$90 million was pennies.
Yeah, that was. There's so much fucking crazy quotes from this episode, but I would say that this is super easy for us because we just take it all as it comes, call it what it is, and then notice the trends and comment on the meta, including like commentary from the creators or where they plan to go or what currently looking like stock, box office, all that stuff. Like it's the easiest story to see. You can just see it all playing out. We've been saying Marvel are just heading down. Well, Disney, they're heading down. We haven't even talked at all today about their live action remakes. Like
The fact that
fucking disaster too.
Yeah.
We haven't talked at all about their theme park stuff, merchandise.
Or Disney Plus in general as like as a service.
Yeah, like it's all falling apart. And once you know all of those things, it's very simple to just be like, well, there we go.
But I mean, but again, what does it look like when a huge part of your identity and also your business, I guess, if you want to talk about like making YouTube videos about Marvel or Star Wars, what does it look like when it starts to break down?
It's not even hard to account for the really good stuff that pops up. Like, there it goes.
No, not really.
And especially when you find out who makes it and how and why and all the shit to do with it, and then whether or not it's even cared about, what ratings it can get, engagement, and then whether or not it'll be renewed. We'll be lucky to fucking see Andor Season 2 at this point. Get it out if you can, I guess.
Yeah, please.
And yeah, I don't know, like it's like what happens next? Like the Marvels, it's gonna crash and burn, and then it'll bring out a lot more criticism again. People will be like, you know what was wrong with the Marvels is it didn't connect enough to the overall story. The thing that was wrong with the Marvels is that there wasn't enough people that we know from the MCU. The thing that's wrong with the Marvels is Spider-Man wasn't in it. Tobey Maguire's Spider-Man should have been in there.
The thing that was wrong with it was
fighting Darth Vader.
The visual effects.
It's the visual effects, that was it. It was the pacing. No, it was the length. It's too short.
It was too comedic. They need to take
It's
themselves
too comedic,
seriously,
yeah.
man.
But it was also too dark sometimes.
That's right. It was, and it's all, it all comes back to, you know what? It just wasn't very well written.
You know
in all
what?
likelihood.
It's just not
We'll see,
Marvel.
It's not very marvelous, is it? It's not much of a marvel.
And that's the big problem, is they're just not quite... It's a good movie. It's an okay movie. It's just not a Marvel movie.
It's just not a Marvel movie. That's right.
Yeah,
It didn't,
we've done episodes like this before, where we cover people and like the crazy excuses they come up with for just avoiding saying, wow, the writing was really bad.
Mm-hmm.
And that's probably what the
why
Marvels
isn't
is going to
that
be.
good?
Obviously, the plot's fucking leaked already, so... like, it's...
We'll see. I mean, it's only a few days away. How exciting.
Yes, and then, of course, Loki will end. It'll end horribly bad. The Echo Show is going to be more than, like, I'm going to be trying to be nice for you. It's more than likely going to be bad. More than likely.
Yeah, no one's gonna talk about it. No one's gonna give a shit.
Yep. And then 2024 is gonna be an even more interesting year for what the fuck these shows and movies are gonna look like, and what Marvel are gonna be doing in terms of how to release them. I say all this as if Star Wars' story isn't fucking fascinating. They're desperately trying to make Star Wars even somewhat profitable and engageable. That's where they're at with that.
Because that's what we've seen over the last few years. Is it's kind of like the impossible has become possible.
Yes.
It's like the impossible being Star Wars can never fail. It can never lose money, and it took 3 years. It's like, oh fuck, Solo, Jesus,
what have we
done? My God, we lost money, and now we're at the point where the shows are starting to struggle. The shows have consistently got lower viewership. Ahsoka was dramatically lower viewership than Obi-Wan, I believe, and it was dramatically lower from the premiere to the finale. And the same sort of problems exist with Marvel. Like, look, if the Marvels actually makes like 400 million or less, that's gonna be like pretty crazy as a thing. At that point, there's no getting around it. There's no denying it. Like, something that consistently made money for a decade is no longer reliable. That's gonna be a big deal. And especially with the fact that it's all lining up with like all of this turmoil that's happening within the industry itself, with the writer's strike and the actor's strike, projects getting cancelled, like the scaling back of productions, the fact that we've got a very saturated ecosystem in terms of streaming services. Not all of them are going to survive. I think it's going to be a tumultuous few years here. It's just become less predictable. The guaranteed success stories and the guaranteed, failures, or like it's becoming harder. Who would have thought, really, that the far and away biggest success of the year, even though it was expected that Barbie was going to do well, but it would be Barbie, the Mario movie, and then Oppenheimer as like the top 3 most successful movies of the year, beating out everything that typically would succeed in this landscape? How is it that a 3-hour-long biopic, ended up making that much money?
There's not even a goddamn gunshot in it either, or a lightsaber.
No, there's no lightsabers.
Old Oppie didn't even get his lightsaber out.
It's which I don't know. It's interesting. It's an interesting time.
And that's that, I suppose. Next EFAP, is that going to be the Marvel's EFAP, or is the one after that?
Oh, by the way, I looked at. It says here that 863,000 households tuned into Ahsoka's season finale across a 5-day period. In comparison, The Mandalorian's season 3 finale earlier this year had 1.5 million.
Which is already down from what Mando used to be.
Yep, the numbers on season 3 were disappointing.
So that's a huge drop.
Interesting and relevant, considering that Mando season 1 and 2 were on a platform that at the time had way less people subscribed to it. As a proportion of the people who are subscribed to Disney Plus, it decreases as well, which feels relevant,
But yes, when's the Marvels out?
It's out this week, so next week will be the Marvels if we're doing it the week that it comes out.
But what day?
Like, the Marvels will be next week. I don't know. It depends which country you're in, right? But I think
America,
State, UK.
Well, I think it comes out Thursday over here, so in a few days.
It is Friday for me. Damn.
Oh, damn. All right.
That's not fun for me.
Well, what do you do? You want to do it the week later?
We should probably do it on the 11th.
I think you know. Yeah.
We do.
It's all right. I don't need sleep.
You want. Whenever you want. We could do it when I can't. It'll be exciting.
All right, Ringy, Rags. Do you want to tell anybody anything in the nice little chat before we head off?
Thanks for being here. Thanks for watching us talk about Disney, their rise, their fall, all the goated great fire peak stuff, bro. We really appreciate you tuning in, watching EFAP, listening to us with all of our words and sentences. Thank you very much. Oh gosh, I've been watching some of them. We've got some pretty good memes. Pretty good memes this episode.
Oh, I imagine
Not gonna lie, I've been keeping an eye on them in the Discord. Some pretty good stuff. Some of them I don't understand, but a lot of them are pretty good. So there you go. Thanks.
I'm working on Loki. I'm working. All right, that's it. That's all I got for you.
I am currently sorting out the copyright protections and just finalizing that war movie arc that, if everything works, will start on January 1st of 2024, and you will be provided 14 EFAP movies across the year. And if everything goes smoothly, I talked about this like a year ago, we will finally be in a position where EFAP movies is just a regular thing that's relatively reliable that you guys can all get. With all kinds of different movies and all kinds of different arcs. We're hoping this is the beginning of it. We just got some work to get done. The Halloween arc's already been sorted out for next year. Not like edited, but recorded. And there's still some extra surprises we're planning. One that's going to be before this year is out that I think you guys are going to love. That we're actually doing more of tomorrow. Well, today for me, technically. But
Yeah.
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 And of course, just work in general continues. So thank you so much for joining us.
Absolutely,
you guys were passionate for this episode. I'll say that much. What a journey we took you on. Articles and screenshots of forum posts, and you guys were interested. Isn't that crazy?
Hooray. We did it.
Yeah, and it was good times. Thanks for keeping us company. Thank you very much, of course, for the kind donations. We've recorded several. I'm going to get them out, paced out a bit. Yes, I'll be streaming more RoboCop. RoboCop is awesome. From just the 5 hours I've played, I've been wanting to play more of it, but you fuckers won't let me play a game offline. I gotta continue on stream, otherwise you won't know the story. Meow, meow, meow. Anyway, it's been some fun. You've been peak chat. You've been fire. You've been
Peak fire.
base.
Boom. Yeah.
You've been
base,
bro. And so bro.
Yeah. Word.
But for now,
cooking.
peak sleep or peak stream.
Yeah.
It is peak sleep
peak
for
bye.
me. It's
So,
what it is.
Thank you so much, folks.
See ya, everybody.
We'll see ya.
Yeah. See you later, everyone.
Bye, 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 bye.
Toodaloo.